When we were watching them last night against Complexity, I actually was a little kind of confused and caught off guard with their comms when we went to listen in. They sounded a little more panicked, maybe a bit more intense than they normally would. Usually you hear them being so stoic about calling out their calls, and you hear them calling out like their tournament lives depend on, because their tournament lives depend on that match.
Yeah, you heard it from the FaZe guys in the interview. They needed more passion against Optic, they came out and said. Sometimes that emphasis, that energy, it impacts your team and how everyone's playing. The moment is real. They almost sleptwalked what felt like through that Optic series. It was a very quiet series from everyone on that side. So for them to wake up and bring that passion to that Complexity series, they had to get kicked in the rear, I guess, to wake up here this weekend, defending their world championship, obviously. It looks like that kick has done a lot. Let's see if they still can have that mentality and carry it over to today.
It is actually eerily similar to the World Championships. When you look at the stats, they're actually perfect outside of the Optic matchup. They're 5-0 in clutch maps. That's going to be a little bit dangerous, I think, for Shopify Rebellion to kind of go up against. We know how icy FaZe are. How do you stop a team from being so icy, so clutch? Is there any kind of remedy that you can maybe slow FaZe down so they can't get the edge?
I think it's all about knowing that believing in yourself is the first thing you have to do, and then you also have to just like stay mentally focused in these high-pressured situations, which is easier said than done, obviously. And I think that that's what makes FaZe such a special roster, is because they've been doing it for so long, and whenever they do get to those icy moments, those 46-46 Slayer games, they figure out ways to close it out. Shopify will have to kind of show us that they're capable of that same clutch factor against a caliber team like FaZe. It's not easy to do, but if you want to be an HCS champion, you have to win the close games. So Shopify, we're going to see what you're made of and how much ice you have.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the ice, but also the beautiful thing about competitive Halo is that these players are going to have to make 1,000 different micro decisions throughout this game. They're going to have 1,000 different bandit shots they're going to have to hit. And who is
What's up,
making
Just
those
Cloud?
slightly better decisions,
Welcome
who
to
is
stream,
hitting those
bro.
shots a little
Good.
bit better, is going to add up over the long run of this series.
Indeed it will. Shopify, of course, being a very good Slayer team, as well as FaZe, though. FaZe are also known for how good they can be in Slayers. That is going to be a brawl for map 2. What does Shopify Rebellion need to do to really make sure that they have such a strong start in that Slayer, because it's so imperative?
Yeah, one of the big focal points I always feel like I point out when this kind of series is going underway is who gets the power weapons, because once any of these 8 players can
give me
find
just a
themselves
second.
with a snipe and a camo or whatnot, they're going to make plays. It's inevitable. That is the position you don't want to find yourself against. It's all about getting control for that. So Shopify need to make sure they bring the numbers to the power-ups, the power weapons as they're coming up. You got to win those battles, because you know what Frosty, Royal 2, Renegade, everybody on FaZe can do with the snipe in their hands. You want that in Cyclo's hands. You want that in Soul Snipe's hands. You have to find ways to give your superstars
We are going to hit the Pine Park,
to make plays,
and then
because
we are
you
good to
know
go for the day.
If you don't, it's going to happen to you the other way.
I was going to ask you actually about that as well, Walshy, in terms of the individual plays here, because Cycle, he actually leads the
Yeah,
team
what's good,
with
Just Cloud? How
Slayer
you doing,
with
bro?
a 1.57 KD, and then actually suppresses right
Welcome
there
to the
behind him as
stream.
well. These two superstars, they can pop off, but against FaZe, do you want to see some individual light? Do you want to see a team synergy? What kind of way do you think the dynamic needs to go against FaZe in particular?
Yeah, I agree with both sides of what Clutch said. On one hand, you want to see
Did I see the Optic
superstars
versus
lead
FaZe series?
kickoff, but
Yes,
at
I
the same
did.
time, you have
I
4
was
players who have
on
that
a plane
ability.
all day
You need
yesterday,
to really rely on who's in
but
the
I
right
did
position
manage
at
to
the right
catch it.
time. And it can't just be only relying on one superstar to go off. So at some point, even though someone like Soul Snipe
Very
has
impressive
not
out of
had
Optic.
the strongest KD for his team throughout this event, when he's at the right position at the right time, or if he gets that snipe, he needs to step up to the challenge, because you cannot have any weak links against a roster like FaZe.
Yeah, you cannot have any weak links at all. And talking about weak links, there were some the last time FaZe actually did match up with Shopify Rebellion. Cycle and Mental being on that previous roster, they're looking for revenge. At Worlds, they took them down 3-0. That was really difficult, and I know that Renegade was being a menace as per usual. Across the 3 maps, he had 1.77 KD, hit over 22,000 damage. He was a problem. Do you think Shopify Rebellion will come out for revenge here? Do you think that they want to shut Renegade down?
I mean, this team was put together to potentially create upsets of this magnitude, to knock FaZe out of the elimination bracket, out of the tournament.
I mean, it's definitely possible.
This team has
I like
so
the
much
Shopify team a
skill,
lot,
they put
but
in so much hard
if I'm
work.
being honest, I
Shopify
just
believe that they can
can't
do
not
it.
go with FaZe here on Sunday.
And I think that if they come out
I
and
love
start
planes, but I'm
making
scared of
individual
heights. Yeah, that's
plays
understandable
and
for
play as well
sure.
as they have this weekend, this series
That is
can go to
understandable
distance.
for
It can even
sure.
go in Shopify's favor.
It can indeed.
But I was
This
just
is going
I was
to
just
be
flying
a
back from
battle on the
vacation
main stage. Make
yesterday.
Sure you guys are ready, strap in,
I've been off
because
the
it's gonna be
scene
a
for
bumpy
like
ride.
9 or 10
we
days.
do have our two teams set, ready to go. One will keep going through the elimination bracket. One will fall short on Sunday. Let's meet
I am
FaZe
lit
Clan
to be
and
back.
Shopify Rebellion.
HCS B-roll kind of been going crazy the past couple years. These little intro videos. Pretty heat, bro. I won't stand on the side of a building, but I'll look out the window of a plane. Yeah, me too. I'm probably the same, to be honest. I like looking out the window of the plane, though. Heat.
FaZe, your reigning world champions.
Look at my boys Tim and Tony,
Finally
bruh.
dropping 3 maps this entire tournament. Obviously, there was 3
Yo,
topics
is the
earlier,
front
knocked
seat
down
all love
the
sacks?
elimination bracket much earlier
That's so
than
heat.
expected and out for
That's so
blood.
fire. Look at
Now,
that,
on
bro.
the other
Everybody just
side,
chilling. Everybody
we
just
got
posted up.
Shopify Rebellion, the ultimate dark horse team, one of the most dangerous teams here in this tournament. I don't think anybody wanted to run into them.
Tim and Tony the goats.
Can FaZe carry that momentum?
All right, let
from
me stop
last
fucking
night
around. I'm gonna hit
against
the Pine Park real
Complexity
quick, and then we're gonna
into
fucking
today, into
gonna watch this fucking match.
Championship Sunday is my question. When this team plays at their absolute best, they're a scary roster to behold.
We had FaZe 3-0 to competition, 3-0 Complexity in order to make it to Championship Sunday. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shopify Rebellion felt like they should have 3-0'd foe, you know, maybe losing that first game, but then winning 3 in a row. Both teams riding that momentum to make it here to this best-of-5 series. Strongholds, live fire. Going to be our game number 1. What's that telling you?
Honestly,
Yeah,
I'm
Just
looking
Cloud.
for FaZe to come out
And here he is casting on
Again,
Sunday, bro.
Wes talked about it on the
Opening up
desk.
the broadcast.
For Shopify, who was built to upset this
Like I said, bro,
roster to make something happen.
shouts out to
Arlington,
Timothy Active, bro.
Game number 1
That's-
is
that's
on
my
the
dog.
way. It's Championship Sunday. If you're with me, make some
Tony as well.
noise.
Love them boys.
FaZe, an absolute domination last night against Complexity. Will they be able to make something happen here?
This game number 1's about to be on the way here, but Strongholds are game number 1. Both teams, strongholds teams. I mean, obviously, FaZe have been there.
Crowd's already fighting early in the morning. Good to see.
What they could do. Who has the advantages game number 1? Who do you
And false
want to
start.
see out of both
We're not
these
playing.
teams?
For me, the one game that Shopify
Phase
lost
3-1.
was against Foe,
I'm gonna
right?
go Phase
It was on
3-2.
live fire, but it was King of the Hill. Foe ended up taking
I like
that game
3-1. That's
after
a good
being down
prediction.
1-3 in Hills.
If I had to guess,
Shopify
I'd probably
come
say
out
3-2.
strong, they can't be making mistakes.
I think we might go to a
against
game
this
5 and then
championship
FaZe might
roster and FaZe.
eke it
They've
out.
gotta come out swinging, like I said.
This
They've gotta
Shopify team
play
is really good.
Essentially perfect Halo here.
That's a great point. That game number 1, you blow a 3-1
I mean,
lead in
everybody
King
here
of
on
the Hill,
Sunday is
too,
really
that
good,
goal
obviously.
watch.
Those are the top 4
Obviously,
teams.
We're very talented, but a 3-1
But
lead,
Shopify
that's
has been playing
very
excellent
tough blowing a lead like that. We don't do that here
all
in Texas.
weekend
The
long.
Mavericks don't do that. The Spurs don't do that.
Absolutely not.
And FaZe
For me
has
as
looked a
well,
little shaky.
That game too. We talk about Shopify Rebellion.
FaZe got slammed by Optic.
6-0 in Slayers, but I mean FaZe, one of the best Slayer teams in the HCS.
Sentinels had a really rough
Cycle's the
tournament,
big one
yeah.
for me. We talked about him being the leading KD.
Interesting.
on
They
his
talked about it a
team.
lot yesterday, but I'm interested to
Suppressed
see
a
if they
little
end up
bit
making a
behind.
roster change.
I'm very impressed with these two, but
That
today's
is an
where it matters the
unfortunate
most,
ass
Tony.
finish.
This is it right here in the elimination bracket. This is where you have to bring your all.
I'm really happy you brought that up because I'm thinking, FaZe are one of the best.
Yeah,
Slayer
I think when it
teams.
comes
They
down
really
to it, I think
dropped
FaZe
one
probably puts it
this
together.
entire tournament, obviously, again, to Optic Gaming.
Right.
But on the other side of things, Shopify Rebellion.
No way they drop Spartan? No, I don't think they drop Spartan.
Obviously, in a best of 5 series, you're guaranteed to see at least one. If you go to distance 2, are you leaning on Shopify Rebellion being the favorites in that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it just
Respectfully,
comes down to that first game. If that first
yeah,
game
I don't
goes
think
into
Foul gets
Shopify's
dropped
favor,
either.
we
Respectfully,
talked
if
about
anybody
momentum
gets dropped,
time
I
and
think it
time
might be
again.
my Glorious
That's
King
gonna be a big
Lixtel.
factor, but I've got to talk a little bit about Soul Snipe, right? This man made a change after 4 years with this same roster, dating back to Halo 5, Tony. He made a change. And that change, so far, has paid off. His highest placing is 3rd at the last Worlds, right? At first Worlds. But his team, a bit new. Are they going to come to play here when it matters the most?
Yeah, I got the chance to sit down and do some content with the coach, Best Man, sitting behind this amazing Shopify Rebellion roster, by the way. Coach of the
Hey, what's going on,
tournament.
Smooth
Shout
Criminal?
out to my man, Nick. But
What's up, brother?
he talked about having a vision for this roster, and he talked about reaching
no
out
problem,
to
man.
Soulsnipe and challenging him to leave that friend group, to maybe,
I'm doing
just
great, man.
maybe,
I appreciate you
go a
asking. I hope you're
different
doing.
route.
I hope you're
And
doing
he
well
said
also.
It really has paid off for him. So, Best Man, want to give a shout out
Extend
to
will
him
stick
for really
together. I
taking
certainly
the
hope they
risk
stick
right
together
there
because I
to
really
put
like
this
that
crew
team.
together, because
I don't want
at
anybody
first
to get
sight,
dropped.
It was like, okay, this is a little bit of a mosh posh group, but it looks like a true
But
team. This
after,
weekend,
I'm pretty sure they
Shopify
finished top
Rebellion
16,
have
right?
shocked the
So
world.
A lot of habits to break, right? A lot of changes to
Never
be made
know.
when you're on a completely new
It'll be interesting
roster.
to see
We'll
what happens.
If Soul Snipe can make those changes work for him.
On the other side of things, you got World 1. A lot of experience behind them on the coaching side. He's going to be behind these FaZe boys, this World Championship roster, as we're about to load in to game number 1, live fire, strongholds. I want to see some snipes.
Both of these teams are 2-1 in strongholds thus far. This will showcase who the better team is.
All right, let's
I'm
go.
looking for FaZe to come out swinging here.
Starting off
When
the
it
day with a
matters the
bang.
most. We talked about passion on the desk. Championship Sunday is where you bring that passion through.
Sniper was snatched up by Renegade, but Soul Snipe and Shopify Rebellion immediately putting FaZe.
yeah, this should be a really good
And
series.
immediately grabbing hold of that power weapon and now control over towards the Camo side. Camo's about to come up and Shopify Rebellion, Trip Cap coming out swinging.
That was a quick 3 down for FaZe, and Soul Snipe's got the snipe in his hands. It's in his name, Tony. We'll see if he can put it to work. He's
Woo.
gonna get one, and he'll collect that camo as well.
Also, yo, how's the audio? Is this shit loud enough?
Royal 2, where's your head?
Taking off.
Good start
is where
from
it
Soul
is on
Snipe,
the
bro.
floor.
Nice shot.
This camo is going to be a
Yeah, is
huge
this shit loud
factor. They're
enough?
gonna take A. He's got to turn his attention, but look how he's playing this. He backs up right, goes towards his teammates. They play really well.
Really good
Nichols
start
gonna
from
clean up that
Shopify
kill.
right here.
39 to 1 start by Shopify Rebellion. As
Audio
we see
good?
FaZe
Okay, cool.
trying to attack another base, but it's not going to happen. Shopify's defense looking tough.
I was looking for Shopify to come out swinging.
And,
A 43
thank you
to
for
1
the-
lead in
thank you for the
Strongholds
follow
is
as well, Just
exactly
Cloud.
what the doctor ordered. Can they
Just
continue
seen
this
that.
momentum though? My question is, will they
Kinda
overheat
low.
against FaZe?
I can bump it up a
Soul
little bit.
Snipe still has the sniper, hasn't died just yet. He's the one that has to hold off multiple members of FaZe from pushing through, but Snakebite would not be denied.
FaZe finally breaks.
I
I say finally, they only got 50
It's
points.
the first time FaZe has had a bit of semblance of control. It's a triple cap locked in. And now Shopify Rebellion. They're gonna need to break this. And that trade might be the opening answer. 3 down for
Nice
FaZe
shots.
momentarily.
48 to 27 right now in favor of Shopify Rebellion, but it is FaZe that come out with a trip cap. Shopify sending resources to try to take over Seaside, but they are being met with FaZe at every given turn. They don't get C, but they will take A. Not enough. FaZe put in points.
I really like the wolf pack by FaZe there to make sure to
We'll
secure
actually
C, and with
go
securing
right
that
here.
double cap, guess what? They also secure the lead so far. It was Shopify
There,
starting
that should
off
be better.
really strong, but FaZe, they've come back here. They've brought this close.
Shopify definitely set the pace early, but you knew it was only a matter of time before FaZe were able to weather the storm, able to hold them off, and now this double cap.
Damn, did he
Really
do any
punishing
damage?
Shopify Rebellion at the moment.
I mean, he did get
grabbed
that
onto
melee.
Charlie, they lost Alpha. What will happen with Bravo FaZe? They still have it.
FaZe sent a lot of resources towards that camo side, and they'll collect that camo. If Royal 2 can stay alive, that trade for B might be worth it here. We'll see if they can utilize this camo to potentially break this. You see Renegade, he's gonna end up going down, but Frosty gets the trade quick.
The sacrifice of base in order to grab a hold of camouflage. Now you have camo, now you have resources in the sandbox, and now you have a double cap just as quick. Sacrificing a few seconds.
God, I
to
love that
grab a
shield
hold of
sound.
the resources, it's worth it.
Yeah, it's just math, right? You got 30 seconds of camo to work with against maybe 6 or
Nice.
7 points of hill time. I would gladly take that trade if you're FaZe. You can see the rotation comes through. They're gonna try and get C here. Frosty does have to drop off that top tower position, but it's Royal 2 in front of him to make sure he's in a safe spot.
As the Slayers are starting to favor FaZe going into this mid game, so is the scoreline. 81 to 58.
I think might win this, but Stellar and SSG not going to be easy. I think I just missed a gross side strat.
This is exactly what you're looking for if your FaZe is Frosty.
Yeah, you're
starting
right.
off real
And obviously
hot,
whoever
11 and
wins
3
whoever
for
wins
him.
this
The
match is
sniper
not going
on
to be
his
easy
hands,
either.
you can see his head is tilted. He's in a flow state, ladies and gentlemen. He's locked
But
in.
He's on a
what,
6 kill
Optic plays
streak. He's
SSG in the
locked
winners
for a
finals?
reason, and with the
Great.
sniper,
And then the
almost
loser of that will play the winner of
back
this.
down right now with Shopify Rebellion overwhelmed the B side.
Oh,
And
I like that.
Frosty, he's playing
Oh,
games right now.
and he threw the
As
shit
he
off.
makes his way towards that sniper should have been off the map.
That was a great play by him, right? He goes for that.
That was actually
no-scope to
gross, that
potentially
little-
get the max
little
damage
movement
and
he
then
just did right
throws
there.
the sniper off the map as well. Renegade's gonna get a double in the feed. This is potentially control for FaZe as they get ANC.
Yeah, so obviously we'll see.
Coming out of cycle is what he's known for. And right as World 2 tries
We'll
to
see
get
who wins the
involved,
winners
looks like
finals.
his teammates are covering
If
him
Optic
back, but
wins
he
the
gets
winners
a
finals
1v1 battle
and goes to
with
finals with
Renegade and
the
somebody you
winners
don't
finals
wanna tussle
advantage,
with.
I think they
Shopify
might win the
Rebellion
tournament.
Having to pull away from the nest side, pull back towards Charlie. They're currently down as far as Cap at the moment. FaZe have both Alpha and Charlie yet.
I mean, they still might if they come from losers, but
Yeah, it looks
obviously
like
I think
Bravo
they
may be taken as
have a
well.
much
There's
better
a little
chance.
bit of contention there on the side of Cycle. He's taken out, but it'll be tower control. Look how quickly they remove the players from
FaZe is
Shopify
pissing on them right
Rebellion.
now.
On this C side, they gain control of C and
These brothers
B,
are getting
and it'll
blended.
be Renegade in a prime position on top tower.
They're starting off as a 49-0 run in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Since then, FaZe have got control of the game. And
they're a lot more aggressive with Dead Zone, I noticed. Yeah, I mean, obviously I haven't, I've been traveling the last couple days, so I haven't really had the chance to lock in and watch very much. So I'm curious, obviously today is going to be a really big test for them. What the fuck? That was so weird. Yeah, Optic's guaranteed to play SSG and either Shopify or FaZe today, the Marvels. So today will be a very big test.
After that crazy fight we just saw, Shopify Rebellion losing
Yeah, that whole
from
fucking, that whole fight was crazy.
Where's that camo? They don't get it. Snakebite gets away with it. And once again, 158 to 81 lead. Finally, Shopify get a double cap of their own. This is the setup that they have to hold. They need to make some waves, at least 30 to 40 seconds right now. And Frosty gets the first kill. Snakebite and Renegade are going to follow it up. 3 out of 4 members hit the black screen. So what does that mean? FaZe get aggressive.
That's exactly what they do. They get B. This camo's value is huge just based off of objective efficiency, and it'll be B controlled. And again, you see a little bit of deja vu here. It's Frosty on the top tower with that sniper to clear off the tower side, and now he's looking for Pixon to beat.
Shopify Rebellion relentless with their Bravo push. Right through the A side, straight to green. Sniper in the hands of Frosty, and although he doesn't get the kill, the assist will be the headshot. Another 3 down. Shopify are in trouble.
You generally see players
FaZe is
go
looking good
towards
right
that
here.
C
A lot of
side
time
where you
left,
have
though.
A, right? You go for that full rotation, but it's Shopify, like
Ooh.
you said, constantly headbutting the B side, and FaZe are shutting it down.
I don't like this out of
time
Shopify.
after
I don't like
time.
this push. They just burned like 20 seconds and another couple of them died.
Of Shopify Rebellion. As Frosty with the sniper,
And they only now
the
decide they're gonna go
FaZe
dummies.
clan chants are starting to come here in
I don't
the
know.
crowd.
I don't know about the stack
Body
big
shot.
door.
Another one.
Frosty's
Multiple
just
going
eating
down.
right here.
Shopify Rebellion snap their fingers. Half the members to the black screen. 3 down. Goes
Triple cap
Shopify.
cheese for
Snakebite,
FaZe.
the final player alive.
Absolutely
Full snipe kinda
incredible
throws.
job by FaZe to be so dynamic, right? I talked about the B push time and time again, but now they change direction, go towards C, and guess what? FaZe are ready for it. FaZe shut it down again.
This might just be Shopify Rebellion's final opportunity here in this game number 1. You see the push coming in, but it's a solo one by Menso. Not going to work against Royal 2. He simply wins those pivotal battles. Soul Snipe, luckily, able to come up with that cleanup. Suppress tries to get
They're
involved,
just
but
slamming
he's
big
able to
door,
cross
bro.
the map. He is shredded. Soul Snipe ends up going down. FaZe are moving in for Alpha. Is that it?
Yeah, great patience again by Frosty.
Beautiful.
They don't just charge
Ooh,
in with
nice
camo,
go by
they
Mental, what the
utilize
fuck?
it to secure points.
They still don't have time though. GG.
FaZe
What a map out of phase. Holy shit.
taking game number 1 and momentum.
Okay, never
in the
mind.
series. Shopify
Maybe it won't
Rebellion
be that close.
starting off hot.
Or maybe that's just a shit game type for them. We'll see.
Yeah, like I
FaZe
said, I talked about
slammed
the
them.
overheating
And there were a
aspect,
couple
right?
moments
When you're
that
playing one of the best in the world,
there were a
you
couple
have those
moments
shining
from,
moments, especially at the beginning of a game, but the
Rebellion
question is,
where
can
they
you
did not
continue
really
to
look
play
like they knew what they
phenomenal
wanted to
Halo
do.
throughout? FaZe is going to pick apart your positioning. If you're just a step out
Like
of
spending
position,
25
they punish
seconds
it. They've got
just
that
like
damage to
stacking
do
and
so,
shoulder peeking
and the
big door
individual talent as well.
only
We saw
to
an absolute clinic being put on by
have a
FaZe.
couple guys die and then try to go
To up
cuts.
the tempo, to push the pressure when necessary, but also to slow it down. Set up, hold on to that double
was a little
cap
unfortunate.
to really punish your opponents. We saw a little bit of everything with FaZe, and I think the score line kind of shows that.
Absolutely loved the fact that it
was a great start from them, too.
Shopify consistently headbutting B, which is unconventional, right? You don't generally see, unless it's me, right? I just charged through on big door, but you know, for these teams, they take the smart.
Yeah, that shot was
option. They
gross.
go
I think I
towards
missed that in real time.
C-side, but Shopify weren't doing that. They changed pace. The crazy thing to me is that FaZe were just ready for it. It's a C-side push, immediately 3 dead. Just a beautiful job overall. And things like this, like you see on your screen, Renegade getting that kill, that shouldn't have happened. He thought he had a plasma, and he ends up getting the kill anyway.
That's what I thought as well. The frag kind of bouncing off of his visor right there, but the kill still came out. Suppress did have that extra time to trade out his life, and it was good for them. You know,
Plaza
were
Slayer
good,
and
but they
recharge
didn't put
cost.
a complete game
These
together.
brothers
Now
might get
going into
3-0'd,
solid
I fear.
Slayer. You go from live fire, one punishing map, to another. If Shopify
We'll see, though.
Rebellion aren't able to stay alive, they aren't able to keep it 2 or 3 up throughout the entire map, they're gonna get spawn trapped. They're going to get punished. That shock.
Because any of those last 3 maps could get mixy, bro.
I've talked about it before. Having that shock rifle, Tony,
Especially
when the spawns
streets.
come out on the blue, it's so devastating, right? You all know about the AoE damage. So if you're all spawning blue, your squad spawning on blue, and then that AoE damage comes through, it just makes it impossible to come off that spawn trap, like you said. So that's the person I'm watching right here. It's Cycle, the highest KD and Slayer on his team. He has to come out swinging today in Championship Sunday. This is his shining moment. He's the top KD and Slayer. This is his game time.
As much as we talked about FaZe being one of the best Slayer teams in the league, it is still one team in this lobby that's undefeated, and it is not FaZe. It is Cycle and Shopify Rebellion, 6-0 right now. They have gone down in game 1 time and time again, but they've come back, and it's always behind a game 2 victory, and then they carry that momentum into game 3. Shopify Rebellion, they should draw their line in the sand. They should treat this game 2 like they've done everyone before. Treat it like a game 5. Treat it like a must win.
I love that, Tony. On the flip side, you've got FaZe, who we question the passion coming into that Optic series, the one Slayer game that they lost, right? They came out swinging today so far.
There we
Passion
go.
Can't be
All right,
questioned
lock
on
in.
Championship Sunday. Has it ever been questioned on Championship Sunday?
We got
Lock
the
in,
camo
motherfuckers.
sending towards the mid-map. Both of these teams going to be fighting quickly forward. And like we said, if you go 3 down, if you go 4 down, it is so easy to manipulate spawns here on Solitude. It's going to be bad, but Shopify
God, I love that
Rebellion, you
DMR
need to win right
the World
now.
2
Last
has.
thing you wanna do is fall 0-2
I switch
in
back
the
and forth
series.
between that skin and just like the
They're
default
4-2
black
sitting
one.
up high, playing a bit of SWAT
Okay,
together.
the geometry in this map
Back
sucks.
with a double
He just
kill, and
naded
Frosty
himself on
also the
accident.
high side map, sitting on S4, Camo still up.
Yeah,
Like,
Kevin
in
still
what
picking up
world
as a
should
big
your
factor,
nade
right?
bounce
It's
like
gonna
that,
be
bro?
Suppressed to
He
pick
tries to
that
bank
up.
it off
He was
the thing,
number
and it
2
literally
KD
bounces
Slayer
directly
on
back
his
in his
roster,
face.
So someone to look out for, and look at that.
That's
the pass of
so
the shock
cheese, bro.
rifle comes into his hands.
That's not even his
The
fault.
combination of the shock and camo is the most deadliest combination that we have here in Halo Infinite, especially when you talk about this game played
What the
at a
fucking
professional
Eagle Eyes out of
level.
Renegade?
Suppressed, he's not one
He
to
just puts
miss,
one
if he
bullet
gets
on him
the
and
jump
runs?
on a FaZe Clan member, it can snowball from there, but hits the body. The headshot just avoids him. Now waits for
Alright,
his
well,
teammates to
that
push
camo
up.
doesn't really do
Soulsnipe
shit.
with a double on the
Soulsnipe's going
kill.
crazy, though.
It looks like he's gonna change his intentions to the main Slayer, slays the demon.
I was going to give FaZe their flowers in terms of wolf packing when a camo is on the other team, but Shopify Rebellion, a great job to shut that down immediately, and that's 6-0 record.
This is an interesting life.
Good right now, Tony. 8-3.
We're seeing why they're undefeated. Get going at phase the way you are right now. Soul Snipe 4 and 1 suppressed yet to die. Once at the moment, it still has a bit of shock rifle to work with. So now you see a double push out of suppressed and cycle. Cycle taking a lot of damage. Suppressed just baiting that angle, anticipating the push. Still not enough. Phase again won't be denied.
Yeah, great job by FaZe with Shopify having all those
Shopify does get a
resources
couple
to
trades
work
out of that,
with.
though.
It's still FaZe that bring it within 2, and that's just what impresses me about this roster, right? Being against
Soul
the
Snipe
wall,
gets
being
another.
on your back foot, and still coming out, getting those trades when necessary. We've got to look now, though. Camo coming up in 4.
Although Shopify Rebellion were able to get an early lead, I feel like that camouflage.
I actually really like Frosty's DMR as well.
In the
It's the
hands of
SSG.
Suppressed there. I want to see them grab a hold of this camo and do a bit more with it. Really punish FaZe. FaZe have caught up. Only down by 3 kills at the moment, as both teams really surrounded this camo, using it as bait.
Yeah, it's in such a threatening spot, right? The top center of the map, so many angles to be able to see that camo. You see Soul Snipe. He's gonna make.
Damn, they were baiting the shit out of that.
Damage comes through. That's 2 down for FaZe. They do trade out Cycle, but they've got the numbers advantage to potentially pick this camo up.
Rebellion played that so patient.
And as the final player goes down there, Raw 2
Ooh.
with the challenge.
Nice win.
Shopify Rebellion still with the lead. So I want to hop on board with a listening with Shopify Rebellion.
Here we go. Lock in.
Yeah, they do. They have it. Probably gonna try to get sniped.
Out the window. Yeah, I saw camo.
Shock and 5. Shock and 5. How do you get camo shock? Yeah,
I'm on check drive-by.
You just want to change the contest? Yeah, we can.
Alright.
It's kind of late time.
Nades on it. Maybe stick it.
That's hard.
Out the window. Felt it. You guys one shot dip. 2 1 shots dip.
I'm looking.
Watch out. Don't die.
That's friend dead.
They're probably watching us. One of you guys. One shot. Dead. Hotel, absolute, bro.
One shot, Stu. Stop me. Camo. Two there. Hotel, that's you. Hotel. Watch your hotel.
Mine. Reap hotel. Watch hotel, guys. Bottom mid on me. U-turn. Snake bite.
Drive it. You tune one in. Watch out, bottom mid.
Yeah, we're looking U-turn. S2's looking at you, Donnie.
Still U-turn, I kept the weak.
Still U-turn.
Band you, Donnie.
Yeah, this guy benches.
It's all you, Billy. Yeah, we're kind of stuck. Let's try to get Billy. Yeah, we are. We're trying to get you. I came in 15.
Dobby looks good.
I'll be blue. Did you push the key? S4, guys. There's a guy. Here, got flutter.
Stay strong.
Is mark it?
Mark it.
Yeah, I'm here. Remember,
They're gonna try to play for camo. Yeah, we should make the push. They haven't used a lot of stuff.
Two blue. I'm on.
Two blue.
This guy alarm me.
One front LR. Sniping S4 over.
Damn, that guy gets out.
Drive coming. 3 behind you. Drive it coming.
Just walk close.
That's big time from FaZe. Oh, but that's a big kill. Good job to burn the camo.
But FaZe have taken a nice little run. They've actually tied up the game at the moment here. It looks like they're just about to take
That was a little
the lead.
rogue.
18-17. I want to switch gears. Let's hop on board with listening to FaZe and see what the other side is sounding like.
Watch out there. Nice.
Did he just not repulse shit? What just happened, bro? Did his repulse just not work?
Yo guys, they're going blue. One is at the rest of the RDR going LR. So blue. Yeah, two LR. Okay, man. Go farther. Yeah, farther. You dropped the beat. Yo, one shot div, guys. Absolute div. In blue, guys. Killing me. Two div. Nice.
Okay, it's only a 1-kill game. Like, that right there is the difference between these two teams. Like, not that Shopify isn't working together at all, but like they're just like thrust sliding around and shit, or like curb sliding around. Whereas FaZe is like stacking and hitting shit together. Oh, Frosty just got team stuck. That being said, though, Rebellion's thriving in the chaos right now. They're up 3.
Yo, John, I need you to wait for teammates. Yo, we got
What's up, Hunchu? How's it going, bro?
Nice. One tram, one RBR.
We got a chance to listen to both teams there, and a little bit of a dynamic, right? It's Shopify Rebellion, a little bit indecisive with their play calls, but FaZe, they know exactly when to do it.
Being said, Shopify up 7.
Luckily, Shopify Rebellion have been able to use
Up 8,
that
up
skill,
9.
that teamwork. in order to get them almost a double-digit lead at the moment here as Suppressed. Not really suppressive fire too much with that shotgun band. He's getting right into the face of FaZe at the moment here. Back to double digits. Mental's getting kills.
They're thriving in the chaos.
Was able to get away with camo.
They may have sounded a bit indecisive, but it's a 10-kill lead here for Shopify Rebellion. And once again, the deadly combo of the camo and shock rifle in the hands of Soul Snipe. See what he can do when he gets the kill on the Royal 2.
Enemy team 40 kills have been accomplished here by Shopify Rebellion, and it's FaZe that are so far behind right now. I mean, when you think of FaZe versus Shopify, there's going to be a spectacular alert. You would think it'd be on the side of the boys in blue, but no, Shopify 2 squad wipes away from tying up the series.
An absolute incredible job by the side of Shopify. We talked about them being 6-0 in Slayers coming into this game. You imagine the confidence they're gonna have being 7-0 in Slayers after this if they close this out.
44-28, Shopify Rebellion still have the lead. Soul Snipe still having that shot in hands. And right now, FaZe are doing everything they can to take
that was a
them
crazy
down.
chow.
They want this net side control, and it looks like they are going to demand it. But is there enough time? You have 5 lives to work with.
There's not enough time whatsoever. 45-31.
What the
We
fuck?
need just a miracle at this point, but
Where did Renegade come
it's
from?
FaZe we're talking about here. This would be a massive comeback, but that 46 kill goes
Soul
in.
Snipe
Now
just
it's
forward
only
thrust at him.
Do you believe in miracles?
No, I do not.
Not right now.
I don't. That's
Squad, just squad wipe. 1 squad wipe away, and there it is. 2 on the board for Shopify Rebellion. Frosty is able to answer right back, but again, just 2 more needed. I love that Cycle and Suppressor not trying to push the action. The moment they go multiple down, they said, don't worry, to slow it down. Let's play good Halo. We don't want to give FaZe any room. We don't want to give them any chance, any opportunity as Cycle takes down 402. Looking for the final one. Stayed right down to 1 shot. Take down Frosty, the target prioritization.
Nice game out of the Rebels right there.
The young gun coming in.
That was a real nice game.
It is
Also,
absolutely
bro,
incredible
I didn't
to be
realize
right
that apparently they're just like
coming
that in Slayer.
Like I said, 6-0
Does that make them
in
7-0?
Slayer, and you just beat, arguably, Tony, the best
What's
Slayer
up, Dale?
team in the HCS. We talked about it in the green room. We gave this game to FaZe, but Shopify, they come out, and they come out
Now,
really strong here.
Things could get interesting.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Shopify Rebellion have mastered the best of 5 series. They do not lose a Game 2 Slayer ever. And then from there, they ride that momentum into a Game 3 win. And they know from there, all you got to do is take another objective in a row, or worst case scenario, you lose that.
Right.
What's going to be Game 5? Another Slayer, which you have yet to lose this entire tournament. Shopify Rebellion were built for upsets, and maybe we see the biggest one here of the year.
Got to talk about Cycle on the side of Shopify
Vibing?
right there, right?
Hell yeah, Dale.
4,500 damage, the
Love
highest
to hear
damage
that.
in
How's the
the
tournament
lobby.
been? It's been pretty
That's
good
the
thus far.
second
I haven't been able to watch
Slayer
much. The
KD
past couple of days,
in
I've been off
this
the
weekend.
scene
He's proving
traveling.
That's the player I had
So
to watch.
I haven't
wanted
been
to
able
see
to
what Cycle was
watch.
gonna do when the pressure's the
And
highest.
also, this
He's
is
our
the first
second youngest
event,
player in the league, and you
other
gotta-
than the
you gotta
COVID
think about
one,
it, right? When you're that young,
that everyone missed.
you haven't
that
gone
I've
through
missed
that
in
much
Infinite.
pressure very often. On the biggest stage, in the biggest
So I'm
moment,
tight.
he
I should be
performs.
here.
And it's funny you talk about how young he
But it's
is.
all good.
There was one point we were doing an open series event.
That being said, I haven't really watched a
Started
whole lot
on
of the
Sunday
tournament
and ended on Thursday
just
last
yet.
year.
Yep.
Today's really the
He
first day
actually
that I'm getting
couldn't
to
make the
really
event.
lock in,
He had
pay
an
attention to it.
exam. He had a very important exam. He was still in high school.
I love
so
it.
the man starting his professional career
Yep.
missing out on a championship Thursday then. It was an online event
Yep.
because he had to make sure he was on that honor roll. Love that.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, school is very important. Make sure you stay in school, okay? Halo secondary.
Nice.
But when you
Well
can do
said,
both,
Timothy.
what kind of person are you? I absolutely love to see that out of Cycle. But FaZe, I'm a little shocked, right? They came out swinging in that game number 1. We talked about it often. Game number 2.
Well, then
it
me and
was
you are in the
Shopify
same
who
boat,
had their
Dale.
number, and they called it often.
We'll have some highlights to check out from this weekend, I'm
Going
sure.
to King of the Hill, you
I
have
know
an
it's been a lot of good
undefeated record
matches.
coming in from FaZe.
And we have
The other
a
side of
very,
things,
very
Shopify
solid
Rebellion
lineup today.
did lose one to
We got
Foe,
Shopify
being
Rebellion
up
right
3-1
now. We have
in that
Optic versus SSG after that in the winners finals.
Not at this level of competition.
And
not on
obviously the
Championship
winner of
Sunday.
this
If
match, the
you
FaZe
have
Rebellion
FaZe
match, will
in
go
a
on to play the
chokehold, you
loser
better make
of the
them tap.
Optic
Otherwise, FaZe
SSG
gonna get
match.
up. and they're gonna knock you right out.
We talked to SLG yesterday, Tony, in the green room, and he gave some
Then
great insight
we'll
on
have
the
the
side of
finals.
FaZe, like what he's noticed of this FaZe roster. Obviously, it's his opinion, but with that 4-0, he was saying how safe they play, you know? And I think Wes actually alluded to this yesterday on the desk as well, how safe they play as a roster. What my question is how Shopify is going to kind of break that, you know, how they're going to break that, you know, positioning by FaZe, how they're going to break through these setups. I think it's going to be really difficult, especially on a map like Recharge, where those cross shots are so important.
Fist bumps going across the board for the new kids on the block. We know FaZe are the world champions. We know how good they are, but young guns, they are here. Maybe it's time to pass the torch. Maybe, just maybe, Shopify Rebellion upset and shock the world right here. We're going into this game number 3, a swing game 3.
I'd love to see it.
Tied up, Recharge.
Also, there's no oddball in this series, I don't think.
Favorite game type. Every hill feels like a
Less
new
up,
game.
bro.
Oh, it's great, right? I love King of the Hill on
Because
Recharge
it goes
specifically, and honestly,
Recharge
I love
cost,
the changes made to this
I
map
think,
and game
Aquarius
type
Flag
combination.
and then
I
Street
absolutely
Slayer
love the battery
Game
seal.
5
I
if we
think
go
it's
that far.
really difficult to hold, but also if you get a great setup and you use those pillars to stay alive, it could be really beneficial for you.
Also, I apologize if I'm a little bit out of it today, brothers.
Start off, but the action starts off
I was,
towards the mid-map.
like I was mentioning, I did get back from traveling last night.
And they start off 3 down once again.
I might be a little sleepy, a little tired.
Tony, how FaZe
We chilling?
have this switch that they flip at any moment in time. It's time right now. We're in Championship Sunday. This is the elimination bracket.
Yo,
Flip the
FaZe,
switch.
what the fuck? They were all just standing still right there.
Ah!
Ah! Oh!
Suppress coming out, putting a shot to FaZe's
Alright, I'm awake now.
FaZe
I'm awake
end
now,
up
sorry.
going 4 down Shopify. They're about to run away with Hill 1.
You talked about having that interview with Best Man, but oh my word, he built a great roster here. They look to be so gelled and
Oh my
ready
God.
suppressed. He's impressing me so much. Starting off 3-1 in this game, it was a 3 down, then a 4 down
Fuck.
for FaZe. Finally, though, FaZe get control of the Battery's Hill.
It was Cycle, the one fresh out of high school, but it's suppressed at Brothers 8 game. Meanwhile, Snakebite was able to love that shot. Couple shots there, enough to weaken Cycle, but not enough to get the kill. Snakebite ends up going down 4-2, and the rest of FaZe trying to replace him. As long as the slays go down, it does not matter who gets the kills.
Yeah, great job by FaZe to get that immediate control after that 3 dead. They do give up a little bit of a spawn there on that glass side. You see Cycle spawning up there last, so they'll still be in this Battery's Hill, though. Not playing scared whatsoever. They're making sure to hold this.
Oh, good nade.
It's going to be Royal 2 with some shots, but he gets taken
It's good
down.
damage, though.
Shopify Rebellion, whenever they lose control, they play a very simple game.
Oh, if I gotta get that brother out the hill.
Push
Renegade's going apeshit in the hill. Renegade just got 3 in the hill!
The problem is that Renegade
Nah,
is
Renegade's
slain.
him, bro.
Triple kill out of Renegade Mental, the final player alive. He's
Oh
gonna
my
try to hold
God.
Renegade back. They can't even hold him down.
Tony, the lights are on.
He just
The
killed
switch
the
has been
entire
flipped.
team from
Renegade's starting to
inside the
call
hill,
FaZe
bro. That is
at the
fucking
camo in
deranged.
Snakebite's hands, and they've got initial control of this second hill as well. You see Frosty on that bat ledge side, right? He's gonna get info. He's gonna try and stay alive on
I actually like
that
this
pipe
out of
side
PJ.
the map.
Snakebite with the camouflage, instead of playing back towards the blue pipes, playing towards the front side. A much more aggressive
You're dead.
stance coming out of
Shopify.
Snakebite and FaZe. As they've run away with
Full
this
snipe
one,
dies.
80% done. Shopify Rebellion
And now, I mean,
nowhere
this is
to
basically
be
a cap. I don't even
found.
think Shopify can
2
do
in a
shit
row,
here.
and Shopify looks like they were going to close out the third.
They're split.
I really love the usage
PJ
of
smokes
battle
off the
rifle
front
here
at
and
the
the
hill.
shroud screen as well. Such an important equipment to use, especially on a map like Recharge.
Fucking beautiful from
take the
FaZe.
second hill. 2-0 is the lead thus far with how great Shopify started this game. I did not expect to see FaZe take immediate control.
FaZe did take most of that hill, but I feel like towards the end, Shopify Rebellion gave it to them. They punted. They moved over towards that next hill. At least if you're going to lose
Nice
2 in a
win.
row, at least be set up
Good trade
towards
by
that
Roll 2
next
though.
one. Shopify Rebellion doing
That's
that.
already a
Halfway
shit ton of
done
time
with this, maybe
for
they put
Rebellion on
themselves
this
the board.
Turbine Hill.
FaZe is down.
I love this, right?
And with 2 more kills for
Immediate
them.
Control of this next hill is so important. Elevator is such a heavy
They might have just capped that shit.
Spawns, elevator is such an important thing to control
That's a cap.
when the hill is on this whirlpool side. And Shopify, because of that immediate control, look at that.
Great play by
Right over
Shopify,
them
bro.
immediately.
Hunting on the last hill, and then they just get all the time. I don't even think they got contested.
With 2 down, FaZe rotating toward the C side of the map. 2 members of Shopify infiltrating tower. but
Nice
they're
shots.
both gonna go down courtesy of that snake bite.
The thing
Venom
is
in.
like,
Stagnant
just
forward
as
by
Shopify completely
FaZe
punted the
setup
time
has been locked out,
on the
locked
freezer
in on the
hill
map.
so that they could get that
Rebellion
entire
need to break,
turbine
they
hill.
need to attack.
FaZe essentially just did the same thing so that they could rotate early.
Snakebite has control
to
of
C
this
plat.
hydro side. That's going to allow who I thought it was
Now
going
they
to
have
allow
initial
Renegade to get that camo,
on the C
but
plat
I
hill.
believe it may have been burned. Seaside
Renegade
control
burns
is so
camo.
important when that camo is up. 2 down for the side of Shopify. Mental's in a rough spot right now.
Now
Cycle's
FaZe
got
are
a
getting
kill,
kills.
but he's got to play against 2 players here on Hydro.
Behind enemy lines, this could be a flank. Oh, gets himself a kill on the snake bite, but the nade comes right back in. Raw 2, still trying to figure out where he went. Finally wraps him back.
It's still
to
good stuff
where
from
he
FaZe
was.
because they're essentially
Mental,
they're forcing Shopify to fight from
Rebellion
the
still
shit
relentless with
the
their
shit
push.
spot.
FaZe have not weathered the storm just yet. In fact, Shopify just snuck into him.
Talked about FaZe playing a bit safe. Shopify, they're pushing in.
However-
They're aggressive. They're confident. And on Championship Sunday, ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
that's
Shopify
exactly
still can't
how
break
you
in.
wanna play, but it's 2 down once again for Shopify. Trades
And
out.
Renegade
How about
flies
Renegade
away,
somehow
dude.
takes off?
Wraps himself back with the
Oh, that is so
He's
cheese.
still alive
And the
right
entire
now.
time
That's
FaZe
what
is spawning
some of
over
the
there.
best players
Shopify
in the
can't even
world
break
are
out.
going to do. They're going to make every kill hard. You're going to have to earn.
It was a good job. It was a good job of them to
Still in favor of FaZe
contest
as
that
they're
time.
about halfway
Get
done
FaZe
to
out of
making
it,
a 3-1. I promise you, FaZe, they don't choke 3-1.
Snakebite with a shock rifle in his hands on long haul.
FaZe
Such
is
an
just so
important position
patient
for him.
in those situations
Gonna be able
where
to get
all
that
8 players are
AoE
alive on the
damage
map.
into Pushing players. Shopify don't have any safe way to get in this hill. But Snakebite's kind of trapped here. Are they aware he's on long
Like
haul?
they're not going
No,
to
he's
desperate
gonna
the
get the
objective
first
or
one on
anything.
the
They will
mental.
wait for you to
Cycle goes down
scam,
as well.
and then they will
Double kill
take
coming out of
immediate
Snakebite.
advantage.
Soul Snipe was
Just like
able
right
to
here,
sneak
like
through over towards
TJ feels
Suppressor.
no
This
pressure to get on the hill.
area,
He's just
this
literally
seaside
he's
still
looking for
being
them.
fought over. FaZe, they do obviously have an advantage and a huge lead on this one, but they still have to slay out Shopify at least one more time. The nades
Playing
are
their lives
going
great.
down, and so will Frosty. A 3-man
Ugh.
out of Shopify, but Snakebite with the shot
And he gets the
might
ticks.
just change things, might just turn the tides.
The Generals having such a phenomenal game, 12-6 thus far.
The general.
We've always seen
Is it the
him
first time?
punch up
Is it
when
the
it
first
matters
time
the
somebody's
most.
called him that?
And FaZe about to close out hill number 3.
Yo, the general's kind of
Domination
hard.
time. Still 2 minutes and 44 seconds remain.
Now this is a struggle bus for Shopify.
Oh my God.
From the bottom mid hill. Even if Shopify take it over towards the battery side against FaZe, this is an uphill battle that Shopify Rebellion are going to have to fight their way.
Just went out of cycle.
They just walked their way out of a setup. They just hopped themselves over toward the hill, and they have FaZe exactly where they want them.
All right, this is the side of the map they need to hold.
FaZe only lead 42-35 in the
And there
kills
is 2
category,
minutes and
but they're
37
on
seconds
2
on the game
hills.
clock.
That objective
There is
efficiency
a
that
lot
we
of
talk
time
about
on the
so
clock.
much with FaZe really starting to come
Ever see
together
like right there,
on
like
Championship Sunday,
Shopify
this
goes
game
2
number
dead. There's only 2 members of Shopify alive, and one of them's in the hill, which essentially tells FaZe exactly where one of them is. In a situation like that, I feel like you're not seeing any of the 4 FaZe members in the hill. They're playing their life. They're trying to cheese a kill out of it. And that's a scenario where you see like a renegade, like he hops out the hill, and all of a sudden he's behind you and he pops a
absolutely
2-piece.
love that, right? When there's this much time on the clock, you can play time based off of the numbers advantage, and that's what FaZe do, right? The hill still being capped here by Shopify. FaZe are not too worried about it with that big lead.
It's a really good time
Gonna
from
try to get some damage on
Shopify
the
though.
cycle. He has to go down here. Look how well he's playing his
Oh
life.
my
FaZe
God.
Little Cali Clamber action coming in cycle. Putting the moves onto FaZe, and that might just be 2 in a row. But hold on. FaZe stopped them.
They should cap
just
this.
Short of stealing away this hill. Now FaZe gonna have the opportunity to maybe close things out, but nobody accounting for it. Suppressed. He grabs the second one. Hold on. We're within 1. It ain't over.
FaZe aren't set up yet on this pipe side.
Shopify also still kind of has them staggered.
Suppress goes directly from that ledge, the most important position for this battery's hill. Renegade pushes in very aggressively all by his lonesome, and he's gonna go down because of it.
Enemy team took
Mental
the
with the
hill.
shot. Makes his way over towards
Nice
the hill.
shot.
What a shot! With that
Shopify's
shot from
kicking
across
up.
the map
Woo!
towards the bottom tower side. 3 down, go FaZe.
He gets
and
nuked,
although
though.
Suppress hits the black screen, he gets replaced immediately. And Soul Snipe, along with Shopify, aren't going to skip a beat. They're going to go right back in that hill. They may
Oh,
just close
PJ gets
things
away.
out before FaZe get involved. FaZe have to push off a spawn right now.
This is the most important camo of the game, and Cycle has gotten it.
That was a
and
great
not
double
only
back
that,
by Cycle.
He stayed alive the entire time, and now he's got that.
Oh
veteran
my
control.
God.
Gets a kill on
Wait, they're making plays. 3 dead for FaZe. This is going to be time. They should cap this. No bullshit, they should cap this.
Should be Shopify Rebellion closing out this hill. I
Oh,
think
what the? Where did he come from?
it's impossible for FaZe to get them out. Renegade tries to make a play.
Oh
but it
my
ain't gonna
God.
happen. We're going to a one
The rest of FaZe rotates.
scenario.
The question for me
Whoever's
was,
triple
will
stacked just tried to make a
Shopify
play.
overheat? Absolutely not. Guess what, Tony? They vented their weapon.
Oh my God, what the fuck is
They're
going on?
ready to strike again, and a tie game
Oh!
with a minute-
Oh, they get nuked! 3 dead for Shopify.
After being up 3-1 and seeing the comeback from
They don't know the last guy's back there?
listening, but with FaZe,
Yo, Mental's just hiding.
how they respond.
Mental's just hiding. They don't know he's there.
I gotta really stack.
What the fuck?
Watch our stacks, guys. Everyone see climb, he's up. Oh, we're living, John. We're living. Are you? On the left.
Oh no, Shopify's gonna break!
You went home. Oh,
Yo, Mental just made a play, dude.
They all spawned up already. Yep, we got camo on 20 as well. Look, yo, I can push right.
Mental just made a huge fucking play.
Camo on 15, camo 15. Look at CK, PJ. Back blue. Look at me. One shot, back. One's on. Camo on 5 as well, guys.
2 dead. FaZe is gonna break right back. Here comes Camo. Renegade's gonna play for this shit. This is fucking dangerous for Shopify. Ooh, good live. 60 seconds game clock. Comes down to this hill though.
On jump up and driveway. Kill class. And hill now.
Enemy team took the hill.
Yo, John.
Oh my God, this is so cheese. This game is about to run out.
Two hill. Nice, John.
Enemy team nearing
Damn, bro.
team took the hill.
That was so fucking milky.
Shopify Rebellion were able to weather the storm despite the fact that Renegade
Holy
had the
shit, bro, this is
camouflage.
chaos.
He wasn't able to make the play to get Shopify out of this hill.
Oh my God.
This could end right
Oh my God.
now unless Royal 2 comes in with that shot. 3 down goes Shopify.
That should be it, I think.
Icy is Royal 2.
That should be it, I think.
46 seconds remaining. He's got the shock rifle as well, directly aimed at the spawns of Shopify Rebellion. And he takes out Mental, but Cycle gets a kill in the feed as well.
Shopify Rebellion had the game in their hands, but Royal 2
Oh
just
my
snatches
God.
it right
He's
up.
just farming.
Another shot, a killing spree, and now Cycle's gonna push it, and he may just
Ooh.
get 2, but
Hang on.
Cycle off the top rope. Mental
Okay,
gets
3 dead. He's the last guy.
3 down.
Frosty gets him.
Shopify and Cycle's not able to hold it.
That should be game. Where do they spawn? That should be game.
I don't see anybody from Shopify.
Oh my God, what a game. Holy shit. I think Shopify was 2 ticks away from winning that too. I think they needed 2 ticks on that hill to win.
Phenomenal job by the side of FaZe to close that out.
That was
when it mattered the
insane, bro.
most.
That's one of the better King of the Hill games I've seen in
With
Halo
the
Infinite.
shock rifle, the difference. And again, they come up icy.
What a
You've
game.
been in these situations so many times. You've learned from them time and time again. They're the world champs for a reason.
That end game was breakdown.
Now let's see if Shopify can survive that gut punch.
In that hill, just closing out on the final split seconds that they need. FaZe had 2
Because that is a
chances to break.
huge
Renegade with
game,
the camo
and that would have been huge for
was able
Shopify
to
if they
do
could
it
win that.
Royal 2
Tough map out of Soul
literally had
Snipe.
to make a play. Otherwise, it was over. And you
Great
already
finish from
know.
Royal 2 right
He
there.
clutch. He does what he does. Royal 2 with that shot, absolutely shutting down Shopify Rebellion, stealing that game away, and now all that energy, that momentum that Shopify had off of that game 2 win,
Wow.
off of that 3-1
I know,
comeback
Smooth
to tie
Criminal.
things up. Where is it?
So much
That was
weight
gross too.
to the KD,
Shopify is
right?
playing extremely
How many
well,
times
bro.
you die? You should have a high KD, but
Low key, the like sort of traditional like top pro team sort of like formula that FaZe has of like stacking and working together and shit is like a good matchup against Shopify's like controlled chaos.
Again, FaZe come out and they continue to send
Because these brothers on Shopify just be curb sliding everywhere, bro, playing fast as shit. And like I called it a little brain dead in game 1, but in game 2 they ran their shit. And this game was also insanely close.
The best of the best from, I guess, being matchmaking.
like us.
Yeah, but also Smooth Criminal from their perspective, I mean, this is losers semis. Whoever loses the series is out the tournament.
You know, for the
And on Championship Sunday, like you won game 2, which like Slayer's like your strong game type, right? And so in your head, you're like, we got to steal one of these next 2 objective game types. And to come that close to stealing that game 3 would have been a huge win to go up 2-1 in the series. And essentially, like, you're banking on winning that game 5 Slayer. So now you're forced to try to steal another objective game if you're Shopify. And also that, like, that sort of up and down, like, holy shit, we're about to win, to, like, the holy shit, we're going to lose. To, like, the deflation of, like, the holy shit, we actually just lost by, like, 1 tick. Now they're like, damn, if we would have done this or that, if we would have won this, and we'd be up 2-1. All that shit plays in. To be fair, these motherfuckers don't look too checked.
It's FaZe that are the favorites going in. This could be the last time we see Shopify Rebellion in this tournament.
To me, it's going to be about
No, you absolutely have to, Smooth Criminal. But the difference between a lot of these top caliber pro teams and these top level amateur teams, which don't get it twisted, Shopify Rebellion is a top pro team. They're not. I'm not calling them AMs when I'm saying this. But like when we're talking about the difference between like one of the big 3, you know, like world championship teams versus like a team like Shopify that's full of young up and comers. That sort of being able to have that amnesia and lock back in is like, it's incredibly difficult. And some players have that quality, and some players don't have that quality, and some players are able to learn it over time.
I'm excited to see how this starting strat works for both teams. You can even see some teams, they decide to go towards this car side, send a 2-2 push, but
that's the thing to think about. To be fair, I'm a big fan of Soul Snipe. Mental has like genuine championship experience, even if it's not in Halo.
Almost punch DOS. Nobody really going over towards that P side and really allowing Shopify Rebellion to get it for free. I'm not sure this strat is going to work. In fact, I think you throw it away to cut it out of the playbook and toss it in the trash because FaZe end up going 3 down. Luckily, Suppress goes down with that.
See, like right there,
with 3 down,
like
ends up pushing that fridge side.
nobody on FaZe except for maybe Renegade is just gonna solo curb slide at their base by themselves.
That flag pull, I should say, will not come out. It's a double push once again from Shopify. They've got control now, and that flag will go into utility.
Another 3 down for FaZe, and Shopify Rebellion want to take advantage of it.
I don't like that little route with the flag.
One shot, trying to avoid any kind of angles from the fridge side, makes it through. So far, trying to cross the 50, though. You see Renegade taking down Suppressed. They're going to have to bring this slow and steady. They have to slay while they move the flag across the map.
Yeah, you can see he's playing really slow, waiting for slays on the side of FaZe. Look at the top left of your screen. When you start to see the FaZe.
Yeah, also, to be fair, like,
Mental will be a bit more confident to pull
talking about all
flag,
that shit that we talked about,
be a big problem.
I don't think Shopify is one of those teams that's gonna like get nervous or anything. Like, see that right there? That right there, beautiful play out of Mental.
That Mental uses to take down 2 members of FaZe that were actively trying to push for the return. Another 3 out of 4 down.
Somebody's got to get that touch.
The only player alive, and Shopify Rebellion, they're going to push this one in.
Beautiful.
Was the catalyst
Beautiful.
For me on that cap. 22-time Gears of War champion. He's no
yeah, see, there you go. We were just talking about it. This motherfucker won 22 events in Gears. And even if that's not, even if it's not Halo, that's like, that is genuine ass championship experience.
One overshield into a cap, but Renegade gonna deny you of that second one, and now with Renegade pushing right through the U-turn.
One of the most hostile esports environments, I would say.
Tells him to turn around and turn on Soul Snipe. Beautifully played by Renegade and FaZe, and even Snakebite's able to trade out his
but see, Smooth Criminal, in the moment,
yeah, they end up getting 3 dead on
in the moment,
they don't have any pressure on the map, no space
it's,
to control, so
there's no, like,
and because they don't, and because Shopify is
I'm struggling with how to word this, but in the moment, like, when you're playing that match, when you're up there on stage, there's no, like, there's a little bit of maybe appreciating the moment, but I'm not sitting there soaking it in, bro. I'm trying to win. Get the over, oh my god.
Whoa! Goes in for the overkill. You can't stop that man. He's the demon.
That's exactly what you need if you're FaZe.
Yeah, long story short, if I'm up here fighting for my life in losers bracket on Championship Sunday trying to potentially win a championship, trying to beat FaZe
Gets a lot of damage out.
and trying to break through into the top 3. Like, there's no part of me that's like just appreciating the moment and being like, oh well, we were close. Like after the tournament, after it's over and we're at home and we're talking about it, then I'll talk about the positives and be like, yeah, but at least we got to play on main stage and do this and win against FaZe, and at least we played him close. But in the moment, no, like I'm trying to fucking win.
Easy kill now for FaZe. Cycle with the heat wave, bringing the heat, taking 2 down with them.
Cycle 8 and 7 so far in this game, but an impactful 2 kills there. Renegade still though playing this very annoying route back to space. I love the confidence by Soul Snipe. Wow. Don't let Renegade go on a run.
To be fair, I love the confidence out of both of them right there. Like I love that. I love that all of them brothers are just challenged. Like, bro, Renegade, Suppressed, Soul Snipe, all of them brothers just chow everything. Ah, what the?
Tony, why don't you play like that? Absolutely.
That's insane. That's insane out of Timothy. Insane Stray.
By him, right? And this is what you need again. I said it again. I'm going to say it again. This is what you need if you're FaZe. Renegade to start to give you that energy, and then you can all come around that momentum together. Flag going to be tossed by Frosty just to create a bit of pressure for the Shopify side, but this Renegade knows someone's behind
what the
him.
fuck?
Sneaky
right on him.
Like is suppressed. Can he stay alive? Cannot.
You're dead for FaZe.
Renegade falls.
Buy some time with the movement, though. Still not enough. Multiple going down here for FaZe.
I'm gonna give Renegade some help, bro. Guy's going apeshit. Did he stick him?
I thought that sticky was good. Suppressed probably
no,
the same.
I thought it was too.
Look at the pinch. Mental from the car side. Suppressed from the P side. Limiting the options of
Alright, give me
FaZe.
the Psycho.
Lead to a 3 down. Shopify should be running flag.
Suppressed played that really well. You saw him cut off the angle on one player in a 1v2 situation. Gets enough damage on that second player for his teammate Soul Snipe to clean it up. But Soul Snipe's gonna win a big piv, or lose a big piv, I'm sorry, on the side of FaZe's base. And Suppressed, wait a minute. Suppressed is behind Renegade right now. Is he gonna get any damage on him? Renegade gets away. There's no possible shot. He still gets the trade with Royal 2's help.
Bit of a sneaky beaver play coming in out of Suppressed, but it's still Frosty and FaZe that pulled that flag out and past the car side. Frosty gonna try to curb slide his way into the relay. Soul Snipe with a perfectly placed grenade working on the return, but FaZe are funneling members. They want to keep this flag alive, and looks like the relay will work. Double kill though, out of Shopify. Flag still towards the mid-map. The return is still possible, and with an overshield, it's definitely coming.
Yeah, that overshield was huge in that play, right? The fact that Shopify was able to get that first initial kill, clean up and get that overshield allowed them to continue to maintain this 1-cap lead. It's Cycle once again with the heat wave in hands.
Still with Shopify Rebellion with the advantage.
It's a good run. He tanks a lot of that damage with the OS.
Take control as they get the Slay Cycle, wasting no time whatsoever, maneuvering this flag through the util side, and now kind of using it as a bit of bait, hiding in this corner, waiting for FaZe to push forward. An easy shot in melee, but with the nade coming out, FaZe might just be anticipating this move.
I like the support by Mental here, but it might be a giveaway. Cycle playing very patient here. He's got to touch the flag or make a move at some point. He's going to get the kill on the safe pipe, but no one's going to be able to touch the flag. That's a mishap by Shopify. 2 down for FaZe, 3 down for FaZe though. Royal to the last player alive. He's got the top center position.
Interesting play. FaZe were almost returning that flag, but just using time, just using the reset. They said, if you're going to try to bait us out, we're just not going to fall for it.
Right.
We'll allow the flag to return, an opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to go up 2-0 in this game. Down to nothing. Renegade and Snake fight back-to-back kills. Royal 2 showing us a bit of the boost. Lead down, goes Shopify. Mental going to back down. This flag is already pulled. Mental though breaks right through. A double kill out of Mental stops FaZe Clan right in their tracks.
Big 2 out of Renegade.
Double by Mental coming off of his spawn on the back
Mental,
of flag.
excuse me.
Like you said, stops a very important tie game flag cap from going in. But again, what I'm seeing here, Tony, is the fact that constantly it's Royal 2 on top center control. Is he going to be able to utilize that advantage, though, to potentially stop some players from pushing that OS that's coming up right now?
Shopify Rebellion once again take control, and with 3 down for FaZe. There's only one player that can deny the overshield from Shopify and Snakebite, who gets the kill on the Soul Snipe, but suppressed once again. That's what, his third this game. At this point, I think he might spawn with overshield.
Yeah, honestly, he gets OS, and it's at the last second each and every time. But honestly, really good by FaZe to make sure to deplete that overshield instantaneously to make sure it's not a big factor.
All right,
and now you
we're
see
back. Sorry.
it's Shopify Rebellion with top center control.
May or may not have been hitting the Pine Park again.
Favors Shopify with 3 minutes, 25 seconds on the
We're locked. We're locked.
Plenty of time
3 minutes game clock.
in this game, including Shopify putting another one on the board where FaZe maybe to come back. Suppressed. Going right at World 2. Target prioritization as he switches over towards Snakebite and continues to put down damage. This is what Suppressed does. He puts down that damage and you have one of two things. You either back down and his teammates clean you up, or you challenge and you lose it.
Ooh, nice little move with the flag right there.
3 down go FaZe as Suppressed gets this flag over towards the mid-map, over towards the courtyard.
That was a little questionable.
World 2 and Frosty.
I love Suppressed movement right there to use that little bit of a curve slide to get that flag through the bottom center of the map, but there's still a lot of work to do for the side of Shopify Rebellion. FaZe are doing an incredible job.
I think he got team killed or
sure
something right there.
out these kills time and time again. Flag.
I love them not despeраting this. I mean, that's a dead flag.
Great damage. Almost able to take advantage of that opportunity, but FaZe, they were relentless. They did not give up on it. Eventually the return comes in. Soul Snipe going right after Frosty. You have 2 more FaZe members looking to take his place. Another overshield coming up, but this time it's FaZe that have to come first.
What's crazy to me is the fact that Shopify Rebellion lead in slays 75-64. You're talking about a team in FaZe.
Might be a run.
With 4 absolutely incredibly individually skilled players. And you'd expect a bit of a
They get it out, but
there,
FaZe needs more kills.
OS
for PJ though.
We know them to have.
Like you alluded to, I mean,
It's a good run.
Slaying the opposition by double digits, 78-76
Oh.
at the moment here.
Oh.
Stick onto Renegade. Where did that
Big stop. What the hell?
The final player alive here for FaZe. Luckily for FaZe, Shopify aren't in their base, but they aren't coming off of spawn, and Frosty wins those pins.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at
Also,
the
yeah, Chronic Reloader.
Time is going to be a factor
I seen that
here.
shit. He shot 2 bullets and reloaded, bro. That's some shit I would do.
FaZe backs up against the wall, have to make something happen, but they constantly
shit.
down. Finally, Frost is going to get a couple of kills here, make that only 1. It's 2 down for the side of Shopify.
FaZe really are on the clock at the moment here. Just about at the minute mark. These are going to be the final, 3, maybe 4 pushes now coming in for FaZe. Shopify Rebellion could be on hard defense mode at the moment. But as of right now, Cycle's on the black screen. Soul Snipe catches the stick.
I didn't think he stuck him there.
2 down before going down himself. That's just efficiency. Suppressed wins his battle. Mental takes down Snakebite. The defense from Shopify is looking strong right now as Frosty is forced to slow it down, and time is not on their side. I said a minute. It felt like just a few seconds.
30 seconds game clock.
Have one last push maybe here. Frosty going down. They're going to have to wait for him to come off a spawn.
Shopify just got to hold on.
To wait for the side of FaZe. And you know, for me, it's the general right now. What he's saying.
The general.
It's going to allow this team to make a good play. He goes for the heat wave. Suppress takes him out, but he ends up falling.
Timothy Active trying to make that a thing. 10 seconds. There's a touch. He's going to die. 2 dead for FaZe. That should be it. He didn't even get it out. GG. We're going 5. Okay. This is about to get mixy. This is going to get mixy.
Gentlemen, we're going to a game 5. Let's hear it in the arena. Shopify Rebellion surprise.
God only knows what happens in this game 5.
Against the world champs in FaZe.
Crowd chanting Shopify. That's lit. What the fuck?
Shopify have been killing it. And again, we talked about it from the beginning. Lottie asked, she said, who was that Dark Horse team? Who was that team?
28 and 18 from Suppressed.
That's what I said.
Big game. 23 and 18 from Mental as well.
Everybody is counting them out. Nobody even had them here in championship.
Both teams finna go to the bathroom. They having that discussion.
Champions in a game 5, and an elimination here in top 4, this could happen if Shopify...
FaZe's discussion is probably going something like, what the fuck are we doing? We gotta lock in.
Give you a big head because I like to have the biggest head on the
Shopify's
stage.
discussion is probably going something like,
During the open
yo, just keep doing what we're doing, we're gonna fucking shit on these guys.
I remember you saying, Shopify is my dark horse, and I'm not gonna lie to you.
I don't
In
know.
my head, I was like,
I don't know what
okay,
their
Tony,
actual
stop
fucking game plan is.
That's not a thing. But again, well, I wouldn't say again. Again, I don't want to make your head big, but you were right.
The FaZe is
They
probably
are
a little
looking
checked,
phenomenal
is all I'm
here.
getting
Even
at.
with Renegade playing the way he is, this team is scary. Now, if I'm
What's up,
Soul
Lucid
Snipe,
Trips?
you know what I'm feeling right now? Very confident. I'm feeling like, you know what? I made the right choice.
Yeah,
It was
that's all I'm
high-risk,
getting at, Smooth Criminal.
high-reward play.
What's
And
up,
now
Lucid
he's playing
Trips?
for his highest
My trip was
placement,
great. I
potentially
appreciate
his
you
highest
asking, man.
placement
Yeah, I mean, it was
Just got back
literally
last night, so I am still very, very tired.
Yeah.
native red, along with that.
I might be talking out of my ass a little bit today, y'all.
That incredible run to make it to a 3rd place in a world championship environment. On top of that, the success that they've been able to have and being able to team with your best friends, but best man, coach best man.
My trip was great. I spent about 9 days.
I want to bring you out of your shell.
I flew to San Juan.
We love that. We really do. But
We hung out in Puerto Rico for a couple days, and then we left and got on a cruise from there. And went to we went to Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago and St. Martin, and basically just like bounced around the Caribbean.
To bring us into a game 5.
And then back to San Juan.
Right? You're coming in as Shopify Rebellion. You're now what?
It was dope.
7-0 and or 6-0.
I did a lot of snorkeling. I did a lot of hanging out on the beach.
And you're coming into this game.
Did a lot of drinking.
You've got to feel good.
It was. It really was. It was a whole ass adventure. We did a lot of like walking tours and like trolley tours of like different cities and places that like we went to, and like I got to see a lot of like cool ass architecture and like dope like really old churches and stuff.
If you're Shopify, you can see
old military installations and stuff from like colonial times.
And to me, it's that man on the left of that graphic, and I'm a big fan of Donnie, the former baseball player. Man, he is a damage.
Yeah, it was a lot of sitting on beaches and drinking rum punches.
When he's putting damage on the map,
and it was a lot of fun.
Choices. You either duck for cover and his teammates are gonna clean you up, or you going for the challenge, and 9 times out of 10,
no, it was, and I posted some pictures on Twitter, and I'm about to post I'll probably post some more, and then I'm gonna post some on Instagram as well. If y'all follow me over there. But yes, the water was fucking beautiful.
27-17, but that's not him sitting back. I mean, he does sit back and put shots in, but
everything, like everywhere we went was fucking beautiful. It would have maintained plausible deniability down there a little bit. I didn't take a whole lot of stuff because like I don't want to. I don't want to be trafficking shit. I don't want customs to get on my ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that took me a little vape. I was able to maintain a little bit of plausible deniability. I mean, to be fair, I was on a cruise, so like there was like a lot of drinking anyway. So I was pretty well lit the entire time, one way or the other.
To go at least into a game 5 Slayer against the world champions.
I'm a little bit scared, Tony, because we had.
Plus, my aunt and uncle are big like social drinkers, and they're big like artsy drinking people. Like they're into like all types of different shit and like nice shit. And so I was just able to have whatever they were having.
We talked about the underdogs enough. Why don't we flip it to the other side? And that's
a lot of wine.
World champions, and when it comes down to
a good time.
Slayer, you got the main Slayer. You got the Demon, you got the Renegade.
Oh yeah, Smooth Criminal.
On top of that, you have World 2.
Yeah, Lucid Trips. I was not trying to get fucked up. I was not trying to have customs fuck me up. I wasn't sneaking nothing with me. The thing is though, you wanna know something crazy, y'all? Is I went last year I went on a Disney cruise, which this time the cruise that I just went on was a Royal Caribbean cruise, which is like more of like a, it's a more like a for everybody type thing, whereas like Disney is probably more geared towards kids. But we went on a Disney cruise, which is still super dope. But again, a lot more family and kid oriented. And on the last night of that cruise, which was to the Bahamas and shit, we went out on our balcony and somebody was straight up smoking Pine Park out there, like not like vaping or anything. Like somebody had a blunt lit up and was straight up smoking gas on a Disney cruise, which is not that. I mean, the grand scheme of things, it's probably not that crazy. But like, I was like, yo, respectfully, I would expect this on the Royal Caribbean cruise, not the Disney cruise, where there's a bunch of little ass kids around. But also, you were able to just literally beat an that mouse makes you stressed, I guess, bro. But also, it was the last day of the cruise. Like, it was the very last night before we like pulled into port. So maybe they were smoking it all just to like get rid of it all. Maybe they got it down there.
But he's now formed to this new roster, and you know, with Soul Snipe on the roster now, he's got to change his game plan, and maybe it was
becoming more socially acceptable and more available. Oh yeah, I know.
I'm gonna tell you, Cycle looks extremely comfortable.
And believe me, that's to my benefit as someone who enjoys the Pine Park.
17, I was scared of everything. Okay, even the monsters under my bed. So, absolutely insane by Cycle.
Yeah, I just thought it was funny that it was on the Disney cruise, bro.
I wonder why I beat you in every gunfight. What are you scared? What are you scared for?
Yeah, I just the nerves, man. The nerves get to me. But absolutely, and just incredible job by Cycle. Can he continue this on?
That's really what it was, though, Smooth Criminal. It was some. It wasn't even some like. It wasn't even some like teenager smoking, or somebody like me.
Not very early, but they'll go home.
And now it was some stressed ass like dad.
Now we're talking about
like, bro, I done spent so much fucking money on this cruise.
Both of these teams guaranteed.
Just stressed, smoking a blunt off the back of the boat.
I think for Shopify Rebellion side.
I live in Colorado and it's weird to not catch a whiff. You know what's funny is I live in Nashville, right? Which it's still fully illegal here. We have like Delta 8 and THCA and like whatever, all the alternatives, right? But actual weed is still illegal here. But they have like cannabis advertisements everywhere now. Like when I got off the plane and I was driving back home yesterday, I noticed like 5 or 6 whole ass billboards advertising dispensaries and cannabis delivery services and all type of different stuff. And when I was downtown, a few weeks ago, for a concert, we were just walking downtown, and there were like 2 or 3 like food truck looking ass like dispensary trucks, and there were people just like smoking gas out in the street. And like, I don't know if it was actual gas, but it certainly smelled like gas. You know what I'm saying?
Give me one player that you're looking out for. One player, one expectation.
So I don't really, the vibes are definitely changing pretty rapidly in a lot of places. Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's only a matter of time, Smooth Criminal, before it becomes fucking legal nationally.
So that's the player I'm looking for.
Arlington.
Let's go, game 5, lock in. Stay away from the fake D8 stuff. That stuff is sus at best. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the D8. We do have here in Nashville, and then also when I lived in Houston, we have the like THCA or whatever that shit is, which is almost as good or just as good, it seems to me. But alright, let's lock in for this game 5, man. We done talked about weed for like 10 minutes.
Both fans are electric here.
What's up, Felix? A dope truck? A weed wagon? A grassmobile? A goddamn grassmobile? Yes, Felix. That's exactly what I'm telling you. But they had weed vendors, like, you know how they have hot dog vendors in cities? With them hot dog carts? They just had, like, weed carts downtown. No kizzy.
Some fans here today.
And like, that's not that crazy a lot of places. But here, where it's still fully illegal, I was like, yo. Oh, he stuck his teammate!
Oh, that's not good.
And he made himself one shot. PJ!
Snakebite ends up getting the
No!
It'll be now a 2-kill lead for the side of FaZe, and the player you want to watch is Cycle.
Soulsnipe was able to get a double kill with that flanking Cycle, taking down 3 members of FaZe.
What the fuck?
Betrayal might just bite FaZe in the butt there. Luckily, Snakebite, huge kill onto Soulsnipe, stopping Shopify Rebellion from infiltrating the Neon side. They're going to slow things down. You know you don't want to make any mistakes, neither one of these teams.
Shopify has the resources. The Repulse, the shot, the Stalker Rifle as well. And Cycle makes something happen with this. The highest damage dealer in this series thus far. A lot of damage can be output with this Stalker, but only 13% remaining in the ammo.
And he's gonna have World 2 and Renegade to deal with right now is Cycle, but the reinforcements are here. All 4 members gathered up here for Shopify, but are you just trapping yourself? Are you just making yourself a bit of an easy target? Apparently not. You clear out Snakebite, but you did lose camo.
Frosty gets camo.
In the hands of Frosty. I love how far back he's playing.
Oh, but they they eagle-eyed his shit.
100% kills. The repulse by Renegade.
Good help by Royal 2.
He has another 15 seconds left on this camo, so value is my question. How much
FaZe
value
by 4.
will he get? It's 1 down for Shopify.
12-8 lead here by FaZe Clan. Frosty still trying to find the right angle with this camo. Doesn't even need to get the kill.
And FaZe should be up more if PJ didn't do that goofy shit earlier.
Frosty may have lost camo, but gains a bulldog. Now you're starting to push up onto Shopify Rebellion, and the moment you do, you know
This is a good play out of FaZe.
Pull right back.
I love that. Again, it's the FaZe playing safe, trying not to make any mistakes whatsoever.
Not committing to the shit push. Renegade just by himself, bro.
I talked about the general. What a game he's having thus far. 8-2 for him.
He's 8-2. He would be like 9-1.
Man of the hour for me, at least on Shopify.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna let that go.
1 and 4. 1 assist to go along with it. Not exactly the stats that you want to see out of that young man, but luckily.
Oh, it's early.
Still early. What's the old saying? The game doesn't start until the 30 kill mark. Well, we're not there yet.
Not there yet. Shout out to Puckett, of
Not
course. We all remember you.
yet.
One of the greats.
Why did Tim say it
Great
like
on our
that?
screen. It's Snakebite.
We all remember you.
Look who's in position for it, though. FaZe, they have that seaside control.
What the fuck?
That's the favorable side of the map. If you want to get control of the camo, the push does commence here. Renegade's going to be in a bit of a situation, but I love the idea of him to back up. Suppress gets the initial kill on the player top C, and he gets
he got 3! What happened?
Goes from 1 and 4 to 4 and 4 immediately. And as Camouflage is coming out, does it when it batters smoke. Snakebite understands the situation. He has to clear out the subway side. That ain't gonna happen. Soulsnipe getting away with the camo. Now it's Shopify Rebellion just down by 1.
What a beautiful job by Suppress. We talked about the seaside being ever so important for that camo. He gets a triple kill to break the setup of FaZe, and Soulsnipe now with the camo. About 10 seconds left. My question is, one player on FaZe that I'm just looking at right now is Royal 2, right? 1 and 4 with 3 assists. I'm looking for him to step up a bit.
They only got 17 kills. It's 17 to 16, bro. Relax. Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. Bro, Rebellion stacking and moving together now.
Almost caught the hands on the melee. 2 more members of FaZe to deal with. Shopify Rebellion.
Not scamming.
Not done. They wait to the right time.
Collapsing together. This is beautiful out of Rebellion.
Just taking the lead.
As they take the lead.
I want to hear how Shopify sound and listening right now. I want to hear what their passion sounds like.
Yes. This is a beautiful call. The press needs to not commit to this. Oh, no, they're going to die. They give up stupid ass damage, and then now that's going to let FaZe push. Now they're going to die. They're going to die.
I think I hear you. Guys, that small people. 1 close, 1 job right. 3 steps. Get behind arcade. They can be playing damage for arcade, guys.
I have Jody.
Can we get smoked for this?
They made that called a rap, bro.
Yeah. Oh, wait. I'll drop some tires with you, and if they try to ape, I'll just repulse them out.
He has spikes. You should have them.
Alright.
I'll repulse them out if they try to ape you.
Have shields. They might try to make a move before us. Be ready for it.
Yeah. Arcade.
They were stalker.
They might play heavy B side.
I have camo. Rusty still.
Are you guys gonna go tires? Yeah, I'm on a smoke it, Billy.
He's B set. Ready. One shot, B pillars.
B roll up. We have camo. We have camo.
I push. Yeah, two guys out.
Good camo grab.
Two guys B steps and this guy.
One shot. Same guy, one shot.
One shot B stairs to stop.
Good kill.
One shot. Dead. Who's got another piece?
Oh.
Inside B weak. Frost
One shot B.
In B and in C.
Yo, Ivy. Stalker down, drop.
Don't die.
Ivy's out.
Nice.
Stalker was down.
This is beautiful out of Rebellion. They take the lead again.
Maybe an arcade as well.
Let's play purple.
Go perp.
Get about 5 seconds of camo.
One top A, one shot. One top A.
Back tower, back tower should win. Watch PD. Caution.
Yo, tires.
They're dangerous.
That's a good live.
Okay.
They're in PD, 2A, 2 PD, I think.
We just have to aim back here.
Yes, top B back weak.
They're getting space. Right. Aimbot back in.
Oh, they're kind of trapped here.
Mando?
I think we don't have space.
Alright. They rotate. There's already got Mando.
Bottom A.
Guy tower.
I'm kind of stuck here.
When you go away.
Alright, this guy tires. Tires on bottom A. Yo, top A. Challenge.
Eee, this is so sus.
Agent and tires.
They're gonna die.
Nice.
Oh my god. That's a big 2 out of Soul Snipe.
Losing space, guys. We're like all crunched up.
They should have all died there. That was a big 2 though.
I don't know where they're driving. What's your driving?
Coming to two.
I need your tires.
Absolutely. Shit on. One.
He killed it with the martyrdom nade. He said, "Shit on."
Peanut, yeah.
We spawn red room. Camo 30.
Come press him.
Okay, one shot.
I push.
Watch high. They like the high gens.
We left B.
Lucky bid now.
Yeah, we left B again. It's fine.
Honestly, I'm gonna still commando, okay?
Alright. Can we get back? Can we get B control? Drop me?
Yeah, I'm already commando.
Yep, look purple.
Yeah.
I like these comms, bro. I like these comms a lot.
Yeah, you missed the ripples.
Driveway with soccer.
Two guys B row.
Two up B row.
I'm trying to pull shots. Two shots. Nice, another guy B row. Another guy trying to come apart. He's B row right now. B row right now.
Cycle's looking for the lurker. Yeah.
Camo now.
One shot B.
Wow. Good ass shots by
We
Renegade.
got to listen to the communication of Shopify Rebellion and Tony.
He
The
killed
thing that
Camo.
stood out to me is the
That was
intensity and the
kind of a.
passion when
I don't know what that
someone's
was.
dead is the call out. Gotta love to see that.
3 down to Shopify Rebellion, though. So the intensity.
FaZe
was
gets
paying
3
off
kills
for a bit now.
and a camo
Down by 3 kills to the world champion.
and a shotgun.
Combined
That was a
that
huge
camo
swing.
with a shotgun. Renegade.
They.
Taking down
This
Suppress.
is dangerous.
Dangerously close to that 40 kill
Shopify
mark.
has to regain
30
control, and they gotta do it
kill
now.
mark. And as of right now, FaZe have the Riz. Renegade with the nade. Taking down Mental. The B side is cleared out right now.
Because you can't let the game slip right here.
Still down by 4.
I would have loved a little bit more value out of that camo, but honestly didn't really have a position to push up safely, so ends up staying back, not giving up.
They go down by 5, no trade.
And the repulse to work with.
Go down by 6. Yeah, it's slipping away.
Pushes up Mental down to 1 shot, but does a great
No
job
scam.
staying alive.
Beautiful.
They can
FaZe is
only
up
stay alive
8
for so long
or
when the
7,
rest of
excuse me.
FaZe are pinching you, and now a staggered
Now
spawner.
Soul Snipe's by himself.
Spawner in Soul Snipe. This is dangerous territory. Snakebite with easy
And now
kills,
things are
taking
just
no
getting out of
damage
hand.
back whatsoever. Goes in for the challenge, but Cycle and Suppress break out of their spawn, 44-37.
You see how FaZe break up that push layer
Although
by layer.
FaZe,
They
everyone
take
on
that
FaZe
first
dies.
initial player, they got the off spawn
Does
out
Frosty spawn here?
into Soul Snipe and then push through for the rest. It's Royal
Oh,
2.
big trade out of
Ends up
Royal
getting
2.
a trade, 46-40.
Snakebite gets another.
Just one more squad wipe away from taking this game and moving forward to that
Last camo of the game's coming up as
elimination
well.
bracket finals are FaZe Clan. And looks like they're going to slow the game down to a slow
Big win
speed.
out of Suppressed.
Suppressed doesn't want to go down, at least not easily. The 41st kill for Shopify.
This is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. Stay in your seats.
Michael gets another one. Suppressed gets another one. 3-kill game. Hang on a second. Camo is up.
46 to
I don't think anybody has a smoke.
From a 1-4 start from Suppressed to
Trade
15
47-44.
He's leading, willing his team forward, but Snakebite with the
PJ goes on a flank.
Nobody accounting for Snakebite. Over towards the A side, it's a huge kill on
That should be good
Suppressed.
damage as well.
Frosty and World 2.
Oh, and they got him in a pinch.
One more kill.
Beautiful out of FaZe.
Shopify's
Wow.
going home. Shopify's going home.
He's just in the crowd.
Please clutch it up when it matters the most. The massive flank.
What a series. What a
So many
fucking
resources
series.
thrown back for him. The general once again the ice.
So well fought for Shopify Rebellion.
What a fucking series, bro. That Recharge King of the Hill was probably one of the better King of the Hill games I've seen in Halo Infinite.
To not allow that game to get out of hand when it could have. Time and time again. FaZe had control, but Shopify matched them at every given turn. They threw everything out. They really did. They really emptied the tank, but
got PJ for the interview.
Champions, and it's FaZe's time.
A crazy
It is FaZe's
turn of
time.
events. We had a team 7-0 in Slayers.
Yo, PJ doing the Dame time thing's kind
Coming
of fire,
into
bro.
this, even beating them in that game too.
Kinda
But I
hard.
said it before and I'll say it again. The more times you're put in a situation, the more comfortable you feel in those situations and the more confident you are as well. The talk in the back that FaZe had really was the catalyst for me. Collecting as a team saying,
Yeah, bro.
"This is
They
our
went back there and said, "Can we not fucking lose, please?"
They knew they could win. They just had to make some small adjustments and make sure they, like you said, just had
That's all that shit was.
mental in the right space. And I'm sure they came out invigorated. They came out, you know, with that passion and really came out ready to.
Yeah, 100% Smooth Criminal. 100%.
I gotta
That was
point
a
out
hell of a
something on
series,
the
bro.
other side
Those were
for
some
Shopify.
great
Forced
ass
flowers
games.
to them. Very incredibly high placing. It was suppressed with 5,500 damage, the damage dealer of the roster. But it wasn't enough. FaZe come through once again.
Only map that wasn't really
50-44,
close
a
was that
massive
game
for
one.
them, and we'll see them in the
The game one
elimination
they kind of got
finals.
pissed on.
Well, I hear we have a FaZe member up there. I hear we have the general, the one you always want to hear from on the stage with Blazer. Why don't we send it over to that main stage with just a small interview?
Thank you so much, Tony and Active. Esports Arena, show some love to FaZe Clan as we get the Game 5 to kick off Championship Sunday. And man, Snakebite, the atmosphere in here was electric. This series going down to the wire. What was going on through your head? And we could just hop right into that Slayer there at Game 5 because it was close back and forth. How did you manage to close that one out? Because it was so close.
We just did a good job pushing together. We had some really good comms. We had a really good VOD review session yesterday on that game type specifically. So yeah, just really played our game, had a good read of what they were doing. Got a few nice broken spawns thanks to 343. So
damn.
Yeah, just managed to push it out.
Managed to close it out indeed,
Holy
okay?
shit.
And now to kick off the day, I gotta say that was probably a good warm-up for you guys to really kind of hit your peak here. How you feeling about the boys and how they clutched up over here?
Yeah, feeling great. We clutched up a lot of games. Obviously, it's
Oh,
something we try
nah,
to do a
bro.
lot. Need to tighten up on a few game types. Aqua Flag is a great one for us and just came out really flat. So need to be a little bit better on a few objectives, but overall feeling really good.
Overall feeling good. Only up for here for the defending champions. Now, what do you want to say to these FaZe fans in the crowd that's been chanting for your name, El Capitan?
Big thank you to all the fans being here, everyone chanting for our team. Really appreciate it. Whether you're here for us or anyone else, we really appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah, so.
Show some love to Snakebite and FaZe Clan. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. After an absolute bloodbath, this room is filled with red. And it's not just the blood that was pouring off of the main stage, but it was because FaZe Clan will take that series. It was a nail-biter right up until the end. Clutch, thoughts about how that series went down? Actually, you were saying you thought it would have gone to the wire and it would go to a Game 5, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, as
Hey, my prediction was correct. FaZe 3-2.
Gave them, and unfortunately,
Yeah, I know how this
Shopify's
shit goes
amazing
down.
Slayer run, it ends with the fact that they lose and get knocked out of the tournament. But I mean, if you want to start with game one, FaZe came out on all cylinders. After this game, I wasn't so sure that this series was going to be as competitive as we thought leading into it. But Shopify did a phenomenal job rebounding in the Slayer in game two.
They certainly did indeed.
Yeah, I know
Also,
how
when
this
it comes
shit
to the
goes
Slayer, in terms of
down.
Shopify Rebellion, I think they have a really good idea of how they want to play. They love the traps, they love to swarm, and they're also darted all across the map, just making sure they're dealing damage and capitalizing on that damage always. They have such a good synergy with their movement.
Yeah, one thing I really want to study and go back and watch from Shopify's perspective is just how to suppress, break through some of these neutral scenarios and just get like a double or triple kill.
Yeah.
I saw as Cam was coming up on streets, I saw on the kill feed, suppress killed, suppress killed, suppress killed. I'm like, how do you do that without a bunch of these exchanges and other people falling? So somehow he is able to identify some of these opportunities and break through. the defenses of one of the best teams.
Let's talk about the regain from FaZe, because going into that final Slayer, that's not easy on the mental. You just lost significantly to Shopify Rebellion in the second map, and you're coming into Game 5 knowing you're going against a team 7-0 on Slayers. They're looking really hot. They have your number. They managed to take you down in your favorite map, CTF Aquarius, which we're seeing right now. Clutch, the regain is huge from FaZe, and they do it time and time again.
Yeah,
big regain.
And the audience, how icy is Shopify? Well, unfortunately, when you find yourself in a Game 5 against FaZe, that's probably the hardest task you can ask yourself, because these guys have done it for so many years. So consistently do they find themselves in Game 5, 7s, or 11s, and it feels like they always bring their best.
Game 5, 7s, or 11s.
Who you got to call out as far as the start to this game and giving FaZe an early lead and every opportunity to
Fun
stay
place to be
in this game long enough for the Royal 2s, Renegades, and Frosties to wake up and impact the outcome at the end.
You're right, Clutch. It started with a snake bite and ended with that snake bite flank to really close it out. He started off strong with those 11 kills, leading, I believe, more kills.
That's what I mean, Smooth Criminal. That's what we were talking about. Because you know they back there thinking like, bro, if we get those 2 ticks and we win that game and then we fucking win the Aqua Flag, we just win that series 3-1.
I think we've ever seen him so far. Is that
they could have just won that shit
change,
3-1.
Do you think, has it shifted things slightly on the team?
I think he's definitely a lot more comfortable, and his individual skill is starting to show.
And like, I might go home and be like, yeah, at least we got 4th. I'm glad we played that well and blah, blah, blah. But like, damn, if we would have just gotten 2 more ticks, we might have fucking won.
And he is still a force to be reckoned with. He can take over any series, any game, and it feels like when FaZe needs Snakebite most is when Snakebite actually takes over that Slayer role and dominates for them.
It's the little shit.
Love what I saw from him. Honestly, you took a look at the stats there for a second. Renegade and Frosty going negative, not something you would expect, but it's beautiful that that's how powerful this FaZe team is that even when those players maybe not at their peak just yet on Championship Sunday, they still have Snakebite and Royal 2 to rely on.
Another Slayer with smarts is Royal 2, and he is very reliable. Walshy, going back to a moment in that Strongholds, Royal 2 having a really big rotate. Talk to me about what you noticed about the gameplay there in the clip that we're going to be showing in just a moment that really had you kind of like, okay, well, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, we'll both talk over this one together, me and Wes, but in short, Royal 2, just this patience, and on top of that, just pure execution. Sorry, looking back over at this one on Livefire, yes, when he gets his camo, look at one part, this patience going through the back, and then secondly, look at this rotation out of the hill. We'll pause it here in just a second, but you notice how Royal 2, he leaves that
I like this breakdown from Walsh.
And that's because of his overall awareness on the map. There's 2 main factors here. One is he sees Renegade all the way across the map.
Fucking music going in the background.
Mental. He's going to try to rush over there and help over at the A stronghold to swing that one in his team's favor. And then secondly, he knows that his teammate Frosty is behind him at this tower. And so his teammate Frosty can fill over in at the C stronghold. These are just these minute differences from these top teams where they're saving seconds at a time by rotating ahead by who's in the better position. And so as we play the rest of this clip, you'll see Frosty jumping inside the stronghold, Royal 2 pushing over towards top center, try to help towards A, and it's just those little decisions that add up through the entire match that make FaZe have those slight advantages a little bit faster than the opposing teams.
Get the picture-in-picture.
The most important thing that shows you how FaZe is a different team than what we saw against Optic yesterday and how they've kind of transitioned their mindset is the second when Royal 2 leaves that stronghold. I challenged FaZe to start trying to make more plays because against Optic, it felt like they were trying to be so structured and use so much teamwork that it almost limits your superstars from being aggressive, making those plays. The average player would
kind of a good point out of
Clutch.
Clutch.
Double cap it with their
I like
teammate,
that.
especially when you're not in control of 2 strongholds there. You're just like, let's start scoring points, right? No, Royal 2 progressing on the map, looking to find a gunfight, because what does he do best? He wins gunfights. If Royal 2 can find ways to impact the outcome of these games, he makes FaZe such a juggernaut to try and deal with. Those are small plays that when you see them, you start to see the difference in the mindset that could be a championship run.
I also just want to give the utmost respect to Shopify Rebellion. The run has been unbelievable. They should be so proud of how they have achieved this so far this season. I mean, it's right at the start, and they're already looking like an absolute force to be reckoned with. Going game 5 to FaZe, that is very difficult to do. So an incredible roster, and I can't wait to see the rest of their journey this season. Let's take a look at the bracket right now to see how things stand, how they've shaken out after that series. If you're just joining us, we're into our elimination finals here, where FaZe will progress on. Shopify Rebellion, we say goodbye to them early this Sunday, but boy oh boy was it a battle. Very impressed with what we saw from the Rebels themselves and FaZe. They're waiting to see who's going to be coming down from the winners side of things. And in our winners bracket, we do have Optic versus SSG.
Let's
and
go.
That is sure to be an amazing matchup between two absolute titans. They have fought their way through the winners side of things, haven't fallen short yet, and are both looking absolutely amazing. Clutch, do we see this going the distance like we saw in this elimination match? Or do you actually see this being a lights out one way or the other?
Yeah, it depends on game types for me. The map mode combinations are so important when I feel like you're talking about the big three and how they match up against each other. I think we have seen such great things from Optic so far. So if Space Station bring their A game, I do not expect Optic in any situation to get blown out per se. But I think that series can go the distance. It can also go heavily in Optic's favor if Optic is playing strong. SSG potentially coming out flat. I'm hoping for some fireworks up there and all.
Oh, there's gonna be. This should be a good series, bro.
Me too. Hopefully the smoke alarms won't go off because there's gonna be pure fire on that stage today. Well, folks, I want to get to the match. So
nice,
let's
Lottie.
get to a break. Let's get some water, grab some food, because this is a prime time match coming your way. The winners finals. The stage is getting set. Optic.
Let's go.
versus SSG. Right after the break.
Bro, I cannot tell you how many fucking times I've seen this ad. I've been watching this ad for like 3 years. No bullshit.
Hey, guess what? New year means a new Optic Scuff design for a new controller. Check out this sexy design. It's a nod to the original OG logo and a great way to rep the green wall. Choose between the Reflex for PS5, the Instinct for Xbox, and the brand new Envision for PC gaming. Guess what? Scuff saw your comments and they're now selling the faceplates separately for the Envision and the Instinct for $29.99.
Big up the Cox here. Sorry, I'm kind of busy. Kind of not. Leave a message.
I guess these are all Optic ads? Because it's the Optic Major?
Flow tastes sweet like cinnamon. Open up doors, I'm a gentleman. View top floor, I'm still staying ahead of them. Running on fumes and adrenaline. Do what I do best. Can't rush in like a roulette. You can't name a better duet. Don't ask questions. Trying to figure out
commercial.
what sound. Don't worry about what next. Just know we got now.
That was dope. It was a good ad. That shit look crazy. Okay, so that's the trailer for the update that already came out. There's another update that comes out in 2 days? Yeah, that was the Cyber Showdown trailer. Okay.
Flag taken.
I was gonna say, because I've seen this, and I've been fucking gone for 2 weeks. Hey, co-streamers, that's me. Damn, brothers, I am sunburned. When do those bundles come out?
The HCS 2024 Kickoff Arlington Major is presented by AMD, Scuff, and Corduroys.
Go!
All right, everybody, we are back. It is Major #1, and we got Optic Gaming going up against.
Oh, Hitch isn't Hitch shooting Vision?
Stage. But before we kick it off, I got Hitch with me here at the Corduroy Lounge. How you doing, Hitch?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. I don't know why I'm in an interview, but hey, everybody. Hey, guys.
You guys know why Hitch is in the interview. He's the man, is he not? Make some noise for him. So, Hitch, okay? We're back at the esports arena.
Yes.
Optic Gaming on the main stage. We got so many fans here. How does it feel to have them in the winners finals?
Oh, it feels great, man. We haven't seen Halo in what feels like 100 years, and so it's great to see the guys playing, and they're playing super well.
So
I mean,
well,
look at them.
so
Look at them
well.
up there. They look good. They're feeling good, and we're excited to get into this match, I believe.
And now you guys got a new member of the Green Wall. It's Dead Zone. How's it been getting to know
Same,
him
Smooth
and having
Criminal.
him there with the squad?
Shit's
He's
fire.
a great guy. He's already been on the Eavesdrop. He's been on the Flycast. He's doing content, but also, as you can see, he's just up there playing, gaming, just being a gamer, and that's what we need right now.
Just being a gamer. And now I did see, speaking of content, you did an interview recently with the GO Walsh, okay?
Yes.
How was that, and where can we watch it?
Oh, that was awesome. Yeah, we just recently filmed an Around the Bar episode with Walshy. Talked about Halo. We talked about Halo for way too long, and he ran out of time. So we'll have him back on. It's on the Around the Bar podcast, so you can just look that up. And yeah, that should be out, I think, tomorrow or the next day. So I'm excited about that.
All right, now make sure you guys go check out that one.
That's cool.
Now, one thing that I always love seeing you do in the esports arena is get this Optic Gaming crowd hype. What do you want the Green Wall fans to know as we go into this winners finals matchup?
You got to get hype, man. You know Formal plays better when you're chanting his name. So you got to get hype this series. And actually, all of them. All of them love the hype. They love the crowd, especially Lunchbox. Yeah, he doesn't say it a lot, but he loves that shit.
He does love it. All right, Joe, that's going to do it for me and Hitch here at the Corduroys Lounge. Lottie, let's get this thing started.
That was good work by Hitch because, like,
Let's do it, Blaze. Thank you so
I don't
much,
know,
Blaze
bro.
and Hitch.
If I'm Hitch right there, it's like, what the fuck do you want me to say?
And up here on the desk, well, we're gearing up, ready to go for this exciting matchup on the main stage. And of course, it's your winners finals, the hometown team Optic versus SSG, both with new additions to their rosters. And lads, I'm so excited and eager to see.
Damn,
what
bro,
these
yo,
two
all
teams are
three
gonna
of them
like when
look
they battle it
lovely
out.
today.
I mean, on one hand, we got Optic Gaming.
Look at
There's
Tony.
a couple of advantages here. One has to be the home crowd. The home crowd, they get loud, the boys know it, they love it, and you really do actually feed off that type of energy. It is true. You see that in sports all over the world. The energy of a home crowd is so incredible, but very hard to play against. How do you think Optic are feeling about this matchup right now?
Honestly, the
Damn.
home crowd is everything, and they mention it multiple
Hey, what up,
times in their
Kike?
interviews.
How's it
right?
going, bro?
Getting that energy from the crowd
Oh,
can
what's
really
cracking,
change
brother?
a series and give you that momentum going forward into a series that is kind of up in the air, right?
I
Both
like
teams
that
have
shirt
made
on
changes.
Timothy
Who's
Active.
changed best?
Indeed, and another advantage I have to say, more detailed, is Optic.
You can't really see it from that shot. It just looks like gray, but his shit like
Tony,
purple,
what do you wanna see
kind
for
of.
them to progress that advantage onwards.
All three of them
towards
look
Space Station.
lovely today.
I mean, it's really just doing what you've already been.
Yeah,
I mean,
look at Tony, bro.
We talked about Optic Slayers last year.
What's up,
and
Beyond
that being
Stars?
a
How's it
bit
going, bro?
problematic at times, but they've somehow turned
Long
a
time no
weakness
see, y'all. How we
into a
doing? How we doing?
strength, and they've been looking clean. This
Hey,
is
I'm
the
glad to hear it,
best
Takega.
we've seen
Major's been
Optic
pretty
look,
sweet to
and they
watch.
look like they're
Yeah,
ready
I mean,
to
we
win a
we've only been watching today.
Now,
I was
how are you
I've been
feeling about
traveling
Optic in terms of
the past couple
clutch
days,
matches? Because
so I
the
have
maps,
not
they are
actually
going
had
to
the
be
chance.
close.
Formal's
Let's be
warming up with
perfectly
a
honest, these
sidekick
two
for some
teams, they
fucking
come out to
reason.
play, and it's never really a one-sided affair. These are both teams with very
But
similar
yeah,
kind of
I actually
playstyles now,
have not
especially with
had
their new
much
additions.
chance to
You know,
watch
Optic
the
getting
past couple
faster.
days,
I think
so
SSG
I've got a lot
kind
to
of
catch
slowed
up
down
on.
just a touch, which is
And I'm excited for, obviously, we just watched
but
Shopify
Legend
Phase.
is a little bit more
That was
passive. He's
a
very kind of
fantastic
precise
series.
with what
Obviously,
he
we got
does.
Optic
So
SSG
between
coming
the
up. This
two,
shit's going
in
to be
terms of
box
the
office. You
clutches,
already know.
who's got that factor?
But then the loser of this series about to play FaZe in the losers finals. There's 3 teams left, and it's all the big 3.
It's a little bit different here today. Optic are looking phenomenal, and honestly,
Hey,
it's
yo!
gonna be dead zone for me. I was questionable about this.
Bro, having the Spartans going at it is kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie.
Phenomenal this weekend.
Certainly is indeed. Tony, Formal on our screen right now. The crowd are getting loud about
Yeah,
him.
it's Keegan.
He's only gotten better through day one
It was fire.
to today, and it has been amazing.
I was talking about it a little bit earlier, but
right now.
I mean, who would ever?
Yeah, look at the Spartans doing crowd
He has
work.
some of the best reticle placement in the game. He is icy. He wins his pivotal battles. When you have Formal on your team, the game just seems easier for the players around you. Formal has always been a legend.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff.
Here in Halo.
Speaking of Legend, let's go over to SSG because Legend is.
But yeah, I was
that
going
new
to say,
addition to the
I was
roster.
talking about it a little bit
He's
earlier,
made all the
but
difference so far.
I went
So my big
to
question right now,
San
Active,
Juan.
is how much of a difference
We hung out in
has
Puerto
it
Rico
been
for a
so
couple
early
days.
on with this change?
Left from
A lot of these
there
teams are still
and went on a
progressing, trying
cruise
to learn how they
to
want to kind of
Barbados
infiltrate
and
bases of their
Trinidad
oppositions
and
how they want to play together.
St. Martin
How is Legend
and
fitting in?
a bunch of other places.
Bound to be free, like we talked about before. I think if
It was a lot of fun.
That's maybe having
Did a lot of snorkeling, did a lot of hanging out on the beach, did a lot of drinking,
Sunday, and he'll make that change very quickly.
did a lot of chilling,
Indeed, and something I do love about
hanging out with
Echo, let's
family,
talk about him. He
had a lot of
has
good
got
food.
One of the best minds in Halo. I don't think this guy gets
It was a
the,
great
the
time.
kind of credit he deserves sometimes. Eco has phenomenal games, game-changing
Just like I said earlier,
games
there's a lot
for
of-
a series. Eco is capable
a lot of
of
sitting
everything.
around on
He
the beach
reminds me
and
a little
drinking
bit of
rum
Snake
punches
Bite on
and
FaZe.
shit.
Very versatile, will be
It was a
able
good
to
time, man.
interject when he needs to, and often makes decisions that impact the entire series. Tony, when it comes to Eco, what do you want to see from him out in this series?
Yeah, I mean, I think Frosty said it best. Eco is one of the smartest players in the game, and his Halo IQ really is up there. When you see Eco moving around the map, he's not thinking about the micro. He's thinking about the macro. He's thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead. It's not just about that one kill. It's about what that kill leads to, and that's what makes SSG one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, to not have
Teller
a
always looks so
top-down point of view in
emotionless,
Halo, and
yeah.
to have that mind to understand when to make plays, where the spawns are happening, and how to make plays based off those spawns. I think Ego's the man to do it. I'm excited
Brother
to see
Icy.
how he brings that intelligence and that play calling here in this series.
A little bit of a red flag for SSG, though, is, of course, the Slayer. They had the worst record for Slayer last year. Does Legend coming on board maybe hike that up a little bit for them, Tony?
Absolutely. I think Legend, the reason why SSG went out and sought after Legend and brought him over to American Source, because he's good at everything. It's not just the slang. It's not just the objective. It's not just the speed in which he plays with that pairs perfectly with SSG. It's the fact of all of it together, and that's why you reach out to Legend, and that's one of the reasons why SSG have improved in Slayers, but so
This brother got a
I mean,
blank
SSG
ass
had this
black
problem
hat.
last year as well,
Ain't
and,
nothing on
they,
it.
They find this problem again here this weekend. I think it's just going to take a little time for everyone to find their spot, right? You've been cemented. If you're Legend, you've been cemented in the roster of Quadrant for such a long period of time.
Is
You've
my
gotta
goat
kind of
tying
pull
his
those strings
shoes?
and change things up a bit. And with all these roster changes, we're seeing this so very often. Is SSG going to be able to make those changes here today? Have they learned from all the reps they got during this tournament against Optic, who looked phenomenal this tournament?
So many questions, and we will get the answers in moments. All right, folks, here we go. Your winners finals on the main stage. You know who it is. Optic versus Space Station.
Yeah, what do we think of all the new jersey designs? Obviously, I think like literally everybody got new jerseys this season. I like the SSG ones. Simple. I'm not sure about the optic ones yet. Like these, and then obviously Sunday they got the whites.
It is winners finals time, folks. Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I agree, Takiga.
Up against Space Station Gaming. The hometown crowd are looking hype. They're trying to get behind their boys.
I don't know. I might kind of like the optic ones. I don't mind the simple.
Crowd, if not a very competitive game in this winners final, and of course, two teams.
We'll see that. I gotta look at all of them more though.
The advantage when we get there.
All right, Aqua Flag, Recharge Slayer, Oddball Streets, Live Fire Holds, and Plaza Slayer.
Just off of first glance, SSG might be taking the advantage just based on game types, but we'll get a bit more into that a little bit later.
Yeah, I need the stats on that. I'm not sure what to think of this map set off rip.
But it's going to be vindication or redemption here. It was only a matter of time before these two teams collided on that main stage. Dead zone.
All right, lock in. Optic versus SSG winners finals.
For these two players to prove they were going to be the difference.
Let's go.
Makers. They will be the ones in the big games to step up and make that difference. It's the green wall, and it's Space Station. Dan, talk to me about what we expect to see here.
Well, CTF Aquarius to kick us off, and it is a very dominant game type for Space Station. Throughout qualifiers leading into this tournament, they are unbeaten on Aquarius Capture the Flag. On the flip side for Optic, we have seen them lose it a couple of times. Even though it's another strong game type for them, it's not their best. So, leaning towards Space Station naturally, and I think that's for the reason, maybe because of Legend being added into this team. Back when he was on Quadrant, he was always the guy getting in the base, running that flag at an insane speed. But you've got to then look on Optic's side and who's doing the objective work. Surprisingly, Lucid has been up there.
Damn, Smooth Criminal.
Has he been getting
That'd be crazy if the universe was just like, yo, it's green shit today. Sorry.
So you've got to be aware of that if you're on the Space Station side. You have to shut
Green
Lucid
wins.
down. We know what he can do when he starts.
Also, apparently we're not getting started. It's another false start. I
don't
believe this.
He won the award for best objective. He was asking, can you count those numbers?
I don't believe this shit.
He didn't believe it, but he has been the difference maker so far.
Well, sometimes when you're naturally leading in KD, when you are getting kills, you are going to be progressing further forward on the map, and you're like, oh, well, you know, I'll grab the flag, I guess, or I'll grab the ball. But he's just a player who knows how to play Halo. He knows when he has to just kind of put his best foot forward and ensure that he can help his team in any way possible. But is he going to be able to help his team into the grand final? That's the big question here, because everyone on SSG will be wanting to shut him down.
Game one.
Yeah, it means a game crash, or somebody didn't make it into the lobby, or the lobby broke, and the teams got jumbled, or any number of things.
Into that grand final to give them that massive advantage. Excuse me. Space Station have fallen.
All right, but we're actually loading in. Let's go.
Shields up, weapons up. We're underway.
Straight away, Overshield is going to be the focus, of course, but it's Trippy who usually dives straight for it. I think he may have been able to grab it. He did. And that allows him to get the first kill onto Bound. Stella will at least reply though, and Stella usually that player who can play a little bit more of an anchor point at times, just listening to those call-outs, waiting to hear for those players to be on low shields, and then he just flies out of every nook and cranny that you can possibly think of to get that
just blow on the
extra
disc a little bit. It'll be fine.
Dead Zone now showing what he can do. How good has Dead Zone been on Optic Gaming, by the way? A very difficult matchup for him here, dropped by Space Station, and now it's his time to shine and him to show what it means to him to go up against his old squad.
And naturally, we've highlighted him all tournament long because of the change, because it came as a little bit of a surprise. But he's silenced some of those haters, silenced some of those critics with his performances.
And his replacement, Legend. I wonder what's going through that young man's mind. Will he be able to prove that it was the right move to move all the way across
might be a pull
the
for
United
SSG.
States to literally uproot your entire life so that you can try and be one of the best, if not the
I like this
best.
high
This
run
is
right
what
here.
is on the team as well. Moving that flag,
Ooh,
getting it going, but
interesting.
also working alongside the rest of the squad.
And they're gonna
to
rat
ensure
back.
that
They're
they
just gonna
spot
leave
out
the
any
flag and
spawners.
rat back.
Don't want to try and force a
And
flag
try to
too
play for all
quickly.
these motherfuckers who OE.
I love this from Stellar and indeed Legend, doubling back, recognizing that Optic had numbers on their
As soon as
side.
Optic pulled the flag, they just said, fuck it.
Flag still out in the generator, so perhaps a player can get a touch on it if need be. Looks as though both flags
Wow.
are going to be sent back home.
Flag return.
Interesting ass play call from SSG right
The
there.
map's still split.
Yeah, very important from Legend there that he just said, all right, I don't want to try and force this flag. I know that we're going to potentially go toe-to-toe with
10.
them here, and we've actually lost a couple of players, so he doubles back, plays with the rest of the squad. Next overshield's going to come up, and Legend's going to be in prime position to grab this one, and should be able to grab it comfortably because he's got support from Bound. And now you have to push if you're SSG. Take advantage of the extra shields. Yes, you've lost Eco. but just
Ooh,
try
that
and
was
keep
aggro
things
as
out a
shit.
little bit here as it's a couple of loose shots, but Legend does finally get that kill, and now Space Station can try and control the base.
They're good though.
SSG trying to shift through the gears. Legend continues to pre-fire just in case Formal got a little bit dicey. They have numbers now, 3 dead, make it 4. First real
Eco gets another
opportunity
2,
to
and they're
capture
running this. This
of that
should
flag.
this should
Could
maybe be a
P1
cap.
spawn. Legend's quite happy
That's
to
gonna
go
stagger
for
the
pick, still
spawns.
gets
This should be a
4.
cap.
Dead Zone's in big trouble of being the second. Trying to output damage as Dead Zone, but Legend's there to
Beautiful
come
plays
off
from
the
Legend
pass,
right now.
free.
Beautiful plays from Legend right now.
For Legend. And he's already moving forward, interested in getting even more space for his team.
SSG strikes first.
Stage, I was asking, how is Legend doing? Is he getting along with the team? Is he getting along with the players?
Yo, chat, you know what else I did on the cruise? Also, Lucid 1-7 already. Holy shit.
And not only that, I think he
Didn't
may
even
be
notice.
one of the best players in the game.
But you know what else we did on the trip was I saw the new Hunger Games movie.
The Optic chance
The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
encouraging Optic Gaming to get back into this
Pretty
one.
cool.
This is the expectation. SSG should be winning this game type based off of stats.
It was aight.
But Optic will always want to try and go against those stats.
Important for SSG to get that early score. Try and quieten the crowd, plant that seed of doubt. They really can be the difference maker at times.
Holy shit.
Firing up their team. And for Space Station, they're in hostile territory.
Alright, Lucid finally
Rigo
gets
down.
another kill. 2-8 now.
Legend's gonna be the first up here. Nade gets popped up, spins right into the visor of Lucid, takes him down to
No
half
shit, really,
shields.
Smooth Criminal?
This is good
Yeah, it was
for Optic.
decent. It was pretty good, I
Starting
thought.
to descend on the base now. They've got quite a lot of damage.
It wasn't the best
on the
thing
map.
ever, but
Overshield as well
it
from
was
Trippy.
certainly better than the
Towards top P now.
last two
Flag
Hunger
goes
Games
in.
movies. The part 1 and 2.
3 dead once more.
Because the first two Hunger Games movies were pretty fucking good.
Trying to stop that flag.
But
It was all for
the third
naught.
and fourth were pretty
Trippy
fucking
can
mid, I
pick
thought.
it up and get moving once more. Taking quite a lot of damage. That overshield's helped them immensely.
Yeah, I think they
was a
purposely
great run by
waited for
Trippy.
Trippy to grab that flag because they knew he had the overshield. He could take those extra bullets, but Dead Zone has been able to get.
Oh,
That flag
big
doesn't
nade.
quite go up, though,
And
so
the flag
this
doesn't get up.
is a chance for SSG to stop it. Formal though, doing formal things in the
Two
base,
kills
but it is going
for
to be
Optic,
a
though.
scrap for this flag as now
That
Formal
is going to be a
drops into
touch.
it.
Oh,
I
this
think there's
could
gonna be
get
players
sus.
from SSG in
No,
place to
Formal
try
takes
and
us to the
stop
back
this
of the
one.
map. So she's going to throw this out, though. They're going to make it mixy.
Courtyard, no man's land. Nobody wants to be there.
2 more kills for Optic, and they do have touch.
But how Space Station simply delayed this is an inevitability.
Yeah, Optic should cap
Numbers
this.
again favor Optic Gaming. Very close to tying this one up. Flag goes home. And
tie
they
game.
do punch it home. 1-1 the score.
Nice shots from
That was a
Trippy.
great hold from Optic Gaming, even though SSG made it difficult. And as you say, perhaps
Yeah,
just
I
delayed
enjoyed
the
the Songbirds and Snakes movie because
They played it carefully.
because like, bro, I thought the most interesting part of the Hunger Games movies was like the actual Hunger Games and like the society that they lived in and shit. And I feel like they kind of got away from that whenever in the last one it was just all about like the revolution and shit, and it just kind of became this generic ass story.
Dead Zone can do. A nice little distraction technique here when
It was cool to like actually go back and like explore like the Hunger Games and like their
Dead Zone causing
government
nothing
and
but
like.
carnage, as is Lucid. Laying siege to the enemy base. As they get that flag
I think that
moving,
shit's very
Overshield's gonna be
interesting.
pivotal here as it pops up.
And another cap from Optic. Beautiful run. I think all 4 members of SSG were alive right there. I don't even think they got any slays. They just pinned them all on the pink side of the map and ran that shit.
They haven't allowed them to get control of it. And of course, if you can continue to dominate,
SSG essentially, I think, punted so that they could get the OS, I guess.
And even though it hasn't resulted in
Either way, 2-1 Optic.
Because Eco's been able to steal it away from them. Optic certainly have had plenty of their share, and it really helped with one of those flag runs earlier.
I don't know how Eco gets that kill and lives. That's 3 dead for Optic. SSG should countercap this. Lucid does get a kill. He's milking. And now Bound dies. Okay. So Optic is going to try to stop this.
Grenades go in. They've nowhere to go but to explode. Stellar has to give this one up. At least for now. Legends come off the respawn. He's got that touch.
2 kills for SSG though, and they get touch.
And perhaps an opportunity then with 3 dead.
SSG should cap this.
Lucid can perform some sort of heroics, which he can't. We should be all tied up here.
Should be all tied up, and again, it was Legend
Beautiful.
who said, actually, I don't feel like giving this one up.
We got a 2-2 game.
I can grab this flag from bottom middle.
Oh.
I've seen the grenades go in. I'm confident the other team doesn't have any left. He's able to pull out for the rest of the team and started moving and grooving. 2-2. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Space Station regaining control of P once more, but Dead Zone's going to be there to try and compete with it. But he will fall. So now SSG have control of top middle.
Lucid 9-14, so he brought it back a little bit. 13-9 for Legend.
It's a little bit of a standoff for now. A lull. Formal will get a touch. Legend, very important that he can try and stay alive here. He gets cleared out.
OS in 10, I think?
Lucid pick up a couple. Bound has got to do damage. He's doing it, but he's chasing it. It's going to be a
Trades.
Formal's in the front base.
I think Optic gets the flag out. Optic gets the flag out, and they get OS. SSG go down. This is going to be a cap. That's a cap. He is trolling this overshield.
Should be a cap. Should be Optic Gaming taking advantage once more.
3-2 Optic.
It seems like every time SSG think they've wrestled back control, it's just a quick double kill from the likes of Lucid, the likes of Dead Zone, the likes
Good
of
shots
Formal. Anyone
from
on this
Formal
Optic
right there.
roster has that capability to pull a double out of nowhere.
He gets nuked.
And it just kind of sets Space Station completely off of what their target was previously. As now SSG with 3 minutes and 28 left on the clock, they have to start thinking about how they get another flag back home.
Formal being a nuisance. Dead Zone gets a lovely double kill as well. Legends on the map by himself for the moment. His teammates have now very quickly spawned up. Stellar spawned towards the fridge. That could be very beneficial to them. Manages to get Formal. Trippy could be next. A trade. That's all Optic need now. They can stop the pressure. They can hold strong. They will win this game.
And I think that would be such an incredible start for Optic Gaming as well, to win one of SSG's better game types. Would give them so much confidence going into map number 2 and following. And as we've seen already,
2:45 on the game clock.
But in Halo Infinite in general, a couple of minutes left in Aqua Flag, and you can see many a flag go back and forth. So Space Station know this one isn't over yet. As do Optic. Optic naturally getting a little bit more defensive now, waiting to see what SSG are going to do. Eco trying to tee up some sort of push.
Both teams continue to posture. It's Optic have map control now. Lucid slides away. Up the cover. They're up the shroom stairs. Lucid now in the gen. Beautiful nade kill for Stellar. Combined with the bandit, it was needed too, just to stop that flag in its tracks. Dead Zone continues to jiggle peek, doing so much damage again. But now we look towards time. 2 minutes.
Alright, sorry, we're back.
Overshield pops up. Formal in the
It's a big OS.
Stellar's gonna win it. Stellar's gonna get 2. This is the moment then.
This is a big moment for SSG. A double kill plus the overshield. Now you can push up. You're in a 4 versus 2 with the spawners. Optic are going to have one player probably spawn over towards Fridge. So you've got to be careful of that one. It's going to be Lucid. And
Oh, that's a big kill from Lucid.
Stellar, but now he's the last remaining player. This flag will move, but will they be able to find Lucid?
Where does Optic spawn?
Lucid was in a 1v1 with Eco. They know exactly where he's positioned. Eco used that thruster pack just to get out of
Good
dodge.
movement.
Dead Zone
This
gets
should
one.
be a cap.
Eco trades it out.
Oh!
2 players fall for each team. 3
Oh!
for SSG. Stellar with his back to the
Beautiful
wall.
shots
Huge
from
kill.
Stellar.
To
That's
keep
huge.
this one alive, but Trippy's trying to get close. Trippy wants to get the kill. Space Station are spawning up around him.
They're on the re. Can you get it? Does get
Oh
the
my
touch.
God.
It's 3-3 with 1 minute left. And Stella just staying alive on no shields was huge for Space Station.
That was huge.
And we're starting to look closer and closer. Like
If Stellar dies there, that's a re.
this game, but still, one last push, potentially now
That is
for
fucking
SSG.
massive.
Like two heavyweights standing in the ring, trading blow for blow. Nothing to separate them. As we head towards the final 40 seconds of this game, it's going to take a little moment.
2 dead for SSG. 3 dead for SSG.
But who has the magic is the real question. Who's going to be that one player that can maybe pick up a big double kill to make the difference? Bound in the moment trying to survive, but he's also going to fall.
3 dead for SSG again.
Optic have the numbers.
Is anybody going to get a touch before regulation ends?
Can they actually get a push going? Can they get a flag pulled before
Formal's back there.
overtime? Or
Formal can get a touch.
He's just going to happily accept OT here.
If they get a kill, I think he pulls this. Oh my god, he's going to pull it anyway. Oh, but Optic goes 2 dead. Optic might have just scammed low key. That's going to give SSG time to push up. Optic does get OS. Big stick to trade that out.
But the pie chart's active.
Bro, I think Optic just fucking scammed by pulling that. Oh, but he missed the flag!
How detrimental will that be to the cause? Formal's there. He's got eyes on flag. Eco recognizes this. Moves his body, shifts his angles, makes sure he can't take damage.
Stellar gets 2. Oh my god.
And this should be the 4th and final cap for Eco and SSG.
Oh my god, no way. That is such a scam from Optic.
Should Optic have maybe just accepted overtime? That little pull from Formal, that little
Because Formal pulls it when they go 1 dead and then he dies.
for Space Station. It gave them that extra
Bro, I think you only pull that flag if you get a kill first. You just got to go to OT there. Because all Formal does is give them time to push up on the map and get a grab on their own flag. And because they're already 2 dead. Oh my god. What an ending.
The overshield, gets the trade, spawns back up, gets a double kill.
Yeah, I don't think Formal should pull that.
As he so often is.
One of the best to ever do it. Averaging what? It was 600 damage per minute. Still leading after day 2.
Holy shit.
He just gets into so
And
many
SSG
gunfights, so many
steals map
engagements.
1.
He's such a difficult player to play against.
Yeah, if the rest of the series and the rest of the series today are like that, then we're in for a fucking treat.
Royalty at this point. And it's so difficult to call these games when you are that tight, when you get to 3-3, and I think you hit the nail on the head. You just need someone to step up with a big moment, because it's going to be these fine margins that separate
Massive
these
plays by
teams.
SSG to tie the game right here. Huge life from Stellar. He plays his life. He's able to live. Stops the re on the flag and then gets the cap.
And even speaking about that equalizing flag, Stella, if he had died, that flag was dead.
But SSG gets a kill, and then Optic's in a 3v4. Formal pulls the flag with like 2 seconds on the clock, which activates the pie chart, stops the round from ending. Formal dies himself, which immediately puts Optic 2 dead.
Space Station's game. It was,
and SSG's just able to run based off of the extra time that they're given.
And they can say, listen, that's one of their best game types. We just went toe-to-toe with them.
And now Optic, honestly, Optic's in a tough spot based on this map set, I would say. We'll see what happens.
However, Slayers have been incredible for them, similarly to
But
what
that
we just
feels
saw
like
from
an
Rebellion.
incredibly
They were
important
undefeated
game
coming
1.
into their series. Can Optic, though, continue their undefeated run in these Slayer game types? I will say, though, SSG looked amazing on Slayer Recharge throughout the entire qualification process. Even when they had Monster on their team, they were still winning that map in mode. So they just know how to get it done. It's about the way they control that map. They control the power-ups on it as well. So you've got to be careful here if you're Optic. You do not want to find yourself 2-0 down.
And there is the man with the magic touch. We asked for something special, and he provided. He added it to the card, he checked out. There is some of the impressive damage per minute you can see. 5,000. Third in the Slayer, third, second. Mr. Consistent is what Stellar is.
Every 10 minutes, we're seeing over 5,000 damage from him. And I know we made the joke about matchmaking teammates not even reaching that throughout the entire game, but Stellar is no mere matchmaking teammate. If you ever get him on your team, you know full well you're going to be winning. And maybe SSG feel that way as well, because Stella, he does just seem to have that Championship Sunday feel about him, as he still continues to be one of, if not the best in the game, as we now lead into map number 2.
Let's go.
Recharge Slayer to kick us off.
Recharge TS, lock it in.
You better to start with.
Oh, crazy breakout from Optic.
Immediately heads towards gold, into red pipes. Grenades go down. Legends got a pick. Camouflage remains up. It's going to be Eco to go for it. Shock rifle in the hands of Stellar. You just wonder, will he pass this one over to Eco? The answer is no. Camouflage player has been shut down. Stellar now on Sneaky. 2 Optic members in tower. Legend isolated in blue. We'll need help and need it quickly. Speaking of Legends, 4 kills off the rip. The only player on this team with kills up until that point.
One of the reasons why both of these teams have been successful
hot start from Legend.
is their ability to slow the game down
Almost
when
well.
they feel it starts to get away from themselves. Or even if they're so far ahead that they don't really want to press an advantage and give away too many easy kills, they also slow it down. I've mentioned the keyword a few times throughout this tournament for Optic Gaming. It's all about structure. And Recharge Slayer can certainly play into their hands. You can set up, you can wait, you can be patient, but SSG, they're not a team that kind of falls into those traps.
Oh!
Massive from Trippy.
What the hell?
Couldn't find that final headshot.
Some of the scariest moments when fighting a shock rifle or sniper players, when they stand still, you gulp and you say, please don't hit this. And Trippy was given a lifeline. For once, Stellar shows he's human. He's not AI generated. He is capable of missing a shot or two as he slides back in, gets the stick, gets a trade. 11-11 the score right now. On board with Eco. Doing some damage to Formal. This one's on a knife's edge.
Halo Infinite can be very fast-paced. It can be a big frenzy. It can be chaotic, but Recharge Slayer can really be one of those games that slows down and it's quiet and you wait for your moment before you start to pick your chance to attack, as SSG doing just that, trying to find a couple of kills. Eco will do so. It's
Good
going to
plays
be
by
a good
Eco.
double to regain control
Good listening.
now of the map. And actually, he's going to follow
Big
up
shots.
and
Where's
make
the
it a
over?
triple. We talk about Championship Sunday, Stella, but remember what Eco can do as well.
Lucid cleans him up though, and Trippy gets away with camo. 14-14.
After Championship Sundays.
And then he burger walks over the plasma nades.
Bouncing off a remote detonation.
All tied up as we head towards the mid-game. Eco's picked up a double kill. Let's go to
Another big 2 from Eco.
Space Station Gaming and seeing how they're navigating things.
Pushing top back solo.
Top cap.
Hiding corner. Up your desk. Yes. Get out.
Make sure we're just walking.
We haven't trapped. Hey, Rick. Watch out below me.
On bottom tower.
Watch out below me. Watch
Nice shot.
One more. Top A now, I think. He's top A.
Hell bound.
All we have to do is keep me alive.
Grab one. Yeah, one turbine. Yeah, I'm coming along with you. You might get pushed.
I think they're going pipes, guys.
Look at Kevin.
Watching pipes.
Watch them push, Kevin.
Yeah, I like that. Hell might have seen me.
I don't see anyone.
No, bound. I don't know. Turbine?
Is he weak? Get a weak.
There's a guy pipes. Could be guy pipes.
Get this guy weak enough.
He's hell.
C jump. He's weak. Watch out. C jump.
On me.
Watch out. And C jump. Again.
Watching your back.
He chased me.
Grab one trip. Watch out. Watch out.
I can't push that. Watch out. Bottom tower.
Nice.
Nice shot.
Weak turbine. Watch out. Turbine. Lucid. Yep. Mangler just up.
Watch out. Turbine again.
Mangler. Let's get Nido. Just sitting there. He's talking. There's one more. Kevin. There's one top A with you.
Walshy, two shot, bottom mid. Look at bottom mid. One shot triple. He's stuck triple. And C-plant. He's Walshy.
It's a good live by Eco.
Shady.
Watch out top A.
Camo, guys.
Heard
Legend.
Maybe he's top cat quick. He's doing top A.
Two top A.
Both camo, help me. Keep me alive.
Two top A. Might push
Grab
tower.
planning.
Shot him once. There's gonna be 2 there.
I spent glasses.
Oh my god, I think Dead's gonna be there.
Top yard to the left. 2 shot. Careful. There's gonna be 2.
Pushing Braden.
Let's keep watching. Wait, careful. Weak back.
Sneaky, I'm sneaky, guys.
I go on. Try to I can help you. One guy back here again. Wait, watch out.
2 one shots.
What the fuck is Trippy doing?
Down by 4. Let's have a little listen
What
to
is
see
Blood
if they
looking
navigate
at?
things.
I think there's only one guy here right now, okay?
Shock is up, okay?
Need to jump. Solo.
One guy C-plat, one guy back silo. I want to work towards A here, Zen.
Mango, 2K. There's 2 guys in A now. 2 guys.
I'm walking A. I'm walking A. Okay.
Bottom A, one shot. You go.
Lockers. He's one shot lockers. And heaven.
I'll play with once. I'll play with tower 1. Tower 1 solo.
Bottom A.
Yeah, bottom A is
One front tower. So front tower.
Just push him. He backed up. He's not here anymore. Sure. All right. Yo, say everything. I'm here, Zen.
Top tower.
Yo, shock, guys. We have to play for shock.
Here's the shot.
I'd be watching this careful.
C-plot, eco, they're hitting long. I think 2. Yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah, I think 3 long.
I'm walking tower then. I'm walking tower with combo.
Might be able to get the shot.
I'm trying to get it. Look at Tommy real quick. Long haul still,
I have
guys.
the shot, guys.
Trying to live.
Yo, we have shot. Just let Joey work. Bro.
Yeah.
Yo, glass now, selling. There's a BR there. I'm
Yeah, we gotta check bottom mid every once in a while.
push now.
Yeah, one guy, two guys tower me. Two here.
Top tower, you go with a shot.
Long. Really bottom.
Got melted then. Two guys tower.
Okay, it's okay. They're hitting on top, I think.
Neither.
I'm pushing A here.
Neither weak.
Neither in top
Could be top glass on me, Joey. He's one shot in gold. Going glass.
One shot grapple.
Neos.
Last one shot.
Yo, you win.
Glass down.
On a weak down.
Push glass, Joey. Wait, caution, Joey, caution.
2 and 8. One shot. I died. Batteries.
Top guy weak.
Brother did nothing with that shot.
I'm here, Zen.
There's a guy in A.
There's a big camo right here.
Play in the A, Zen.
SSG by 5.
Hey guys, hey.
Optic got to be careful to not let it get out of hand right here.
Bottom A, one shot, legend.
Yeah, hear that.
One seller, also neither.
Got him.
Top gold.
Neither so seller, just sitting there.
Weak gold commando, and neither.
2 dead.
Yo, let this one gold, okay?
Way down 2.
Go batteries, Joey, go batteries.
This is a big camo right here from Trippy.
Is he aping you?
Yeah, aping me. One shot down. Nice. Shock is down there.
Good trade.
Two guys gold door. Yeah, say lots. Trap Joey. And glass, trying to kill me. They're trying to kill me here.
Ballage weak, eco.
One shot glass.
We gotta watch
Shoot shot, Ballage, shoot shot.
I'm still stuck here, guys. I'm still stuck here. They're pushing me.
Long haul weak.
Neither.
Two guys needles.
One shot, neither.
Much long.
Down by 3.
3 kills the difference. Very quickly. Heading into the end game now. For Optic Gaming. Oh, they find
Nice shot from
themselves needing a bit
Formal.
of magic. And Formal's more than help.
2 dead for SSG, 1 kill game.
Takeaways from that listening.
3 dead for SSG, we got a tie game.
It's okay. Don't
What the
panic.
fuck is this?
Despite the fact they were behind, because now they find themselves ahead. For Space Station, the call out was
Optic takes the lead.
Let's make sure we're walking. Let's not get caught out with our gun down. But Optic, after regaining the lead now, start to pick up the pace a little bit here. 37-36. And SSG, they're caught between a little bit of a blender. There is a pinch that could happen.
This is weird. Where are the rest of them going to spawn?
The poke and prod. Trying to find the weaknesses in SSG here. Trippy gets stellar.
Optic's getting all the kills, though. Optic by 3 now.
Isolated now.
Optic by 4. Eco dies.
They have tower control to SSG. Formal recognizes that immediately.
It's a good live.
Reverse and retreats to the cover of top
Might
elevator.
still die.
This one's so close.
SSG opt to fall back to C plat.
Earlier, that both teams are more than happy.
Probably just gonna wait for camo, I guess.
The camouflage is coming up in 10, so even more incentive to just try and plan, poke, prod.
Dead Zone gets another one.
Dead Zone though, because now with
Optic 2 hit long haul. Optic 3 hit low. Optic's pushing them.
To move. They don't think about the camo, instead they're thinking about the kills here, because if you get the kills, you'll be rewarded with
Beautiful.
the camo as another kill is found.
1-for-1 trades for Optic. Optic still by 5 and with camo.
Lead, but also Lucid can do some real damage.
Eco gets
Phantom
1.
mode activated. He's got his slippers on. Not making a sound. Killing spree locked in. Eco.
Oh no.
Trying to scream in pain. Trying to run.
Great live.
But
This is
Lucid's
beautiful
on the
from
hunt.
Lucid.
And when he's in this form, you better run. You better hide.
Beautiful.
He gets yet another kill.
Oh my god.
Before ultimately being shut down by Bound.
Okay, Optic's still up by 3.
The camouflage going in favor of Optic.
This game is not even close to over.
Close enough. They're within 3, and they do have the shock rifle. They're over at blue at the moment. Bound probably wants to reposition to an area where he can make this shock rifle count, but being in an unpredictable area sometimes gives you unpredictable angles, and Lucid teetering towards the crosshair, and Bound's waiting.
Oh my
He
god,
knows he's
dude.
there.
He was daring Lucid to take one extra step. Strafe out just a pixel more.
2 minutes 45 still left, so Space Station don't need to get too desperate right now. They want this pick. They want Bound to be able to find something with the shock rifle, and then that will lead into the
2:30
charge.
game clock.
You could cut the tension in the room with a knife. Green wall chance starts. Will it be enough to get them over the line? both teams recognize this is a pivotal moment in the game.
I mean, it's gone on so long. Camo's going to be coming up again in 15. I'm glad we're staying with Bound because it really does feel like he's going to be the one who can make the difference. Eyes trained towards Batlex once more, and he did.
Holy piss, that timing.
Kind of dodging back and forth, almost trying to bait it, but now here comes Optic.
Oh, here comes the push.
Push out of nowhere as the camouflage.
Dead Zone gets one. Trade it out.
Can they make it two? Bound tries to get something.
Bound is still living.
It's just going to be a trade 1-for-1, still a 3-kill game.
Optic are happy enough with that. Bound
Trippy dies. Dead Zone dies. 1-kill game.
Camouflage.
What the hell's going on? Lucid also dies. Somebody on SSG died. Broken kill feed. Optic still up by 1.
And that could have been 47-47, so close.
Lucid traded. I think the kill feed just broke.
All 4 members of Optic Gaming trapped towards pipes.
Optic still up by 1. 120 game clock.
Seen stalemates in the past. Lockout.
Oh my god, dude. Optic is completely trapped here.
You might shout. They're not here. They're not involved.
What the fuck?
Only 1 minute now on the clock.
Ah! Just wait! I don't know. Just make it push you!
To push the envelope. They're going to have to be the one
Get up!
to play. Bound just one.
Why?
And he does.
Why?
They know where the rest
Why move at all?
Look at this. They're beginning to close the gap. Bound can be on one side.
And now SSG has numbers and they're going to get pushed.
They're beginning to push into pipes.
Oh, big win by Trippy. 49-49. Lucid. They traded. Oh my god, they tied.
To 50. Unprecedented.
Oh my god, they just tied.
It's that close. You can't even split them in a Slayer, as it means we reset.
Has that ever happened?
So close from SSG to making that comeback towards the end, but it was a trade.
Also,
right to the
Formal, please, my goat, bro. That's 2 games in a row. What the fuck are we doing in clutch time? Why are we just burger walking, peeking out? 47-46.
We're going to use that little Men in Black memory wipe machine.
Forget you saw anything.
You haven't.
Oh my god, we got to replay. We got to replay the whole game too.
Dan, talk me through those final moments. Bound hits that shot. They go, they move. Trippy with a massive 1v1.
They're just going to full replay, right?
I love that SSG got
What the
aggressive when
fuck?
they needed to. As soon as you have that extra player, especially with the time on going against you a little bit.
Oh my god, what a game 2 out of Lucid. Just Formal, baby, please.
Optic were able to hold and trade out that
What the
successfully
fuck are we
also
doing?
demonstrates what a powerful defensive side Optic can be. The structure that I was talking about. They literally build a wall at times, and it's tough to break them down. But think about what's going through the head of some of these players in those final moments. When you see it tick over to 49-49 and you're in that gunfight and you swing for that melee, you just hope it registers for you.
I don't know, Smooth Criminal. I don't know what the hell's going on. I think that's... Bro, has that ever happened before? Has there ever been a straight 50-50 tie in a Slayer? Like, obviously I've seen it before, but like in actual HCS play, especially on like a Sunday?
As we look back at some of the replays, what a match on Slayer Recharge. And that was that final moment where I think it was Legend who did get the trade in the end with Lucid. Oh, look how different it could have been. Had Lucid have not got that melee, had he had died when he was on no shields from those bullets from behind, it would have been Space Station 2-0 up in this series. But now as we get to reset, you get to
Holy
replan, you
piss,
get to rethink.
man.
I speak so much about
I gotta
starting
regame.
strategies and how difficult and how important they are at the start of the game to try and give you that momentum. We saw Optic off the rip send several players down long haul, really try and gain control of battery side so they could get that shock rifle. If SSG are aware of that now, they can start to maybe set up across, set up some angles to try and stop that push from happening.
That final moment really reminded me of something you'd see in the Royal Rumble where you're waiting to see whose feet touch the floor first. Incredible. And the good news is, folks, we get to do it all again. Game 2. About to get ready.
That was actual fucking insanity.
Lucid with the biggest trade possibly in Halo Infinite. If he does not get that trade, if Legend gets back down them steps, we've seen SSG had the numbers. But it was that moment there, that one moment. It's margins, that's all that separates.
Yeah, I mean, that's
these
another
top
good point out of
teams.
Jersey.
And we're moving
If Lucid doesn't get that trade,
Just to clarify,
I mean, that brother was in like a 1-on-3 in pipes.
It's a complete reset. 2-2 off the rip. It's going to be a different
But
start.
damn, we do it all again.
Not going to allow that shock rifle to maybe be just gifted over towards SSG this time. And I think it's going to be another similar game where we get a slow, methodical style here, Schurz. 5-3 to begin things, make it 6 as Optic get a nice early break to take a little bit of control.
Both teams continue to jostle for map control. Optic all over on the gold side here. Almost a carbon copy of the collapse we had just seen moments ago. Lucid lets go of that plasma pistol shot, probably the worst possible moment. And as a result, Optic Gaming go down by 3. Trippy's able to help answer back with the damage formula just put down. Eco equally answers the call and gets Trippy. They're trading back and forth. These two teams putting it all on the line here on Championship Sunday.
Again, it's bound with the responsibility of the shock rifle, and it was a big shot that he hit in the previous game to even encourage that space station push. Had he not hit that shot, again, could have been a very different game, and these are the really small details that can make or break a series. I think we'll look back at that tie at the end of this series and reflect on it a little bit more, because it could be series defining. But Bound's gonna be patient. He's gonna wait. 2 minutes have gone, and it's only 10-9, so our attention once more turns
Whoa, this guy's a ninja.
to the camouflage. And he's got the grapple.
And he should get the
to
camo.
go
Oh no, he's gonna
alongside
play
him.
for the kill.
He's not gonna try and play for the grapple. Instead, he's seen teammates
Oh,
go
maybe
down,
should have
so
played
he
for the
knew he had to
camo.
do something special, but was not able to even go for it.
He tried something. Had to settle for the trade. Looks as though Formal's managed to pop that camo into his chest. They trade 2 kills apiece. Stellar closes the distance onto 1. Another trade. 16-16 then.
This might be the most evenly matched Slayer in the history of motherfucking Halo.
After this one, because we might need new buttons after all the melees that are going down. They're so closely contested and they're so aggressive at times. They're always diving
This shit
into
unbelievable,
those trades
son.
because they know how important every trade is. You can't allow a player to get away on no shields because they could come to bite you in the backside a little bit later. As once more, it's 19-19. Now, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but just imagine if it did happen. Have we ever seen back-to-back ties in the HCS history?
Not in a Slayer,
Sure,
but yes, we have.
Certainly not in Halo Infinite, that much is for sure. This might have been the first tie we've seen.
Not in Halo Infinite.
Maybe in the past with H2A, of course, you had that Sanctuary Slayer a couple of times. There were some ties
Optic
along the way.
Denial in Halo
The
5.
old Tox roster. Now, of course, representing FaZe.
If anybody remembers Optic Denial in Halo 5, I think it was at Pro League qualifiers in like 2016. They played a Fathom flag. It went to like 5 replays or some shit. No bullshit.
Lucid with a huge double kill. Dead Zone trying to play his life. Unable to do so. Lucid though down to no shield.
Jesus.
Showing exactly why they call him SS Jesus.
Bro, they played.
It's just constant double
Yeah, it was for relegation. Yeah. They played like 5 Fathom flags.
Stepping up for his team.
And I think they had like 3 sudden deaths. Also, the broadcast is framing. That's not me.
To keep SSG in it. And now they take the lead, 28-25. He finds a little cheeky shock rifle to work with here too.
I don't know why it's lagging.
That could be.
Ugh.
With the second, and it's a killing spree.
SSG by 3. What's up, Justin?
Ego.
I don't know why it's so framey.
Jiggle peeking, has the camouflage, has got to try and stay alive, cannot do so. Dead Zone with a huge kill. Perfect trade for him. Formal's gonna fall. Stellar still got that shock rifle, still being an influence, still being a menace.
We've yet to see a team really gain control of Recharge Slayer. We haven't seen a lead by more than what,
I don't
5,
fucking
6?
know, Justin.
As it just keeps staying within
2 games in a
3 or
row,
4.
we're just fucking
Soon
selling
one
for no
team's ahead,
reason.
the other
For
just
absolutely no
replies with a
reason.
moment of brilliance is now Bound trying to stay alive and will do so. Good grenades, good communication.
I'm gonna
from
pause
Optic Gaming
and
to
press
try
play
and
real quick.
find where Bound is, but he's still. Oh,
Big
yeah,
nades. I'm gonna pause and press play. Let's see if that does anything. Nope.
Nothing left in those Optic pockets but IOUs if they try and pull out any more grenades. They have to try and salvage some on the map, one way or another. More trades. It's the story of this Slayer. Like you say, neither team really able to put together any significant control, whether it be with the power weapons, the power-ups. So evenly matched.
My worry for Space Station is you look across to Optic and you look at Formal stats at the moment. Only the 3 kills, but 7 assists, and we know that every single game Formal's in, at some point he heats up. If he does begin to heat up toward the end of this game, he could really take control for the green wall. SSG need to be aware of that as the push comes through. Great grenades, but 2 kills in favor of SSG as they continue just to stay far enough ahead in this game. But every single time that Optic make that push and they get a couple of kills, SSG reply. 37 to 36. Camouflage once more is up, and maybe this could be the moment for Formal to start to heat up himself.
Optic down by 1. Formal with the camouflage. Bound charging forward into 2 members. He'd be made to look a little bit silly if he dies here then. Legend rotates
Bound
over
get away
towards
there?
elevator. 2 members of SSG head towards Long Hall. Space Station are split here. They're trying to get to Bound. They're trying to help him out. The smoke screen will go down. Legend falls. Formal gets the one he needs.
It's a big win.
Stellar soars forward on double stack. Also goes down. Bound continues to
Still a
take
2-kill
damage,
game.
as does Eco. Formal is a turret right now.
Such an interesting game to watch because there's so many 2v2
Whoa!
happening on the map. But that's why you have Formal on
High game, 41-41. Optic takes the lead.
Turn up and Optic, they regain the lead here. 42 to 41.
Huge sequence for Optic.
And SSG, they're over towards elevator and Optic.
5 minutes game clock. Stellar gets another one though. Tie game. Trippy was by himself. C-plat. Formal might die here.
8 kills required for both teams now. And we're
Oh my
heading
God,
right
is he
down the
pushing
same
this?
road we've already been before. We know where this leads. Back to pipes, back to a trade, and we run it back once more.
Why is
Or
Trippy
will
dying
these
solo
teams,
twice in a
will an
row?
individual on these teams take over in these final moments?
Who knows? Maybe it could be history.
Formal gets
In
averaged.
the arena here.
What the fuck are
in
these
Arlington,
plays?
Texas for Optic Gaming, but SSG have regained that lead. They're up by 2 once more. Eco surviving in control. An aggressive push though out. over
SSG
at
by
middle
2
bridge for
now.
Optic Gaming. They really want to get Eco out of control here.
Camo in 10.
Both teams have done that well all series
Whoa,
long,
here comes the push
finishing
from
off those
Optic.
one shots, not allowing people to escape.
Camo's up.
Shock in the hands of Lucid and Camo's coming up.
Camo pops. Dead zone the first point of contact. You know they want
Is he
to
just
get
baiting
in
it?
the
I think they're
hands
just
of
baiting
Lucid.
it.
You know he can be a menace with the shock rifle.
They're gonna die. I don't think they read the guy top.
A couple of headshots. Dead zone elsewhere gets a double.
Bound is behind them.
Eco and Bound answer back immediately. Bound comes in.
Big
tries to
trade.
get the trade. Lucid gets the pick,
46-46.
though. We're all tied up. 46 apiece.
I mean, this could happen again.
There's no fucking way.
Everyone in the arena
There's
could be
no
saying,
fucking
"I was
way.
there when it was back-to-back time
Big shot.
between SSG and Optic. But will we see some magic from someone?
Big kills. Bound gets 2 though. 48-48.
But still tied.
Lucid gets 2. Bound
What the hell is going on?
into the final knockings then.
Oh my God.
Stanley
49-48.
forward to his death. Put to the sword. At Lucid.
SSG's trapped long haul. They're running pipes.
Rifle in hand. Just wants to see the smiling face of an SSG member.
All it takes is one bullet. One moment for Optic Gaming to tie
They are
this
all
one.
top
SSG
glass.
know it.
What in the
They
flying
can't
fuck
go
is
down.
happening?
They can't show face. They
Wait,
do have
where did it spawner?
to
Okay,
work
no,
with.
he spawned pipes. We're
Plan
going.
to
Never mind, they're all
try and
pipes.
coordinate. But you've got to
I
be
thought one
careful
spawned
where
out.
you step out
We're chilling,
here.
we're chilling.
Whatever angle you face, there may be
Yeah!
a shock rifle waiting for you.
Holy shit!
Shock rifle now out of ammunition.
Surely not, bro.
All of SSG have completed.
I'm gonna have nightmares about
Throwing up
recharge
glass,
TS.
Waiting for numbers. They all rotate in through to Whirlpool. Bound on bat-ledged. Trying to get information. Nobody's showing right now.
Can you imagine? 49-48 still. SSG, they need 2. They can't afford to push in and just get the single trade. Big nades coming into control though, as SSG are slowly but surely creeping towards Optic Gaming. Are they going to try and set a trap here?
2 minutes game clock. Ah! There's still so much time! Wait, here they come! Here comes the push! Did he, Sticky! Did he stick him? Oh! Oh my God! Holy shit! What a game 2! Twice!
Massive plasma lemonade there from Dead Zone. He saw just a couple of
Oh my god. I never want to see Recharge TS again.
And he says, actually, this plasma could do some real damage. Might have even ended up on 51 kills if it had hit properly.
He absolutely has, Justin. He absolutely has.
Not only did he get that final kill,
Oh my god, bro. We are 2 games into this series. And it's been like 45 minutes.
You spoke about vindication. You spoke about redemption. Well, Dead Zone, he is certainly looking to take some revenge on his previous team here and say, well, why did you drop me? Optic Gaming tie us up 1-1. What a series and what a couple of
Sorry, I was
slayers
tabbing
we've
around.
got to witness.
Looking at the stats then.
Wow.
Dead
And big
Zone
game out of Dead Zone.
making the difference. But that was back-to-back Slayers in which we've seen Legend register 16 deaths consecutively. That is far too many in a Slayer.
It is, but Legend is that kind of player. He's always looking to get into those gunfights. He's very quick around the map, and we could be singing his praises had he got a couple of kills towards the end. So it's one of those where it's always going to come down to
Is this a replay of the first one?
minimal differences
Yeah.
between these teams. And in the end, it was a sticky grenade to separate the two. Got to respect Space Station for making that push towards the end. Across top cross. Had Penguin not seen it, had Dead Zone not seen it, formerly, the artist known formerly as Penguin, then it could have been very different, but he just spotted them out.
Dude, what is that? What is that? What is that?
Game as well, both games, to be honest.
We're not jumping, we're not sliding across, we're not doing anything. It's a fucking standoff and we're just walking out.
After 2, well, I guess open bracket 3, close bracket. We're tied 1-1. It was Optic Gaming who found the ice. You have to commend Space Station. They made that full rotation around the map. They tried to be the players being the aggressor. They were forced to be. They were down by 1. They had to do something. But Optic were equal to it.
And we said we may go back and we may look at that trade for the 50-50 for Optic Gaming. That first Recharge Slayer, it was
What a
Space
fucking
Station's.
piv.
They were so close, 1 bullet away from winning it. And with Lucid getting that trade, it allowed them to get the reset and allowed them to get to this moment where they only needed 1 kill.
I
and
hear
it
you,
was the
Smooth
sticky
Criminal.
grenade
I fucking
of
hear you.
Dead Zone. And look what it means to the boys as well.
Wow. Chill
These
ass
high
reaction.
pressure moments. After 2 then, 4-3 Aquarius CTF, which by the way, had unofficial overtime. And after 2 Slayers on Recharge, we finally could separate them. Optic Gaming leveling up the series. Oddball Streets now, Dan, on the horizon. We know you love your stats. Statman Dan's what I've been calling you. Give me something.
Optic went undefeated on Oddball Streets throughout qualifiers. It is one of their better modes. We know they love Oddball. Very good at setting up and really destroying, disassembling their opponents when they try and break those setups. On the other side, it is one of SSG's worst game types, I'd say. It's hard to say that about a team like Space Station because they're good at pretty much everything. But if you had to try and narrow it down, I think Oddball Streets would be one of them. So this is good news for the Green Wall. A great
Alright, Chad, I'm gonna go take a piss. Give me just a second. I will return shortly.
Yes, stats are great. Yes, stats give us an indication of who is kind of better at a certain game type, a certain map or mode. It's about who's really playing well on the day. And there's such little things that are separating these two teams right now.
Let's talk about Space Station a little bit while both teams catch their breaths. So often they found themselves in the winners final, in the elimination final, and they fell short. And that's got to grind your gears after a while. If you're Eco, if you're Stellar, and indeed Bound, who slightly less experienced, but at the same time finding himself in the exact same position. They've made this change to try and give them that push, give them that oomph, push them over the line, get the grand finals, win the damn ship.
They felt like they needed a change. They felt like they needed to replace Dead Zone, and now Dead Zone playing with a chip on his shoulder and has been phenomenal this tournament. I really feel like Dead Zone joining Optic Gaming has opened up a brand new play style for him. He's almost been able to feed into a different kind of Dead Zone that we had seen previously on SSG. His slaying power starting to really shine as he's not being forced into purely an objective play. So he's now suddenly leading in slays at times. He's the guy who's getting into those engagements. He can play the support role as well. He's doing everything for the team. But on the other side, for SSG, their replacement was Legend.
Okay, we have returned.
Stella, because Stella is the big game player. He is the one that you would expect to make those big moments for the team, to get those big double kills and put them on the board to keep you ahead.
It's so interesting that you even mentioned Dead Zone and the how he's almost reinvented himself on this Optic Gaming team. The reason why he made the name change, he said he wanted to do away with the bad habits, look after himself, get to the gym, really start to look after himself, and now even his gameplay is starting to show it.
His gameplay has certainly been even more impressive at this tournament, and that's hard to do because it's not like he was playing bad on SSG, but we'll have to see whether the change was a good one or not.
All right, Streets Oddball Cheese, Game 3. Lock it in.
To map 3. It's Oddball Street, somewhere that Optic Gaming can call home at times because they're so good at setting up.
This one's not done just yet. It's got plenty more to give. Eco goes down. Legend falls down the B steps. Trippy just about escapes with his life. Lucid in the L. Takes the challenge bottom middle. Good for a trade. He got his pick. Trippy's got ball. And he's moving it towards C.
Trippy knows he had a chance just to toss that ball, but has to start to reconsider and think about that camouflage. The Shroud goes down. Bound doesn't want to let him get away here, but Trippy will escape, and not only with the camouflage, but with the Bulldog too. Just have to kind of avoid the bombardment of grenades. If a grenade does tickle you and you lose that camo, it's so frustrating.
Trippy could have a massive impact.
The grenade
on this
tickles
game.
you, he says.
In the early knock-ins, but as I say that, obviously he gets shut down. That one's on me. The curse of the commentator rings through. Legend goes. Trippy and Lucid also in the respawn screen. SSG have numbers. Stellar has the ball. He's got it all the way over towards tower. Formal looks to close the distance. Ball gets played towards the statue. Legend and Stellar try to combine, providing cover fire off the backs of one another. Bound gets a huge double kill. Formal's all alone now, isolated, needs help. But it's not going to come quick enough as he falls.
Did get an assist though. He did do enough damage to allow the rest of his team to spawn, make a difference, and stop Space Station from getting too much of a setup here. It's a little bit of time, 14 seconds. Nothing to kind of write home about, but it's a start here for SSG. Is now Lucid trying to find the kill onto Eco and will do so.
Oh, what the?
Lucid with the repulsor, slides down driveway.
How does Captain Sandbox find all this shit, man? How does he smoke himself off and then repulse out of it? Where do you find all this shit at, man?
Formal, Jiggle Peaks gets the kill on the Stellar. Eco equalizes it once more. You spoke about it, Dan.
Like, how does he just have everything?
Capitalizing on damage done, ensuring no kill gets away.
It's very rare you actually get to see all 4 dead in any of these
Kill
games. It's only happened a few
Bound
times.
right there.
3 are down at the moment.
Or I think he got the
Optic
assist.
Gaming. They do take down Formal, the last remaining, so there was a
He's gonna rotate the ball immediately.
all 4 members of Optic were down. Dead Zone's first up, and SSG are now scoring. Bound notices they have tram control. He can't quite stay alive, but he will
It's
be
too
able
dead
to
for
toss that
SSG
ball to
though.
Legend, but this
They're
is
not gonna get
gonna
much
be a
time out of
setup
this.
that will last for very long because it's a 4 versus 2.
Can't even get it out.
Another scene
Dead Zone nukes him.
We see it time and time again as Dead Zone brings the boom, brings the pain, gets the ball.
It's gonna be a couple seconds for Optic.
23 seconds is all SSG could muster before the setup was ultimately broken.
That's why Optic Gaming are so good at ball, is they will not allow the opposition to get a proper setup. You won't see other teams getting 40, 50 seconds against Optic, but Optic can be that team who will suddenly turn a setup into like 40 or 50 seconds if they get into the right spot. But
Oh,
SSG
big kill.
also known for breaking setups as well, and that's why we're going to have a very back and forth matchup here on Oddball Street.
Oh, Luce is going apeshit.
Lucid starting to turn the screw now.
And the ball doesn't
That
reset.
stock rifle having a massive impact in these engagements. He's also got a Bulldog to play with if anybody gets a little bit too close. He let his dog off the leash. It's got a nasty bite. One bite of a Bulldog and an arm. Enough to get the job done on the Legend.
Oh,
The
big
Frenchman
kill by
falls,
Bound.
Has to watch his teammates now. Dead Zone with ball in PD. Bound over towards the arcade. Stellar gets a trade. Gets a pick, excuse me. They have numbers now. Oh, wow.
Oh, good
Just
live.
like that, Optic take the lead in the game.
That was a good shot by
Dead
Bound
Zone's got the
too.
ball once more.
Pull him off as a Dead Zone. PD
Ammo's coming up. Optic gets a couple of kills. You're still getting a little bit of time here.
40 seconds on the board. What did I say? Optic, they can have those runs, but SSG eventually
Do get
will shut
pinched.
it down here. Bound will make sure that Formal falls too, and they regain control of
SSG
it.
should get this
Camouflage is gonna be
camo.
up. So with those kills, SSG should be able to get camo. Depends on the positioning of the Optic spawners.
Maybe not.
It looks like they spawned down bottom trap, so they are able to keep Space Station off of
They do
camouflage.
leave SSG with the ball, though.
Bound tried to take space, perhaps tried to take too much space, overly aggressive on the fresh spawners. He ultimately paid for it. He went
SSG's
down.
been getting a little bit of
Camouflage
time this entire
down on
time.
the podium. No team really able to get their hands on it just yet. Lucid's going to be the first one to go.
Didn't grab it. Didn't pop it.
Eco's got it. 3 dead for
Big
Optic.
camo grab. Oh!
Try and stop this
He doesn't get it popped.
It's going to be a trade. It's down on
It's
generator.
still down.
You can see him relaying the information. They know exactly where it is. Problem is, Optic do too.
Yeah, still not popped. As both teams know how
This is
important
chaos,
that kill
and
can be,
Lucid
as
gets it.
does
Lucid gets camo.
eventually pop it, lock it, drop it. All the body pops coming out from him. Now we're going to see
Oh,
whether
fuck
he
this man
gets
gas
body
can just
shot
say.
with the grenade will just stop him from pushing and pressing at his advantage.
Legend predicts exactly where the camouflage player is going to go. Throws down a couple of denial grenades. Ensures he has to reroute those Lucid. He's made his way towards top tower now. Looking for players in PD. Stellar pops out, receives quite a lot of damage. Stellar does receive a little bit himself. Numbers advantage now, first pick. They've got ball, and they've cleared out the riffraff from PD.
Holy
That
shit.
was an important touch from Denzone onto the ball. We were in a period of play where the ball could have reset had that not happened, and it was an important time to do so.
Minute on the game clock.
And they regained control of PD. They
Optic should take the lead here.
once more, but because that
Here comes
first
camo.
took so long to get popped, we get another one now so soon after as Trippy follows up with a kill of
Optic
his
takes the
own.
lead. Legend gets away with camo, though.
What can the Frenchman do then?
2-on-2.
With this camouflage. 60
Optic's
seconds
all
to
going to spawn
53.
close, though.
A minute on the clock now.
Oh my god,
We
they are all
dwindling
4 there.
down.
What the fuck,
We're
man?
into the 4th quarter of round 1.
No, they're not. Trippy's and
Legend
tires.
standing still. Legend eats 2
Good
grenades,
nades.
gets 1, but not the value he would have wanted. 2 go down for SSG, 2 for Optic.
It's a good flank,
This one
though, from
still
Stellar.
remains on a knife edge.
God, it really shows how
40
close
seconds
these two
game clock.
teams are,
Optic
right?
only
We
up
had
by
the
7
tie in
seconds.
the Slayer, 50-48 in the next one. And it's so difficult even to
Big
separate
win
the
by
two
Stellar.
here in the ball game. Only 7 seconds between Optic and Space Station right now. 30 seconds left on the clock. So Optic, if they want to, can just play Slayer a little bit. They can force SSG off this ball, but if they make one single mistake, it could cost them the round.
SSG find themselves in
Two
a
dead for
similar
SSG.
situation as they did in the Slayer. They're the ones that have to make
2-on-2
the play.
again.
They're
10
the
seconds
ones
game
that
clock.
have to make the move.
SSG has to touch this. Optic touches it. It's not going to reset.
It's in no man's land.
It's front C. 5 seconds. That should be round.
We're down to the final 2 seconds. They're trying to make the play, and it's not
Wow.
gonna come quick enough. Optic Gaming take round
Big
1.
round 1.
What a great round.
Oh,
it
this
was
might
for
be the
Optic. They were
closest
down
fucking
to begin with.
series.
Space Station got that initial 20+ seconds.
I have a
Optic had
fucking
that
scene.
one strong setup where they got 40-ish points. Ever since they had that lead, they were able to just control the game a little bit. It was a PD setup they tended to lean towards, and we'll have to see whether they try and do the same thing here as Lucid cleverly getting rid
Trying
of
to
some
waste
of the
a little bit of the
bulldog
shoddy,
ammo
I
there as
guess?
he knew he was going to go down.
Here comes camo. The SSG gets away with ball. They get red gun.
Helmet stock rifle.
And presumably shoddy as well.
Explode. For a moment, I thought he thought it was a frag grenade. Of course,
Big
I'm the
kills
idiot.
out of bound.
He's the pro. There's a reason for that. Double kill for Bound.
Camo's still up.
Stock rifle remains in his hand. Camouflage
Bound's going
falls
apeshit right
on
now.
The benches, and he descends upon it, doing damage all the meanwhile as he slides across the map. Get touch tight with a palm
Oh,
trigger
but he doesn't find the
gets a
camo.
huge kill.
Yeah, that could be a
But I think
massive
camo's
kill
still
for
down.
Formal there to shut down the Stalker rifle,
Yeah, it
which
is.
was
It's
doing
down
way
benches.
Too much damage to Optic Gaming.
All the while, though,
Stellar
SSG got
was
30
picking up
seconds.
ball time.
The
It's
Lucid
similar
does
to
get
round one,
camo.
though. Space Station find themselves with a 29-point lead here. This time, can they
That's a
actually
solid
use
chunk of
this
time
lead
for
and
SSG.
press on and get a significant advantage just to keep the green wall away? But Lucid keeps getting this camouflage. He's a slippery one when he does get hold of it as well, but they spot him out.
That's
He's not
kind
able
of a
to get
troll with
kill.
camo. Oh my god, he jumps over him.
Stellar falls. 2 down for Optic. Make it 3. Formal's over towards Cafe. They have that information. Ball does reset though. Eco doesn't know exactly where Formal was, so he started to fire shots through the screen, hoping he'd connect with something. In the end, it wasn't required. The damage had already been done. Stellar gets yet another opener, and this is a chance for them to impose their will onto Optic. Trippy
Nice shots.
drops the shoulder, gets a kill. It's another trade though, and this is perfect for SSG as they whisk
More
the ball
good
away.
time for SSG.
Every player on the map struggling to survive at the moment. As soon
Here
as
comes
you are
camo.
down to half shields, you know full well you're being called out. you know full well a grenade is probably going to be landing at your feet shortly. So you have to try and go out with a bang, whether that's just a couple of bullets into someone else, a grenade at your own feet, or just wasting bullets like we saw Lucid
My Glorious
do
King
earlier.
gets camo.
But it's Formal who grabs the camouflage now.
Oh, but they know.
And a chance to try and make a difference.
Enemy has the
Formal in Phantom mode. A trade, though, is all he has to settle for.
Yes.
You could wish he has that play back, but unfortunately for him,
enemy has the
He does get ball out.
transpired. But as he got that kill, Optic were able to get their hands on the ball. They are now able to score.
Just having the camouflage was presence there for Optic Gaming. It allowed Trippy to
Only
say,
able to
well,
waste one shot of
actually,
it.
Space Station are waiting for the camo push. We can sneak this ball away and get some cheeky time on the board, and it's racked up to 16
Optics,
seconds.
yeah, Optics not even gonna be able to play that, so they just kind of handed SSG a
Lost
setup.
a couple of players, and now SSG suddenly gain tram control.
ball dropped.
Ego waits on benches. Sits in the bus stop.
Enemy has the
Gets
ball.
Lucid. Again, his teammates continue to do damage, keeping him alive. Stellar.
This is a good
and
hold
Legend
from
combined to
SSG.
wipe half the Optic roster off the map. Now the equation.
Victory.
They're gonna push back commando and driveway. Lucid with a beautiful grenade. Spins.
Oh!
Plasma grenade
He got stuck and ran into both of them.
Bound, and latches onto Eco as well and takes two of them.
Oh, big win by Lucid.
I will say
It's going to allow Optic to at least get a couple seconds, and Lucid gets another one and lives!
They did in the qualifiers on this map in mode.
What a fucking play!
There was a few times when they were playing.
And now that's time for Optic.
One player out to kind of scout things, try and find those kills. They die and then they be in a 3 versus 4.
Unbelievable move right there from Tommy Lucid.
I think they know that
Camo in
Optic
10.
team, you have to go toe-to-toe with
Trades 2-on-2 on the map.
facing them. That player down as Lucid
Big
gets
win
another one.
again.
And Optic, they had temporary
Tommy Lucid
control
is
as Space
frying.
Station
Reading the
once more
spawns.
demonstrated
Is this guy
how
cheating?
their setups as Legend comes from behind.
Does get double teamed there. That's going to be camo burned.
SSG got their hands on it quite some time, and it was instant
Kills for
burn.
Optic, and they get ball.
Optic navigating this one perfectly.
Their ball guy dies, though. So this isn't going to be time.
Stellar. Back tower, Eco there too. Dead Zone fires a couple of shots through the eye of a needle. And Optic recognizing SSG did still have that numbers advantage until this very moment. But now they push forward, now they take map.
Big shots. 2 dead for
They
SSG.
go looking for that ball and they
Should be
get it.
time for
Something a little
Optic.
bit like a caveman. Me take ball, me take map,
me get ball,
me succeed,
me do kill.
Sometimes you
How
just
does
need
Legend
those
not
kind
die
of players,
there?
though. You need those players who can just push forward and get those kills for you. And Bound does just that, gets 2, but Stella responds with some of his own.
Now it's going to be time for SSG.
On the floor, and Lucid could be the next.
Oh, nice shots.
It's a nice spawn though over towards Red Room that will allow Optic to just keep pushing in and stop SSG from getting too much ball time.
Oh, but that's a good smoke.
Eco.
Big play from Eco right there.
Uses that shroud screen once more to get away.
Big play from Eco right there.
He's gotten it
Here comes the
way
pinch,
back to
though.
his teammates, but
Optic
Formal's
has to move fast if they
on
want to
the
get these
hook with the
kills.
stock rifle now. 2 shots and a beatdown, good for 1. Eco though.
I think SSG is going to
will
win this
stand
one.
up, get the kill. Another one, double kill.
It's fight anyway.
As Eco sends 2 men to the boatman. They have to watch their teammates, Trippy and Formal, have some sort of influence, but Eco's quite happy to hold this ball, and they hold a significant lead.
Not only is Eco getting ball time, but he has 26 kills on the board as well. 10 seconds away from taking round 2 here. Our Space Station game.
It should be round.
Maybe one last push from Optic. You can see Lucid's trying to make his way.
That should be round.
It's not going to work out. SSG
We're going to round 3.
SSG will tie up. Map number 3.
Holy shit.
The hold was good.
You knew it was going to happen, though. You knew it was going to
Get to go
happen.
again. Nothing to separate them.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Much like the series. We continue on. Eco heads up B steps.
Enemy has the ball.
Tries to get as much information as he possibly can, clearing his angles, clearing his corners.
Oh shit.
Knows how sneaky Optic can play. Legend gets a massive double kill. Trippy answers back though with the Bulldog. And he fights from the back foot. Trippy's in big trouble. Lucid's coming to provide some support. It didn't come quick enough to survive and to keep his teammate alive. Dead Zone.
Didn't come quick enough.
Sitting on top
I'm
track.
sorry.
Gets the kill he needs. Camouflage is now up. Lucid's in the respawn screen. This should mean SSG can get their hands on it.
One of them's got it. They didn't really know who, but Legend.
Oh, and he gets away.
Sneaks round. And he should get a chance to reset and try and do something with the camouflage. Did notice off the rip, Optic really trying to prioritize pink side. Wanted to get hold of the Bulldog nice and early. wonder where that Bulldog has ended up, because it could be a difference maker, but now SSG going to begin to push with the camo. It's a trade 1-for-1, so many trades again. Camouflage and the Stalker Rifle in the hands of Space
dead
Station.
for Optic.
They get all 4 dead on the side of Optic Gaming, but the ball is still a little bit in no man's land. It's not going to be easy to
And it
score
resets.
here. Gets reset.
Good break for
even,
Optic.
so for all the hard work, for all the pushes they actually went through, they have to go through it all again.
Decent work from Trippy as well. First player off the respawn. Immediately set his eyes on the ball, trying to do his maximum damage, trying to make it a
Nice double team from Optic right there.
Because of that, Stellar couldn't go straight for it. Because of that, the
Big
ball
shots
gets
from Trippy.
reset. Trippy gets a double kill. And now Optic Gaming, after going 4 dead,
All right, Optic's going to try to get a little time here. Is there a guy hiding Ivy, though? Or am I tripping?
He said, actually, I'm prepared to throw down. I'm prepared to take any of you in a gunfight.
I guess
I
not.
don't care where the ball is. I'm not going to allow you to.
Camo's coming up
grab
as
it.
well, though. This is going to be a
Now
big camo. It looks like
Optic begins to
SSG is
score.
going to try to force this ball out
2 are
first.
dead on the side of Space Station, so Optic do have the extra player, and they are moving
Optic's just
with
fighting
the ball
this.
at the moment.
Oh, Formal gets
It's
2.
not a solid setup. It's not particularly structured, but it is a loose setup that can work. But Legend
Play by
begins
Legend,
to do some
and he
real
gets away with the
damage
camo.
here. Could make it 3 back-to-back kills alongside this camouflage, not allowing Optic to get set up.
I like that play. Just puts 2 shots on him and lives.
Legend currently sitting at 27, 15, and 23. He's been amongst it.
Enemy has the ball.
Formal recognizing exactly where that camouflage player is likely to be. Legend steps forward though, still
I like
gets
that
the
out of
kill.
Legend.
Formal wasn't there to do the damage that was required. Backs away into red
I like these
room,
plays a
and all
lot.
it is red
This is a
room.
good time for SSG.
Formal falls.
They're going to take the lead.
And all the meanwhile, Space Station have got hands on ball and they've now taken the lead.
It was something that you had brought up earlier. Legend is always doing something productive on the map, whether it's repositioning, whether it's damage, whether it's trying to prioritize a weapon that's spawning as he gets a killing spree now, picks up some grenades, 3
Legend
are dead
making
for Optic
beautiful
Gaming,
plays
and
right now.
SSG will have a chance to get some real ball time here.
I mean, Lucid causing a little bit of problems
They'll
over there,
get
but
closer and closer to not only taking this round, but potentially taking this back.
Bound's pretty safe with the ball right now as it stands. Lucid
brother
can
just
make that
refusing to
a little
scam.
more
I love it.
difficult, though. Bound will fall.
Ah!
Grenade, perfect shots from Legend though, as he continues to try and
Oh my God, did he
create
stick
space
him?
for his team.
Oh.
Cause chaos once more. Lines up dead zoned in
Optic
his
does
crosshair.
somehow break the setup to start getting time, though.
Instead to move away though. Goes
Legend
for
hasn't
bait
died
switch
since
with his
fucking
teammate.
last season. Alright, my bad.
Optic
I
Gaming
jinxed
now
him.
surge forward.
It's time for Optic now, though. There's all that bullshit's going on. Bound beats ass. And Optic goes 4 dead. Trippy makes a burger play.
Optic committed heavily to that push, and it was
Here comes
looking good,
Camo.
looking like they had the pinch, but it's the damage output from
See, this is the
SSG.
dilemma Optic was in earlier, bro. They're going to fight for camo, and all the while they're fighting for this, SSG is getting time.
Was able to actually punch it into their chest though, as 3 are dead. It could be 4 dead again here if Stella wins this one. But
Big win by Formal. That is massive.
and he did so.
That keeps SSG from getting too much time.
We know how difficult it is to fight a player on the pillar using that jiggle peek. But he stood up strong.
Good
he stood up brave,
rotation.
He got the kills. Lucid now
Tommy
with the
Lucid gets
camouflage.
camo.
And he's closing in on Eco with the ball.
Optic needs to get some time here, though.
And Legend gets it onto Lucid. The back and forth's insane, like a pendulum at the moment, swinging through this game. So hard to call, but
Ooh.
SSG still have that lead, and the clock is beginning to tick down. 2 minutes and 8 seconds left. In a game that I just never really want to end, in a series I don't want to end.
SSG gets a touch on that ball. That ball's not going to reset. That's
But
huge.
it is SSG scoring once more.
Lucid jiggle peek and bound. Not shy from the fight. Formal was there though. That means SSG's hold is going to look a little shaky then.
Kill gets away
Eco
with that.
recognizes this, tries to rotate the ball, tries to get it out of trouble.
They're making them work
And
so
out of
hard for
danger,
these
but
kills.
Trippy
Trippy
picks up
finally
a
gets
huge
2.
double kill.
This is going to be time for Optic.
Does that mean that Optic Gaming now have the
Optic
chance
down by
to
40
tie up their
seconds.
setup and their hold can be good?
Yeah, can they get an actual hold here? It starts off with a kill to Legend.
The kill by Formal through the
Formal
smoke.
has to make sure that there's no PD players, and I think he's got that information. They're all going to be over towards L.
Dead Zone gets
2
another
kills in
one.
favor, make it
3 dead for
in favor of
SSG.
Optic
This is
Gaming.
good time for
Good ball
Optic.
time now coming out of it. But Formal has to worry about Bound first.
Bound's not
and
weak at
foremost,
all.
so much work. Yes, there's a lot of ball
That's a
time
huge
being
2
gained
from
by
Bound.
Optic,
That's
but
going
they've
to
lost
stop
enough
Optic from getting
players, and
time.
now SSG can
Legend
begin
flies
their
in there and gets a
charge.
trade. No, he dies. He dies.
It was an unofficial 4 dead for Optic.
Enemy has the ball.
Optic should still be good. I think Bound's up by himself.
zone though.
Big 2-tap. Shotty's out of ammo. Stellar gets another one though, so this is okay. SSG's gonna break this. Formal gets camo. That's huge. He's gotta live though. Oh my god. That might be game. That might be game.
SSG have PD. SSG just got the opener onto Lucid as well.
That's got to be game. Optic cannot break this.
Push to try and stay alive here. It has to be now.
Has to be here. Has to be now. There is no more time.
No break.
Goes. He gets cut away. Bound continues to hold.
Oh my god, what a game.
That is a massive
SSG go up 2-1
to win when you look at that series layout.
after what feels like 3 hours.
A little bit more heavily towards Optic. It was one of their better maps and modes. And SSG put themselves firmly in that driving seat that you were talking of. 2-1 up in the series in what was, again, another very back and forth.
Wow.
But ultimately, it was SSG, their ability to break the setup of Optic time and time again. For all my talk about how Optic can set up, how strong they can be once they are set up, SSG
big game for Bound, 38 and 29.
Their ability to get behind enemy lines and wipe
good game for Legend and Eco as well.
And you spoke about how good Optic are at breaking setups.
Tough one for Dead Zone.
Equally, how good they
and
are
Tommy Lucid.
Holding their setups. They had exactly what they needed in that end game. But SSG came, and they took over.
It was Bound as well over
Me fucking too, Smooth Criminal.
Big kill, then stay alive, regain his shields, and then re-challenge. And sadly, Formal knew he had to take that fight, but the spawns had already happened at that point. And Space Station wrestled back that control and got the ball into PD, and from then, it was always going to be their game. So now they find themselves 2-1.
Very early candidate for Series of the Year here in our first tournament of the year.
This is what Legend was recruited for. We speak about it being the difference maker. It's one thing to say it. It's another thing entirely to do it. You have that expectation on you. So much weight on the shoulders of this young man. To come into this team, to drive them to be champions. They were only managed it once last year, and some people will say it didn't even happen at a major. But to do it in Optic Gaming's backyard, that would be massive for them. They're still one away from the grand finals, and they'll have to do it all over again. But to have that advantage in the grand finals.
Wait, what do they mean it wasn't a major? Salt Lake was a major, right?
That's going to be huge for them.
Even more huge when you look at the rest of the series layout, and it's 2 maps and modes that Space Station didn't lose throughout the entirety of the qualifiers coming into this tournament. Arguably 2 of their stronger game types, and sadly, Stronghold's Livefire, one of Optic's weaker game types. It, in fact, was one of the only map modes they lost so far this tournament. They lost it to Complexity when we saw them competing yesterday. So if Space Station can kind of take anything away from that, if they have been doing their research, if they have been studying their VODs, maybe there is an opportunity for an SSG 3-1 victory here. But on the same side, Optic would have been looking at that saying, okay, why did we lose here? Why was Stronghold's Livefire difficult for us? And if they've equally been doing the same kind of studying, then maybe they can find a pattern that they can just tear apart, rebuild, regain, and try and take us to 2-2.
Can Optic Gaming alter their recipe on Livefire Strongholds, which once upon a time, you would have called Livefire their haven, no matter what it was, their sanctuary.
That's 2 maps you actually named, which is quite funny. That's why
I thought he was talking about Haven the map for a second.
It certainly was the home of Optic Gaming, was Livefire, but it's been trending downwards ever since they've kind of made changes into the roster. The playstyle's changed a little bit. They've got better at different maps, but they need to try and find some of that same energy that we once saw Optic have on Livefire if they're going to get back into this series. Otherwise, we're going to see them have to battle through that elimination bracket where FaZe Clan
Game 4.
are waiting, and you
Let's
know
see some.
full well they are out for revenge.
Avery Johnson.
Optic Gaming are going to have to correct the errors of yesterday.
Had 2 sticks and a rock for a whole platoon.
Or is there something
and
a
we
little
had
bit more
to
sinister
share
there? Can
the
they have
rock.
made the changes necessary in just one day? Playing against a higher caliber team here in Space Station Gaming, they're going to have to. Or they're one game away.
Yo, Dead Zone being mad annoying.
From the elimination final and dropping
Ha! Tommy Lucy gets 2.
SSG will desperately want to do it here and now.
Oh, good target switching from Eco right there.
Going to be the big difference maker in this
Brilliant. Sniper just fell behind him.
I've seen Formal
Yep, there it
destroy
is.
entire teams when he gets hold of it, so
Bound
SSG
gets
be
the
aware of
camo.
that. On the flip side though, Stella can do exactly the same thing. Camouflage Rebound will allow them just to sneak A. Now, one thing that Space Station are very good at when it comes to strongholds is their constant manipulation of the map. Their constant
What's the headset earphone combo these guys use? So they all have Astros.
And remember, they have Legend
Because
on their side, who
Astro's
was once a part of
sponsor
that quadrant
is
team
a
who went
sponsor of Halo.
unbeaten for so long
And
in
they wear them
stronghold
over
game
ear
types,
for
and
sound canceling and for the
Legend can
mic.
bring all of that
Their game
information
sound
to
is
this
piped
SSG
in
roster.
through earbuds, which you can wear whatever earbuds you want.
Lucy gets 3 shots. Dead zone shields are popped. Bounds that close the distance.
Everybody has
Now, so
Astros
damage
for
as
the
far as he's
mic and
concerned.
for the noise canceling.
To get some kills here. And he was right.
What's up,
Dead
Bees?
zone falls.
Join Stash?
He
No,
tries to
I will
capture
not be
B
doing
when
that.
his teammates get C. But something SSG here have done here, Dan, is silence that home crowd.
I'm streaming.
It's difficult to do. The green wall loud and proud at the very best of times, but Space Station know that they are so close to that grand final. But Dead Zone
Ooh, nice
maybe
shots.
gives them something to cheer about one sport. Optic had a temporary triple cap, and that if you are going to shut down Space Station here, you do have to start looking for it. You do have to try and put them on those awkward spawns, try and put them in those situations where maybe they are split 2 and 2. Otherwise, the way SSG move around the map, they will punish you every single time if you try and just hold 2 every single time.
B not quite fully converted just yet. Stellar recognized that. He tried to get across, tried to cover the distance. Eco's going to do the same thing, but he's going to also fall down. Dead Zone's quite happy just to bait this hill. Trippy's there as well, guns trained. On the Frenchman that falls.
Does it stop from Optic?
They get the reset.
There's a little bit of good time right here.
Continue to score.
Yeah, Optic look a lot better than they did previously here. Working as duos quite often. Just staying close enough to finish off any damage that has been done, and it's an easy camo grab, surprisingly, for Dead Zone here. I think SSG were kind of focusing on those
Playing for the
strongholds,
caps.
so Optic said, well, we're happy to sacrifice them for now.
Two dead. They stopped B
You
though.
have to put this camo to work to make sure it was worth
Oh my god. Oh my god. 4 dead.
4 dead for SSG. Eco found himself
And
in a
triple
mirrored
cap cheese.
situation, trying to get the big,
Sniper's
trying
about to be
get
up.
the conversion. But now A, B,
Damn,
and
he couldn't
C
get the back smack.
firmly in the green
Legend
wall's
was ready for
control.
that shit.
Looks like the camo was worth it then. It was a risky play at times to just give up a couple of strongholds, but the power of the camouflage here on Livefire, we know the difference it can make. As Optic, they can now surround Space Station. We're going to be over towards A, but Trippy doesn't get overzealous. He's not going to overcommit. That's what Space Station probably want. Instead, he reads the push. He reads the flank, but doesn't get the kill. Legend with a super lunge.
Legend somehow, some way, lunging across the continent to get that kill.
Enemy halfway.
It looked easy peasy. Legend made it anything but. Still using that repulsor. Still picking up kills.
But that's good from Optic. They forced Space Station to double back towards A just to make sure they held onto one stronghold. And all the meanwhile, they got a couple of kills, so Space Station weren't able to get any points on the board. Yes, they're getting kills now, but look at the score, 147 to 14. There is a lot of work to do now for Space Station. A killing spree, though, for Legend is a great way to kick it off.
All right, SSG finally flips control here.
Legend throws down everything in his pockets to try and stop the big door push. Nothing was coming. They also have a quantum translocator available to use that will pull the player right back to B. Formal taking a lot of damage, down to no shields in fact. Lucid though will get Eco. That's the pick they need. SSG slowly climbing in points, slowly closing that gap. That triple cap, it was locked in tight, it was locked in hard, and they got a lot of points that SSG now have to battle back for.
SSG did not tap out though when the submission was locked in. As Legend notices that the push is happening over towards B, so he's going to be making the rotation as his teammates have fallen. But what a break that was for
Wow,
Optic,
bro.
and they get the trade. It's a
Optic
triple
reads
cap
that shit.
again
Triple cap
for
cheese.
Optic Gaming. They look like a different side here on Strongholds on Livefire, and that is massive news for them.
Dead Zone gets a massive trade, goes back, recognizing exactly where Legend's going to show up. Gets that trade, keeps A in Optic Gaming's possession. 2 dead. It's going to be Stellar and Legend watching Bound with the camouflage as he doubles back towards A. Optic Gaming now very close to that 200-point threshold. Strongholds are never done, but they are firmly in that driving seat that we continue to talk about.
Yeah, at the moment, we've not really seen enough from SSG to believe that a comeback is possible with how Optic have been playing it. Yeah, they've been able to get a couple of camos.
Nice
they
win.
have been able to get a few killing sprees here or there. But it's been the ultimate breaks from Optic Gaming. Every
SSG
single
flips
time
B.
SSG gets set up, Optic are throwing bodies towards those strongholds. Formal does get shut down though.
Round is still alive.
This would be a best
never
chance
mind.
as any for Space Station to get back into it, but Optic always getting
Oh,
good
nice
kills
shots. What the
just
hell?
to stay just enough ahead.
It's out inside C. 1v1 with Legend. You couldn't write it any better. SSG step back inside to reconvert it back to the color blue. They will score again. There's a huge deficit to try and eat away at here. And like you say, SSG up until this point haven't really shown enough. Haven't shown the kind of control that they usually exempt. Double kill from Legend might change that here as Formal spawns back tower. Legend closes the distance immediately.
Okay.
Gets more than a trade.
And here comes the triple cap cheese for SSG, but they do die on A.
Did try and press for that trip cap, but shutting down Stella was very important by Optic Gaming.
SSG stringing some good time together.
Position where you're all spawning, you're just getting pinched from both sides. Sniper rifle out of bullets though, that's a shame because it was Optic's chance just to shut the control of Space Station down. 2 dead on either side. If Stella can get a kill here, it would be massive. He does damage, but will fall.
2 dead for SSG. Optic should cap this.
Might be able to regain B here.
Optic do claim B once more. What do SSG have? That 200-point threshold has now been passed. 3 members of Optic Gaming back tower. Legends there.
Beautiful flank from Legend.
Legend gets a triple kill.
But all the meanwhile, he gets a triple kill.
But all while that shit's going on, trip cap for Optic.
You get the camouflage, but Optic, they have a triple cap. They have to try and wrestle back A to Space
Trippy gets
Station,
another
but
one.
now Optic are closing in, making map 4 their own, taking us to a game 5. It's going to be one last push for Space Station Gaming.
One last harass. Stellar's been given up.
Oh, big kill on the camo guy.
Gets the kill.
A and C both being flipped.
Moves in on A. Legends all alone. Has to give it up. They capture C. But they lose A in the process.
Now they're going to refocus green.
Bound's going to receive some damage. Formal's there. Down to no shield.
Big
Bound
flank from
continues to
Formal.
try and stay alive.
Not able to kill him.
Maneuvers his hitbox out of the way of Formal's attention. Formal falls.
What the fuck is going on?
This is the last stand then for SSG.
If that shit comes back to bite him, Optic could have won the game right there. Instead they go 4 dead. Now they're staggered. Here comes the trip cap.
We've seen comebacks happen. Optic, they know
Dude.
it can happen as well. They can't allow Space Station to gain too much control. They need to just reset a little bit, breathe, and make sure they're working together.
3 dead for Optic again.
Too many individual plays and trying to take strongholds on your own can often find you in a situation like this where the trip cap continues.
Bro, surely the fuck not.
Lucid spawns towards dummies. The rest of his teammates are now making moves on A.
Bound gets another one.
Where does he go?
Bound gets a 2.
The call came to come pillars. He provided cover. It wasn't needed in the end.
They do stop the triple cap. That's going to at least slow it down. Dead Zone gets 1, but he should probably die.
He drops down the chimney and heads back towards the safety.
A and C are both flipped.
Bound cuts him off. That triple cap has been costly. It has done the damage.
Optic's on B.
And Space Station still have a lot of work to do.
SSG stops it.
SSG are taking the game to Optic here. They're not just kind of sitting with 2 strongholds and waiting and hoping that they can stop Optic's pushes. When they get that 1 kill, they are starting to flood. They are starting to try and find those extra kills as now SSG close in on 200 points as this begins to get a little bit scary for Optic Gaming.
Down gets another one.
But the camouflage is also spawning to throw an extra
and he
spanner
lives.
in the works.
Here comes camo.
Scary. The crowd getting leery as they start to let's go Optic chance. We've seen it before. Will we see it again? Formal gets
a kill on Bound. Here comes the push green.
Optic down to no shields now.
Dead Zone gets another one. Lucy gets another one. 3 dead for SSG. Camo's up.
Well, they did get B, but A was then flipped. Space Station is still
He's got to live.
The fight turns towards C. Lucid, if he can hit
Oh my god.
C currently being taken by Optic Gaming.
C is being flipped.
And it's won by
Dead Zone wins it.
Against Legend. Optic regain control, but SSG
Damage. Where's Optic spawning? Formal gets away with snipe.
Trippy gets a massive double kill.
Bound wins 1 on Formal. They stop C. Wait. They stop C. 3 dead for SSG. Last guy green!
Continue to hold the setup. We've got members inside B. Trippy has got the play
That's game!
perfectly and does.
Oh my god, that was chaos at the end. That got so sus. Oh my god, we're going 5.
Whether it be a Slayer going 50-50.
Holy shit.
One of their worst games. It's been back and forth.
This might be the closest motherfucking series that there ever was.
And we still have no
What the piss is going on?
Who's going to be winning this winners final? And the only way we can settle it is another Slayer between the two.
Oh my god, no way.
It was. I mean, it looked like it was firmly in the control.
Give me a second.
But Space Station demonstrate why it's one of their better maps as they finally get into a rhythm. But that rhythm, it just arrived a little bit too late.
It's telling. The points that they lost trying to find that rhythm really came back to bite them in the backside. They didn't really start to piece it together until the latter stages of that game. And Optic had made SSG work so hard for it. I mean, the game was only separated by 4 kills when it was all said and done. Optic outslaying by 4 kills. That was the difference. You always speak about when you get those kills, how you get those kills. None may have been bigger in that game than Dead Zone holding that C.
And again, it just shows how great Optic are at adapting to the playstyles of their opponents, recognizing a game type. The only game type they lost through Friday, Saturday was Strongholds on Livefire. And they study, they make sure they practice, and they put it into effect against a team who hadn't lost it prior coming into this tournament. This series really has had everything, but we go into game 5. Slayer Solitude. Of all Slayers for us to get here, it always seems to be Solitude to try and split the two. And we know that Solitude can be a very snowbally game type, so the starting strategy is going to be very important here.
And you gave us a little sneak peek at the start. You said game 3 favored Optic Gaming. SSG flipped the script. But then Optic Gaming do the exact same thing in game 4, and they push us now to this decider, to a shootout. It could not be any more tense. This moment could not be any bigger.
I think it shows just how close these two teams are, how competitive it is between the two. And what it guarantees is that whoever goes through to this grand final, if they were to meet each other again, you know full well it's going to go right down to the wire once more. But you've also got FaZe Clan waiting in that elimination bracket, who can also go toe-to-toe with both of these teams. As Optic, they're back on the stage after making sure they send us to a game 5 here. And I can't wait to get this one going. I do think it's going to be a slow-paced affair, similarly to what we saw in Recharge. We're going to have to see where that shock rifle ends up, because we've already seen the difference it could make previously.
FaZe will be licking their lips in the elimination final. Like vultures, just waiting for someone to drop down so they can pick away at the carcass. Both these teams have given so much. We've already played 5 games. We've already played 2 Slayers in this series. It's going to take at least a third. But with the way it's gone down, we may even get another reset. It's very telling, the difference between these two teams. Optic Gaming deciding to stand up, move elsewhere, have a little chat amongst themselves. Space Station Gaming did not move.
Well, I remember a time when it was all about Lucid and his kills and how he was the guy who had to make the difference. Well, he's been the objective guy for a lot of this tournament. And on the flip side, Dead Zone has been the one who has stepped up when it comes to his KD, but both of them with an incredible damage output. But as you go into a game 5, you know full well it just comes down to who is actually hitting their shots, who is playing well on the day. And Optic still come into this undefeated when it comes to Slayers after making sure they take that game 2 earlier today. And for Space Station, they have to look across, they have to look at that game 2 and how close they were to making sure that they shut Optic's streak down. Well, they have to dig even deeper than they did in map number 2.
And as we glossed over the series layout at the very beginning, you mentioned how in game 4 and game 5, it would benefit and it would slightly favor SSG. Game 4 didn't go according to plan. Optic ripped up the script, but tell me why game 5 favors SSG here.
It is their best Slayer. They are incredible at Solitude. their record is 7-0 at the moment from qualifiers into this tournament, so Optic need to recognize that it is one of their better game types, but the fact that Optic have not lost a Slayer at this tournament also gives them the edge, and it's so difficult to try and predict the two here. Optic Gaming versus Space Station Gaming, Game 5 live from HCS Arlington. It's Optic's hometown, but can they get the victory? You know what, I'm gonna say it. Shields up, weapons hot, and we are underway.
That was probably your best one yet.
Thank you. Been working on it in the off-season.
Nothing to separate them after 5. You heard me, yes, 5. This Slayer rocking and rolling already. Trippy with camouflage, kills going in their favor. They're ahead by 2. There's some margin for error there now. Legends in the hotel. Eco's on garbage truck. And Trippy could be about to take him out.
Oh. Team Nade almost
Alright, some shit to take care of.
Able to get the kill. I said how the starting strategy is going to be very important. It's Optic off the break, who seem to be firmly ahead, but great kills from Space Station.
I know, Smooth Criminal. And this series has been so lit.
Where does that shock rifle end up? If either of these teams can get into a commanding position with a shock rifle, the other team is definitely going to be fearing it.
Legend retreats. Optic in hot pursuit. Bound gets one, Formal another. They answer back again. Legend has to trade. He has to settle for it. It's a 1v1 with Dead Zone, his long-time former teammate Stellar. Lucid gets the kill. How important could that one be? They have a 4-kill advantage. Let's listen to what their comms are like. We'll listen in.
Joey, one shot, 2 there. Glass, guys, I'm holding glass. Both weak, Joey, they're both I got double needed. Yeah, I'm getting out there.
You're running
flowers on. Yo, guys, I'm hiding. Flowers.
In blue. Can
we look at my flowers?
2 in blue, guys.
No, look at where I'm at, too. Look where I'm at, too.
I see that, Tommy.
They might be walking bottom mid.
Valkyrie weak.
Did you challenge me to that, Joey?
No, we're good, we're good.
Joey, watch. I need to push flowers. Yo, somebody pick up my LR.
We push
flowers, camo, for camo. Okay.
Yes, I'm looking over you guys. I'm looking over you guys. We're through here. Careful.
Look back, right? Just 4.
Yo,
and top mid, top dip. 2 shot in blue, 2 there. 2 guys blue. Dip. On camo, 3 shots. Camo. Bottom mid. Flowers. Still top mid, guys. Top mid. We're good.
Live.
Legend gets camo.
Yo, we should push LR.
I'm looking for camo. Cabo's sitting dip. No, we should not push.
Okay, yeah. It's gold. S4. One guy S4 also.
A little indecisive.
He's gonna try to go top gold. Yeah, he's gonna try to go to S4. Look S4. Look top yellow for Zane. Watch flower down here.
Yeah. Yo, Matt, back up a little bit.
Let's wait. Top gold. Top gold. One here.
One shot market in the corner.
Love me. There's also one driveway.
Market. Jumping back up top gold right now.
Yo, driveway with Kimo, I just saw him.
On me.
Oh, good trade. Big kill.
Driveway and loop. They're going glass right now, and one guy's sitting on the driveway. One guy's going out bottom mid. Eco's going out bottom mid.
Top gold as well.
He was driveway.
Soda weak. Top gold.
Do we need help Zane, guys?
I'm getting Joey. I'm gonna go back to Zane.
Shock is up.
I'm gonna go back to Zane right now. One's driveway legend.
Yeah, one guy in yard. Under top gold, one shot.
U-turn weak. Eco, 2 shot U-turn.
Top mid.
2 shot U-turn. I'm about to lift up Zane. Silo guys.
LR weak. And I think top mid. Could be S4.
You're pushing my flower door.
Looking flowers.
He has throws on me. He has throws here.
Silo with leg. Silo with mid leg. Soda weak.
Top gold weak.
Ooh, that was a good live.
I got 2.
Ooh, nice play by Tommy Lucid.
LR weak.
Silo by himself.
Kill this silo, guys. Kill silo.
LR. One shot.
They're gonna spawn, guys. Back up, Joey.
You turn absolute. And Soda on me.
30 guys. Top gold weak.
Top gold.
You want yard?
Prius 2 shot. Market weak.
That was a little bit of a scam.
One.
Oh! Huge piv by Stellar. It's a sheet by 4. Here comes camo again.
One guy sniped to posters. One guy posters.
On.
Last season, Optic Gaming were toppled out. The top 6 placement, one of their worst.
SSG with another 2.
Season.
3 dead for Optic. SSG by 7.
And the grand finals now are these
SSG by 8. And they get camo.
But they're not going anywhere.
And Optic's all trapped. Optic might be fucked here. Optic might be 1-800 super fucked right here.
Yeah, Space Station starting to take control of this.
Oh my god, they're getting blended. SSG by 11, you know Formal's fucked here.
And now with SSG having the advantage, they're beginning to get more aggressive. They're beginning
It's going to stagger
up
spawns
the
as
pace
well.
here. They don't want to allow this to be a standoff. They don't want to allow Optic to start to set up. The kill lead
looks like
is
they let
now
them all spawn.
12. And Optic need to find a way to wrestle their way back into this game. It cannot be trades.
Couple kills for Optic.
It has to be an all 4 dead to give them control once more.
Yeah, they're just getting traded out.
Legend gets dead zone, trying to stay alive on Prius. Formal does just enough to stay alive and avoid the headshot with the help of the thrust. Speak about can't be trades, it certainly cannot be free, clean picks. Optic do answer back with 2, but they're in trouble of running out of lives to keep trading this one out.
There's a reason why Space Station were undefeated on this map and mode coming into this tournament. It's the way that they move around the map and find themselves in really awkward situations to just bully their opponents. Unexpected angles and crossfire that you struggle to deal with. Where you're suddenly like, how on earth did they get there? How did they, were they spawning here? No, usually they just find an angle. They find a way, a route to get behind you. And they've been able to punish Optic over and over again to take this significant lead. It's 10 kills
they're
still.
just getting blended.
They are 14 away from the grand final.
Best teams on this map close distance very quickly, capitalize on damage even quicker than that. Eco gets Formal down to no shields. Formal reach out.
What the fuck? Did he not reload?
He probably shouldn't have, but Legend was there to spare his blushes. Dead Zone gets the camouflage. Lucid continues
Hey,
to
a few
jiggle
kills for
peak.
Optic. Only down 8 now.
kills the
Again,
difference.
the broadcast is
12
framing, that's
kills,
not me.
The margin of error.
If he gets another one?
This camouflage could be
That's what we're trying to live with
Dead Zone
camo?
and Optic Gaming. They've shut it down to what, a
Big 2
difference
kills
of
from
9
SSG
now.
right there.
You have to pick up these kills. Gets 1, but he's not going to be able to get 2, and it's still now a 10-kill lead. And SSG not only have the lead, but they've also got the shock.
This
in the
shit is
hands
looking chalked,
of
my
SSG.
brothers.
Jesus doesn't find the one off the spawn, but they now know where Optic Gaming are, so they can begin to reposition themselves and find those angles that I was talking about. Set the ambush, wait for Optic to finally push, and then you pounce.
Light your candles. As SSG could be about to go a little bit Old Testament here. Dead Zone and Formal not moving an inch, not willing to give up any information. Trippy tries to make the cross.
There's the damage.
Gets there successfully.
Here's gonna
Gets
come the
hunted
push.
Down, gets traded out. Numbers favor now Optic Gaming. The issue is
Optic
they
is
have
getting a
so
couple
little
kills here.
lives left to play
3
with.
dead.
Damage is being done. Legends in no man's land. Tries to scamper.
SSG goes 4 dead. Okay.
He gets cut down. Lucid's in trouble on Prius.
Another kill from Lucid.
Just about survives, but he needs help, and he needs it quick.
Does need help. 7-kill game.
Legend
maybe
does
a
kill him.
6-kill game.
Trippy gets
Optic are
1.
closing the
Bound
gap,
dies.
5-kill game.
Dead Zone gets another one.
And they are slowly but surely
Hang on a
working their way back
second.
into this one.
Surely
It
not.
all had to happen from that push over towards blue as well. If they had pushed out and gone all 4 dead, it was game over. 45-40. Still life for the green wall.
4 kill
kills in it
game.
now as Legend down in bottom middle.
What
Looking to
the
try and
shit is
listen to
going
those
on? Here comes
call-outs.
Camo in 10 seconds.
Camo is coming up too. If Optic can get a couple of kills and get the camouflage, this is still game on. It's still series on.
Oh, here comes the push.
Gets the flank, and alongside the rest of
Still
the
a
squad,
5-kill
they make it
game.
47.
Legend creates the opening, forges a path for his team.
Eco dies with camo.
camouflage. It's a 4-kill game. Bounds isolated in blue.
Trippy gets another one.
Bound doesn't seem to know which way to turn. Trippy's got the thrust. Formal's coming in.
Here comes Formal.
Bound's in big trouble.
Bound dies. 45-47.
And Optic can start to believe.
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, Optic Gaming suddenly find themselves back
What the
into
fuck
this
is
game.
going on?
And that's why they've been unbeaten on Slayer so far this tournament.
What the
They
fuck is
always
going on? They're
find
gonna
a
square
way.
with them, snipe.
Once more between these two teams, so little separates.
Dead Zone dies.
Dead Zone goes down. Trippy tried to get over the
He's only got 1 thrust.
Legends there.
Oh my god, 1 shot.
Forging another opening,
Whoa!
creating more chaos. Legends still got Trippy down to no shield. Trippy
47-49.
kill game. SSG need 1.
Oh my god, Formal lives. He died. 49-49. Holy.
It does not matter because Legend stands.
Oh my god.
SSG are able to slam home the final kill.
Holy shit. SSG goes to the finals.
And they will progress to the
Is that 50-48 or 50-49?
in what was a very hotly contested winners final. Such little margins to
What a
separate the
fucking
two.
series, bro. Early contender for Series of the Year. It's the first fucking tournament. That was nuts from start to finish, bro. Oh my God.
Game in the end. 50-49.
It was 50-49.
Stellar got a huge kill on Garbage Truck. He made the difference.
No bullshit. That's got to be like the closest
Both teams were
series.
brave. Both teams gave it their all. What an
Oh my
incredible
God.
winners finals we have just seen. And we've still got more Halo action
That
to
was
come.
fucking box office from start to finish.
I can't quite believe that Optic were down by 12. And they pulled that one back to just a 1-kill difference.
Wow.
But it does show that that impressive lead from SSG just about got them over the line. But in these final moments when it was so close
What the fuck?
you thought maybe there was something from Optic Gaming to have a miracle run in those final moments. Clutch kill
Look
coming
at that
through
shit, bro.
SSG, confirmation, a 3-2 win to send them into the grand
Oh
final.
my God. And now we've got Optic FaZe in the losers finals.
SSG confirm.
All right,
they
I need
will
to
be
Pine Park and
minimum
regain,
top
yo.
two.
That
makes it
was fucking
Legends'
insanity.
Best ever placement, the highest placing player from Europe of all time. We spoke about it. We might have sounded like a broken record at times. Brought in to make the difference. He had the most damage in the lobby in that final Slayer. And he could be all they need.
Well, boy, did he make a difference. And someone else who makes a difference, although a different one, maybe behind enemy lines, is on the stage with Blaze. Take it away.
All right. Esports Arena, show some love to Space Station Gaming as they move on to the finals. But the job is not done yet, Coach, okay? But let's talk about the series. You guys played 6 maps in this 5-game series, but what was going on in your head on that last Slayer? What was the game plan to close this one out?
I mean, we practiced really hard coming into this event. You know, the guys are extremely talented. We've had a few heartbreakers in the past on Plaza Slayer or Solitude Slayer before, so we knew as long as we play our game, we're capable of winning here, and we just did that.
You definitely did do that, okay? And now here coaching this new Space Station Gaming roster, this is the first time I get a chance to really talk to you in depth about it. How proud are you of these boys, of how they just keep, you know, raising that ceiling with the little amount of time y'all got practicing with Legend?
I mean, Legend is a different beast. He is one of the best players I've ever seen, arguably the best player in the game right now as well. And I think he's finally getting the respect and recognition he deserves. He's a first-place champion type player, and I'm excited to see him get his first win.
And you know what? I want to give Legend just a little bit more respect because he put out the most damage in that last map to get the highest placing of any European player on the major Halo stage. How awesome is that? Because I know you've been around Halo for a long time for him to be able to do that.
I mean, in Halo as well, especially when you're looking at the top few teams here, like we knew our series with Optic was going to be a bloodbath. They're incredibly talented. I've known these guys for decades at this point. So we know, like, no matter what it was, it's going to be a hard-fought battle here. And Legend coming out, he's going to be one to remember for a long time as well.
Definitely will. Lastly, I saw a lot of yellow towels in this crowd. What do you want to say to the Space Station Gaming fans as you guys get ready for the finals?
I mean, you know, we're coming in, our backs are against the wall here. Obviously, the Optic fans are incredible fans, and much respect to all of them. But shout out to all the SSG people, keeping it strong. We hear you guys out there, and we're going for the win.
They're going for the win. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much to Blaze there. Wow, what a matchup Optic and SSG were. We have to talk about Legend first and foremost. This young man, a historic moment for Europe, a historic moment for him. He's so young as well. And what an incredible, incredible change has come his way in terms of his career. Not only to be picked up by a North American team, but to be picked up by a team who are gunning for that championship title. And quite honestly, in the postseason, we knew that was what was going to be happening. SSG making a change. They weren't just changing for anything. They were changing to take a win. They've done that against Optic Gaming in their own house, and Legend is looking divine with this roster. He was really progressing things with this team and making it very, very aggressive and very hard for Optic to answer back.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the replays here, it's just incredible to me how Legend opens up the game for Bound. Bound just looks so much more comfortable, and it's honestly the selfless play by Legend, pushing up aggressively, creating space, putting down that massive damage that was talked about, and allowing Bound to be free. Both of them just look so good together.
Yeah, I'm so happy you did mention Bound and Legend, because obviously when you look at the overall stats, it's going to lean more towards Bound being that kill leader, being that damage dealer, but we knew what to expect when we see Bound on this stage. This is the first time we've seen Legend in the winners bracket finals of this magnitude.
All right, I'm back, man. Holy piss.
So definitely want to give a shout out to Legend really stepping it up. And
what a
really,
fucking series.
Really stepping into his own. Legend, he's one of the best in the game right now. I think everybody knows him.
He certainly is, and we're looking right now back at the highlights, and of course,
6-map best of 5. Who would have fucking thought?
That was the epitome of good Halo. These two teams couldn't have been closer at that moment in time, and I've got to say there is something to be said about the fact that Penguin in that moment did manage to get that final kill to take them across the board there and keep things really close in the series. You know, Active, I'm kind of wondering, is that because he knows the team really well? He was actually excelling so much in stats for that game, and I just kind of think that he might know his team better, knowing what they want to do in terms of spots and the way that they want to play.
Yeah, we've seen close games like that on Recharge where maybe it might be a close Slayer, and SSG are known to make that full cap push, but this time they were a bit hesitant. And Dead Zone, 20 kills to end that game. He makes them pay with their hesitancy. Gets that kill to clean it up.
It did indeed. We were looking at the strongholds there. Optic looking so good, so primed on that strongholds, but SSG managing to answer back at so many different times, take back control, and that's really what we saw across the entire series from SSG. Their game plan was so good against Optic, and as we're looking at the stats now, going down the board, Space Station Gaming, who really stood out to you in terms of having a stellar game?
Well, yeah, like I said before, I think when you look at the overall stats, it's going to lean towards Bound. Most kills in the lot.
Brother was going apeshit.
Absolute damage, just a bit behind Stellar, but I still gotta give Legend his flowers. The lights were brightest. He came in, and again, he's that overall player. They're not leaning on Legend to just be a Slayer, to just be objective, or to just be a disruptive player with his speed. They want him to do everything, and they really have given him that spotlight, given him that podium to be the best version of himself that he can be.
What a great thing for him as well to make history. That is so much pressure on your back, especially entering a squad that #2 coming into this event, and probably obviously one of the best teams in the HCS. So having all that pressure, making history when it matters the most, that's what makes a superstar in my eyes.
Well, next it's going to matter the most to Optic and FaZe, who will have a rematch. Let's take a look at the bracket right now to find out what happened just moments ago. Of course, we just saw the winners finals. Optic, they will go down to the elimination bracket, and Space Station Gaming, they are in your grand final position, waiting for one of the other two big three to come back up and meet them. This is going to be just so intense. I can't even get over how this is all shaken out, really. I've loved what I've seen also from Shopify Rebellion in the elimination bracket, going up against FaZe, a very hard-fought match. And Tony, when you're looking back at that one and looking at the way that FaZe
Dart J,
handled
thank you for the
Shopify
follow, bro.
Rebellion, I feel like there was a game plan for the Rebels. I think they knew what FaZe wanted to do. They were actually countering so well and at many points leading the way, especially in one of FaZe's best maps, Aquarius CTF. FaZe, they did not have an answer. Will they have an answer this time for Optic Gaming, do you think?
I mean, it's going to be tough, to be honest with you, going back towards that winners bracket, the way that Optic won. I'm not surprised that Optic won, but I will say I'm surprised that it was a 3-0. Optic definitely looked dominant when coming from that winners bracket, and now when you get dropped down to the elimination, you would think you're more hungry. You want to continue.
LEG just beat FaZe? No bullshit?
I don't want to count FaZe out just yet, but it must be tough knowing you literally were just swept yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, being one of the best teams in the world, everyone's going to be targeting you. Everyone's going to be doing VOD review on the games that you're best at, and that's exactly what happened with FaZe. The fact that they're still coming out swinging, and the fact that we're going to be able to watch them potentially make, another appearance in the grand finals is kind of crazy to me. To stay hungry after a world championship, that's massive.
It is massive indeed, and a massive matchup to go alongside it. It is make it or break it time, folks. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, a massive rematch happening on that main stage. FaZe versus Optic coming your way right after this.
Let's go. Bro, that's fucking insane, Ease. It's actually crazy.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere,
Look at Master Chief.
and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Hey, guess what? New year.
Hey,
means
guess
a new
what?
Optic scuff design for a new controller. Check out this sexy design. It's a nod to the original OG logo and a great way to rep the green wall. Choose between the Reflex for PS5, the Instinct for Xbox, and the brand new Envision for PC gaming. Guess what? Scuff saw your comments and they're now selling the faceplates separately for the Envision and the Instinct for $29.99.
Big up the Cox here. Sorry.
That boy Scum finna get to do commercials forever now. Finna cash the fuck out. Also, this ad's also dope.
Running on fumes and adrenaline. Do what I do best. Can't rush in like a roulette. You can't name a better duet. Don't ask questions. Trying to figure out what sound. Don't worry about what next. Just know we got now.
Alright, what are our predictions for this series? You think so, Smooth Criminal? I think it's going to be Phase or Optic 3-2. I think we're going to another Game 5. Yeah, I don't know. FaZe looked a little shaky this weekend. So we'll see. Oh, really? Ease? Why? I mean, just cuz, or... Alright, Smooth Criminal. Alright. We'll see. Just cuz? Word. Yeah, I didn't know if you were just talking shit or if you like actually had like a reason.
The HCS 2024 Kickoff Arlington Major is presented by AMD, Scuff, and Corduroys.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, bro, y'all know Formal's my goat. That's my glorious king.
Hosted by Optic Gaming.
But damn, son.
And Optic Gaming, they're getting primed.
Some of them plays was sus as hell.
Stage very shortly, going up against a familiar foe, which is FaZe. FaZe on that roster, they are out for blood, they are out for revenge, but Optic Gaming, they want to do exactly what they did yesterday to those boys. They want to 3-0, get it over quickly, and get right back into that grand final spot. I'm joined on the desk by Tim and Tony. Lads, Optic versus FaZe. It's a tale as old as time. Last time, I think we were all a little bit shook about how that went down. We were expecting closer of a series. Things didn't go quite to plan for FaZe, and I think for some of the fans in here, but I'm sure the Optic fans were pretty happy with how the boys swept them. Tim, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Honestly, I think FaZe came out a little flat yesterday. Even in their victory today in the interview, they said they came out flat today. So FaZe obviously not playing to the potential that they want to play to. I'm looking for that to change, though. FaZe they're going to be coming in angry into this series. This rematch is going to be a lot different than what we saw previously.
While I got you active, I feel like there's a couple of members who need to step up again. When we go back to that Optic series yesterday, Renegade and Frosty, not their usual superstar potential being shown here. What do you need to see from those?
Right, Renegade and Frosty, you see multiple times not winning those individual pips, not winning those 1v1s, and honestly, two of the best players in the game, so you would expect that, but I think it had a little bit to do with Lucid and his 1.6 KD versus FaZe in that previous series. Today, though, it's a little bit of a different story. Lucid in that previous series versus SSG, a 0.88 KD, so maybe having a little bit of a rougher day today, FaZe can take full advantage of that.
Indeed, and we need to see an Uno reverse here for Optic Gaming in terms of that kind of series we just saw with SSG. Lucid definitely needs to step it up. We know he can. We know he absolutely is capable, especially against FaZe. And Tony, in terms of Optic Gaming, what do you need to see out of them? How can they pick themselves up right now and get right back into the mix?
Well, I mean, you're fresh off of 3-0ing this very squad in the FaZe, so I mean, you know, keep that same energy going into this series. You know, obviously it's going to be totally different. I took a look at the series layout, and things not really favoring either one of these teams. I'm sure we'll go more into that later on, but just keep that same energy. You've already beaten them one time in the winner's bracket. Now that you're down in the lower bracket, why can't you do it again?
Indeed, and you mentioned the series layout there. I do know King of the Hill being map 1, both teams are pretty damn good at that one. So that should be absolutely fire. We're looking at right now at the records. And Tony, what are you noticing in terms of this? What can the people expect?
I mean, it's the entire series, not just the King of the Hill. It is just about even across the board, especially with the first 3 maps and game types being totally different than what we saw for the winner's bracket, which I think somewhat favors FaZe. You're not going to get swept, hopefully. Both teams are undefeated as far as King of the Hill. Both teams have a very similar record in Slayer, and it's the same thing with Capture the Flag. Only 1 game separated these two, so it's going to be exciting. It's supposed to be evenly matched. Neither one of these teams really having a complete advantage when it comes to the series layout.
Indeed. Now, there's something to be said about momentum. We've mentioned this on the desk quite often. And Active, with momentum, yes, we just had Optic play SSG, but what is that momentum going to be like for them? Coming off of a loss as opposed to a win. FaZe obviously in the back, trying to keep warm, trying to stay with it. But there is a bit of a difference here. So Optic, can they ride a momentum after a loss? Is that a thing? You know, mentally, where are they? Where are both our teams?
See, honestly, this is something that Optic has worked on so much, even with the new change, right? They've worked on being consistent when their backs are up against the wall. And if you looked right at the end of the last match, it was Lucid that looked to Formal directly in his eyes and said, "It's all good. We got it next." And that's exactly what you got to hear out of a player in Lucid. You got to get that confidence. Him saying that to you, it builds you up just a bit. It lets you forget that last match and go to the match that matters the most. Now, both these teams, backs up against the wall. Let's see who comes out on top.
I feel like for Optic, Tony, Dead Zone was a huge factor for that FaZe series. I feel like he was just getting in there. He knew exactly what he needed to do with the team. He was pushing really hard and making some serious game-changing plays there. Dead Zone, do you think he's also going to be an outlier for Optic right now in this series?
Yeah, even if it doesn't exactly show in the stats, you'll definitely see as far as their movement, as far as their pushes, this team will go as Dead Zone go. Because you notice every time Optic do feel comfortable to push up and get aggressive, which we kind of slighted them a little bit last year by being a little bit too slow. But whenever they do feel comfortable to speed it up, it's usually with Dead Zone catching up to 2 players and for them pushing. So even if it doesn't exactly show within the stats, I think Dead Zone is a big reason why this team is comfortable upping the pace.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Tony. Listening to the Eavesdrop podcast, of course, with Hex, he interviewed Dead Zone and basically asked him, how's the chemistry on this roster? And Dead Zone said, when we're good, this is the best team I've been on in terms of chemistry. I feel so good, but obviously there's those bumpy roads as well. When you make changes, it just takes a bit of time to adjust, and someone who
look at both my goats, man.
Is FaZe.
Of course, and in terms of chemistry that you talk about here, Active, the Kings on the screen right now, they bring so much chemistry to their rosters. There's a lot of leadership on our screen right now, both performing so well currently in this weekend. On one side, we've got Snakebite looking amazing throughout every single series they've been in. Even against Optic, he looked pretty darn good. And then you've got Formal, really has just grown the entire weekend, and right now is seemingly unstoppable, apart from obviously SSG, but looking so good still individually against them. What do you make of this 2 comparison?
When you're talking about Snakebite, you can pretty much expect that when it comes to the wire, when you have those very close games, he's going to step up, right? But when it comes to Formal, we're talking about controller player of the year. This guy's a champion. He's been in these positions before, and he's going to look to bring Optic to a victory.
He certainly is. Tony, on the side of FaZe, we liked what we saw with them in Shopify Rebellion. You know, what were the moments, the glimmers of hope, the flow states that we saw them enter against Shopify Rebellion that you want to see carry into this series?
I mean, it was definitely a team effort when it came to FaZe. Like, obviously you had players that stepped up in individual moments, but what had to happen was a full team effort to go after a team like Shopify, who up until then were undefeated when it came to Slayer. Going into that game 5, it really was a team effort in that matchup, and I think same thing going here to Optic. You better come fully loaded. Nobody can lag behind.
I think on both sides of the stage, it's going to be a full team effort needed to carry this dub across the board. This is your elimination final. FaZe versus Optic once again. Make sure you cheer for your teams, folks. Let's meet FaZe and Optic.
Let's go. Turn me up, man.
Welcome, Arlington, to a Sunday afternoon. 3 teams left in our tournament, and we have an elimination bracket finals on our hands. We have the biggest.
Oh, it definitely do, Smooth Criminal.
Esports, Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan. I'm joined by Dave Walsh, the legend himself, and it's an honor to even get an opportunity to be able to cast over these two, especially in this moment in the Green Wall's own building. After losing in the winners bracket finals, Optic trying to rebound. Dave,
Plaza Koth, Aqua TS, Forbidden Flag, Live Fireball, and Recharge TS.
What we saw yesterday in the winners bracket, that makes you think Optic can beat FaZe Clan twice in one tournament.
I mean, I think Optic.
This feels like a FaZe map set, but also like we were talking about.
Done in that same fashion.
FaZe looked a little shaky this tournament. Obviously, Optic already 3-0'd him.
Each other in that sort of fashion like we saw yesterday.
But also,
absolute statement from Optic.
You never know, bro.
FaZe Clan
It's Elimination Finals, Championship Sunday.
Reviewed the VODs.
Who the fuck knows what's going to happen?
Interview saying, we saw what went wrong, we made some slight adjustments, and we're ready for today. So I don't think we'll be seeing any 3-0s, but with these two squads, I'm just ready to see them battle out here. We're going to kick it off, though, on King of the Hill, Solitude.
Well, we've seen two
I see two potential outcomes to this. I think it's either going to be 3-1 FaZe, or it might be 3-2 Optic.
I know this building is packed with Optic Gaming fans. I know FaZe fans are in there somewhere. These players are going to want to hear you roar for them when they're making plays out there as we load up into game
But we'll see.
Yeah, as we saw in those stats earlier, both these teams have not dropped the King of the Hill mode yet this event. Which one is going to make that first misstep?
Let's go! Losers finals, Optic FaZe, lock in. Renegade with the camo.
That camo got away with his life. And now let's see what the Demon can do with the first camo of the series. An easy kill. It's a perfect kill on the dead zone.
This is already looking so dangerous here from Renegade. One thing that I thought was super interesting as I was looking at Renegade,
The crowd is in hysterics.
These two teams matched up is he had the second to worst KD
Oh!
of all 8 players in the game. However, he had the most damage. So whether or not showing in the KD stats, he is doing work across the map.
Can FaZe figure out ways to find kills early on in this series to gain some momentum? A beautiful kill onto Renegade with that camo from dead zone. From Renegade's point of view, we were able to see now we're on board with Lucid. The repulse of the grenade keeps him full shield as his teammate acquires some hill time. Optic already back in the lead.
And look at this. Already spotted out 2 players in driveway. That now means FaZe are going to have to rotate to a new location. Look at this. They're already looking towards gold. They're looking towards market. They're looking towards glass. They know that those players are going to reposition because if that first push was not successful on driveway, they are not going to stay
He didn't read the other guy there.
Lucid finds his first death of the game. He had such a big series yesterday against FaZe. He literally took over. It was the MVP Lucid we know is capable. The world champion Lucid we know he has in him. Can he replicate that level of play? He is starting this series off so well. Now we're back on board with the Demon himself. Top yard, taking some grenade damage.
Yo, side note, Clutch has gotten so much better as a caster, dude. As a caster and an analyst. I used to not like listening to him cast at all. But credit where it is due, he is good.
I've seen it all 9 times, ladies and gentlemen. He is not kidding.
But Renegade somehow have the movement, not only just get over to dip, but move on the way over towards top gold, do so much damage. But despite great movement, despite staying alive longer,
just compared to the beginning of Halo Infinite, bro.
Optic so close to captain the first.
Should be a hill for Optic.
Game number 1.
Whoa!
Steps in for just a second, but Snakebite gets deleted. The teamwork of Optic stands strong. Trippy back in the hill. Trippy puts Optic Gaming up 1-0. Now the rotation to yards, what you want to
This could be a good flank too.
Makes his way so
beautiful.
Quickly with that jump, still using that camo.
It's a little bit of value out of the end of that camo. That's good stuff.
And look at this perimeter defense. Trippy and Optic are not just waiting in yard for FaZe to coordinate their push. They went over, they swept out market completely. Now they know all the pushes are coming from LR and from driveway.
You know it, but can you stop it? FaZe Clan find the door, they kick it open, they control the hill now. They find the first pick on the Trippy as well. They should get some significant time here. Let's see if they can tie it up.
And look at this difference in strategy. Last time when Optic had control of the arc, they pushed over and took hold of market. You see what FaZe are doing here? They took control of LR and Loop.
FaZe again, they keep doing this. They just give the objective and play their lives.
Somehow Optic are able to come off spawn, retake yard.
And a lot of times it works. Right there, they kind of just handed yard to Optic.
Longer than one spawn rotation. That's got to worry you if you're
Whoa!
a Snakebite missing those shots right there could be crucial. Formal wins a big pivotal battle that could allow his team some more significant time here on Hill 2.
The old stick the crouch move. It works every so often. I feel like I see it mostly from Boo Boo Doo, but we
spitting.
also see it from every player out
the hard crouch every now and then.
Another push from FaZe. Royal 2 does not expect
it works wonders.
He's able to get great damage.
It's good for one every now and then, and that one is beautiful. Oh, when he's shooting nades! Oh my god.
get another kill, but Formal doing so much somehow.
This guy's dialed the fuck in, bro. He's shooting grenades.
Tie-breaking fight goes in favor of FaZe. They have spawns, and look at this flank.
Beautiful quick flank from Frosty. Beautiful trade from Trippy, though. Frosty could have caused some problems there.
Royal 2, last one close.
Royal 2 almost gets both, dude. That was close.
One shot may make all the
a lot of time for Optic, but they are going to die out of this. Camo for Formal.
Optic with the third camo of the game. Formal snuck away with it. Makes his way up through LR. There's going to be pressure coming from Yard, but there's a player behind him. Frosty spots him with camo. Formal was shot.
Oh!
Usually when you have camo, you're expected to be the one taking the first shot, but right there, Frosty's spotting him out like you said.
Frosty gets him. Formal wanted to go for the melee, but didn't want to trade.
Isn't trading back and forth as much as he's
indecisive in the gunfight.
Like bottom center or closer towards hotel. Instead, you can get a round of kills and hold this whole
He's
area
creeping up towards
entirely.
50% on this hill.
Frosty and the base clan are not out of this hill just yet.
Optic know that this is their one push to break.
FaZe are going to give again. They're going to play their lives and play for the kills.
Trippy gets taken down. Frosty looking to be aggressive towards you. The thrust can't allow him to get an angle on the kill. Dead Zone being such a difficult target, but multiple members of Optic across the map following. Lucid tries to help.
Beautiful from FaZe. This should be a hill for FaZe.
Will not have an opportunity to get back to this hill. This game will be tied up.
They are going to have to give this one up and try to go for kills and control. If Optic tried to just desperately push across the map, they're going to lose a significant chunk in hill.
However,
just like we called out,
all 4 dead for FaZe. This is going to be initial time for Optic. This should be a good chunk of time for Optic right here.
Another great rotation from Optic to give them some early time on the hill. That could be so beneficial to how you're able to play, especially now that there's 2 minutes left on the clock. This is a very contestable hill. How long will this hill last? Optic have intentions of pushing this one through fast. Already over a third of the way.
Yeah, getting so
like right there at a clutch.
Just
Just relayed so much information.
Little bait switch there from Frosty.
Knew what he wanted to say. Quick, concise, made his point.
I believe the term is bit off a little bit more than you could chew with that push, and with that,
and he and Walsh got great chemistry.
Control will go over to FaZe. Still members being a nuisance over towards blue. It's Formal once again, winning a pivotal fight. Unfortunately, he's cleaned up. Dead Zone able to trade out that Formal kill, so a great job by Formal to be a distraction. Renegade now trying to capitalize on Dead Zone revealing his location. Renegade with this camera wants to stay alive, but overextends by the forward. Still a nuisance. No one can quite finish Dead Zone though, and somehow Dead Zone is still in the game until Frosty rips his head off with the shock.
Dead Zone did so much right there, taking out his former teammate Renegade when they used to team together on SSG, staying alive, getting a second kill, and just buying so much time for his team to move across the map. Despite FaZe having control there, they got 0 time in that hill.
But look, this is what I was talking about. A minute now on the clock, half of the hill towards Optic. FaZe have no progression. This may be the final point scored in this game. If FaZe do not find a way to get this capture, Optic are fine playing time with this much of an advantage.
Yeah, they're just going to worry about kills, get the slaves, because this game could very much be decided by this hill right here. No need to desperate it. This is also going to be one of those situations where you almost don't want to scrap up the last couple seconds if there's a significant amount of time left on the clock, but I don't think time is going to be in abundance here at the end of this game, Wes.
Not at all. 38 seconds on the clock. Optic Gaming fighting from the hill with all of these trades going on has benefited them immensely. 60% of the hill now in their favor. The point is what matters.
Dead Zone gets 2.
Starting to tick as the hill becomes neutralized. FaZe over towards the side can deny this hill, but they have so much work to do as far as progression. If they want to be the ones that score this point, they will need to nearly play perfect. Optic are going to have a couple of members fall here. FaZe will have map control. They need to stay in the hill.
They realize
FaZe is able to get in.
Here
comes camo. FaZe should be in position to get this camo as well. I think PJ got it. Yeah, Snakebite gets camo. 2 dead for FaZe. Snakebite has camo. Renegade's going to get out of hill to live here. Probably going to see Optic jump in this to stop the clock.
Or I believe that was Dead Zone going over and stiffing them out.
The teamwork of Optic, the flooding of Optic,
Optic's flooding it, bro. They're trying to call game right here. They're trying to call game right here. They got to kill Lucid. They got to kill Lucid. He's just going to cap. Optic's going to get the point.
He's unable to push, and now 5 seconds are on the
5 seconds game clock. FaZe has to go to new. They're in it though. Clock is stopped.
If FaZe want to cap this
clock is stopped.
and just tie it, but this is going to be a little tough.
But this is the driveway hill. I thought it was the yard hill. No, this is the driveway hill. There's no way FaZe gets this. There's absolutely no way. 1 second game clock. GG, that'll be it. Optic takes game 1.
Game in favor of Optic Gaming. Game 1 goes to Optic. It came down to time. And the
What a game.
scrappiness of both of these teams, the turnover of every single one of those hills is why that game went so long with so few captures. Neither team really able to hold a setup that benefits Optic at the end, because that third hill, Dave, they were playing from the hill while trading kills, and that minor progression that you continue to stack on top of each other.
Big game out of Dead Zone. Dead Zone's been playing very
I feel
well.
like in the past, this player Dead Zone's been called out for maybe not getting as many kills, but who's leading the scoreboard right there? That's gonna be 20 kills in favor of Dead Zone.
What's up, Mending?
Statement.
How's it going, bro?
Trying to get his team back in the grand finals.
You have to believe Dead Zone's dream is to join this team and start on what they believe is a championship tour this year in 2024. That series in the winners finals
for grands?
needs to be a race for
I might get some wings, bro.
still achievable, and he is showing that he is one step further in the direction
I've been wanting some
of
wings
a rematch
recently.
in the grand finals. Dead Zone leading the
A
lobby in
nasty little
kills.
double by Frosty.
And now we focus on game 2. It's going to be a Slayer. Optic Gaming getting such a convincing win yesterday and then winning game 1. What does that do to their confidence against this FaZe Clan roster going to the rest of the
Now we
series?
go to Aqua TS.
Starts them off on
Also,
the right path.
okay,
The one
bro.
thing that's still just mind-blowing to me is how
We go to
heavily
Aqua
focused
TS and
both
Forbidden
these
Flag
teams
is
were on
map
Slays.
3. There is
They
a
did
scenario
not
here
wanna
where
get
Optic
into
just
an
fucking
all
3-0s
four
again.
down scenario. I think they just respect the other team so much that they're saying
Because
we do
Optic's
not wanna
Forbidden
let
is
them get
gross.
Their full setup, their full power, over-index on the Slain side. Obviously, in game number 2, Slain's the name of the game, but I was still just overwhelmed and surprised by how much Slain we saw in game 1.
Aquarius Slayer is the name of the game for game 2. And Dave, when you're on FaZe's side, in your perspective, you come all the way from the elimination bracket after what Optic did to you in the winners bracket, the beatdown that occurred yesterday, that 3-0. To lose game 1 in such a close fashion, 2-1, it goes down to time. Are you frustrated going into game 2, or does that stall the momentum you've built through that elimination bracket run?
No, I mean, we're talking about FaZe here. They have countless tournament wins. These guys have just the perfect mental game. They're able to take it game by game. They can lose a very close one and bounce right back. So I'm not worried about their mental here. I'm just worried about them being able to try to stop Optic. Right now, it's not a case of, is FaZe playing poorly? Is something going wrong there? It's just great play from this Optic side, taking out that game number 1.
Optic responding to that loss in the winners bracket final so well to take down FaZe in game 1. Game 2, will it be a different story? There's an overshield.
All right, game 2 lock in.
It's Nui added to the map. There's a thrust top middle. And those are going to be some key pivotal items that you really want to see help dictate the outcome of this game. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a reset here. The battle, though, for Camo was early won by FaZe. You saw Renegade had...
He just, like, ran up and grabbed it. That never works
Oh,
for me
false
when
start.
I'm playing ranked
Fuck.
these days. I get lit up.
Yeah, usually there's 3 people staring at me, so not quite sure what the communication... Maybe it was a counter strat situation where you know what the other team does, so familiar, right? But I feel like in the mid-game, it was continuously Trippy that was picking up those camouflages, Dead Zone, and they were being such a nuisance, creating so much havoc with those camos that gave them that opportunity to just get a little bit more hill time, to have that map control, to win that game in this, or in the end. This overshield is going to be pivotal for FaZe, and I think that was something we saw them struggle trying to acquire yesterday when they played Optic, were power-ups and power weapons. What are FaZe Clan failing to do right when it comes to these situational fights that they need to figure out a way to win as these power-ups are coming up?
I mean, there's different ways you can look at, especially when it comes to an overshield, where whoever grabs that generally can pop that and get the advantage. You know, Camo's in a power-up where you have to give it some more space and be able to activate it and get away with it. You have to stay alive, whereas overshield allows you to stay alive.
Yeah.
Now, some ways you can kind of look at that is sometimes it's kind of like these layers of onions of how close you are to that power-up. Some people are right next to it. They're going to be the ones that can first grab that. But then the people that can counter them are the ones that are just a little bit closer. It's sort of this mind game of like, how far in proximity do you have to be a part of the fight, but also not be flanked by the opposing team? And that's just sort of that mind game and understanding what's the spawns
Keeping
situation.
tabs on everyone.
Yeah, keeping tabs on everyone, just having a good macro view of the map, saying I can be right here, do as much damage, and not be at risk to help on this power-up. And so there's times we see some of these players.
Somebody's game broke, I guess.
In effect, not part of that power-up fight, and sometimes people are just crowded in and getting killed right before it comes up.
I can promise you, someone who is messing with the tabs on everyone issue for FaZe right now has got to be Dead Zone, the newly acquired player for Optic. He has completely changed their play style, in my opinion, to a much more aggressive roster.
All right, there we go.
With Dead Zone in game 2, and he's already making his way to that overtime.
I'm glad you highlighted that aggressiveness. I felt like there was times last year where we would watch Optic, and it felt like they were either just a little too reserved or scared. They would all want to just run together in one area here on Aquarius. Whereas we're going to have to see if that changes.
Damn.
Yeah, that peak shot from Royal 2, just using that heat wave to negate that OS completely. So despite OS going in the hands of Optic,
Heat wave melted his shit. What did he hit him like 3 times?
Jiggle peaks, the micro movement for Royal 2 allows him to be such a difficult target, doing so much damage with that heat wave.
Good play by Royal 2.
Overshield negated. It is still a 4-3 lead for Optic Gaming right now. The map is split in half. A couple of members of Optic trying to push the utility closet right now. One's flanking car one. A beautiful job by Dead Zone.
Great job by Dead Zone there. The other person we're going to have to really keep our eye on in this map is going to be Renegade. One thing I was so impressed with him when it came to Worlds 2023, it was just his ability to be kind of that flanker. And like I said, have that delicate dance, being a factor and charging across the map so that you can help your team collapse on somebody, but also staying far enough away where you're not just getting 2-on-1, giving them that free first kill in a neutral scenario.
Snakebite is by himself here on this flag right now. He is playing in a cheeky corner, playing it slow and for information, none being given to him at the time. But Optic, well, they expect him to be here. They've actually chosen to rotate across the map. It looks like a couple of members will be trying to push pink, but Snakebite doing a phenomenal job of slowing the game down and anchoring the space.
Partially slowing it down, anchoring it, but also just allowing someone from Optic to make a mistake. Sometimes it's early game. People are just going to try to charge across, try to make something happen. And that veteran leadership just saying, all right, I can just allow windows of opportunity for somebody to overstep. Someone just make that first little mistake and get that first kill.
We're not seeing it from his point of view, but Tommy Wilson is frying right now. Lucid with a beautiful 5 on the Snakebite there. Gets his team a little bit of control right now. 11-9 the scoreline. The second overshield already coming up, and right now Optic have so many members down.
Oh, he doesn't pop it.
He tries to go for it. He gets taken down.
Big OS for FaZe.
Well.
And they get heat wave as well.
Overshield and map control with it.
Those little engagements, exchanges back and forth are such an important fight. And right there, FaZe not only just winning it, but also getting to walk away with this OS. Trading damage right back and forth there. I like that from Dead Zone onto Snakebite. Sometimes teams and players just avoid the OS completely, and somebody at some point has to fight them.
Snakebite gets caught out, having 2 members try to push into the base and get taken down. FaZe tried to push the respawners of Optic. It fails miserably. Optic have not given up a death since that push. They've been able to stagger the respawners of FaZe, and now they look to push into the base themselves.
And here comes the charge. They have the numbers advantage, but a great grenade equalizes so much right there. In the end,
Optic by 6.
Royal 2, Snakebite, Dead Zone, and Trippy all go into the respawn screen. And all of a sudden, you see Optic kind of on the back foot, all trapped in this util. Can
Oh, there's
Trippy
Chowing
become
no
a part of the
shields. He
fight?
doesn't give a
Looking up.
fuck.
Answer is no. His teammate's falling.
Oh my
now
God.
He's just going for cleanup.
It's absolute fucking warfare on this map.
With some perfect shots
Jesus.
on the Trippy will erase that flank from impacting too much. It is still a 5-kill game, so although FaZe Clan did trade successfully there, they are playing catch-up still, 23-18. Make it 19. World 2 with the kill and the feed on the Lucid. Snakebite spots 2 players on Bridge, and the Bandit teamwork from Optic erases Snakebite.
One thing that's so brilliant about that play right there that we saw the double team onto Snakebite for was 2 members of Optic. They focused on a faraway spot, knowing that somebody that's an anchor on FaZe are going to overextend because they have the numbers advantage. So they're saying, hey, as soon as this person pops up towards top center or bottom center, melt this target far away.
Beautiful play from Dead Zone.
Nearby threats.
3 members
OS
of
up
FaZe go down,
as well.
27-20 Optic Gaming using phenomenal teamwork to continue to build this lead back up to 6 now. Overshield is up in the hands of
grab for Trippy.
I'm going to go into a listen in with Optic Gaming and see how they treat the mid game.
One shot.
Shot with P, one shot with P in the fridge. In the fridge.
I'm trying to look at Joey. Take car. Yo, car, Jen. Yo, Jen, Joey.
Yo, what the fuck?
One guy P2, one guy P2, John.
What the fuck was that?
P2 weak, and they're gonna be in her closet, man.
What is Blood doing?
Bait, thrush for a second. Aimbot, thrush for a
Looking at
second.
it, looking at it.
On it.
I can look at it. Where's he going?
It's like P1 or something.
Watch out, P1. Watch out for yellow. Absolutely for yellow.
Yellow street, Joey. Have shields. Yellow street, Joey. I needed that.
I don't see anything, man.
Stay down,
Yo,
Joey.
Trippy is so good, but I swear, once a game, he just does some burger-ass shit.
One more.
Roll two.
One shot.
There was a guy still fridge. He was fridge. Plug thrust.
One shot goes.
Here, Joey.
Hiding fridge.
I don't know what it is.
Go behind us. Watch out, P2. Yo, the guy blue box. Blue fridge. Blue.
Okay.
Just one shot. One more.
I'm coming, Matt. I'm going. Looking at you. He's weak on you, Matt. One shot.
Nice.
P2 and P1.
You on Yellow Street, Joe. Yellow Street. Two guys. Get your shield.
Big heat wave kills for my glorious king.
I'm walking P2. I'm walking P2. Yellow closet.
Yellow Jen.
Now, hiding yellow fridge. Can we come to yellow fridge?
Yeah, we can.
Yo, you guys can go car one right now.
Why are we standing in the open?
Guys, in the fridge weak. Can we kill this guy? Let's go P2 now, Matt. Be there. Two on Matt. P jump. Blue P jump.
I didn't like that life out of formal either.
Car one, guys. Car one, bottom middle, inside, bottom middle.
Yeah, bottom mid, one shot.
Two dead. OB and 5.
Yo, yellow fridge.
Look at P1.
One shot, yellow pre-tree.
Yellow fire. Yo, P2.
Yellow fridge door, yellow P door.
Really big kill.
Two yellow.
Get out, Joey.
Two yellow P guys, two yellow P.
I didn't get it.
Oh no.
On the vent, hiding on the vent, P1.
That's gonna be an OS grab for FaZe. FaZe still down by 5.
Look at cartoon. Yeah, get out. Yeah, they saw Matt.
Yeah, OB's in there. Yeah, I want to get out with this combo a little bit.
I want to keep you left.
You guys should like kind of leave me a little bit.
I am.
I only want one guy near me. One of you should stay close.
Wow, they got out.
Here come FaZe Clan. They picked up the overshield once again, not only getting the kills, but
it was a good job by Optic to get out right there, because low-key they could have gotten trapped and they could have gone like 4 deaths so easily.
Across the bridge, able to find the first opening pick. That's a big one to give you numbers advantage, but
they get out and they make it mixy. They at least get a trade.
Situations. We'll see if it happens here.
But they at least get 2 kills out of that scenario.
Strong, but how many losses can they mitigate here?
3 kill game now, though.
6 or 7 kill lead, now just down to 3 points.
They've always managed to get it back up to 6 since multiple times throughout this game.
Oh,
It's
no.
gotten to 3, but now down to 2. FaZe Clan and their ice starting to show here in the elimination bracket finals. Game 2 is a must-win for FaZe.
1 kill game.
To try and tie this series
Oh,
up.
no.
39-40, down 1 kill.
And here comes the push. They know there's some action over here.
Oh my god.
Snake bite.
How does Lucid live there?
Trying to fight.
And now they're all trapped front. Good flank from Dead Zone. 42-39. Trippy dies.
The cleanup, which is so needed.
Dead Zone gets another one.
Just be able to regain their shield and fight another.
Dead Zone gets another one.
Success story here for the Optic Game roster. Every single time they get someone weak from FaZe, they seem to have the angle. They seem to have somebody in position to finish off the week.
3 kill game, overshot in 15 right now. The map's about
This brother
split.
Dead Zone is playing so well.
Players towards car, but
Oh, here comes the pink push. This brother's gonna be so sus. FaZe gets 2 kills. It's a 2 kill game. Here comes OS. Dead Zone's getting triple hit.
He bought so much time. He had 3 players.
Does that get his team OS?
Side of blue.
I don't know what happened.
Bought as much time being that anchor, so they had to spend
Kill
a
from
lot of
Formal.
resources to get
No,
that
Frosty
kill.
gets it.
Yep, in the end, the reward with the OS, so we're gonna see if it pays off.
The overshield goes to Frosty, 46-44. Optic Gaming in the
Still
lead,
a 2 kill game.
4 kills for Optic in this
Frosty
game.
took a lot of
Frosty with
damage.
this overshield gets dwindled down a bit from the players in the utility. Optic see Frosty.
And Optic fast rotates
The
again.
opposite side of the map. FaZe are split. Optic are together.
Yes, and they charge across. And
Trade. Optic goes 2 for 1.
Here by Optic, realizing that
2 for
they're going
2.
to
48-46.
the most powerful player from the game in that last fight. They charged across. They went 2 for 2, and now only 2 kills away here for Optic Gaming.
48-46. The game turns to a stalemate. No one can make the mistake. If FaZe get an opportunity to go man up, you guarantee there will be a push coming. Formal still with the heat wave. It's like he's had
Formal's
it
in a
all
good spot.
game, playing a close corner. If FaZe walk into this trap, Optic will win this game.
He's also done such a great job just kind of having his back pocket. Think about that time where he baited Renegade over and towards the fridge and just got that.
He's not
easy
showing
finish.
it immediately.
He's not giving up that information.
Looks like Optic wants to get aggressive.
Like
FaZe is hiding pink too.
Optic decided to make the first move, but they've been spotted out.
Drippy gets one.
Renegade goes down.
How's FaZe take advantage of this? They got
Snake Bite gets one. Trade.
Only 1 kill away.
49-47. Here goes Formal on the flank. Formal's trying to make a move right here. Oh, and he 2-taps him. Optic goes up 2-0. Holy shit.
For FaZe to make a mistake, and he punches Optic's ticket
Beautiful
to a
clutch time
2-0
performances by Optic in those first two games.
finals.
And now we go to a forbidden flag.
A much different
Optic could
story than
sweep
what
right
we
here.
saw against SSG. Optic starting to clutch these games out. The pressure not affecting them at all. World champions, we know them as, and they're showing why they want a chance to play SSG for a championship in their own house.
Looking at the scoreboard again. Surprise, surprise. We got Snakebite at the top, but also Dead Zone for the second time in a row, leading his team in kills. I wonder if he got that name because everything he looks at just ends up dead or shot across the map. Dead Zone happens to be in his reticle.
Look at the damage as we take a look at the highlights, Dave. 5,800 from Snakebite, 5,500
Bro, Dead Zone
from
has
Dead
just been
Zone.
playing so well.
That is unbelievable amount of damage on a map like Aquarius with no power weapons. And we definitely didn't see, I feel like either one of them.
There was a period in the standoff portion of the game where Dead Zone just went off by himself and he just got like 3 or 4 kills.
Those two performed in that game, but Dead Zone does just enough for Optic to have a 2-0 lead in this series. And as close as these games are, FaZe feel like they're miles away from a grand finals at this point.
They got their work cut out for them, losing 2 very close games here to Optic. They put themselves in a do or die situation. Reverse sweep or your tournament run ends here. And we're gonna be going into a newer mode here, a newer map, I should say, with CTF Forbidden. We haven't really seen them playing this much here on the main stage. I think we've maybe only seen it once or twice on broadcast thus far.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't see it much yesterday.
And
so
Optic
it's
is
great
quite
that
good at it.
As game 3 here
FaZe
in
has
our
their work cut
elimination
out for him right
finals.
here.
FaZe Clan versus Optic with a map with 2 snipes on it. Give me that every day of the week because we know plays are going to be made. We know how this game's going to go. Formal's going to get a snipe. Lucid's going to get a snipe. Royal 2, Frosty, they're going to pop off. Who are you looking at to have the game that either punches your ticket to a grand finals or gets you to at least a game 4 in this series?
I mean, obviously all the pressure is here on FaZe at this moment in time. I mean, if Optic just keep playing how they're playing, keep on rolling through, they're going to end up with a second 3-0, which I didn't think was possible against FaZe within this tournament. However, you got to wonder here, on the FaZe side, who is going to step it up? When I saw Frosty and crew playing earlier today against Rebellion, I saw them playing without fear. I saw some ridiculous play. I saw them repulsing up into the air, going for snipes and hitting them. I'm not seeing that level of freedom or confidence coming out of Frosty or FaZe at this point in time.
I think it's slightly because of Optic's changing playstyle with Dead Zone. At this point, Optic feel like they are a completely different team from last year.
They actually do.
The pace that
And
they are playing with,
Dead Zone makes them
clearly
so much
giving
faster.
FaZe a thorn in their side. 5 straight games against the
Like, bro,
world
just those
champs.
times when, like, you go 4 dead
We'll
and,
see if
like,
we can make it a 6
in order to
for
not
a
get cycled, you have to, like, break out of the spawn.
sweep.
I feel like the old Optic team would just, like, turtle up somewhere and they would just get collapsed on.
Gaming, everything they have done in these
But
games
this version of the
against
team,
FaZe,
like,
even yesterday,
they're spawning up and they're
including the team
fast
today,
hitting something.
has been nothing short of phenomenal Halo.
Yeah, I mean, these top 3 squads here that we have in our tournament right now are still so insanely close. I wasn't sure if going in this event, if we were just going to see one of these teams like FaZe just sweep everybody and just establish dominance right out the gate. Clearly not the case. All these teams so evenly matched. You've seen SSG and Optic go to game 5. You're now seeing Optic edging out FaZe in this 2-0 lead, potentially for a second sweep this event.
Royal 2 with a higher KD ratio than Formal throughout this series, but Formal with more damage, Formal with more kills. You have to think Formal being more aggressive is what that stat is showing you, and that aggressiveness is clearly being felt when we're looking at how these games are being played out.
Yeah, there's just something a little different about Optic this season compared to last season.
I think it's Dead Zone.
It could be Dead Zone. It could just be they've understood they need to get a little more aggression in their play. I felt like before there's this fine line between playing defensive and scared.
Yes.
And I feel like they almost were consistently putting themselves in spots where people weren't able to make plays that they saw or felt like they could just run across. It felt like a little too rigid. It felt like a little too structured. And you can't have that when things get a little wild within Halo.
At times, it's always risk versus reward. And are you willing to take some risks in order to reap the rewards of what they give you? Formal pushing Pink 1 there was a massive risk. If he gets caught out, that game is 49-49. Formal finds the kill, though, and that risk wins the game. So Formal, the rest of Optic, I like seeing them take a little bit more risk. I like seeing the aggressiveness out of them, and with that, I like seeing them play at this level of Halo because they are going to be very difficult to beat. They seem to have found them some momentum here so far throughout this elimination finals, but the job isn't done. And if anybody knows the hardest thing to do is to close a series against FaZe, it is this Optic Gaming team. I am looking at them to not keep this door open long. This needs to be a sweep. Let's make some statements in this game 3. It's going to be forbidden CTF. There's an overshield top middle, 2 snipes. And you can best believe we're going to see some headshots with those as this thing loads up.
For those that are new to this map, maybe not familiar with what's the main strategy here, you're going to be seeing these teams try to secure the other team's snipe hut. You want to control that area as you have better viewpoints. You can control the spawns and then run the flag over towards that snipe hut / super side.
Viewership is good.
You already know that. Several members of FaZe choosing to push towards the snipe. No one quite going for the overshield at the early break, but it will look like Optic are in a better position at this time, unless World 2 has something to say about it.
Yeah, World 2 not
between all the broadcasts, there's a solid 70,000 people watching right now.
In their hands. Realizing that still
that's good shit.
Over at that snipe hut. There he spots the player. Trippy trying to go for that OS pull. You aren't going to get that for free. And look at this. Look at this jiggle peek.
Oh, and he gets away.
Lucid grabbing the OS. I believe Lucid also has the sniper. And this can be a little dangerous because
Royal 2 just cannot hit Lucid.
Coming over that close to your flag, Royal 2 can't be that relaxed.
I'll get back smacked.
Renegade does pick up a big kill there onto dead zone. This overshield continuing as time goes on to dwindle. A body shot from Lucid onto Royal 2 isn't good enough to acquire the kill, but it does suppress him back. Snake Fight is going to look to be aggressive.
Wow.
Multiple members of FaZe overextend towards Optic Gaming side of top middle. That has allowed them to get
what the hell is going on?
Lucid.
Oh, nice win. What a stick. What the fuck?
Shot hits, but the stick is great.
Fast run by Renegade.
And the overextension from Renegade may give FaZe an early lead.
Fast ass run. Yo, what a flag run.
However, they didn't put themselves in the better position.
Is Optic there on the OE? No, just Trippy.
Only needed 1 round of slays to get that flag.
Beautiful flag run.
Objective efficiency, you know I love to see that.
What an unbelievable flag pull as the kills are coming.
That's the start FaZe needed right there.
Since then, we'll see if Optic are able to use
especially on one of Optic's stronger maps. You got to take it to him.
In order to get
you got to take it to him early.
Flag moves of their own. Right now, Renegade was the last player alive. Still staying alive in his hut is a massive job by him to be a presence on the map right now because Optic would have surely pushed.
And look at this difference. You saw how during that unsuspecting neutral scenario, FaZe were able to just get 1 round of slays, get the flagpole.
OS should still be down. Trippy might get it.
Optic,
yeah, he does.
They had 3 members of FaZe down.
Able to get okay, we're good. I thought he was going to get back smacked. I thought he was getting ninja the entire time.
They're still trying to fight for their lives over here.
Okay, again, what the what are we doing? What play was that? What play were we making?
Optic get the second overshield of the game as well. No.
His brother Trippy pops OS, walks through Pink Street, spins in circles, doesn't do any damage, and then just dies. Dead zone is also 0-6.
A great defensive stand by FaZe, and with a 1-0 lead, plenty of time on the clock right now, but you got to feel a lot better than any time in the series so far if you're FaZe.
I can tell you right
that
now,
whole play just feels so trolly. I don't know what the goal was.
The little bit that I've seen of his POV, the times where I've seen him just flying across the map, grabbing flag right away, he's doing a little bit of everything. The other thing that also seems to be very complimentary here is...
Here comes the run for Optic, though.
You saw someone like Royal 2 just holding their hut.
That was 3 dead for FaZe for a second.
Right now, 3 were down. Snakebite, the last player
This
alive,
should be a cap, I think.
Optic are going to get this flag cap. FaZe Clan coming off respawn. Optic do such a good job to find the kills. There is going to be some damage on the Formal, however. Renegade trying to deny this one. Does stop it at the goal line. Is anyone there?
Oh!
Yes.
Okay, but now they got to try not to get counter-capped on.
3 down for a moment in time for Optic. Can FaZe get the kills and put the squeeze
He's
on?
seeking ass frag grenade, bro.
They have a lot of damage and they're pushing this towards sewer. This is the preferred route for most of these teams. Royal 2 running all the way
They're going to
down.
counter-cap this.
And that is dangerous there for Optic. I love this.
They're going to
spot
counter-cap
here
this.
from Royal 2, taking his time, getting his shields back, let his teammate on the bridge, just lay down shots. And just as soon as Optic were feeling comfortable, they're going to lose that lead.
Optic gets 2 kills.
No longer are they tied. Instead, we're going to see Royal 2
What?
FaZe
Hang on. He's not running this in.
Look at this. Respawners from FaZe will be there to help Royal 2, but Overshield on its way up, and Royal 2 needs to find a kill. He can't quite take down Lucid.
Hang on a
4
second.
members of Optic now will swarm the FaZe base and try to get this return.
And look at this. This fight is going to be so crucial here for Renegade and FaZe. If they
And that flag returns. FaZe doesn't get that flag.
Even though Formal and Dead Zone still on their flag, not as big of a threat in those positions. And look at this. Overshield getting
So FaZe holds off the push, but they don't get the cap.
And that flag is stopped.
But the return comes through from Optic Gaming. That Overshield does its job. You keep this at a 1-to-1 game.
Yeah,
Beautiful flag stop by Optic.
Any further than that, I thought that flag was certainly going in for FaZe.
Hey, welcome back, Amending.
Great defensive play by Optic to secure those kills and just fly across the map. Also great play by Royal 2, not just to force that in and try to go in a race against a sniper on the bridge.
Yeah, he wanted to get a kill, couldn't get a kill, and because of that, that just gave Optic the numbers and the overshield control that they used in order to get that return. 1-to-1 now, the pressure continuing to build.
Bro, I actually just flinched. I actually just blinked, as if when he threw the nade and it bounced back in his face, I literally flinched like it was happening to me in real life. No bullshit.
You love to see the utility of some of the other weapons on the map.
I have no idea, Smooth Criminal, but I was talking about it. I was talking about it last game. FaZe, for whatever reason, has the tendency to
just using that
drop the objective, whatever it is, and leave it, and just try to like live.
Their number one focus right here is holding this hut. You see,
and sometimes I feel like it works out very well for them, but against a team like Optic that I don't think is falling for the scam very often, like they just give up the objective in some scenarios. And now that's 3 dead for FaZe again. Optic's, that's a cap.
Renegade, the last player alive. 3 members of Optic here on this flagpole, next to the flagpole, suppressing the rest of FaZe. Trippy through the tunnel is going to have a...
See, Optic's not going to fuck around. They're just going to cap the flag.
This one. Nobody on FaZe is going to say anything about this cap, and Trippy gives Optic the lead in Game 3.
And what a time to do it.
Everything is up right now. Big snipe by Frosty. That's 3 dead for Optic.
4 dead.
And now
4 dead for Optic.
FaZe have a chance to answer.
So FaZe gets OS, FaZe is going to get 2 snipes as well. Royal 2 is pushed up in their hut, they're going to get 2 snipes.
Gonna get started, but he's gonna meet some resistance.
FaZe is going to try to pull the flag and slay as they go.
Get a little more damage out there, but this fight's taking longer than he wants.
That's a really good trade by Lucid.
Optic versus FaZe right now. The flag is out, but nobody on FaZe there to get a pull, I believe. You do see Renegade.
Renegade's there for a touch. Renegade's there for a touch.
Frosty's still with the snipe so far.
Renegade gets the touch.
Not able to help Renegade in this situation. Renegade does touch the flag, but he's going to opt to slay. Frosty looking for overextenders from Optic. He knows that Optic are spawning in the back of their base.
Yeah, he would have already heard the call out that there's this.
He's waiting for the OE, but Optic is holding.
So he knows there has to be a flanker coming out from somewhere.
FaZe gets another touch on the flag, but Renegade dies.
Did Frosty put himself completely out of this fight?
And Trippy flanks!
The long flank from Trippy gets the back smack on the sniper.
Trippy got through.
Ooh, does he throw that off?
That Frosty missed.
I think he does.
Icon of Trippy going below, and Trippy takes the long flank, gets the assassination onto Frosty.
And you know he's never even expecting that. He's so far back, he said, I've watched this. There's only like a split second I wasn't
I didn't even see Trippy coming on spectator.
But that perfect timing from Trippy, and
Snakebite gets tagged by the vision pulse shit.
All the way around to take out that sniper.
Snakebite wins the
Good shots.
one-on-one onto Trippy, but he gets focused.
He's gonna die.
Traded out by
A little over
Optic
4 minutes
Formal.
game clock.
Renegade trying to be sneaky up the tunnel. Once again, taken down by Optic Formal. A big couple of kills will allow Optic to breathe a little bit better in their base.
Feels like a couple individual pushes there, whereas when we're seeing Optic push in towards a hut, we'll see 2 members flying by, as we've seen like Formal and Lucid pushing towards a snipe hut, whereas it feels like a couple individual efforts there. We saw Snakebite fall on his own. You saw Renegade trying to push up through that sewer. We're not seeing the same level of coordination on these offensive pushes from FaZe as we've been seeing successfully from Optic.
As time builds, the pressure builds. FaZe starting to feel it more and more. 3 minutes and 43 seconds on the clock.
Haha.
A 2-1 lead for Optic Gaming, and
3,
FaZe
4, 3.
need to figure out a way to be a little bit more cohesive as this game will start to conclude.
And time is the name
That's on
of
5
the
and
game
13.
here. Optic are going to be perfectly fine just trading out slaves if they get the option. This next sniper could decide everything, because look at this already. 2 members of Optic staying over at
What's that shit called? It's called the Thread Seeker, right?
Early, but gets the kill on Lucid. He has an early
I've always called it Vision Pulse because Black Ops 3.
Rail 2 coming in for help as well. All dead. The kills, that's
All dead for Optic, but 2 dead for FaZe.
We know where the flag's gonna go. Bring it over towards Renegade.
Can you suppress the respawners of Optic?
Oh, nice shots!
5 shots.
That should be a cap. That should guarantee the cap.
To the death cam. Renegade wasting snipe ammo,
And
that
wasting the
flag
snipe.
on the move. And this is going to be a cap from FaZe Clan. No Optic choosing to
Yo, imagine.
extend up the ramp, and because of it, Snakebite
All right,
to go.
we got a 2-2 game.
2-2 now. FaZe will tie this game 3 up.
Not just only tie this game up, but keep in mind, Renegade threw off the sniper there.
Is Lucid juking the death cam right there?
Should have a sniper of
Let's
their
see,
own.
doubles back real quick. Okay,
Despite
2
that,
dead.
though, Frosty, Royal 2, both falling. Lucid grabbing this flag, moving it down.
Oh my god, they're both 1 shot down there. What the fuck is going on?
There's no angles. That's what
Snakebite gets them both.
Snakebite somehow gets
Okay,
over
Optic
there.
cannot run this.
Does
Optic
Formal
cannot run
Does
this.
Formal go for the slays. He has the only sniper left on the map.
Frosty needs to get an angle.
Hey,
He's on the
Formal needs to get a better
Is
spot.
the one shooting Formal currently. Formal forced into a difficult situation here. A lot of pressure on the kid. He gets taken down. The snipe out of his hands. The flag, that one's dead.
That's gonna re.
There's still 2 members down for FaZe. Make it 3. And Trippy smells blood in the water. He's pushing up the tunnel. Blocking
3 dead.
the spawns, but he has his eyes on the flag.
Yes, blocking the spawns. Can't even run this way. He's running it right to Frosty and Royal 2, and this is going to be stopped. Now they just have to get the slays.
They're staggered,
Also,
though.
Doesn't even know where other players could potentially spawn.
And that's a touch, so that's going to keep that run alive.
They're trying to slay and run the flag at the same time. Kind of reminds me of that saying, building and flying the plane at the same time.
Oh, and he dies. Wait, 3 dead for FaZe, though. 3 dead for FaZe.
Are still coming off respawn. Trippy with that flag in hand has a snipe in his back pocket, but he's gonna opt to run this flag.
Oh my god. He gets
pistol.
across.
It's over halfway. Trippy trying to take it down the ramp. What's the snipe?
What the shit? Go!
Renegade goes back for the touch, but falls into the courtyard.
Is anyone else there?
Trippy can no longer run this flag.
Trippy has to stay in slay. Somehow
What the
Renegade
fuck is
knows where
Trippy
he
doing?
is at. That's 2 members down.
And now that's going to re.
FaZe
Do we not just run the flag there?
Go. Looks like Royal 2 sits on the recub, and you gotta wonder.
Is this brother high? Oh, they're going to get counter-capped on.
Into a complete different scenario. Now flag being pulled
Beautiful
up.
shots from World 2. They're going to get counter-capped. No, Lucid gets 1.
Lucid trying to buy all his time. They have 2 members there from FaZe.
World 2 gets another one. Lucid dies. FaZe should run this.
But who goes to the flagpole?
Optic is close, though. Beautiful shots from Royal 2. Holy shit.
There's a player right behind the flag.
That zone trades. 30 seconds game clock.
Still remaining, making it Formal, trying to defend this flag.
They know where Formal is?
Spot, but they know he's there. The pings come true. The assist from Royal 2 will give Renegade the kill. That flag still.
Can they get touch on this? Royal 2's got to go for it.
Trying to decide, can he go for a push? Does he have
He's going to get a touch.
Multiple members of Optic coming off respawn will take him down and hop the
Now
return.
Dead Zone's going to hop this re.
Go straight to an OT. I mean, there's a small chance that if Optic wanted to overextend and try to get an OT pull here, but this one looks like both teams are going to be just going into OT, relaxing off a brand new fresh start, and these teams going to be more evenly matched here on Forbidden CTF.
Back and
What a
forth,
funky ass game.
Battles win.
Overtime.
Put 5 minutes on the clock, Dave. Let's play first to 1 here. Winner can extend the series or find themselves in the grand finals. Dead Zone looking to be very aggressive here. An untraditional route. He will have an early flank on the FaZe, and they have no idea it's coming.
Yep, and FaZe being a little more aggressive, getting 2
FaZe is
picks,
going
and
right
we saw this from
for the
Renegade
flag, though.
last time he got an OS. He grabbed that flag and he did not
I actually
slow
like
down.
this out of FaZe.
Looks like he's pulling
Lucid
over
gets the
towards
first kill,
upside,
though,
but
so Renegade's going to have to play his life.
Kill. Lucid right in front of him.
Too dead.
It's a good play. See, Frosty gets 2.
Frosty. Now does he run it or does he slay? Looks like he's going to let his other teammate grab that flag as he is just going to get some information.
That flag's still not on the move, Dave. FaZe are choosing to slay right now. Trippy will have
There goes the flag, though. There goes the flag.
Snipe, so he's across the map on an overextension. We saw the impact Trippy was able to have with a very similar play. Renegade pushing into the back.
Big win by Renegade.
Space. No one's still moving this flag, but they will have
This is weird.
on the map.
Yeah, it looks like Frosty's going to be able to get this touch. Looks like not actually. Lucid getting the pick, so Renegade, although he's been staying alive,
You gotta leave the flag.
Not been able to really progress this flag game further, and this one's going to return kind of even footing, and you know,
Nice
I'm
shot.
gonna feel okay about that.
Yeah.
But one thing they don't feel okay about is Renegade still in their hut. As long as Renegade is in the hut, especially with this weapon, they cannot rest easy.
FaZe were in a 4-on-2 with the flag already out. How did they not get it on the move? Well, no time to think about that just yet. Renegade still with snipe in hand, rips the head off of one, gives his team a 4-on-2 advantage again. Lucid with the peak shots will take down Renegade
Beautiful
on the
peak shots.
overchow there. Lucid able to stay alive, will release some of the pressure, and maybe Optic can get off their back feet for this overtime round.
Yeah, but here comes the push. Trippy and Lucid, the duo, pushing their hut, and now they can relax for a little bit. The last minute or so, they could not breathe, holding their breath there, because as people are in your hut, that is where the flag caps happen. But Renegade decided to take a little bit of a different route this time, realizing too much resistance at hut. Also meeting equal resistance by Formal over at the main ramp.
Optic
The
with
big OS grab.
overshield in the hands of
That's just
Trippy.
going to be a burn, though.
It's getting deleted. Snake Bites is going to take a
Oh,
ton
nice
of damage,
stick.
and a stick to the feet. It's a double for Trippy and the rest of Optic Gaming. They are able
Big
to
kills from
finally eliminate
FaZe.
Trippy,
That
but
could have been a
Optic
push from
Gaming for
Optic
the
right
first
there.
time in this overtime feel like
Rough
they're
games
being
from
a
Dead
big
Zone and Formal,
aggressor
dude.
and have a little bit of control to play around.
Yep, they have the advantage now, dodging that grenade right there. But you gotta wonder, is Optic gonna take over this opposite hut? That's their main target. Too late. Snakebite, Royal 2 already over in the hut. But Trippy, can he do something with his miraculous flanks? He's done it before. Can he
Flag
do
grab
it
from
again?
Optic.
Flag gets pulled. Everyone from Optic.
Here comes the
advances
pressure
on the
from
map
Optic.
Right now. FaZe need to find the kill.
I don't know about that shell.
Do so tremendously. 3 go down for FaZe, however. Frosty, the last player alive, knocked to no shield. The flag
Oh, nice shots.
And that could be the kill that does it. The kill.
That could be game.
FaZe Clan, Formal with the flag up
Nice
the
shots
tunnel.
from Trippy.
Overextenders are the only
That should
thing
be it.
Optic Gaming have to worry about as Formal takes it in. He takes shots.
Wow.
Not enough. Formal cap.
Optic sweeps FaZe twice.
Optic Gaming's ticket.
And we have an SSG FaZe, or an SSG Optic, excuse me, grand final.
Venue is donned in green here for St. Patty's Day and for
So FaZe, after winning the World Championship, goes out at 3rd
at Arlington Major.
What an incredible
at our opener.
push there from Optic. It felt that they were playing defensive
Wow.
the entire overtime round, but if you give them an inch, you give them one opportunity. This Optic Gaming roster can run away with it, and we saw Formal running away with the flag like it was nothing. You blink and you miss it.
Wow.
But Formal and the rest of Optic Gaming
Good shit,
will
Smooth
be
Criminal.
able to compete for
You
this
did call it.
championship here tonight.
Their run is not over, however, FaZe.
And bro,
What
Optic
a
wins
showing this
despite
weekend.
a 14 and 23 performance out of Formal and a 17 and 24 performance out of Dead Zone.
Exactly the green wall twice.
Never easy to defend your championship, Dave. I know you have plenty of experience doing that.
Some of the times it was easy, but granted,
Damn.
a lot of times it
We're
wasn't.
playing T-squared for half of those, okay? I love
Damn.
But let's be honest, when you come into you go into a 6-month break, you have a target on your back at all times.
Bro, I didn't
Everyone
expect
looking at
I
what
didn't
you're
expect
doing.
FaZe to get swept
How do we beat
twice.
that? Optic Gaming having to sit on that loss in the grand finals of Worlds last year, the way they lost. 2 best-of-7s after winning the first 2 games in the first series that had to eat at them. They even made a team change after being world champions the previous year with APG and the run that they had for so long. And Optic Gaming, with that team change, Dead Zone, the newly acquired player, I mean, he's playing his ass off out there, and this
he is. I was giving him informal shit for that last game, but Dead Zone has been playing exceptionally well.
You see a different style, you see a different player.
In his debut event for Optic.
All comes down to this next matchup. Optic, who said they had to fight so hard.
So do we think, now that was a great performance from Optic, but do we think they can now beat SSG in back-to-back series? Do we think they can take 2 from SSG to win the chip, to win the whole motherfucking thing?
Done here this weekend. We know they'll be back. We know how big of champions they are, and as we take a look at
close series, bro. Look at that.
Finals, Dave. I mean, 2-1.
They didn't piss slam 3-0 them.
3-2. The margins of victory could not have been any slimmer. I mean, a couple of kills in the Slayer, maybe, but
yeah,
outside
it's
of that,
essentially flipping a coin 3 times. I mean, arguably, game 1 wasn't flipping a coin. You saw Optic destroying that second hill, or that third hill.
It felt like they were in control.
And they were definitely in control, but games 2 and 3, I mean, that fight goes a little different. That flag moves a little faster, like you said, from FaZe's side. You know they're going to go back to the drawing board and say, where were we not being efficient enough? Where did we mess up? Because the winner's opportunity were there. You just didn't see the players go through fully.
Opportunity was there. It was not seized by the former world champs. Oh, that's going to do it for us, Dave. I need a break. I need a towel. I'm throwing this back to Lot and the boys on the desk. You guys can break this down.
Thank you so much, Wes and Walshy. Wow. Optic Gaming, they are looking formidable, a force to be reckoned with. And it is St. Patrick's Day today. So happy St. Paddy's Day, everybody. And the room is filled with green, and rightfully so. Optic get it done once again, 3-0 fashion. Closer games this time, but still in the same form they left FaZe with last time. Tim, talk to me a little bit about this Optic Gaming roster right now. They came up against a FaZe who were ready to go again. They kept it close. Things were getting very competitive, but Optic always having the edge every single map this series.
Honestly, I'm gonna be serious with you. I didn't really have a lot of faith in this Dead Zone change, but like I said, I'm wrong, and that's okay, because Dead Zone is playing phenomenal. He's fitting this roster perfectly, and honestly, it's going to be scary in this year. Now that you have Optic in the conversation along with SSG, 2 teams that made a change, I mean, that I didn't expect that at all.
Man,
you think so, Smooth Criminal, for the first series?
That game number 1 20-kill performance to the 15 kills and 11 assists going to that game 2, I will say, started off a bit slow, 0-7 to start off that game number 3, but then picks it back up and ends the game with 15 kills and I want to say maybe 17 assists. So Dead Zone, I said before the series started, this team goes and ends where Dead Zone goes. He really is that X factor for Optic Gaming, and I think you guys saw it at home as well.
Let's talk about FaZe for a second. Some of the mistakes coming forward here, not capitalizing maybe on some of the gains they had made on the maps, especially in CTF. Word. This is really, really close. And even in the overtime, we see Renegade get overshielded immediately.
I'm going to run to the bathroom really quickly before we start to get into the final stuff. But then there's just this and I assume they'll probably take a break as well.
Too long to actually
I'll be right
do anything with it. What happened with FaZe in the entirety of the series, but also right at the end here?
Well, to start off with, honestly, when you have your captain in Snakebite, the leader of the squad, kind of leading in kills and leading in assists, you know, you kind of question, you know, I think Renegade and Frosty started off a bit slow. When we get to this game number 3, though, that's when you started to see FaZe get a little more comfortable. You started to see a little bit of a shining light. But yes, the objective efficiency once again. How do we overslay? You know, a lot of people have talked about that. FaZe tend to overslay just a bit, and we saw a couple of situations where maybe a flag could have gone in, but again, the decision-making, it didn't work out in their favor this time.
Yeah, I think Optic, they have changed the game with the swarming that they have honestly got with Dead Zone on this team. The way that they are able to swarm in on you, you can't move, you can't breathe. FaZe have definitely felt that this weekend against Optic, and it's been very impressive with the aggression. I think the aggression is something new for this roster, Tony. I mean, they are turning up the heat, and it is becoming very, very difficult to move on a map against them, even with FaZe, who have unbelievably aggressive players on their side. Optic were very, very good today. The question is now, can they repeat this type of situation in terms of gameplay against SSG once again?
I'll be honest with you, I don't see why not coming into this tournament. I said Optic Gaming were the 3rd best team in the world. Well, as of right now, they're playing like the best team in the world. They're playing like they're ready to win a championship here in their hometown, here in their home office, if you will. They're going to work, they're clocked in, and I don't know if they're clocking out.
Tim, the longevity of a reset bracket is looming over Optic's heads right now, but they do have their home crowd behind them, like you said, Tony. That is going to help them kind of push through all the way. Do you think they have what it takes in terms of the stamina to reach that final, that end goal, that end result, and really take Space Station Gaming, you know, all the way and take the dub?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, SSG obviously coming from that grand finals, they have that advantage. Optic are going to have a tough road ahead.
All right, I'm bagging. You say you finna predict Stellar gonna fizzle out and cost SSG games?
Legend looks phenomenal. 10 Zone showcasing all the doubters were wrong, including me. And
I don't know if I can co-sign that one, brother.
Incredible grand final.
I mean,
it really
we'll
is
see.
The battle of the roster changes. Which one made the biggest impact? We'll find out. We're going to head to a quick break right now. When we come back, folks,
You talking about
it's
SS
Championship
Jesus?
Sunday. It's your grand final, and we got Optic versus Space Station on the main stage. We'll catch you right after this.
Let's go.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hey, guess what? New year means a new optic scuff design for a new controller. Check out this sexy design. It's a nod to the original OG logo and a great way to rep the green wall. Choose between the Reflex for PS5, the Instinct for Xbox, and the brand new Envision for PC.
I mean, fair enough, Smooth Criminal. I'll let you rock.
Scuff saw your comments, and they're now selling the faceplates separately for the Envision and the Instinct for $29.99.
Big up the Cox here. Sorry, I'm kind of busy. Kind of not. Leave a message.
Yeah, the Mega Rev boys here sentiment. Flow tastes sweet like cinnamon. Open up doors, I'm a gentleman. View top floor, I'm still staying ahead of them. Running on fumes and adrenaline. Do what I do best. Can't rush in like a roulette. You can't name a better duet. Don't ask questions. Trying to figure out what sound. Don't worry about what next. Just know we got now.
Huh.
Nation.
The HCS 2024 Kickoff Arlington Major is presented by AMD, Scuff, and Corduroys.
Halo fans, welcome
Yeah.
to Championship Sunday here at the HCS Arlington Kickoff Major, hosted by Optic Gaming. The crowd is ready to go, and they are primed after that incredible game from Optic Gaming, taking down FaZe 3-0 on the main stage and totally out of the tournament. They rebound now back into the grand finals spot where they have to go up against Space Station once again. My name is Lottie, I'm joined by Wes, and I'm joined by Tony. Whew, my goodness me, do we have a game on our hands, people. We've had an exceptional tournament, to be perfectly honest with you. Every single day has been lights out, non-stop action. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, to see how we have ended up at this point in time. Because Optic, they've had such a good run, such a solid run, all the way up until Space Station Gaming. And honestly, even then, you could have tossed a coin at times. And in how these games kind of panned out, this was a really close winners finals. Clutch, do you expect this grand final to be a brawl?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a 3-2 in
I mean, if the first series is any indication, this final should be insane.
FaZe team is that they want revenge on what just happened in that winners finals. It's going to have to be 2 best-of-7s, of course, if Optic want to get the job done, but they have what it takes on that side of the stage to push this grand finals the entire distance. Space Station, of course, not going to go quietly in the night. They've obviously earned their spot in this grand finals, their advantage in this grand finals. This is going to be a battle.
It really is going to be a battle. It's been a battle every single day so far, and I've been so surprised with so many teams who've really come out of the woodworks in this offseason, put some work in, dedicated their time and energy towards getting better, putting rosters together to take down teams and to push themselves further up the bracket. And I gotta say, for me, Foe were one of those teams to stand out. I was so impressed with Europe and how they showed up to this tournament. And of course, we do have our AMD power play as well, which is going to be the young gun Wootum. And that keyboard and mouse player, he is out to play, and I'm so happy that he's having already an exceptional season. Tony Wootum, when he comes to mind, his gameplay, being able to show off what he can do with a keyboard and mouse, it's just wonderful to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's fast, it's exciting, it's dynamic. He's able to put damage onto multiple players, then quickly take cover, stay alive. What this young man is doing is really changing the game as far as input go. There's going to be a lot of mouse and keyboard players out there that say, you know what? If Wootum do it, maybe I can too.
I was waiting for this moment. This kid put the world on notice. Mouse and keyboard is viable for competitive Halo for the first time in the history of the franchise. You love to see a player with his individual skill, of his talent, be able to showcase that in the competitive atmosphere on the main stage in the most important series. Wootum, although he's 17 years old, he played like a veteran this weekend, and I cannot wait until we get him back up there.
He certainly did. A highlight for me exactly on the screen right here.
That's iconic.
It's iconic, putting that keyboard in the air. He knows what he was doing up there, and he should be so unbelievably proud of it. What an amazing achievement so far. So young and so far to go as well. So Wootum, we love you. We're big fans on the desk for sure, and all of us at the HCS. Where can you see Foe next? That's my question. Well, we do have a roadmap for you guys to have a quick look at. And next up, we do have the HCS London Major. Really amazing stuff happening in London. I haven't been back to London for quite some time, you know, about 5 years, Wes. 5 years I haven't been back.
I haven't been back to London. I actually went over last year, I guess, but I haven't been to London for a Halo tournament ever. I've always missed out on them, so I'm so excited. I love when we always get to travel. I love getting to travel, especially to European countries or wherever we've been as of recent, but London is one you're not gonna wanna miss. The food over there is so good. I like the idea that finally we're giving our European teams a little bit of a home field advantage as well. They have to travel a little bit less. They're always fighting the different hours of the day that they have to compete with when they travel to the States and are forced to play in tournaments over here. It's only right that we give them a little love, and we force the American players to go in Royal 2's time zone, Demon time, and play over in Europe.
Very true. Well, you know, you may not have been to London for a Halo event, but Tony, you haven't been, period, have you?
Yeah, you guys are talking about the
It's
last
actually
time
facts.
y'all been to
He's
London.
just
I'm like,
spitting.
well,
There's
you
no
know, the
Lottie
last time
slander
I've
allowed.
been to London
None
was
whatsoever.
London, Georgia.
Never. I never even stepped foot into Europe yet, so I'm excited to head over there. Honestly, I really am.
31st of May to June 2nd. This one will be an epic event, so make sure you guys are tuning in or get your tickets to go head on over there. And of course, we also do have Salt Lake City back again. Major 4 presented by Space Station Gaming. We're back at Salt Lake. We loved that event last time. It was vibey, Clutch, wasn't it? It really was. Space Station, they know how to put on a show.
Space Station knows how to put on a show. The passion was felt throughout the entire project, throughout the entire event. It rolled through to the players, and we saw some of the best Halo we saw all of last year at that event. We even had a Bulldog in the green room for a little bit. I love Bulldogs. So my favorite event by far last year, getting to hang out with the Bulldog and watch some top tier.
Wait, are you
Halo.
actually,
What
Jake?
more can you ask?
What more can you ask for? I love the Space Station guys and what they do in terms
Oh hell yeah,
of
that's so
content and
sick.
things, and
Bro,
they
we
really
have
do
to
elevate things
hang
for
out.
us in Halo, and I just
We have to hang out if y'all
everything that
go.
they're putting out, also including the merch. The merch is absolutely
The merch
fire,
is
Tony.
top
I know
tier.
that you know that. I've seen you in their merch.
I live in Space Station merch.
There you go. What can you say about it? Do you live in it?
Oh, absolutely.
Because unfortunately, obviously, I'm not in Arlington. Unfortunately, I will not be able to make London, but I will be at Atlanta, Salt Lake, and Seattle.
I'm actually so glad that I asked you that question now, because I would never have known that. So
we need B-roll of that.
we do indeed. Let's get back to things here on the desk, though. Of course, our main stage matchup. It is your grand finals. Oh, Space Station versus Optic. This is going to be, honestly, I think pretty close. Based on what we saw in the winners finals from both of these teams, it was head-to-head, toe-to-toe, and I just want to know how things are going to shake out. Do you think the series layout is going to have something to do with that?
I think the series layout will absolutely have something to do with it. But that being said, it's a best of 7, and Optic reset it's another best of 7. So you're going to get tested in just about every map and mode if you're SSG and you get pushed to the brink of elimination in this tournament. So
well, yo, if y'all are looking for somebody else to split that shit with, let me know.
Making the biggest plays in the biggest
I don't think I have any
the grand
concrete plans
finals.
yet. I just know I'm going.
And that stage has 8 superstars on it. I cannot wait.
But obviously, that's only if y'all are down.
Me too. And Tony, how are you feeling about this matchup? Because obviously Optic, if they want to go the distance, there's 2 series layers they have to get through in order to get that done.
Yeah, I'd love to kick it
Well,
with
the
you
good
and
thing
Brett.
is, if you're a fan of seeing more Halo and a fan of Optic Gaming, this series layout really doesn't lend much towards Space Station Gaming. So if I'm looking at this grand finals, I'm thinking Optic have an advantage to maybe win one series, maybe force the bracket reset, and just give us more Halo to watch.
I'd say sit back and relax, crowd, because it's St. Patrick's Day. Hope you have a brew in your hand, because this is going to be a long
Jake's, bro.
series.
Pull up, chat.
I'm hoping for a reset. This green wall crowd will start to get louder and louder with the amount of wins tallying up for Optic Gaming. I'm looking at SSG to try to silence the crowd quickly, so if you're in the crowd and you want Optic to win, you might not want to let that happen.
You don't want to let that happen. Do you think actually SSG are going to be phased?
Sparkly ass Spartan.
I think this SSG crew has been a core team for what feels like a long time, especially Eco and Stellar. They have played.
I was gonna say, you're trolling, right?
And all of the CLG
this guy never shows up to land, bro. He's such a pussy.
Fans were in the crowd. They know what it's like to be the villain. I think they embrace that. I think Stellar and Eco kind of thrive in that. And you know Bound's personality. That guy was born a villain. He came out the womb a villain. And I think he wants to ruin everyone's here St. Patrick's Day.
Well, I know that this venue right now is stacked to the nines. Everybody's finding their seats. We need to get this stage set, ready to go for your grand finals.
Let's go, man. Lock in.
Versus Space Station. Let's see who takes it.
Dick Oddball.
Hello, Texas, and welcome to the 2024 HCS Arlington Kickoff Major.
Wait, this goes crazy. Optic SSG, Jake. Optic just beat the shit out of FaZe. Also, the last series that Optic and SSG just played in the winners finals might deadass be like the greatest Halo series of all time. It was a close-ass game 1. Then they went 50-50 tie in the Slayer, which went to a full replay, which was then a 50-48.
But now we got 2 final teams remaining, looking to hoist that first trophy of the season and set the pace. This first squad
2 more close-ass objectives and then it went 50-49 in the game 5.
Get them yellow towels in the air and make some noise for Space Station Gaming!
SSG dropped Penguin for Legend.
We got Stellar!
And Optic dropped APG for Penguin.
Space Station looking to go to new heights. Give it up for them, Texas!
How come they all matching and Stellar got the white or the gray shit?
All right.
I'm checked.
Now it's time to bring out their
The crowd talking shit.
This squad here knows Texas is their home, and they see the green wall in the crowd. Esports Stadium, get loud for Optic Gaming! Show some love for Trippy, Formal, Lucid, Dead Zone, and Coach Lunchbox. One more time.
You know what's crazy is Formal been doing walkouts on this stage since like 2020. I just had like crazy ass deja vu of one of their walkouts from Cold War, bro.
As you can see, everyone in the Esports Stadium is ready. Well, are you ready at home? It's time to get this.
He's been really, really good.
Make some noise for your casters.
Dead Zone's been really, really good. What's up, House? These intros always seem so forced to me. Maybe a little bit, but I think they're good. Plus, you gotta set the scene for people that may be just tuning in. You gotta set the scene for people who watch it later on VOD. People need the context and the hype built up.
To take down the defending world champions in FaZe, and guess what? They found themselves first event of
I don't
the
mind
year
it.
up against each other, and the question is which of the 2 teams.
Yeah, plus you want to get the crowd involved. You want to get everybody hyped.
Defining one to take the title at event #1 of the year.
Yeah, who is going to have those bragging rights? Is it going to be Space Station who made the change, bringing in Legend, or will it be Dead Zone getting some revenge on his old roster as part of this new look Optic Gaming roster? Now, we mentioned Legend. He's got an opportunity here to make history. He could be the first ever international player to win a HCS event.
And what a story it already has been. As we said, already made history today.
Yeah, they've been so much faster.
Has never placed within the top 2 in over 20 years of professional Halo. However, as you say, an opportunity to push that story even further and potentially take the first ever event win for an international player.
Now we should highlight as well, we move from best of 5s over to best of 7s, and it's SSG
What? No!
into this grand final with that series advantage. Why is that such a big
I don't know why I just thought,
so
I guess I thought it'd be best of 5s.
Space Station won an event, it was
It's all good, lock in.
so
We're definitely not going to go to a Game 7 and then go to a second Game 7 and have it take like 6 hours, right?
Space Station Gaming was the winners bracket finals. If they won that, we thought that they might be able to win an event. They did that in Salt Lake City. They find themselves in the same exact position here. And as you heard on the desk, what
Because that man Dead Zone had to play bitch on SSG.
games, but going to 6 games.
And I mean, I guess he kind of is also playing bitch on Optic, but
and that final game coming down
he has more
to
freedom
the wire
in that
as
system.
well. And we are set up here for quite a grand finals to kick off the year.
This feels quite special, doesn't it? I don't know what it is. It's just a little bit of magic in the air, and it's kind of poetic. I like
It's
to
best
say,
of
as we take a
7s.
look
Oh
at the
my
grand
god, this
final
is so
series
cheese.
layout.
This is gonna take, we're gonna be here all night, bro. Oh my god.
Their crowd at their event.
Bro, strap in, y'all, because we're at least gonna be here for another like 4 hours. I'm not even trolling. Look at this map set. Not only is it best of 7s, not only are we gonna get 2 series out of this, I'm fairly certain. Oh, look at this trolly ass map set.
On Slayer Street.
Hit flag.
Gaming is 1-0. SSG
Recharge
is
ball.
game type. However, across maps
This is gonna
3
take.
and 4,
This
it's worth
is
noting
gonna
both
take 7
teams
hours. I'm gonna throw up.
1-0. So 3 of your first 4 game types, these teams have the same exact record.
If they have to replay any of these maps, I'm gonna flip my desk.
Kills. The last time we saw them go up against each other, a little bit earlier today, but that's history. It's time to make some more here. You can see the players.
What's up, Rocklin?
We already
Lock in. I've never been so excited, but also dreading a finals.
Ready to go well.
my.
It's a Sunday night in Texas, everyone. You know what that means. It's time for a grand final.
And no surprise here, the Let's Go Optic chant already.
What is this Tron-ass music?
Hyping up the crowd, making sure that they're getting up and they're getting loud, and we are underway in game number 1.
And why wouldn't you start with
Blade Runner-ass soundtrack?
He's already made history. He continues to make history. Legend, the man we're talking about, of course, has the opportunity to do what no one outside of North America has managed to do, to lift a trophy.
Why are there children screaming outside my window?
On your screen right here, Stellar, he was quoted this weekend as saying there was only one player in the world that we were making a team change for, and that was the French phenom in Legend. He's brought them here undefeated so far in Arlington. Can they finish the job up against Optic Gaming?
Well, it's been a really strong start here for Optic Gaming. Of course, they have to do the hard work here. They have to reset the bracket and beat Space Station Gaming not just once, but twice. A great start for them. You can see they've already got over half that first hill converted, and they're still stood inside of it.
Formal in full Predator mode here. Invisible with the snipe. We'll see what he can do. Shots coming in, though, from Sandbags.
I'm going to just lean out the window and be like, yo.
3 will fall. Trippy is your only player alive.
Are y'all green wall or SSG, bro? Lock in.
And they arrest the Optic Gaming progress at about 75%.
Green wall Brismonte.
I mean, so many times there when you lose the camo
SSG.
that initial hill time, you kind of give this first hill up, right? But
I don't know, bro. Who sponsors SSG?
Somehow they spot out Formal with that camo and make it a non-effect on the map. Stella has the sniper rifle as well. He's putting it to use.
Almost connects on the third. That mud push will come in from a teammate, though, and off of that pressure, off of the timing, looks like it should have come in early. Finally, he takes down Lucid, but Lucid buys a bit of time for the squad. However, most importantly, look at the scoreboard tied up on the first hill.
I mean, Deadzone doesn't want to poke because he knows that sniper rifle and he knows the teammate that he used to sit alongside. Is
well, that's not fun to say.
Stella starting off in championship form as Optic
Brismonte is fun to say.
Dead,
yeah, I don't know, Rockwin.
Staggered 3 dead as well. Lucid is Sandbags. He's the only hope to
probably SSG.
Right, you see the rest of the players coming in from scoreboard.
Simply because they also have winner's advantage.
First hill going to SSG, and it will be indeed SSG who's
like if Optic as SSG caps the first hill, if Optic wants to win this finals, they're gonna have to work for it. They're gonna have to win this shit. There's no eking it out or you know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna have to earn this shit.
Yeah, like you say, they've won the rotation as well. It's not just the first hill; they are set up inside the second. They have the tower. And
Jesus Lord.
Well, he takes to the stars, disappears into the ether, but
Trippy just got generationally shit on.
Up close and personal, beautifully done there. Just having the QT right on the QT spawn spot to land that melee very cleanly, and that leads to a little bit of more control on the board for SSG. However, Trippy with a big opportunity here. 2 dead for his side, and he needs to slow it down.
Yeah, it's an opportunity, but with those kills going in the favor of Space Station, he has
Holy
to just stay alive now. Because if he challenges and he gets spotted out, there's going to be 3 or 4 Space Station Gaming members who are going to be able to hunt him down so quickly. So all of this time, it's just free time for SSG. Trippy down now to make his play.
Really is. Let's see what he can do. He does pick up 1. That's going to lead to 3 dead for SSG. It's very good timing. They're going to look for the last one as well. But once again, it's answered back by the side of Optic. A clean 4 dead. Very well executed by Optic Gaming. Excellent patience from them. Now they will begin scoring on hill number 2.
He's got a sniper rifle as well. So there's an opportunity here for him to get that first damage, break a shield, break a skull. And give Optic
break a skull.
Stella gets that first kill and manages to get away. However, there's a couple of other players who Lucid's going to have to deal with here. It's a 2v2 on the map. Sniper rifle still in the hands of Lucid. But look how elusive Eco is being. He's baiting. He's waiting for help to arrive. And no!
Unfortunate. Lucid, of course, goes for the repulse there, bottom mid, but just
what the fuck are we doing?
The bottom of the ceiling, and instead going to fly off and lose snipe. So what should have been clean control and a 4th dead.
You're being dead ass in the finals.
Actually will go to
SSG is going to get the cap now.
We're going to get this
in a game of margins. That's what can cost you. SSG, they managed to break, and Optic will find themselves.
Man pulled a myth? That's crazy.
And that's going to be Trippy, and Trippy says,
that's 1-800 super fucked.
He's trying to buy time, but Eco just has to dip his toes
SSG's just fucking with him.
Able to convert, but I love
the SSG steps out. They're trying to gain some advantage on the map before they hop in there for a second and convert it.
Yes, indeed. They buy a little bit of extra time off the game clock. A little bit of min-maxing coming out from the side of SSG, but I cannot.
The SSG's locked the fuck in, bro. Lucid's jumping jumping off the map. Almost 3 and 8.
Trying to stay alive back tower. Because he falls, that hill gets forfeited. What should have been an Optic Gaming hill goes to SSG, and just like that, they lead now 2-0.
Optic is already looking outclassed in this series.
Garage. You can see the Bound is alive, and he's got that QT, which is such a problem to deal with inside of this particular hill.
Nice shots.
So are perfect shots. As Bound will hit the 5 onto Formal, and he's still got some QT to work with here. So Optic, even if they see Bound, they're only going to see him for a second.
That was a clean 4 dead. Where's this first pick go? It's a triple concrete pillars push coming in. See if Bound can fight
Oh,
against it.
believe me, they have a coach who's much more intelligent and experienced than
I
I.
expected him to have that QT a little bit longer, maybe waiting to see if he was going to try and
I think just playing against a team like SSG is just a different beast.
Just disappeared in time.
You just cannot fuck up against them.
Easier for them. Optic have won this little fight. It's a little skirmish that's gone on, but it's all around the camo, and as you say, even though they won the fight, they don't have the space to walk forward and pick up the power-up.
Yeah, quite a delay there on that camo. As you saw, it came all the way back into cuts right onto the dummies.
Nice
so
jump.
Bound is the one that gets the communication about exactly where it was on the map, and he's going to start the new push.
It was pretty much tied up. Trippy still inside. Oh,
kind of a scam.
Big win from Trippy. That's going to take
Getting clears right.
the camo out of the game, but it wasn't without a little bit of damage to the numbers of Optic Gaming. Stella flies in for yet another trade. It's going to be 3 dead momentarily here for Optic Gaming as SSG step back into that hill. And this fight here, this could be Optic's last chance.
Oh!
With the fight on Bound. Trippy's going to fight as well.
Lucid wins an unwinnable.
And Optic stand up.
Lucid was the only player alive on cuts. He wins
What
the
the
first
fuck?
1v1 against Camel, then he flies scoreboard, somehow wins the second one against Keydort, and by that time,
Game-saving play from Lucid right there.
and somehow they will steal this hill out from SSG.
That is a game-saving sequence from Lucid right there. If Lucid does not make that play, they go down 3-0 in this King of the Hill game. And they have almost no chance of coming back.
Thinking maybe the time is going to be a problem for us to get back in this game, but 2-1, completely different feel.
Pretty sure Onset is saying what I just said.
Otherwise, we'd be at 3-0 here. Lucid with just an enormous effort coming off of cuts to win those 2 battles, and as we said, by the time that all happened, the cavalry was in. With Optic Gaming trailing here 2-1 with 2:29 left on the clock. Let's get into a listening.
This is good initial time for SSG. Optic still has their work cut out for him here, but the window's open. That's what separates the great players from the rest. House is being able to take the counter punch, have unfortunate and tragic shit happen to you, and to be able to just shake it off and go next, to not let things affect you mentally. Being able to stay locked. We joke about locking in all the time, but being able to stay locked is dead ass a skill, and it's one of the best skills you can have, especially at this level of competition. This is great fucking time for Optic. Here comes the push from SSG. And Optic ties the game. A little over 2 minutes on the game clock.
Bottom middle, one guy bottom middle, on repo spawn.
I have a sniper.
Ugh.
I'm here, Jay.
You heard the crowd? 3 dead for SSG. All dead for SSG. Yeah, somebody got to go tower and block the fucking spawns. No, they spawn green. They spawn green. That is such a fortunate spawn for Optic, because they get to hold tower side, and SSG has to hit through.
I mean, really, what a different
they give up tower. Okay, it's going to get sus now.
Look at the progress on that hill as well. Optic's about to close out.
SSG flips tower.
As well, they've entered back in such a big way. They're currently outslaying 59-53.
Well, they're 4 dead.
Where does Optic spawn here? They should spawn green.
It's about closing it
Dead Zone spawns by himself.
board,
Fucking camo. That sucks.
With a couple still dead here for Optic.
Now Optic spawns dummies. Did one spawn green?
Sure
one spawn green and the rest spawn dummies?
Push it back green. Numbers been evened up momentarily.
2v2 on the map.
SSG's getting a shit ton of time here though.
Both sides. Let's see if
and Optic's just going to square A plat.
Might be an SSG grab if they hold.
I mean, Bound is playing this so well, but Eco
Trippy's in. Trippy's getting the time. Trippy's getting time. Trippy's just going to cap this. Trippy just capped it. Trippy just just walked into the hill and capped that shit. What is going on? Optic just took the lead 3-2.
Oh boy, Stellar answers back right away. 3 dead here for Optic. Dead zone's your last player alive, but what a push coming in from Optic. They're off of concrete and pillars. That's not easy to do. You're coming uphill. You're coming through a very narrow corridor.
What is going on?
Into the mix. They get top mid. Bound gets just pinched. He can only isolate the sandbags kill there. It's not enough. And is it out? Oh my god. Stellar though controlling top tower. A beautiful no scope. And in addition to that, they've already got some points on the board. But keep in mind, this is do or die for SSG. They cannot forfeit this hill, as 4 hills will win the game.
Well, they're continuing to keep Optic Gaming down in numbers at the moment. They're picking Slay up after Slay. It's Formal who was last alive. Lucid just come off respawn as well. And you can see that Eco is hunting. Now, Optic do have a sniper, I'm pretty sure, in the hands of Formal, but look at the damage output from Eco here. Every bullet that goes into a different Optic Gaming
SSG basically has that cap.
Down by 1 or 2 seconds.
Is Optic going to give this?
They're already Space Station a moments away from capping this hill.
Gets the trade as well.
Yep.
As you say, 3 dead. Formal's your last player alive. This hill will go.
Optic got to be careful. I think SSG's going to get camo too.
Here, SSG versus Optic. And how fitting in game number 1, the next hill, sudden death.
And Optic goes 3 dead, and SSG gets a fortunate spawn and a rotation, so they're going to get initial time as well. Optic again is going to have their work cut out for him.
Gives the same pattern as the first. SSG win the green hill and rotate to tower, and almost like we saw before, Formal has to make a play of back tower now to try and break.
Doesn't get the clamor there. We'll see if it costs him. In the end, he doesn't get the help he needs. That will lead to 2 dead for the side of SSG, and Formal just desperately trying to stay alive here in tower.
This is such an important battle as well. It's a 2v2 all-round tower. Whoever wins this, just get the position of this hill. Formal not only wins the fight, but he comes back for Bound as well.
Oh, Bound wins a big one.
Wow, somehow, looks like team nade though.
Yeah, that's a team nade.
Formal's going to get the kill on Bound, so that's a team nade from the side of SSG that will take him down in the end. So just about neck and neck here on the 4th hill. Keep in mind also 119 left on the game clock.
Pretty sure the Legend has the QT as well, so he can afford to just overextend, be the aggressor for his team, get damage down and being able to retreat. It's going to be important.
Optic should still have C flat side of the map.
Look how Eco is having to play this slow.
They're in time now.
For his team at the moment.
Trippy has tower.
Allowing other players to move around his position to clean up those kills.
Of course, unsurprisingly, based on what we're seeing from his POV, that he would be leading his team in assists right now with 14 on the board. Finally, he's
it should be time for Optic, I think.
As Optic Gaming continues to score.
No, they're all weak. They're all weak. It should be time for Optic, yeah.
Brought it right back as they're right back here, tied neck and neck.
SSG's hella far.
All eyes on this last hill.
Oh, I like that chow. That's a big kill by Legend. Legend gets away back tower. 1 minute game clock. Here comes the push from SSG. SSG should break tower side here. Yep. 2 kills for Optic though. 2 on 2. Optic somehow gets trades and cross maps right there. Optic's gonna break tower right back. Oh my god.
Unbelievably, Space Station had great control, so we're 2v2 on the map here.
How does Optic just flip out of that? Beautiful quick flank from Lucid. So much damage.
Might be massive for Optic Gaming. The repulse keeps him alive. But Stella's going to come back here to challenge. Bound will be in the position as well to try
SSG breaks tower?
to that hill. Sniper rifle in his hands.
Where is Optic at? Optic is far.
This could be an SSG game.
It was 2 dead for Optic yet again. Look at the spawners, all in back green. Optic's going to have 1 more push here. We'll see. A few pushes to put together. All they need is 1 push, of course, to get the hill themselves.
They've got the camos.
Eco gets camo.
They've got all the toys, but they don't have any mistakes. 7 seconds left on that game clock.
Somebody's got to get in the hill or we're going to go to OT. Wait, does it go to a new round? Does it go to a new round or does it go to just more time? It just goes to more time, okay.
Ooh, Eco has to go. He's got to go right now and make a play.
He's going to make this play, but it's dead zone!
He's going to do it!
Optic should get it!
Who wins the 1v1?
Oh my god. Optic takes game 1.
What beautiful patience coming in from Optic there, as you said.
Yo, yo, he saw dead zone, he said, holy shit, man.
They keep the game clock at 0. And what felt like we were going to get a little bit of extra time on the clock to see how things played out.
Also,
instead results in Optic
shout out me, bro. I still don't know how to fucking overtime rules work.
Optic Gaming was trailing 2-0 early on in the game. They bounce back. They win 4-3 and also outslay in the
Bro, Optic SSG has not disappointed this weekend. Holy shit.
Because you can see that SSG looked a little bit split on what they wanted.
These games
to
are fucking
prioritize on
nuts.
the map, and even though they were a little bit split, they ended up pretty much getting everything that they were.
Also, there were scams. There were so many scams on both sides.
but nobody seemed to be inside of the hill
in that game.
to get that little bit of time and force
Optic was way scamming at the start, and then SSG scammed for like 3 hills in a row.
I mean, you heard the desk talk about it. If you
like, yeah, I don't know what that one bound play was.
For that game to end 4-3 on a big comeback from a 2-0 deficit for Optic, I think it just, first of all, is a great table setter for the series. Second of all, just as a testament to how closely matched these two teams are. Great QT work coming in early on from Stellar as well. It's going to feel like a long time ago, though, for Space Station when they were up 2-0 in this game, as they will fall in the end. By the way, looking at the numbers, it's going to be Lucid going 25-20, leading his team in the kills department. On the side of Space Station, it was Stellar in the end, 29-21 for him.
Such a close game, and it sets us up again. It's what we saw earlier on between these two teams, right? It comes down to these tiny moments, these one shots that are missed, or one decision that is countered by a player on the other team, and it's Optic who start the rally. Winning game number 1 when you know you got to reset a bracket, Andy, is so important just to restore the confidence, just to show
because I'm pretty sure that was one of those desperation, like,
Here's the last moments you're
I'm just gonna hop into this shit. I don't have any other play.
Make sure the Trippy can
and he somehow they just
jump in. No
just turned
Legend
around.
was your only player pushing top mid. In the end, it's a big win for them as they close out the game 4-3.
We go to Streets TS
before going into any additional time. As you say, they'll take game number 1, which
Subliners
is not just
up
a big
1-0
game
over
on the
Optic
board,
in the
we're talking
CDL.
about a potential double best of 7, but also a big momentum boost for them because they're looking ahead, if they have their way, to a long
Rockland, I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe he got a call out that somebody was behind him or something. I mean, like, we don't know. But in real time, that shit looked weird.
And that 1v1 felt to dead zone. It's not an easy fight.
They could have been calling out that somebody was behind him. They could have been calling out to tell him to go block a spawn or to go move or do something. They would have, I don't know. Anything could have been happening right there.
It's going to feel good to do that against your old teammate, especially in the position where you can win the
I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt, because obviously these are the 2 best teams in the fucking world.
We've seen some big moments from both
2 of the 3
teams,
best teams in the fucking
one
world.
thing we were talking about before this series got underway is where SSG
But it certainly looked a little bit questionable
big
from our
series last year was
vantage
in those
point.
Slayers. Optic have already
I will
won
say
series
that.
at this event in those big Slayers. Their record is superb at the moment through the tournament, whereas on the SSG side, it doesn't look quite as strong.
Yeah, coming into this series, Optic Gaming 7-1 in Arlington in the Slayer department. However, Space Station Gaming 4-3. And keep in mind, we've got quite a few Slayers in our best of 7s. That could be a really big factor here, especially in this first series.
I think
So
I
for
agree,
SSG, the
Rockland.
question is, have they been able to right those
Like I
wrongs
said, not
even
sure what
between
happened there.
series? And for Optic, after the Game 1 win, and knowing that their record has been so good on those Slayers, they're probably thinking we can send this to a reset pretty quickly. As we take a look at some of the stats coming in from the man on your screen, Lucid, very big pivotal battle 1 to get Optic back into that game. And here's some of the stats that go alongside it.
Yeah, take a look at that.
Damn.
Your left side, of course, is going to be
Look
that
at that
winners
shit.
bracket final versus Space
Well, you
Station
can't see, hang on.
earlier today on a
Look at that shit.
8 KD below 1, of course. Not used to seeing that on Lucid's side of the screen. However, versus FaZe and the grand final so far, already back on a 1.2. The man has regained, and we should also mention that Optic Gaming as a squad, they're 1-0 in this game type here, Slayer on Streets, and SSG has only lost this game type. They're 0-1, potentially more momentum coming for the side of Optic Gaming.
And you look at those stats that are on your screen right now, maybe that tells us a little bit more about what how important Lucid is to Optic being
Technically,
successful
SSG is
against
0-1-1.
Space Station Gaming, right? SSG managed to keep him quiet in that previous series, and I say keep him quiet by
No,
his
wait, what
own
game did they tie?
extremely high standards. That first game where you just see him bounce back a little bit there, and you see the series against FaZe where he has that.
Did they tie an
influence in the kills
Aquarius,
that he
or
picks
did they
up.
tie
That's
a?
what gives them that little bit of space. That's what gives them the breathing room.
I already
and that's what
forgot,
keeps
bro.
them even in numbers a lot of the time.
Cat, which game did they
Lucid
tie?
Getting into a position to clean up damage when it looks like Optic maybe
Was it a
were falling onto
Streets?
the back foot.
Another important note here, that is Space Station Gaming's first Game 1 loss of the tournament. They was 6-0 in Game 1.
Is it a recharge?
Into this
Jesus
series,
Christ.
however, maybe a sign of additional things to come as Optic ruins that perfect record and takes that map
Am I brain
number
dead?
1 to their own name. As he said, leading 1-0 in the series. If you're just joining us, it's the grand finals between Optic Gaming and Space Station. Already met in the winners bracket finals. That one went not only to a Game 5, but a Game 6 due to a Game number 2 replay, tied 50-50. Not something we see every day. That was a treat of a series, and unsurprisingly, based off of the Game 1, this grand final already starting to become something special as well.
Yeah, it was such a funny series. Like even when you going on social media, put a tweet, I was like, a crazy 6-game series. I was waiting for some smart ass at the end. It was going, there's 5 games. You weren't watching it, were you? You weren't there. 50-50, that gave us that replay. It was absolutely ridiculous. But as SSG just take a second to regain, step off the stage, and
It's me, I'm the
get ready
smartass.
for Street Slayer. It gives us an opportunity to talk about the game type a little bit more. Because
Yeah, it was a
sounds
recharge. It was a
very
recharge. You're
obvious,
right.
Andy, but that camo has been such a difference.
Because yeah, they melee traded
top
gold.
Everybody funneled into that mid map, and that's where you're seeing these big swings.
It really is that camo. Just in case you haven't caught anything from this event so far, camo of
That's
course
what it was. That's what it
replacing
was.
Rocket's bottom middle on Streets as the central power up and the pickup, and it's really changed the game. Not only does it as a delayed spawn 30 seconds into the match, but it also really changes the dynamic of how it's played. As we saw, sometimes if you can force a trade with a camo, that's an enormous play from the defensive side. However, as we saw Trippy earlier, right in that game number 1, if you can make big camo plays, the game has to slow down. It becomes, for about 30 to 45 seconds, a beautiful chess match where you need to put all the pieces together. As the camo player, you're grabbing info for your team. You're making sure that you can put every single puzzle piece together for the perfect push. We saw Optic Gaming do it in that game number 1. Street Slayer is going to offer an opportunity for that as well.
I think one of the keys to success in these Slayers for SSG is going to be discipline. Because we've seen on the other side of the stage, Optic Gaming, they are so disciplined in these Slayers. They are so conservative with those deaths. They do not want to give you anything for free. Whereas sometimes I felt in previous seasons in those Slayers, it feels like SSG want to try and win it as quickly as possible. And sometimes that costs them just those 1 or 2 kills that maybe they over-challenge for, whatever it might be. But that steamrolls, that starts to add up a little bit. It snowballs into 3 or 4, and that could be the margin difference between two such closely matched teams when it gets that final moment.
Yeah, and both these teams know it, right? And I think that's why Optic is realizing that even if they want to send this series to a second best of 7, it will not be easy, and it will be a very, very long night of Halo for them. But I tell you what, Greenwall fans in the building and the hometown crowd potentially are going to get their money's worth if Optic Gaming can do just that and send us the distance.
By the way, it does feel really good just turning around here, looking at the crowd. It is absolutely packed in here at the moment. It is standing room only, as everybody is waiting with anticipation to get this second game underway. You know it's serious business as well when Coach Box steps in.
It really is, yeah. Sold out crowd here, and I will say the Esports Arena Arlington, home of Optic Gaming, tends to be a sold out crowd, unsurprisingly here, as the crowd has been loud and proud all weekend repping their squads. Of course, most of them in green, not only for St. Patrick's Day, but also for the Green Wall.
It's a nice coincidence, that one, isn't it?
Yeah,
as
they did well there.
I have
that is a, hey, that's a good crowd right there.
Celebrate. Someone bring me a Guinness right now, or other Irish drink. Well, let's wait for the games to get back underway, but I think it gives us an opportunity to look back on the winners bracket final that we did see, right, and how close it was, because usually when you're looking at a winners bracket final, you look at a loser bracket final, it feels like we're very rarely getting these like extremely close game 5s. You go into a grand final, it feels like one team has a little bit of a hangover from what they went through last time they matched up. Maybe they overthink, and that team has an advantage going into it, just between the ears in the mental game. But I feel like knowing that both teams will know how close it was, it won't have really felt like a loss to either of the teams now that they're back in the final. It'll just be a case of, hey, if we get to play you again, this is going to be either something different for us where we come out on top, or we've already proved we can beat you even if it's a small margin, and every game is going to come down to that one.
It really will, and I think what we saw also in that last game, which a lot of Optic fans can be proud of, is the fact that not only did Optic play the objective so well, but also outslayed in addition to it. And the reason I bring that up is because against their phase matches, they often were winning the objective, however getting outslayed, which is still pretty impressive in terms of objective efficiency. However, it's even better to see for Optic fans that not only are they winning objective department, but also in terms of slays, also outslaying here against SSG after that winners bracket final.
Well, one thing we could talk about as well is the preparation time. We were questioning that coming into the event, right? I mean, Optic Gaming, we spoke to Trippy. We were lucky enough for him to give us a few words, and we were saying that yesterday after the win against FaZe,
dope.
how is your mentality as a player, as a team, now having won that big series in the way that they did, as opposed to coming into the event as the 5th seed, which is...
It was awesome. I talked about it a couple times already on stream today, but...
He's like, yeah, I mean,
went to,
we need a little bit of time. 5th seed,
went to San Juan and hung out in Puerto Rico for a couple days.
Winning that series made us believe that this was the right thing to
do right now. Then we got on our cruise from there and went to
in tournaments can completely change
Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago
these two teams playing earlier in that winners bracket final.
St. Martin
mentioning that game number 2
a couple
that was
other
a 50-50 tie. Here's some highlights from that one while we talk through this. But you're right. I mean, one of the biggest things that Trippy said to me was, he's like, you don't know how many
snorkeling, a lot of chilling on the beach,
right, that we spent reviewing VOD, going over gameplay, going over strategy.
Good food with
and
the family.
So far this weekend, it has undoubtedly shown, and the work has certainly been worth the time.
It was a good time.
And the same can be said on the other side, right, about Space Station. It's
a lot of getting drunk on the beach.
We talked about it a lot. We know that SSG and Legend had to make that big move across the pond to North America, and we spoke to Bound, and
Bound's biggest concern was that Legend tends to
I'm
dip
saying
his
how's
French fries and mayonnaise. And I said, you know what? If that's the biggest concern on the side of the Space Station Gaming Camp, you probably have a pretty good tournament outlook here.
I guess they have a technical issue.
No, it's not actually. We put up a poll afterwards.
Somebody's got to have something going on.
If, mayonnaise on French fries actually won.
For how long this one's taking.
I think it won. I think yes won.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Wang Doodle. I appreciate that.
This is the people voting. There's your tie, 50-50.
I did. But I came back very, very tired and very, very sunburned.
Getting a 6-game series between these two, but once again, it's just indicative.
I'm ready to chill
of
and play some games and watch some Halo and
how closely they are matched.
I will say,
get back to work
I wanted to talk
the next couple days. You know what I'm saying?
He said about Legend, not just
a French fries
eating habits. He was saying that he just sits in his room.
And obviously, I had a great time.
Plays Halo. This is Bound.
It was a great trip.
And Legend is playing Halo. He goes to bed. Legend is playing Halo. He said he plays it 20 hours a day. And
I get a little antsy being away for that long. You know what I'm saying? I was gone for like 10 days.
It has shown. It has absolutely shown. And
like
one thing
again,
we have to talk about as well is just the significance of this moment.
I start getting
in Halo
antsy when I'm away
history
for
every offseason,
more than a week, I think.
Each team will kind of regurgitate the same thing. We made this team change to take down the current world champions. We've heard it now for 2 decades. However, how special a moment that the 2 teams that made the biggest team changes, the ones that are the most talked about in the league to take down FaZe, are now up against one another. And all
finally, my brothers, lock in for the game 2.
The first LAN event, they're up against one another. That is testament to how strategic, how intentional these team changes were, that these two are now going up against one another. And we are here in game number 2. Optic Gaming leading Space Station 1-0.
We thank you for humoring us, everybody. We're back into the gameplay. Like you say, Optic up by 1 in our grand finals. A little reminder, they will have to win this series and another against Space Station to call themselves champions, but it's been a good start for them so far in this series. However, not such a good start in the game. They're down 4-1.
Bound picks up 2. The really nice strategy they're coming in. Tries to shroud B.
Good start for SSG.
The shotgun Lucid tries to get away with something crafty. In the end, though, Bound is wise to it. He picks up the double, and off the back of that, it's an early 4-1 lead. Look at him as well. Pushes Lucid back one more time.
Oh my god, he's buying so much time here. So much time. Just holding off that B Street spawn. You saw the dead zone kind of got behind them. I'm not sure if it was a spawn that was back Ivy or if he'd managed to sneak in, but by holding off the players in front, it allowed the rest of SSG just to deal with him, and now it's at 8-3.
Really, really well done there coming in from the side of SSG, as you say, to answer back. We'll see what Seller could do here with the camo on the prowl.
AR in his hands. Doesn't even
Beautiful.
fire a bullet. Now he fires the bullets and it turns into a double kill for him.
What nade just
However,
hit him?
He will get taken
Crazy.
down, which means that the camo is good for 2. But no more at the moment. 10-4 the score at the moment. And as the gap starts to widen, the Optic fans realize that maybe the team on the stage needs a little bit of a helping hand. They start that Optic chant. But at 10-4, I think SSG will recognize that as something good as well.
Here comes the driveway push. That's going to be cleaned up immediately. Kills are traded out. 2v2 on the map as the driveway push comes up from Optic Gaming. Space Station able to answer it there on B rails and B, and think we'll just kind of even out and slow back down at 12-6.
Formal finds himself a battle rifle as well up on the balcony, which is so good for doing that long-range damage against the Bandit. Has a little bit more range and a little bit more ability to output damage those players who are across the map. And not only the battle rifle as well, it's going to be 3 dead, and the red gun is in the hands of Optic Gaming as well. So they can keep Space Station at bay here. Those kills time perfectly with the camo coming up, and Formal might be able to get away,
and he doesn't get away with it.
To make sure that he doesn't.
Yeah, he was there for just an extra second, but most importantly,
Trippy does
he
get
needed
it.
to bring it to the beast.
He's gonna die though. It's a good burn.
Away. Optic Gaming with very good timing on the initial kills. However, it might have been just a bit too early on the grab, and it punishes them. Now 15-9. Camo will be burned in the end. And SSG maintains their lead quite handily. 7 kills.
Bound is quietly going about his business in this game as we're watching a little bit of Legend. He's 2-1 at the moment.
7-2 start for Bound.
Game, but he's able to lock down the commando of Tram here with this shotgun in his hands as well. Bound 7-3 as he picks up his 3rd death, but Legend is a problem here. But Formal sniffed him out, and Formal looks like he might be able to deal with him, but Legend stays alive for long enough for Dead Zone to come in and have to give his teammate a little bit of a helping hand.
Optic Gaming doing what they can to keep things respectable. They trail now by 5, 19-14. Kills will be traded over here in Music. Formal knows he needs to slow things down as well. It was a very good push coming up driveway. They kind of ran the same playbook on that earlier camo grab. But you have to think maybe Formal just 1 split second early coming in from the L across benches trying to get that camo back to the B stairs. It will still be a 5-kill game.
Legend's position, he's behind 2 here. Legend was creeping up on those stairs and just stayed alive long enough for Eco to get 1 and for him to trade out the 2nd. And how many times, I mean, do you remember the quadrant play where Legend was stuck on those stairs? Seems like a position that he likes to take.
Remember it well. 1 dead for each side. Here comes the push into Red Room. Going to maybe try to get a trade out. Trippy still alive, should not get away. Legend makes sure of that. 23-17 here. Let's not forget, Optic 1-0 in this game type. Space Station is 0-1. However, it's been a very different start between the two. It's still a 6-kill game.
That lead has been established and pretty much been the same for this game since it was initially picked up. And now you're going to see a big swing come in from SSG here. They want to try and take down all of the players on the pink street. Trippy's going to be weak. Former's trying to fly across to help him. The grenade should be good enough to get the kill at least, but Former is trying to hold it down for Optic. Bound will pick up another kill elsewhere. Former will fall, and that will be Optic losing member after member. And now
SSG
it's
by 8 now.
as the camo goes up, and Bound is going to collect it.
And that's a camo.
10 kills in this game.
Wow, look at this now, 29-20 in favor of SSG. Let's hear the play call from Bound and SSG with a listen in.
One shot arcade, one shot dead end. I'm dead. C stairs on me. One shot C stairs, one shot C stairs.
I can backsmile. Red weak. I'm watching C stairs. Step baby, step baby. Step baby.
I heard that, Legend.
Let's play around Bound again.
You go arcade, you go arcade.
Okay.
Spikes.
One shot back heavy.
We copy. Go arcade right now, Bound.
Yeah, one side trippy. It's one shot.
Look at me, jumps up.
Back heavy. Back heavy weak. Two guys back heavy. No, bottom mid, launch it. Kevin is sitting there on the box. He's on the box.
Ivy, Legend, one more.
ATM, bottom mid shooting. Back heavy weak. Back heavy weak. This one Kevin.
Almost gets 2.
Shotty's up.
Grab it weak.
Good shot in.
One shot grab it. Arcade.
Good you guys.
Arcade killing me.
ATM, cafe,
One shot from me.
Cafe, two guys cafe pushing.
He was in B1.
Two guys cafe pushing. I'm gonna go shot.
The bottom mid, pushing bottom mid. Bricks now, jumping up towers.
Optic trying to make a little run right here. Optic down by 5.
He's in burst for shot. Careful.
What's up, Z?
Have all weapons. Careful. Be lit. Watch it dead in.
You want spikes right now?
Might run out. Let's go. Might run out.
Oh, they're almost scams.
What could be here?
I'm watching guys.
I'm here, Legend. Yeah, on me, Legend, ice cream, Legend might be on you.
In B also.
I think he's in the corner, Legend, yeah.
B. We go.
It's not weak at all.
In B, stack me.
Any help?
One shot, Kevin.
One shot in B.
Okay, 125.
Optic down by 4.
All right, let's start playing together again here.
They have all weapons.
He has a stalker killed me,
Optic down by 3. Optic down by 2.
We want to trap them C, by the way. We want to trap them C. Stop going through.
Watch out, Pigeon. Relax. Watch out, Pigeon.
Just listen to me, just listen.
In C.
Well, from
Oh no!
All Optic Gaming in the scoreline. They are now down by just 2 kills in this game, and even though SSG were doing their best to keep that lead established, it's been chipped away 1 kill after another, and Optic are back in this.
And just in case you weren't keeping a very close eye on the scoreboard, Optic was trailing 30-20.
Oh, that's big.
Oh, that's huge.
Big sneak king coming in from Eco as well. Might separate them yet again, but Optic was trailing 30-20.
Oh no.
Over the course of 1 minute 25 seconds,
Good
they
trade
bring the
though.
game back.
That's so important.
SSG by 4 again.
The game-winning play for
Yeah, that was
from
a huge
Eco.
sequence.
Taking that camo down without taking damage and without him,
Optic gets away with that
Trippy
camo.
being able to impact
We're
the
probably
score.
looking at a tie game.
Means they can keep that comfortable lead for now. Stella's going to fly down.
SSG by 5 again.
2 players going to be trapped on the B stairs here. The damage is good. Can they turn it into
Wow,
a double?
Eco's beating ass. Triple for Eco.
He's going to make it 3, and that might be the dagger here for Optic.
Wow, how about that? First gets a back whack on the camo.
Big
then
fucking
answers
plays
it
for
back with a
Eco.
triple as well to maintain the 7-kill lead. Now SSG only 5 kills away from closing out game number 2.
Talk about Legend, Bound, Stella. It's so easy sometimes to forget about what a player Kevin Eco Smith is. And he's taken over this game. Can't quite win the battle there at the back of the tower. But the influential plays in this game that have made the difference have been from the end of his gun.
Bound just trying to stay alive here on tires, and B knows that there's presence here at tower. Entire SSG roster just stacked on this kind of right side of the map, with a vertical split of the map. 2 players though going to push back to
Tommy
Tram as
Lucid's
well.
by himself. They're going to separate him.
Take down Lucid, who was
Yep.
the spawner, and now Dead Zone flies in to try and clean up the damage.
It's a great call by SSG.
Trippy, he'll win that. Dead Zone equals it out, but every kill
48-42.
brings Space Station closer and closer to closing out this game and tying up the series. It's 1 to go here. Stella looking to move in. 4 more will be the
GG.
victors, and
What a game from SSG.
will answer back.
Wow, 50-43 is your final score, and what looked like it might have been a little bit of a wobble coming in from SSG after throwing away a 30-20 lead. They maintain composure, but as you said, Mark, off of the camo back whack from Eco, that really slowed down not only the momentum of Optic Gaming, but of course also the advantage that Optic could have played off of that camo. Eco also follows it up with a triple thereafter, and in the end, goes 13-11.
I mean, everybody's stepping up there as Bound, who kind of led the way in kills and KD overall in
We're
that
going to be
slate,
here all
14 and 10
fucking
for
night,
him.
man.
But nobody on the side of Space Station went negative. And when you win by 7 kills, that's pretty impressive.
It really is. Really tells you just how tightly organized this team is. We take a look at some of those stats. And on the other side, it was Formal who did manage to drop 15 and 11. However, not enough for the Green Wall, as they will go ahead and fall in that game
Yeah,
number 2.
sounds
By
good,
the way,
Rockland.
that marks not only their first ever loss in that map game
Tough
type.
game for Dead Zone that
It
time.
also marks their first loss in any of the game types in the grand final. Take a look at some highlights.
Yeah, I think the initial lead was established almost off the break, right? It was SSG who won that opening strategy, won those opening battles. And then from that 3 kills that they got off the break, they managed to just kind of spawn cycle them once more, and that was the difference between the whole team. It was Bound and Space Station who controlled, I would say, the early camos in the game, and the one important one that Optic got was shut down immediately by that back smack from Eco. I love that he took the risk just to fly through the Shroud. Many people would have gone, hey, this camo's gone. I'm not going to overextend here because I know Optic are waiting, but Eco's calculated decision, and it paid off.
So SSG, they take game number 2. They tie the series up 1-1. Now, let's not forget, that only means that SSG is 3 games away from potentially ending the tournament here and now in this grand final. However, Optic also 3 games away from sending us to a second best of 7, potentially sending us the distance. But taking a look at this series layout gives us a chance for just a moment to talk more about these game types while we get ready for game number 3. As we said, overall, it's quite a noteworthy stat for these game types. Optic Gaming was overall 9-0 across these game types here in Arlington. Now, of course, that they've lost that Slayer Streets, they become 9-1, but it's worth noting that for the rest of the best of 7 as well, they have not lost these game types. However, if we look at the 2 losses that were to come in on the side of SSG, as we said, Slayer Streets was the 1 game type they had lost previously. They've also lost the Slayer on Aquarius map number 7. SSG comes in 6-2 overall. However, they already answer back, win the game 2 Slayer, so that might just kind of indicate that we really can't trust those stats from Arlington too much. Just things are kind of already out the window.
Yeah, I think it's interesting when you talk about it like that, right? All it really tells us is that you're not quite sure who has the advantage in any of these maps. Both teams are so equally skilled and talented when it comes to every single game type. And I love what Clutch said on the desk as well. Weds was saying, you know, you can look at game types across the series in a best of 5 and it gives you a good indication who might have an advantage. But with a potential 14 games in front of us, if the bracket is reset, it just means whoever the better team is going to win. You can't rely on game types because you're going to be tested on pretty much every single map and mode game type that we have in Halo Infinite.
Right, and just what you said, it comes down to margins, and this wasn't necessarily the case early on in year number 1.
What did the patch on the Optic thing say? That say our rules above any others?
Small moments, small margins, small back whacks on the camo, for example, coming in from Eco. Taking a look at some attacking CTF stats here at Arlington between the 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at average
caps
like
a
Space Station who get more caps per game, but when you're looking at conversion rate, it's Optic who are just slightly ahead. So it seems like Space Station are pretty good at winning the games and getting to, shall we say, the max amount of caps. But when Optic get that flag moving, it's 50% of them are going home, which is pretty damn impressive.
It really is. That's not a stat you see often. It just tells you once again how objective efficient these 2 teams are. Just to give you ballpark numbers, it's much more common that 20 to 30% of pulls are scored across the board, even in the highest level of competitive Halo. This just indicates to you just how efficient these 2 are.
I mean, you think of a pull, it's usually something thrown out initially. Usually it's not a perfect 4 dead scenario. And I mean, if you're able to turn a 2 dead with a flag pull into a convert, like you've seen from those stats on both sides, it's not getting messed up here. 50% impressive for Optic, but 48 not bad as well from Space Station Gaming. It's not like there's a gulf in the numbers between the 2. It just shows that if they get that moving, they are so good at collapsing on those final kills and clearing the way for their flag carrier that you can't really afford to let them in that base with those kills going down against you. But that's going to be the story of the next game, right? We're off to Empyrean. We've got 3 flags in front of us to win the game, or of course be ahead as we hit the time limit. And most exciting for everybody who's watching right now, we've got 2 snipers to play with. Got all the goodies, rockets, overshield.
We're going back to pit.
That's right. Another thing to mention, of course, is just how much time Dead Zone has with all 3 players on the other side of the stage. Of course, with the exception of Legend, he knows what these strats have been for the past 12 plus 24 months, right, for these players and how they played each of these game types. And you know that they're relying on him to say, here's what I'm expecting SSG to do. This is how we played it last year, and we'll have to see if they're going to be able to tap into that advantage, tap into those strategies and the knowledge coming in from Dead Zone.
I'm not going to lie, I just had the hairs on my arm stand up for a second there as I saw Stella versus Lucid in the first fight we see with the sniper battle. It was, nobody really won it. It's 1-1 in body shots at the moment, but Legend is going to get the early rockets here for Space Station Gaming.
What a shot.
Dead Zone. He knows what's done and Trippy's learning as well.
4 dead again.
This
Beautiful
motherfucker.
cleanups coming in, already outslaying 7-2. on the side of SSG.
You're doing the
All
fucking
players
shit again.
Spawning on cuts and flag. We'll see if they can collapse here. Not going to be easy.
This is where you wish you still had one rocket left, right? You walk into the flag,
All of Optic
easy
is
overkill,
completely trapped.
Clip it, ship it, put it on social media, and get yourself one up on those flag caps as well. Bound is going to find out where all of Optic are, though, and I love that Space Station are showing just a little bit of patience here, not overextending into that base, but also defensively, Optic have somehow got out of this.
Yeah, let's see. Ooh, Dead Zone tries to fly out of the Needles, answered immediately. This would be something special from Stellar. That is a tall task. Like you said, credit to Optic Gaming. I think that was a really just nice back and forth respect shown from both sides, because when you have 4 players spawning in the flag on paper, for example, in ranked,
A shot
that could
from
be an easy
Lucid.
wipe. However, SSG knew that that's not going to be easy to take down all 4 players. Optic knew they had a good chance to push out, and they do just that. We'll stay here 0-0 with no pulls just yet.
I don't know what your rank games look like, but that's not
Oh, what the 2-tap? And Bound gets them both.
Of Sword at the moment. Bound's going to get the double, but traded out. But there is a flag.
I'll just 2-tap the
moving here.
piss out of him.
Legend, who's going to be moving it for Space Station Gaming. It's a 2v2 on the map at the moment. Formal has 1 bullet, and he has a brain to hit.
H4F.
Of course he hits it.
I see the vision. He couldn't pick up the shotty fast
Enough.
enough.
Tracks, 1 dead for each side. Flag will not advance past long haul just yet.
Flag return.
Talk about the pressure hitting that shot.
Come on.
Crazy.
Unbelievable. Leave it to Formal. Unbelievable setup there that there happens to be a sniper rifle with 1 bullet right next to him. It's like something out of a Hollywood film. 2 dead for Optic Gaming.
I could hear Breaking Benjamin in my ears just as he picked it up. But Legend now going to be moving towards the green box. 20 seconds or so until the next set of rockets come up. Off the opening break, it was SSG who managed to at least get one of them, and it was Legend who got a kill with it.
Excuse me.
Around the 50-yard at the moment. You can see Eco and Bound are probably thinking about trying to make a move on the Soar side. Legend's job right now is to hold down green and long, but Optic getting aggressive here.
Here comes Formal just trying to pre-nade it. Oh, pre-nade does hit. That's a 2-man push coming in for Optic. However, they will lose 2v2 on the map.
Rocket's going to go to Trippy, though. Eco, the last player alive, and Dead Zone just come off the respawn as well. So Trippy smartly deciding, hey, you know what? If Eco doesn't show himself on green box to try and collect these rockets, I'm going to back up and wait for the help from my teammates. Stella should be dealt with here, and now you can see the
sneezing crazy.
They not only have rockets, they have the OV2.
1 player hiding in the mangler you just saw. We'll see if that is a factor here. Trippy might know about it. We'll see how he runs this.
Comes a pull from Optic.
Going to be Bound.
Bound's going to fly. Bound's going to fall. And now you're going to see Optic continue that flag run. Stella did get the sniper rifle off the respawn,
I like this
though.
from Trippy.
We saw what
Oh my god!
What on earth is that?
Oh my god, you kind of got the feeling when you're on.
That was a good play from Trippy. And then he fucking jumped.
Hit that shot. It's an unbelievable flag-stopping play.
You're lying.
I knew it.
There's no way anyone expected him to hit that on no shields, but hit it, he does.
Oh my god.
We're in for a treat here in this
What the
finals.
fuck?
Let me tell you why I've been on the receiving end of too many plays like that. I've seen it happening in his nightmare fuel. An unbelievable shot from Stellar back against the wall to stop that flag dead. Now a run for SSG starting.
What the fuck?
Sneaking around the back tower though, and
What the? How does Lucid spawn there? Did Lucid just spawn there, bro? Don't tell me.
8 minutes left in this game.
This game is fucking unserious.
I think everyone, goosebumps on the arms, and everyone's kind of having a little bit of deja vu of late season Stellar from last year. Remember 2023 Legend late in the year where he was hitting every shot that he absolutely had no business hitting. That shot was unbelievable to fly out S1 essentially in a 1v3 and connect with the no-scope in what feels like a violent fashion that might not even be legal in the state of Texas.
I was gonna say, maybe get away with it in Texas, maybe not some other states. Another kill here for Lucid as he tries to get aggressive on the courtyard. Stella will be last alive for his team here and still manages to get a kill. And it's an important one as well, because that means the respawns will more than likely come in on the long haul side around the mauler. So Space Station could overextend, and I love this play from Stella. He's thinking, if the spawns come in behind me, then I'm going to have some support, but Optic read
Good nade.
shut it down.
Even gets a death nade out there on Lucid. Not the first time we've seen Stellar using the repulse in a very, very tactical way, right? He's not simply using it to kind of get out of situations. He's using it to not take damage in very, very pivotal 1v1s
shit, that was lucky.
and then push up across the map. Eventually, he's taken down, so we'll see if Optic can come off the back of that kill, maybe get some mid-map presence.
How this game's going at the moment, I'm just going to put it out there that we just play this every game.
Forces the trade.
Legend has the rockets again, though, and Trippy now as last alive. Stella has the overshield. And this is a worrying moment here for Optic because Stellar's pretty handy with normal shields. We've already seen that, right? But now he's got a bit extra to play with.
Finally gets dinged there. Going to be happy that Dead Zone takes off essentially the rest of the overshield. We'll see what he can do here.
I think they just couldn't find the last player alive there. You can see Stellar's running around, checking corners, and I think it was Dead Zone actually. He was just hiding away in the Mauler, and now he comes back out. Look, he gets that kill. And that's the kind of respect, again, that's been shown by Space Station. They need to find that last player. They need to be aware of where he is before they move that flag.
And what a grand final this has already been between these two. I think the winner's bracket final told us that it was going to be quite a good one, but tied 1-1 here in a stalemate. CTF Empyrean as well. 6 minutes down, 6 minutes left, and we're still tied here 0-0.
Formal making a flank here. Seen Oga2 do something like this before, and he picked up a double kill. It's only one at the moment for Formal.
I know what play he's talking about.
Sniper away, and how pivotal could that be, Andy? Keeping out of the hands of Stellar and SSG could be the reason we see a
talking about Final Boss
well,
Dynasty, I
even
think.
At the help. Luce is going to try to get through long and overextend. No, he comes back to Needles. Keep an eye on green and long here.
Formal just trying
I think it was Dynasty. I'm pretty sure Tuger flanked runway and killed like Destin and APG or some shit.
God. And Bound is going to fall over.
Pretty sure that's the play he's referencing.
A needle, what he's known for there, hitting an unbelievable shot. Now going to try to hold the angle.
Eco refusing to play peekaboo with him in a moment.
Nice shot.
Legend.
Ooh, courtyard.
What?
I mean, that long haul at the moment, there's a lot of French blood over it.
Formal doing everything he can, paving the way, but Bound in the end is going to be the one that actually grabs that sniper.
Dribble for Bound.
Kill for Bound.
Lift.
Not the first time we've seen something like that from him this series.
Well, what's it turn into? That's the question, right? We've seen Bound do this before. Gets an aggressive multi-kill on their opposition side of the map, and he opens up opportunities for Space Station to cap. Eco gets another, and all of a sudden the spawns are
Eco smushes Dead Zone. This is going to be a cap.
Is set up to spawn kill.
This is going to be a cap.
It's an immediate double courtyard push going runway. Two players from Optic do get out. It's Trippy and Lucid, but they have to win these team battles.
Oh! Going to win it though, Trippy. It's a double kill that shuts down the final two players as Legend slams the flag home for Space Station. Beautiful teamwork coming in from SSG. They're up by one.
Beautiful teamwork and beautiful timing. Take a look at how late Formal died on the pit box. That was really important. I think everyone saw as soon as Formal died on the pit box that late, he's going to get an overshield in the end, though. We'll see if he can answer back. But you had two courtyard spawners. They try to go runway and under bridge up the training ramp. Stellar actually, with help, wins both of those battles. And Legend with a very efficient
How did Eco die to that?
That means SSG leads here
1-0
after 8 minutes of play with less than 4 on the clock.
Legend's in a 2v1 here.
Bro, Legend did so much damage right there, though.
Shields of one player and slow down the run, which is so important for SSG in this situation. Optic have got to regain, recompose, and re-kill if they want to move this flag. This time it's a 2 dead with a flag out, but there's a flying Bound in here. Or was that Stellar, excuse me, who manages to get the kills, but now he's last alive. The flag is still out here for Optic. There's still a chance.
Let's see what he can do. Right now, just trying to play these angles very selectively. He gets the help he needed as well.
Space Station are going to have that one go home. So Optic aren't able to get that touch on the flag that was away. It's still a 1 flag advantage here as we move into the last 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Worth noting, right after that flag cap, Optic Gaming was down 7 kills. However, now only down 2. So they're slowly getting back into this match in terms of the slay department. But the biggest concern for the green wall here is, of course, the game clock. There's just about 3 minutes left to play.
3 minutes left to play, but there's time for a sniper rifle to come up. There's time for maybe a rocket to come up, and potentially one more overshield. So are Optic going to try and play around that?
Bound starts to waste sniper ammo. He was getting pressured there. My gosh, just hitting everything that moves. And what looked like it was going to be a harrowing situation is actually 2 dead for both sides, which provides Bound the opportunity to move into sword.
Formal going to be there. Formal's going to body him. Bound going to challenge it.
Even going for that is fucking deranged.
The confidence of this young man. Not that we needed to know. Not that we needed to ask, I should say.
Let's see Bound versus Formal on the sniper battle here, both on both same sides of the map. Formal gets the early body shot and will win the sniper battle as well. Big news for Optic Gaming, but just like that,
no shots from Formal.
Killing spree, a double for Formal. Let's see if he can continue on.
Stellar going to shoulder peek. Formal not going to hit the shot. Trippy will slow it down though, but all this pressure on the Optic side of the map is good for SSG. It means they're not over that halfway mark. They're not even close to infiltrating their base and not close to tying this game up with a second.
Oh my God.
You saw it happening. And of course, Bound hits his shot.
Oh my god, a lot of style points. Oh no, Dead Zone gets it. He's gonna stay on the map, isn't he?
He stays on? What?
Oh my, Dead Zone fakes it. He's coming off the map there. Somehow the shotgun misses as well. The overshield will be neutralized, but it keeps
What the fuck? That was so weird.
in his enemy snipe one. 144 left on the clock. This is big.
Bound is chasing him, but Bound gets bodied. And now you're gonna see Dead Zone is a problem for Space Station. Optic trying to formulate this push. Eco down as well, and not for the first time in this series. It's ex-teammate that is causing Space Station's problem.
That was 3 dead. Stellar was your last player alive. It's a 1v1.
What the fuck is going on?
Gets a back smack, but there's more kills.
What the hell is that?
They have to slay one more time before the flag run.
Eco goes into the flag. He throws a nade up onto the plat. It's a brilliant nade, but the shots are pretty good as well. It's 4 dead. It's 4
What
dead
the
for
fuck?
SSG.
What the fuck?
As Optic rally late.
Unbelievable. Stellar was your first spawner. He's already weak there on the sniper ramp, as you see. Let's see where the next spawns come in as well.
Space Station still with some members in the death screen. Stella flies behind him and manages to get that
Did Optic get that across? They did!
With no shields, has got the flag back to the Optic side. Now he needs to kill. Now he needs to slay. Or maybe he just pushes them all
Oh
away.
my god. Optic ties the game.
They tie it up with 50 seconds left.
Unbelievable play from Dead Zone. Let's not forget, off of that overshield play, he somehow stays on the map. He times the grab on the OV. He gets it full, and he stays alive.
What
Even
the
though
fuck?
the overshield was neutralized, he gets into the court. He gets into S1, and with help, gets the kill on Bound. Stellar was your last player alive. Green, he still stays alive for one more Slade rotation. The patience out of Optic Gaming was brilliant, and now with 30 seconds left on the game clock, safe to say next flag's wins were likely going to overtime here.
It's fascinating, right? So much to talk about. Lucid, of course, throwing the flag off to his teammates, but then having the repulse to force the player back through green is what causes that cap to go home without any trouble. 8 seconds left on the game clock. Nobody in position to pull it for Space Station.
I don't think there's going to be a touch
and we
here.
are going to go to overtime here.
Wow, what a game number 3. And we will see the game tied
Holy
here
piss,
in round
man.
number 1. And as you see on your screen, we are headed to overtime off of the late game capture from Optic Gaming.
He started applauding with the game. I was like, bring it on. I'm enjoying it.
We are having a great time here in Arlington. We hope you are, whether you're joining us in the room or watching online as well. We hope you're enjoying just as much as we are. Very nice fadeaway from
Rockets
Formal against
burned.
Eco's Rockets. We'll even things out here off of the opening break. By the way, Optic is now outslaying 80-76 despite trailing by 10 kills earlier.
One thing that's interesting to talk about here is when we get to overtime, especially on a map like Imperium where there's so much available off the break. If you win the opening break,
Big kill.
you can win the game with a flag cap. Legend is in a position to put pressure on, and I'm pretty sure it was Lucid who was last alive with that snipe for Optic.
Last player alive on
dead.
the cuts. He
He's
finally
dead.
gets taken down. Let's see how this plays out. They bought him a little bit of time, and Lucid makes sure that flag doesn't get ran right away. But with 2 dead for Optic, they need to be very careful here.
Legend's got the
Oh, good
support.
run.
Stella's there with a sniper rifle on the long haul. Trippy's going to take him down, and Trippy's going to take the 1v1 with Stella.
Oh, big kills from Optic.
It's a battle of
Big
the
kills from
long haul,
Optic.
Trippy gets 2 to keep the game alive.
Bound's your last player alive. Surely
And they might get a grab here.
There's no way he's in any position to challenge this one.
Oh,
This
no,
flag
he's fucking
should
up.
go. Trippy's going to go right away. Right now, all SSG players spawning in the court.
You felt this was surely an SSG game, but now Optic Gaming are thinking counter cap. We can get this one going. It was Stella with a snipe on the long haul. who
SSG
could
does
put
get
the
through.
shots, but now it's
2 of them OE'd.
Dead Zone
And Trippy's
who
fumbling
has
the flag
advantage.
everywhere.
Legend is alive, and look, 2 players here.
There's 2.
Bound and Legend have overextended all the way across the map into the man.
They have to kill Bound.
Not just stay alive. If they get these kills, then they may be able to counter cap the counter.
Stellar's on the re.
Counter cap. The return
What the hell is Onset
SSG
saying?
As Optic fail their opportunity to win the game.
Oh my God, what a set of plays back and forth, an absolute tug of war there on the long haul, and that's a tale as old as time as far as competitive Halo goes, dating all the way back to 2007. A beautiful thing to see, and off of the opening 2 minutes of chaos, we are still tied here in overtime.
Catch your breath. That was a little bit too much for overtime. Stella going to be flying S1 at the moment, trying to survive. Trippy trying to keep the pressure on, and going to be a little bit more difficult for him to do as a teammate will fall elsewhere on the map. There's the force push again.
Oh, big
from the
win.
repulse. But it's going to be Optic
3 dead for Optic.
whose their push ultimately fails here as 3 players will fall. Dead Zone last alive again as the Rockets come up.
1v1 here momentarily. Dead Zone versus Bound in the green hole. For the Rockets, Dead Zone
Oh,
wins.
big win
Let's
by
see if
Dead Zone. He got
goes
2.
Back. Not going to be easy with the pressure coming in, so it's good damage that SSG can capitalize off of, and the chaos continues here, unsurprisingly, in green. Rockets will fall.
Everyone is exploding in the green box, and while that's happening, Legend has decided, hey, you fight for the Rockets, I'm going to go and pick up the overshield, and I might be able to flank all of the carnage, all of the problems, and pick up some kills myself. Knows that Lucid's on that training, and Lucid, again,
Can't find him.
a small thing to talk about, but the way he buys time for his team is so impressive. Stella finally deals with him. Dead zone in the 1v1. Legend will win that. It's new teammate against ex-teammate, and he gets that flag moving once more with Optic 2 dead.
He starts to run right away. He goes plat. Very smart.
Oh my god, bro.
He should be able to get through long haul. He does. Where are the nades?
This brother's flag runs are fucking insane.
Just yet. Has to slow down, though. Look at Formal. Look at Formal.
Oh, Formal.
Formal's got a sniper. They had no idea that Formal had snuck down the long haul. And Formal has almost single-handedly stopped this. Eco going to be trying to pressure him.
Oh my god.
Formal no stranger to pressure as Lucid picks up yet another kill. And now Legend is last alive inside of the...
Oh my god. It's what
Do not leave Formal on your
He gets the
side.
flag out.
I don't know what Legend did to Formal, by the way, but he hates
Oh, what the hell?
Unbelievable. Back and forth. Dead zone will fall. Formal
Did he get a fake melee? I think he lunged into the wall.
Any more distance off of the flag stand. 1 minute 13 left in overtime, and you get the feeling after about 17 minutes of Empyrean CTF that we're going to see even more.
I say this
Oh my god, if they have to replay this, I'm flipping my desk.
Everyone who's here and watching, I am casting this with the biggest smile on my face. This is the most ridiculous game of Empyrean we've seen in some time.
Seriously, absolutely just, as we said, tug of war gameplay between these two, back and forth, just equally matched. And now, 45 seconds left on the clock. Bound continuing to rack up kills and assists on the board.
Just a second again for the map to reset.
Holy shit.
Will be taken down as Eco keeps his
brother is
teammate alive
moving.
here bound on top of the tower, but the sniper rifle ammo is now out.
30 seconds.
30 seconds remaining. Is there time for anyone to go forward? Does anyone want to risk it at this point, Andy?
Great question. You're seeing right now with 20 seconds left on the clock, it would have to be a very, very fast movement across the map to even get the flag off the stand.
Well, there's one person who can move pretty quick, and he's on your screen right now. His name is Bound. As maybe they're going to think about just wrapping back through.
I think they're going to hold for a replay.
Through to make sure that no Optic Gaming member is in a position to pull that
flag. We're going to replay pit.
To be honest, we have a replay being tied up. Oh. What a game.
I hate my life.
And as you said, I don't mind seeing more between these two, and we'll have to get word from the officials if this is a straight replay or if it will be the first to one based on the league rules. In the end, though, we can tell you Optic Gaming outslays 109 to 104, only by 5 kills. In the end of the game, we need to talk about some of the numbers because Formal is dropping 40 bombs. He goes 40 and 20 in that game.
I mean, 3 of the kills, I think, essentially stopped a flag cap or contributed to a flag cap. It was pressure kills with that sniper rifle in his hand, right? I mean, you think about the first one on Legend. Legend, all that Formal can see when he picks up a sniper rifle with 1 bullet in, 1 bullet, by the way, as all of his teammates are dead, is the top of the Frenchman's head.
Yep.
And he hits it. He hits it to stop that flag. A little bit later on, kills Legend again inside of the flag. I honestly don't. Formal hates Legend.
Unbelievable. By the way, Formal on your first BR, you got to ask on the space station side, there was a little bit of a flag delay, which indicates to me maybe they knew that someone could have been on their side. Maybe someone grabbed their snipe. But if you have Formal sitting on your first BR and then in your Mangler, you're in trouble, right? Trying to get back across the map. And that's exactly what happened. Formal hits the shots that he needed to buy the time. They even started that run. In the end, that flag didn't
You right,
go.
Smooth Criminal, but
as
damn,
said,
we gonna be here
it has
for
been
2
a game of
years.
Margins between these two. If Formal doesn't hit that single shot
Give me just a
from
sec,
the
y'all.
sword to the long haul, that flag goes as well. And we're going to continue to see more and more of that as we get to see even more Empyrean CTF.
Some players in the world who live for these moments, right? Live for grand finals, live to make the big plays that you remember for quite some time. And Formal is one. He's done it for his whole career, right? But it seems like you watch Formal play on a Friday and a Saturday, it's like, cool, it's Formal. He's playing some really good Halo. But when it gets to Sunday and when it gets to the big moments, he just becomes a different beast. He becomes the player that is one of the most historic historically celebrated esports players we've ever had. He just has this ability to hit the shots when they matter.
Yep. I mean, that's really all it is. And we're living through a very special time. Formal across so many titles. They call him the FPS GOAT for a reason. The fact that you get to see Formal playing on a grand final in a main stage in the Optic Arena, I mean it when I say we will look back on these days as very special times in esports, and he's hitting the shots that he needs to. We also have confirmation from League Ops, of course, in an Empyrean CTF replay after overtime also ends in a tie. It will be first flag to win.
First flag to win then. So, pretty crazy that I felt like we only... It's weird to me that we only had 1 flag apiece with how much carnage went down there and how many opportunities there were to score flags that weren't taken in those big moments. But here we are. It's essentially a shootout.
That's it. And really, as you say, oftentimes when you have a game to one, let's keep in mind, in overtime, it's a little bit higher stakes due to the limited time on the clock. However, keep in mind that in a reset, you will see 12 minutes on the clock. So you're going to see a lot of aggression off of the rip. If a team gets a clean 4 dead, it could end so quick, which will be surprising based on what you just saw. However, it's not that uncommon to see a team get a really clean wipe off the opening and end overtime within just a few minutes of play.
And I wonder if there's going to be a change up in starting strategy as well because of that.
You'd imagine so, yeah.
You know, you're looking at how closely fought that game was, even in overtime. The fact that you have Rocket, Snipe, and Overshield coming up right at the start of the game. You've just had the opening strategy twice with the replay, excuse me, in the overtime that we saw. Does anyone take that risk? Does anyone try and think we can win this game if we try and counteract what we've seen in the opening strategies? Because it could work, of course, but if it goes wrong, then you're looking back at it and going, maybe we should have stuck with what we were originally going to go with.
Yeah, given kind of the makeup of these two teams in terms of personality and the way they approach the game, I think you are going to see a difference in starting strategy just because these teams, as we said, they're assembled to win games.
Oh, it's a sudden death.
Very quick decisions on the fly, not to simply match the status quo and what they've done previously. So I'm expecting to see a little bit of a different opening. The question will be in that chess match, which players are able to get the early advantage. One thing you also have to mention is just how patient these two teams have been in their runs just because of how high risk it is to even try to get a pull too early. For example, how about, once again, Dead Zone staying alive in S1 around the pit box. He gets a lucky back whack on Stellar, then they slay again, right? They're really taking their time here because they know if you mess up your chance, you may not get another offensive chance, and if you mess up your defensive chance, your flag is going to the other side of the map.
I mean, that gives us an opportunity to kind of review what we saw in that overtime, right? Because we saw the opening break, we saw Lucida's last alive with the sniper. Somehow he lives long enough for Optic to fight.
And gets a kill on cuts.
And then we see that carnage happen down long haul. We're like, oh, SSG have this. They're halfway down. Stella's looking at Legend with that sniper rifle. He's the perfect bodyguard. And then the counter cap comes in and we're like, Optic have got the opportunity now. Everyone from SSG is scarpering around. Stella hits the most ridiculous shot you've ever seen in your life. And then before you know it, the Battle of Long Haul is over. And no flag to cap somehow.
And also credit to both teams on their overextensions. And in that overtime alone, you saw multiple plays where it was Legend and Bound in their opponent's Mangler. You also saw one, as we said, Formal on his opponent's first BR. Those players that know to overextend immediately, whether it's a top of the runway spawn, a courtyard spawn, a pit box spawn, they fly out immediately and make it so difficult for the opponents. If you think of the timing that this game type played in Halo 3, you had a lot more time due to the movement speed of the game where you knew if a player was going to be, for example, training under bridge, coming runway, coming sword. However, with drop slides in this game, someone who spawned out front S1 could be in your courtyard, in your runway, on your training pit very, very fast, or as we saw, even on your first BR. So just amazing movement off the rip from both teams on those overextensions.
It's interesting as well to talk about the strategy because I was talking to Wonderboy, the FO coach as well, and he was saying our whole strategy against Space Station was control their mauler, make sure we're in their mauler for as long as we can in this game. And they were like, Space Station, they kind of played the game and they were like, Space Station should let them have it. Yeah. And they were like, really confused. But then they were like, oh, they're just playing sword side and wrapping back round on us. So they were almost baiting them in to trap them on the way back. Right. So that's how good at Space Station are at adapting to what they see from teams. And I think you saw it there, right? They're like, oh, we've given up Mauler. Hey, let's wrap through as quickly as possible and try and fight back to our side of the base, and if we win it, we cap.
Yeah, that really brings up a great point too, because there's so much power in numbers in Halo Infinite in general. However, especially on this map, these teams are desperately trying to just stay together on the map as they advance, and we are back underway. Sudden death, double overtime here. Next flag will win.
I'll be honest, I needed the break. Anyway.
Y'all heard him. Next flag
2
wins.
Minutes. So to say, 2 rockets, excuse me, are going to be picked up here by Trippy, and they are pretty much uncontested by the looks of things. And this is looking like a very strong start for Optic Gaming. Stella up on his island, up on the tower.
Oh my god, dude.
Trippy has rockets.
How cool and calm can you stay on top of your turret when you have
this
a
guy's Stellar
player,
is fucking
Trippy,
unbelievable.
No less, flying at your top snipe ramp, and he just hits the perfect timing on the jump. The body shot in the melee doesn't even trade with rockets. What a counter from Stellar.
Well, Stellar's going to have to do it again, though, because Formal was picking up snipes.
What? Trippy, that was Trippy again! Could you imagine?
Trippy goes into VOD review on a Thursday or a Friday, like they were talking about. It's like, I don't care what you say, I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong.
I cannot believe that. Stellar has Trippy's number.
Oh my god.
But Formal also answers back with a shot from the long haul, which means
pull
for SSG. Look at the team makeup here. Can Dead Zone make a play on the third player?
This is a really big 1v1. Legend gets
what a trade from Eco.
Trade from Eco.
If he goes down,
Can they stop saying the same shit I'm
there's
saying?
an opportunity for them to get that flag through the needles and maybe towards the optic side of the map. That's the margins. That's what we're talking about. A trade.
Put me in the casting booth,
especially
bruh.
because Bound had already made the decision to go sword. If he was doubling back to cuts, it would be a different story. However, Eco getting that trade on the flag prevents
5-1
the
for
run
Lucid, make it
entirely.
5-2.
Not done yet, but man, back and forth between these two. What will separate them here in Empyrean CTF as we've now played a little bit over 20 minutes of this game time.
Guy is fucking blading.
I mean, it's just a shot you expect him to hit. It's not like it's an easy shot either. It's just an easy shot for Stella. Just rips Formal apart. Trippy down as well, and this is starting to look worrying. The only good news is he's got no sniper rifle ammo left, but he might find a little bit here if he gets this trade. Dead zone. He will fall. Formal is last alive, and Formal is trying to buy time. Eco gets the
Oh,
time.
what the hell?
Legend will get the
Bait and
kill.
switch flag
Maybe
run?
This is the moment for SSG.
What the
Drop.
fuck?
Whoever gets their shields first will continue that run. This flag is good. Big kill there from Lucid.
Oh, but they
there's
both
no work to be
died.
done.
How did they get 2 kills inside of the base? From there, the flag is pretty much dead. Stellar and Bound are last alive.
What the hell?
And Optic again with a last moment goal line stand defensively as the Rockets are back up.
What a win from Lucid on the flag ramp, facing first BR. He gets the fadeaway, just drops into the flag. And as you said, there was more work done off screen we didn't get to see. But Legend and Eco were both taken down by the Optic spawners, and we will stay here scoreless.
Lucid got a little bit of flank here around the Rockets because he knew he didn't have the numbers.
Ugh.
Gets one onto Stella. But it is going to be Space Station who get the Rockets for now. Eco retreats to his side because he knows someone's here and manages to get the kill. Optic are 3 dead.
Still one rocket down.
As you can see,
Formal gets it.
gets the extra rocket. And now Bound is
Now
going
he's
to be
gonna play
last
for their
alive,
snipe.
and Formal's got your snipe. And this might be the win condition, right? Even
Win condition, he
if
said the thing,
Formal
everybody take a
is on
shot.
the map, if you keep it
Oh my god, there goes Bound with the optic snipe.
then Optic can take over.
Look at the timing. It's like,
Oh my god, H4F!
Somehow taken down. It was like clockwork there, just grabbing the rocket, hitting the splash damage, finishing the kill.
Oh!
And now
What is going on?
I can't even get a single thought out without another highlight reel clip coming onto your screen. What a match.
Pick a POV. As long as they got a sniper, it's going to be entertaining. There's one thing we can guarantee. Legend and Stella, though, get the kills to clean out their side of the base, and Lucid has to retreat. Eco, I was going to say, might be in a slightly advanced position here, but Formal's dealt with him. As now it's a full rotation on the map towards green and long haul for Lucid. Looking at those sword angles, if anyone pokes, well, you know what happens.
First player to fall is Trippy. Let's see if Lucid and Optic they answer back with
No one is missing in this game, man.
Watch out, there's two. Training. Back that man, back that. Watch out, the bridge sniping. Watch out, they're training. Yo, get in the sword if you can.
Do the training.
Under bridge weak. There's anywhere. Yo, sniping on the short box. I killed snipe.
Oh my god, dude.
Watching his spots.
Yeah, all of you shot their training as well. Shot their training. One shot their here, two.
That's two also.
Yes, dude.
Training the corner, every guy.
He's still weak, and I got the rest 2L. Jump in the court.
They're training down.
They're going to get
There's two still.
Play for the side.
Two, there's two. Three, there's two. Two more. They're trying to kill me. Run away on Tommy. Yeah, old OB and run mine. We're going to train.
I killed Taylor on the
There's
side.
another guy around sword.
They have a sniper and sword right now. Sniper and sword going our sword.
Weapons.
Bro, this game is fucking absurd.
Their sword was sniper.
Be ready to flank for these weapons.
Just one fucking turret.
Mauler, absolute.
Yeah, watch out there, Mauler.
There's a guy in sword. There's a guy there.
Balance, got a repulse in there. Close.
Short side, equal weak.
One shot inside sword. One shot inside sword.
Yeah,
Mauler,
horrible.
Oh, let's go through long. I think here's something going on. Truck. Yeah, our second absolute. One shot, green weak. Our green weak.
3 shots. I didn't play OV. He has it. He's just sitting on OV.
S2.
Nice. Still has OV sword side. He has OV sword side.
They're training. Which one?
We got shots. Shoot, melt him. He's mid-bridge. One shot the sword. Okay. Stay alive.
Optic got the flag out.
Watch right. Sword. Retreat on me. Dead.
That should be game.
4 dead. Optic with the flag back.
Oh my god, dude.
Formal sends the crowd wild.
After how many minutes of pit flag was that? That was deadass almost 30 minutes of pit flag.
Period. CTF will be remembered for quite some time.
Nearly 25 straight minutes played.
This is crazy.
CTF, and you don't always get to see that.
Also, it's been, bro, it's been like an hour and 20 minutes. We're 3 games into this series.
This evenly matched. That match and the
We're gonna be here all night, man.
Are certainly indicative of that. In the end, it will be Optic Gaming off the back of huge kills from Lucid and Formal that will take the overtime win and take game number 3.
One of the craziest things about Halo Infinite is
I think you're right, Ease.
You've seen it all, right? You keep thinking that surely these players cannot get any better. The performance with the precision weapons in that game.
Because, yeah, roughly like 18 minutes and then 6 minutes.
Stellar, Lucid, that run he went on at the end of overtime there just shows. This is the level we're playing at these days. 1 bullet, 1 kill for Formal. That
Dude, there was a... Like, I
I
don't fucking know. No one was missing in this game. This shit was unbelievable.
Just how many shots were left in that weapon as well. This in itself was
no one was missing.
Formal's pulling here. He's been sniping from sword for many, many years, going on well over a decade from that position, and just answered back. There's a triple kill on your screen once again from Baum. This entire game just felt like a... You could make a montage, I think, from that 25 minutes of Imperial CTF, and I would absolutely love it. Throw some Breaking Benjamin on it, call it good. Woo.
Export.
This is the play from Dead Zone. Take a look at this. The 1v1 versus Stellar, he knows he has to stay alive here. They get a really confusing battle here. Stellar starts to go up pit box, as you see. Kind of just phase through each other there. Unfortunate for Stellar as Dead Zone picks up the benefits of that engagement. And in the end, continues to slay. But even this flag was not enough there. A little bit of a team nade coming in on Dead Zone. Slowed things down maybe just a bit. But an unbelievable game. I think a game already that I will never forget in terms of Grand Finals Halo matches.
Yeah, it is absolutely superb. No, it's just exceptional talent, exceptional skill on display from everybody on the stage. But even though we can wax lyrical about what a great game it was, the result is that Optic Gaming win it. They are up 2-1 in the series now, Andy, and that is massive for them. Just a reminder if you're just joining us, and a pretty good time to join us after that game. Optic need to reset the bracket here. Space Station have the advantage. They will have to win this series before they can go into a series to call themselves champs.
And just such an unbelievable game just to once again be an example between these two, to see just how evenly matched not just they are, of course, overall, which is quite obvious based on the series results so far that we've seen in these games. However, just each individual battle, it feels like every single time that you feel like a team is starting to pull away. And
Breaking Benjamin did the song Blow Me Away, which was on the Halo 2 soundtrack, which was also used in the MLG like pro circuit
differences between these teams, and
videos.
you're seeing it on display here yet again in 2024.
I mean, the expectation now of
and so
shots for these players to hit,
by nature, that just kind of became the theme song of like Halo and MLG, and like how people use it in their montages.
And my expectation is
Breaking Benjamin, just in general, was like popular among Halo kids.
Is that he's going to headshot him
because of
and
montages,
that's exactly
but mostly for Blow Me Away.
But that's going to have to go into the history books to be revisited once again at another time. An incredible match of Empyrean capturing the flag.
It's like an old Halo reference house.
We look forward in this series. Optic Gaming
like
up
Halo
2-1, and now we get some recharge opal.
It is wild to think that we are only 3 games into this series so far, as it feels like we have been on this main stage already for quite some time. We'll take a look once again at the oddball recharge records for both of these teams, and how fitting both of them are undefeated in the map here in Arlington.
And here we go to recharge for an oddball, yay!
They want to still think about closing it out here. However, think about it, if Optic Gaming closes out this game,
it's gonna take 27 minutes. Holy shit.
Some bets going down on the second best of 7.
I'm fucking losing composure.
I believe Space Station excelling. I would say it's oddball though. This is their kind of game type.
No, if they tie this shit, I'm dead. I'm turning the stream off. I'm not gonna watch.
For Space Station to get those setups, but it's an interesting match of styles here, isn't it? We talk about Optic Gaming in these oddballs. They like to get a setup. They like to hold areas of the map. Space Station are more happy to move a little bit more transitionally, right? 2 players alive.
You know it's going to 3, bro. Why? Of course it's going to 3.
Away from those spawners, but off the rip here, it's going to be Formal who gets that
par for the course in this goofy ass series.
A tale as old as time. It's Formal with the shock.
That was so cheesy, bro. He just couldn't get the angle.
3 were dead. Minor man advantage, should be able to grapple the ball and start to collect some time.
How many players do we see miss that, by the way?
Quite a few, especially in my rank games.
Formal does not make that mistake though. Gets the oddball back to his teammates with that grapple.
Oh, timing.
Shock rifle. No one to hit quite as yet. Legend might be the first target, but somehow Eco managed to sneak through the pipes there. Just
what
as
the fuck is that timing?
Finds the double and immediately turns his brain to objective mode.
Interesting. I think maybe Optic was thinking about a rotate, but then
and them brothers, bro, they never saw Eco right there.
Nice counter from SSG as they're going to
Eco just got god timing, just walked right next to him.
A very nice pre-nade coming in from Eco on top gold as well.
5 and 1 start for Eco.
It felt like Optic was thinking for a split second to Whirlpool rotate, but they had to do a little bit of an awkward play ball to the batteries, which was not really the normal play ball to bottom mid that you'd want to
Goes
see, really getting that well
hissing.
into batteries. It made for SSG for an easy pickup, and now just like that, they lead in the game.
By the way, what a start this is from Eco in this game. He's 6-1, positive 5, with only 28 seconds or so of ball time for his squad. But this has been a very, very strong pipes hold at the moment for SSG. Legend and Stellar are going to pick up more kills as well. And with the camo coming up, I'm interested to see what the play call is from both sides. Do SSG think about maybe throwing that ball out and fighting for the camo? Or do they just hold the setup and hope they can force a burn?
Very nice job here, Eco grappling back. Making sure to change angles, but also holding shields. Look at Trippy with camo. Big, big play here. One dead for each side.
Ball dropped.
Goes to that ball carrier immediately as well, and you can see SSG, they know there's a camo
I
player
don't know
around
about
somewhere,
this.
so they throw that ball out. Bound can sniff him out. Bound's trying to get the kill,
Okay.
but Dead Zone was there to support Trippy as the
Optic
attention
breaks.
was dragged away. It's 2 dead here for SSG, and Optic have the ball in their hands.
Surgical from Optic Gaming. Once again, how many times in this series alone have we seen Trippy taking his time with the power-up?
Not really sure what SSG was doing
Waits
right
for
there.
the help from Dead Zone as well. Very selective in kind of his target engagement, making sure he's getting
I guess
damage
they were
with
just tweaking about
minimal
camo.
damage. And just like that, Optic Gaming brings the game back within 6.
Formal's turn with the snuck. With the shock rifle now. Dead Zone and Eco are going to trade meantime. Bound's going to fly, and Bound will stay alive for now. Formal gets to clean up damage onto Legend, and now he turns his attention back to Bound, but he decides that Needle's fight is what he fancies for the time being. 2v2 on the map right now. Lucid around the batteries. Bound with that ball in his hands, and every time they touch that ball and they reset it, it just causes a problem for Optic. Do we play for the kills? Do we play for the ball?
With 2 dead, you can tell Lucid got the go signal there. It's green light for Optic on the elevator collapse. They're going to be able to grab that one as well. That's a staggered 2 dead for the side of SSG. You see a player in pipes that Formal's already engaging with. If they pick up both of these and continue to trap in long haul, this will be more time on the board, and we will see a lead change now. Optic Gaming goes into the lead in round number 1.
They go into a lead, and not only the lead, Andy, they go into a position of such power. Look at
Optic
this
takes
setup
the
they
lead.
have. It's almost the perfect setup. If this was strongholds, they'd be holding A and B, watching those crosses.
Big win,
As
what the
Lucid
fuck?
now tries to take down Eco as well. Inside of the turbine. Eco's last player alive in the position of power. It continues. It's a 4 dead. It's a clean wipe for Optic. The lead will extend.
Really, really good damage across the board. You saw Lucid, even though he knew he was going down in the Whirlpool, he knew to get those 2 or 3 shots with the Bandit into that final player as Eco. He had no prayer of getting out in pipes. Now it's a little bit of a rotate coming in from Optic as they start to move things toward pipe and gold, but still holding down an elevator as well.
Shroud is down bottom middle as well. Falling from the heavens is going to be a space station player. That's going to be Eco.
Down gets camo.
Time as well, because this was the opportunity that Optic needed by picking up the camo to turn things around before. Well, it's exactly the same now. The space station get it.
Here comes time for
Optic are
SSG.
4 dead. They have a full setup, and Bound still has the camo.
Wow, the timing is dangerous, as you say. It's a
We're not able to play the ball either.
Bound got
But
the
SSG
camo,
is
so he's
gifted
able
a
to get
setup.
the 5th kill as well. Lucid's the first to fall, which will now mean more points on the board, and Space Station ensuring that Optic doesn't run away with the round 1 just yet. It's an 11-point game.
You get the feeling by the time that Optic are even able to push, this is going to be essentially a tied round. Formal going to be challenging.
Big
Formal with a
win by
big
Formal.
Maybe the extra bullet that came across from elsewhere was good enough to help him out in that fight, but 4 dead now for Space Station.
Big break for Optic,
get
though.
4 on the map, and they get 4 dead. It's a perfect break again from Optic Gaming.
And tons of effort on the comeback here. Look at the push right away.
Big kills for Optic.
SSG tried to go fast. Will this one bite them in the butt as they get taken down? And they're still on staggered spawns, which means more points on the board for Optic here. Big push coming in, big 1v1.
Legend gets 1. Legend's still alive, by the way, on the elevator. Dead Zone's trying to buy time, but Legend breaks through the setup almost single-handedly. Kills 2, it's 3 dead, it's 4 dead, essentially.
Oh my god.
And the Frenchman takes over. SSG have a chance now to tie this game up if they can get their hands on that oddball.
How Quadrant-esque to even when you're down a man, you fly in the bottom elevator door and you just start making some noise and getting some kills. Just like that, we're tied here at the 83-point mark.
SSG takes the lead.
Coming in from SSG. They go into the lead now.
Trippy gets the kill, though. And SSG are going to have to think about a play ball. This is such a precarious position because if SSG play, then Optic have control of pipes. They're going to be able to gather that ball up almost immediately. Eco knows it's a race here to pipes.
Last player alive is Eco. Eco has big responsibility here. It's 91 to 83. This could be the last play of the game.
Oh, he's going to cut him down, though. Look at this. Eco by rotating all the way through gold. Moves exactly the play call.
Oh my god.
Optic. Legend gets 1 as well. Eco might have
Huge
just
by
won the
Eco.
game, but SSG with his decision making. He holds the ball in his hands, and now
He
Optic
hit the
will have to
perfect
watch
route.
as Eco might have closed this out.
Trippy goes for the hero play ball. It doesn't go. Eco chases him down. The last ditch effort.
Beautiful.
Not enough. Space Station.
Holy
will get
shit.
the round 1 win on a huge comeback. It looked like it was over from the elevator push. It was a
Eco played that shit flawlessly.
Gaming, Space Station foot on the gas pedal.
4 and 10 start for Dead Zone. That is unfortunate.
They push and they catch Optic Gaming off guard. They win round number 1.
We'll have plenty of time to talk about that play from Eco that won them the round and the
That was
decision-making
brilliant.
that won them the round. But for now, we're straight back into the action. The first camo is going to be picked up here. You can see that Bound does not want any part of Dead Zone. Saying to his teammates, please kill this guy for me. As Stella will say, okay, I'll kill him, but as long as I can have the camo afterwards.
That Santa hat invisible for just a moment here. We'll see.
I think I might agree with you, Wang Doodle.
Terrible time of the year for that. Really terrible. Really hot in Texas as well. Quite muggy. Early 7 points on the board for the side of SSG. He's going to swoop around the mid-bridge, pick up another one. That means it's 2 dead for Optic.
This guy Stellar is a fucking Jedi.
There's a slight lead here in this round as well. Just 7 points, but it's enough. Stella will still with that camo. Trying to nade that ball back, I think. SSG, and he's going to find an Optic sandwich down here at the bottom of the stairs. Two
Optic
players
sandwich.
on top of each other. It was a killing spree, but here comes Dead Zone again, trying to force that play ball. And that's exactly what he will do. Gets the kill as well onto Legend. Can he turn 2? Doesn't need to. Formal's alongside him. It's 3 dead for SSG, and Lucid is immediately on that ball.
Stellar's last player alive, and it's staggered there, so that's going to be a little bit more timing coming in for Optic. But look how low scoring this is. We have 1 minute off of the game clock so far. However, it's only 7-7. You can just tell the team's really preferring to get as much slaying control as they can before they hold.
Bound being a nuisance. Bound being more than a nuisance almost for
Jesus.
Formal there. But Formal does get that kill. Opal still in the hands of Optic as the score will go up, and Lucid trying to rotate towards spawners, trying to rotate towards his teammates. Gets cut down momentarily, but Trippy does have that shock rifle here for Optic Gaming, so Eco's going to be under some pressure.
What shot did Trippy just hit, by the way, as he's flying into gold off screen? You saw he gets the headshot, and look at this, Eco just making sure that no time's going to happen. No time going to tick up for Optic, just plays the ball and buys a lot of time for Space Station.
Just puts that ball in such a horrible position for Optic. He almost rolled all the way towards his spawning teammates
go?
as well. And now, once again,
he's just the go.
The king of the pipes is Eco in this game. 2 dead for Optic Gaming. Stella's going to get that camo.
Let's see if Stellar can stay alive. This would be huge. He had help in pipes, but he gets taken down. 3 dead in the end. Legend was your last player alive. It was a 1v2 momentarily.
Ball reset.
Ball resets.
Ball incoming.
Lucid checking those elevator spawns to make sure that no one from Space Station Gaming has snuck through. Now he turns his attention towards Bound, but Bound had already picked up a kill there. Trippy will trade it out. Stella's flying in to try and deal with Lucid. It's a 1v1. Everyone's sliding everywhere. There's bubbles. There's all sorts going on. It ends in a trade.
This is chaos, bro.
How else would it end in this series? 3 dead for Optic for a moment. Formal is your last player alive. We'll see if that affords the opportunity for Space Station to grab the ball, but no, because Formal's chilling pizza. Sounds awfully good right now, the longer this grand final goes. Trippy stays alive in Whirlpool as well. They try to hold down this area, but it's a big push coming in. Formal answers back on the elevator door.
Formal no right really to come out of that with his life. You expected a trade, but he just got that little bit of extra damage in before Bounded. Legend trying the same trick again as last time.
Nice wins by Formal.
Those mistakes that Optic made before. The turbine belongs to Optic for now.
6 and 14 for Bound. Yikes.
It's so low scoring.
Really is.
Both teams just headbutting each other for kills.
It really is. It's a very, very different round than round number 1. You can tell these teams realize just how much is on the line here.
Dead Zone 10 and 15 with 17 assists.
This series. And Optic Gaming just wants to desperately get this next game on the board to be 1 game away from resetting the bracket. And surprise, surprise, it's 62 kills to 60 in favor of Optic Gaming, only separated by 2.
Stella tried to play ball, but Formal caught the ball. And now, Lucid had that shock rifle as well. So it's going to be shock rifle for Optic Gaming and the pipe setup that gave them so much time at the start of the first round. If they can put it to use in the same way, control the map in the same way, and let Formal do what he wants, then this will be an extension of that lead for Optic.
Ooh, gets big damage on Bound, but unable to take down that last kill. However, based off of the first 2 kills, that buys them
it's a good time for Optic right here.
Here they are scoring 43-15.
Camo's up.
Trippy trying to move and think about a play ball, but not going to be able to get that ball out into a position where it's not going to be challenged. They're in the 1v1 with Trippy. Trippy will win it.
Nice win.
Kills, but Formal now last alive. Where did that camo go? Eco, he's got it in the back pocket. Decides not to pop it quite yet. Again, brilliant decision making from Eco. So many players would have forced a burn there, but he
might be the GOAT.
Could win that 1v1 and survive with that camo.
He also leaves Lucid there as well. That's going to be 3 dead now for Optic Gaming.
Eco might be the GOAT.
Ball is still down on that. Eli Ledge.
Oh, tragic.
Bound jumps up to grab it. It resets
Just as I was about to say, how long has that ball got left on it before it resets?
Yeah, let's see what the play call is here. Eco still with the camo in hand. Let's see what they can do here. Listen in with Space Station Gaming. Middle.
One in red. Needles in Needles dead zone. Trippy was like bottom mid, guys. Yo, Trippy, one shot. Triple. Watch your grapple. She stairs, I think, guys. Yeah, top right, one shot. Oh, battery's dead. Nice, get up, shoot it. Triple ring. Ball. Yo, let's get C flat.
They're trying to kill me.
Watch beer. Marching fast. Come in, gonna kill him. Look. Kill me. He's triple.
Enemy has the ball.
Bottom on me. Yeah, bottom. Free kill. You're good. Nice shit. My dad.
Enemy has the ball.
On me.
Okay, 130.
It's just rotating right.
Minute 14 left. Let's start nice on three.
Watch out,
Enemy
He's front now.
Oh, that's so fucking cheese. Good time for Optic as well. Let's go breaks though. They gift SSG a setup again with no play ball.
Nice camo, guys. We get this camo.
I don't know what Optic's doing there.
Watch your two shot. Watch a triple. Yeah, on camo, guys. Triple. Nice, on camo. They have camo. Watch it. One shot, grapple. Yeah, camo dead.
Why is Optic so heavy C plat if their ball guys pipes?
One shot bottom A.
Optic's getting blended. 55 seconds on the game clock. That's going to be time for SSG.
C plat, C. Is it weak or no? No. I'm watching for
Max ball time, 54 seconds left.
Long break. Here, you dead, Legend? No. Sneaky. Watch out below. Watch it shady. After shady. And put your man.
Oh.
Yo, bottom mid. Camel jump. Yep. He's grappling at me. I'm watching you. Top right. And flank door. Two shots. Yeah, weak on me. Look at ball. Watch out, Brad. No pipes, I think. No pipes. Push up on tower. One tower, maybe 30 seconds.
Oh, they're listening.
Whoa, what the hell? Did he just get stuck off the bank?
For a second as Optic finally gets some kills and Optic go back into a lead themselves.
Unbelievable back and forth here coming in. We'll see 3 dead. This could be the final hold here for Optic if they pick up a few more kills off of this next SSG push. And Formal has the jump.
Beautiful flank.
Those are your last two. That could be the round right there with the last 2 SSG players starting to push.
The reason I say no is because SSG just served the game to Optic. They run in without looking. They force it too quickly. And now they're going to lose the round because of it. And now they're going to lose the game because of it. Optic
round.
In the last moment, and they will gladly accept.
Wow, unbelievable. They tied
it's going to round 3. Hell on set to relax.
And back and forth. Finally, Optic Gaming goes back in the lead in Slays. They're outslaying 91-88. I cannot stress enough how unbelievably close the kills have been specifically in these objective game types as well. It was a great listening from Space Station. Keep in mind they were trailing by about 7 or 8 kills and about 40 points. They bring the game all the way back to come into the lead at the 80-point mark, but Optic Gaming closes it out. As you said, Space Station trying to play their trademark fast play. They're trying to fly through tower. That's not going to be easy. You're going to get baited into those plays by Formal. They catch him off guard, and Formal gets huge damage that essentially secured the round win.
Yeah, I mean, the level of Halo has been so high. I think SSG just panicked a little bit at the end of that round. Maybe they thought they didn't quite have as much time as they did to formulate that push. They try and get over-aggressive, and it just, like I say, falls into the hands of Optic, who deserve to be, earned the right to be in that position to force
big trade.
A couple of dead on either side at the moment. 3v3 in deaths. It's only Stellar and Trippy are alive at the moment, and they're nowhere near each other.
Let's see. Gonna push in. Tries to get the 1v1. Trippy drops the ball for a second.
Where are the spawns?
And Stellar, as a result, gets the ball, and he's gonna scarper away with shields.
Good rotation. Holy shit.
Coming out of him as he just ushers this thing back very, very gently. It's an elevator hold for SSG.
I mean, such a big win for a number of reasons. Why the obvious one is he wins the 1v1. That's great. You give yourself a number. But by winning the 1v1, the elevator spawn's coming for the rest of SSG. He can wrap back around to elevator, hold that ball, and get that little bit of map presence they needed as it just continues to put the pressure now onto Optic. But surprise, surprise, Optic answer back with some shots themselves.
First one to Falls Eco there. The kills will be traded out. Bottom elevator again. 2 dead for both sides. Teams tied 101-101 in kills. This has been unbelievable between these two. And once again,
this
it's
shit's
very
ridiculous.
similar in terms of the amount of points on the board mark round here in round number 3. It's only 5-2. Look how much time has come off of the game clock as a result. This one's taken away pretty fast.
Grab that
Finally,
before it resets.
SSG will grab, maybe think about a rotate here. They throw to bottom tower.
I mean,
Comes
there's
Camo.
been no room for a full setup yet. No team.
Somebody caught that ball. Oh, Lucid gets 2? What the fuck?
Pretty much the entirety of this game, and maybe this
Lucid gets 2 and Optic. Lucid gets 3 and now Optic gets the ball.
Setup. Space Station will lose all 4 members.
And the camo and the shock.
The oddball is at
Oh!
as Eco explodes on the batteries.
And maybe this is what they needed to decide about
Hey,
the
yo.
gaming. Whoa!
Hey, yo.
They certainly wanted it. They pick up another one. Trippy with the camo and the shock. They call him Big Game Trip for a reason. Might pick up another one here. Eventually, he'll be traded out.
Kind of an
2 dead for
unfortunate
both
trade.
sides. 3 dead. Lucid is your last
Optic
player
finally
alive.
learns how to play the ball.
Lucid is going to find Legend in front of him. Go!
Holy Insta!
Explodes him. Dave Walsh, wherever you are in the world.
He's in the building.
Yeah, he actually.
He's smiling in the building there after the insta-splode from Lucid. How many times?
He said wherever you are in
is
the
Lucid
world.
as your last
Dave Walsh
player
standing
alive
20
doing
feet
wild
to his left.
things like that?
I was going to say, if Walsh, wherever that happens in the world of Walsh is, he just sits bolt upright.
Just,
yeah. It's the middle of the night.
Just knows the bat signal goes up. He knows there's been an insta-splode somewhere. And the entire Walsh family, they smile. 35-7 here in our round number 3.
Optic plays the ball again.
Shroud will go down. Just
Eller
to keep
somehow
Stellar
does
alive
not
for a
die
few
to that
extra
sticky.
seconds, but the extra seconds
Lucid
aren't
cleans
enough
him
for
up.
Lucid to think about changing his decision to chase him down. Eco's last alive here. 35-7 is the score, and Optic have been in control more than I think we've seen him in any round so far. As they get another 2 dead, but hey, surprise, surprise, it's 2 dead on either side once more.
Yes, they were really patient to get their points on the board. Look at Stellar somehow staying alive, and once again, just beautiful 1v1s coming in here, and the dead zone will eventually be taken down as well. 1 dead for each side, as trying to see a hold come together for Optic Gaming. See what Lucid could do from bottom mid.
Lucid might have a really good flank on these 2 players, by the way. If he can win these fights, then there could be an opportunity for a setup. He knows Bound's still here. He's taking damage in the back as well. He takes the 1v1. He accepts it. Bound will win that fight eventually, but there's the damage in the back. That's what keeps those numbers a little bit more sane. SSG have the ball in elevator, but they're very split across the map at the moment.
The big question was, where was Trippy? He was the last guy alive for just a second. He's a staggered kill coming at glass, which means this will be more points on the board. Stellar maybe thinking about a rotator, a play ball here. Right now he's trapped in top elevator. Really spread across the map, these 2 teams.
Lucid re-challenged that. I think Legend did not think that Lucid was going to walk back down long haul after they had that initial little joust. Trippy has the camo, but Eco sniffed him out for now. He's going to have to just survive and let him get away with it. So the score is getting closer. What a hold
41 for Tommy Lucid, 42.
This was the power-up that allowed Optic
37 and 28 for Stellar as well.
Gaming. Guess what? It's
high game.
Gone. We're tied at 39. What can Trippy do here?
Trippy's going to fly in. He wants to clean up the damage onto Stellar. Stellar will take one down before he gets
dead.
taken down himself. And Optic
Time
will
for
keep
Optic.
the ball in elevator and will go back into a lead. They should cross the 50-point mark here, and Space Station is backs against the walls.
Very good play there from Trippy with the camo and the grapple specifically to prevent the play ball from going bottom middle. That will mean more points on the board and a momentary 15-point lead for Optic Gaming.
Balls throw down into Turbine. Trippy versus Bound. Bound will be taken down elsewhere.
3 dead for SSG again.
Optic Gaming win the battle as the oddball will fall into the hands of Lucid. The shock, though, will go to Stellar, and he can even numbers up very, very quickly.
He was in a momentary 1v2. Now he's going to be pushing that against even greater deficit. Picks up the first one with ease, and still has half of the shields to bring to the battle.
He's trying to cut middle of the map as well, because he knows Optic want to rotate. Gets the call out. There's a one-shot bomb tower.
Yo, nades.
2 frag grenades are going to be enough for him to win that fight.
Tommy Lucid is making fucking plays.
The trade will come in, but the trades favor Optic because they have that lead.
Exactly what I was going to say, Mark. Formal knew he was the last player alive bottom tower. The fact that he picks up that kill and that trade prevents another SSG hold. It's a big one because still a 20-point lead, 21 points for Optic Gaming.
1 minute left.
Tommy Lucid has 49.
Optic no. They just have to keep Space Station off of that ball. And if they can do that, then they will go within 1 game.
He's shooting everything. He just fought 3 different people. Camo's up.
It's a great play call from Optic. If they can execute
50 for Lucid, 51. 52. And camo.
The cherry on top of the cake.
This guy is God.
It's going to be the oddball. And Lucid stands next to it and says,
oh, they're playing time.
They're not grabbing the ball. They are not grabbing the ball. They're going to bait these kills. They're going to hope for another team wipe with only 25 seconds left. He just resets the ball for a touch.
Making sure it doesn't reset. Stellar gets 1.
with the time on the clock here. He still has camo, 18 seconds left.
He goes in his ass cheeks.
Down gets one. Lucid will clean up some more damage though.
He doesn't know about eco. He doesn't know eco's in his ass cheeks.
Make a hero play here, but that's not going to be enough. Eco, you're a pretty good
Eco last guy. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Optic's gonna win it. Tommy Lucid just dropped 54. Oh my.
From resetting
Holy shit.
Big kills coming in unsurprisingly in this game, as well as we went all the way to 3 rounds. And what if I told you, you saw some 40 bombs coming in. How about Lucid with a 53 bomb?
54.
Wow. I mean, the level of
Sorry, 54 kills.
We shortchanged him. Sorry.
We did.
Sorry, Tommy.
54.
What's the damage?
In a game where a lot of the lobby
Pause
was in
19.
the 20s and the 30s in the kills. Lucid goes huge. How about a 24.7 KDA?
29 assists for Dead Zone.
Unheard of here in a grand final on the main stage. So much to talk about in that game as well. In the 3rd round, there were some really pivotal moments that we'll talk about, but most importantly, Optic digs deep in round number 3. Let's not forget, that's a reverse sweep.
Bro,
in the
every
oddball.
single game that Optic and SSG have played today across the winners finals and now the finals has been batshit insane.
24.7 or whatever, ridiculous number. It just looked like a data error. That popped up. It was such an outlier in comparison to everyone else, and it's the stat line that
it has been like 2 hours. We've played 4 games.
Game of oddball once more. So many big moments to talk about. I mean, the triple kill from Lucid at the end. That's what really secured it, though, right? Because it's not just the fact that he shuts down the push.
Yeah.
He gets the camo. He gives the one thing to Optic Gaming that might have come back to hurt them.
Now Optic goes up 3-1 in our first series.
Game, and they are now, like I say, 1 game away from sending us to a second best of 7.
Also, a huge shout out to the team in the back, because let's not forget, as these games go into things like double overtime and 3rd rounds, our replay operators and the entire team in the back has to be cutting even more and more. These replay packages are so long because that's how long these games are going. They're going the distance. And keep in mind, in the replays, we're only still in the 2nd round here of the replays.
I just heard from our producer, they just, all they've got to do is pretty easy for them in this series. They just hit record and press play at random points, and it just shows us a highlight. So
statistically, you're guaranteed to get a pretty good.
This was pretty good.
Right here from Formal, look at this. He waits and he baits in tower and just catching them off
He
guard.
waits and he baits in tower.
That's how they closed
That's
out
a bar.
the 2nd round. And as we said, it was a low-scoring 3rd round as well. But big plays from Trippy with the camo and the shock to break things open and start the scoring.
Yeah, it's just those moments, right?
1000%.
Talking about numbers on the map in that game.
1000% Brackhead.
No one with the numerical
This play was
advantage.
sick too.
It just had to be a camo or a power-up or a power weapon that allowed one player to get the double kill first, and then they could get the 3 or 4
What's up, Brackhead? How you doing?
ball time. It was a really strong hold from Optic at the start of that
Oh
game.
God,
SSG
he's...
made that comeback with the elevator
This guy's
holding that
POV is
final round,
different.
Optic ice up
What the
right
fuck?
in the final moments, and I mean,
Did Optic just reverse sweep subliners in the CDL as well?
43,
Is Jordan in shambles?
Reset. Double overtime. 2-1 in oddball.
Yeah, Brackhead, the games today have
one thing
been fucking insanity.
I was about to say one thing we can guarantee, and then
we were at a
50-50 already. So
we were at a
That's unfortunate.
One thing we can say is that this game should be
we're going to keep playing.
I don't know.
It's just that we're going to keep playing.
I don't know. We'll keep playing.
I think that's all we can guarantee at this point. I also want to take a second as we wait to get into that game to talk about a very specific moment from Optic Gaming that was just moments before Lucid's triple kill. The way that developed, you might have seen it. Legend and Eco, last players alive in pipes. Optic Gaming gets damage on those pipes players, and as a result, they get an immediate ball grab. They toss the ball bottom middle, and even though SSG gets elevator spawned, so now they have a really good setup with elevator, top cat, as well as pipes. Optic Gaming waits for the perfect opportunity. They bait the camo bottom middle, then Lucid flies in to grapple with the triple. Really well done to close out that round, and there was a lot of plays that led up to that triple kill that Optic had to execute.
I mean, bro, this got to be like the best series, like set of games
for success. In the end, they outslay 146 to
I've seen in
136
Infinite.
across 3 rounds as they re-enter the stage.
One game away then from resetting the bracket here. But with how tight this series has been, one game seems still like somewhat of a mountain for them to climb, right? They've still got to get the job done. They still have to close this series out and not give SSG a look back into this series, because 3-1 sounds great. You're one game away, but 3-2 sounds a lot different.
Talked about Dead Zone, the addition that he's brought to this team. Let's not forget, in that last game, he dropped 29 assists in a game where 2 of his other teammates and also players on the other side were in the teens in assists to drop 29. 4 more assists than he had kills. Pretty remarkable, and we've seen that time and time again. Let's not forget Optic's debut on the main stage here this season earlier on Friday. Dead Zone leading the team in assists in all 3 games in that 3-0. Not surprising to see him continuing to deal the damage for the squad, which sets up teammates, of course, like Lucid to drop a 54 bomb. Not every day you get to see games with coming in with over 40 and 50 kills in a grand finals, but we are being treated to just that. I'm having a great time.
I'm having a great time. I'm sure Arlington's having a great time as well. I mean, what a series this is. I feel like we're getting really, like, super lucky.
Yeah, very
Some of the finals we've had recently. We've had, I mean, just picky grand finals from last year, to be honest with you.
Yep. It's absolutely true.
It's been crazy.
Charlotte, Fort Worth,
this one's going
we're
as
all
well
crazy last year.
All the makings of
Salt
something
Lake.
very, very similar. But Space Station, as they re-enter the stage, will not want that. They want to get this
Pretty
done
much,
in
Smooth
the
Criminal.
first series. And even though Optic are ahead,
That's about my entire
more than a
existence.
nose ahead now with a
I
two-game
sat in there and I
advantage.
watched Halo for 9
It doesn't
hours.
really matter to SSG if they can
was
win the
fucking
next
awesome.
few games themselves. It puts all of the pressure back onto Optic. Every single game that SSG take from this stage, you know, the pressure goes off their shoulders and it goes straight onto the other side of the stage.
Right, and let's not forget that Optic Gaming is going to be really aware of that, right? They're knowing that, hey, just because we're up 3-1 in this series does not mean that we can take any sort of energy out of this, any foot off the gas pedal. It's quite the opposite. As we take a look at stats from this series, a deadly duo of Lucid and Formal. Take a look at the numbers on your screen.
I mean, 54 and 52.
Bracket, so after the World Championship last year,
3 rounds. And one was the
FaZe
never-ending
wins,
Imperium catch of the flag that went double
and
overtime for
SSG
Formal. But those are
dropped
some
Penguin
incredible statistics
for Legend,
from 2 players who are known
and then
for getting
Optic
kills.
dropped
Also just shows you, as we
APG,
said,
and supposedly
even though
Optic
they
tried to
have
get Stellar,
kills like that, look at how, you know, comparatively,
but
you
Stellar
don't have a
was
2.0
not
KD
available.
on screen, right?
So
These are
since
1.2
Penguin had just gotten
KDs or so.
dropped, they grabbed
And as
Penguin.
we said, deep into these games, for these two teams to be out slaying matched 101 to 101 on Oddball,
So
it's
Optic
unbelievable to
moved
watch these
from
stats
APG
pour
to
across
Penguin,
our screens. It's been already a historic series, and we're really
and
just getting
SSG
started.
moved from Penguin
of course,
to
in this
Legend.
grand final, 3-1 here for Optic.
We took a look at one man there just very momentarily as we look like we're ready to get into our next game of the series. Who this is his first grand final. He's on this main stage right now and thinking, what is going on? I'm not used to this, but I can tell you, I bet you
Yeah,
enjoys
I
it if they
mean,
win this
both
next game and
Optic
they
and
make a
SSG
series of it. Legend
seem much
be
better.
The first grand final
Seems
of
like they
his
both
career.
upgraded.
We're sure there'll be more ahead of him, but for now,
Yeah,
Optic,
righties.
1 game away.
All right, Game 5, Live Fire TS. Lock back in, brothers.
Lucid POV after dropping 50. Only seems fair.
It really does. 54 kills on the board for him, and he's going to be looking to adding to that total.
Yeah, definitely
of course,
too bad,
throughout the
Brackhead.
rest of
But
this grand final.
them's the
Kills
breaks.
exchanged early on, but you're right. All
That's
the
how it
closeness
goes.
of these matches and the carnage. We've almost lost track of the fact that, of course, once again, you have the first time a European player
Hey, that
has
brother
ever
got a
played in
ring.
major Halo grand final in over 20 years of competitive play. Already making history. We'll see if he can continue to do that, but in order to do so, they need to stay alive. Space Station Gaming with their backs against the walls. If they lose this game, we will go to a second best of 7.
Well, Slayer's going to be the game type here on Live Fire, and Formal's going to have that sniper rifle. Even though Optic don't have a lead, there might be an opportunity for him to do some work here. But oh my goodness, the entire kill feed turned
Jesus.
blue. SSG wiped Optic. They will get
That's
the
insane,
camo, they will
Ease.
get the sniper rifle, and this is trouble. Stella's got the sniper. Optic.
Who the fuck is we?
Absolutely vaporized all at once.
No way Ease is
When we
talking about
say
Optic and he
perfect
said
timing
we.
Push, it's hard to think of a better example. All 4 players respawned at the same exact time because of how clean the timing was. And now SSG, they're up 9-3. Looking to send this series the distance and not go home in this one.
Optic just slowing the pace down for a second. They kind of had to because a few of them were on the death screen just spectating. Now that they're back on the map, they can think about how they want to approach these next few moments of the game. Stella just locking down some lanes at the moment. Optic will know that he has this sniper rifle, and that's
Everyone's
exactly
standing still.
why they're reluctant to peek.
As you say, 5-kill lead. Extends here at 9.
Oh,
Ooh, he knows Luce is coming through. 2 players in mud. They're going to try to get away.
And see, there it is, Ease. That's
So
insane.
just holding the angle.
That's insane.
2-man push coming, and actually 3-man push. Dead Zone also on.
God knows what he's going to say if they win this event.
Timing as well to line that shot up. Teammates are there, but Optic again a little bit the better at this battle.
This is
And
so
uncharacteristically
milky,
here,
bro.
Stella
What is
can't hit
going
the
on?
headshots, can't even hit the body. And you have to say that was an incredible push
SSG's
there
still up
from
by
Optic
5.
Gaming. Just shoulder, bring some of those pillars, just making him use those shots, but not being able to connect. SSG still have the lead as Legend flies forward, but Optic back in this.
Yeah, Optic right back in this here. going to be 1 dead. Legend and Bound will both fall here, so it becomes 12-8. More elusive POV. Take a look at the camo as 2 were dead. This is a very big point in the game.
It's momentarily 3 dead for SSG. And even though they're spawning inside of the garage here, they're going to have to be careful because damage has been done. And Lucid doesn't need to be asked twice. QT's going to be there as well. Formal will pick up another. Legend narrowly avoids the green gun. It comes
wow, and he avoids the nade too.
Dead. That camo is such
what the hell?
Focus. It's a double kill for Legend.
Oh my
Formal
god.
with a QT will slow things down, but not enough to stop
SSG still by 3.
Collecting this power up.
This is big. Formal with the QT, Bound with the camo. We'll see how this plays out. Only 3 kills separating the 2. Let's get to a listen now with Space Station.
Watch me as well, Braden. I'm trying to look. Yeah, that's weak. I'm dead, Kevin. Watch out, Kevin.
Nice, guys.
I'm pushing you. That sniper, Kevin. Or someone. I'm pushing you.
I think play sneaky for a sec, Legend. You have no help.
I'm getting into green. I have sniper tower.
Check Legend's position.
Yeah, I see you, Legend. I'm gonna come bigger, right?
Alright, Red's free.
Okay, I'm gonna put it. Watch out.
Let's watch it.
Yo, check it, both quick. No, both watch out. Yeah, I'm seeing towers. Watch our screens, watch our keto. Seeing towers, still.
Alright, reset the map.
I don't want to snipe from tower, though, by the way. I want to snipe. I'm gonna go bigger. Go tower back. Can you go tower?
Yeah, I'm jumping. Okay, put him in. I go in. Watch out, put him in again. Push out, 2 guys, put him in. 2 guys, kill.
Watch out, rat. Watch your big, we hold for QT. Watching your big. Make sure they don't push me. Watching big. I'm staring big with that. Watch out, big, dead. Nice. Top A on the pistol.
Pushing top A.
I have QT.
Top A weak. Top A dead.
No one there.
I'm pushing you, Nick. Don't see anyone.
I think the cuts.
Okay, what's on the way?
Loader, watch out about that.
Yeah. Watch out.
Watch out about
Damn.
the cut.
Watch his red. Right, he's one shot.
Top A, Legend. Screen's on Legend. Look over.
Check it, 2 shot Keter. Check Keter. After red. Trippy. One and die.
Top A, one shot Keter.
Dead. Let's jump mine.
Let's start top mid. I'm stepping top mid.
Small.
Ugh.
Let's get back to tower.
Small. Good screens,
Keter.
Small.
2 1-shots.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get back up.
Alright, camo in 20.
I don't want to snipe from tower, by the way.
Somebody should. Okay, Pilos. I'm looking. Pilos, weak. Dead.
Looking big with snipe.
Pilos again. Stop A. Come on, be here.
One Keter.
Bottom mid. I'm watching bottom mid. I'm coming, Pilos.
I think we start playing aggressive.
Bottom mid. Dump door. Okay, you're the last one. Maybe dog. I'm mid. You're gonna have snipe camo come from
No,
snipe is gone. Guy top mid though.
They have camo.
Repulsor's up also.
What cuts anyway?
Watch out mid. One in S. One in S. I'm about to push green.
Bottom mid.
Pushing green, guys.
Camo spins. Watch the top in camo. Camo in A, watch it. Formal.
I don't see him. He's here on the pole.
Yeah, hungry. Nice.
Stuck me.
I'm nested. No idea.
Sniper and Quantum in 3rd.
Training, Kevin.
SSG by 7. This is a long listening.
Sitting training, guys.
All these stickies.
Hit me up.
Well, the first 2/3 of this game have belonged to Space Station, you would say, but Optic is starting to just chip away at that lead a little bit here, Andy.
Wow.
Dead Zone with another here, and Legend have to retreat back to keep himself alive.
Very nice repulse there of the green. Rat Tunnel just sends that back on the 180 repulse, and even
Comes the push from Optic. Optic down by 4.
4 kills separating the 2.
SSG got to be careful here. This is what we talk about with their Slayer games, right? When they have momentum, when they have the pace going their way, they can get these leads, but it's when they start to get a little bit kill hungry, when they start to get a bit over-aggressive,
Nice
that they
shots.
just let people and teams back into these games. Is that going to be the case here? Or was Stella getting away with that sniper? Is that the comfort blanket that they need in this game?
Very big 1v1 there from Legend to win that against Lucid. Keeps them in the lead, but only by 5. Far from over just yet, and guess what? Sniper rifle and repulse in the hands of Formal here on tower side.
Formal going to relocate to tower, you would imagine, to try and get some angles. Stella just falls just quick enough to not be caught in the reaction time that Formal has. Bound gives a little poke. Checks the cheeky jump up angle.
Oh, fuck.
Battle now happening in and around that camo once more. Bound and Stella combined to get that kill themselves. Stella goes
Oh
in
my
now.
god.
Repay the favor. It's 2 important kills at this stage of the game. It's 7 kills now to go for Space Station to put their 2nd game of the series on the board.
Very big kills. Somehow Bound, as you say, keeps Stellar alive. Stellar in the end, though, gets caught off by the big door and the green angle. So just like that,
Not a great death from Stellar.
Kill game, 43-38.
Uh-oh.
Zone gets the kill, but it's traded out.
Big
immediately
melee,
by
big
Stella.
trade.
Trippy with another one, and now we're looking at Optic and saying these needs to be no.
Hang on a second. Optic down by 3. Camo coming up.
Trippy gets 2 without response. Legend will get 1 just to slow
It's a big
things
kill by
down
Legend.
for a second more. The camo could be the game here on either side.
Really is 3 kills now. No,
I like this play from
comes in,
Lucid.
though, for Bound. 46 to 42.
Teammates are all dying though. This isn't gonna work. Gotta get active.
Lucid's gonna get away with the camo, but
A good camo grab.
have realized that they might be able to afford a camo going.
They might even collapse right now before the camo can make a play. Let's see how they play this. They're actually going to slow the game down. They're going to sit top mid, try to bait the camo out, and Lucid maybe say,
wait, bro.
48-45, not over yet.
Are they going to regret this? Stellar gets
Well, but
one
Stellar
himself.
gets Trippy.
Lucid cannot challenge that kill because otherwise he'll go down as the last kill. It's 1 to go here for SSG. Lucid has to take this fight. He's on an island right now. You can see SSG
49,
is trying to sniff him
45.
out, but he cannot find anything to play off of. Space Station now
This
go
is so
hunting for that
sus,
last kill
dude.
themselves. The camo has disappeared. Lucid will be the final
Lucid
kill,
gets active.
and
Holy
SSG
shit.
answer back
Was
to
he the only one pushed up?
It's 3-2 now, but SSG are hot on the tails.
Damn, that is
Another game that,
that
of
is
course,
sus.
comes down to the wire. 50-46, your final
But all right, it's not over yet. Well, I mean, obviously it's not
Really
over.
good
We got a
composure
minimum of like
from Space
fucking.
Station there.
There's gonna be at least 2 more
Allowing
games.
themselves to deprioritize the camo. They knew it would be a factor, but they knew they could play around it. They could continue to add up the kills because they had that kill cushion. Here's a look at the stats in just a moment. Some big outliers going to be Legend, the newest addition. Not only does he lead the team to victory, he also leads the team in kills, 17 to his name.
This guy loves Live Fire Slayer. We saw him drop 21 a little bit earlier on in the tournament, and now he drops 17 in a grand final to give Space Station a little bit of hope back in this series.
Yeah, this is probably like the most evenly matched, like highly balanced series I've ever seen.
They'll know that. They'll know that
This and the winners finals.
reset the bracket. But now at
Like I've never
3-2,
seen like just zero margin for error.
we're
Like
about to reset the bracket to we're going to be tied up in the series if we lose this next one, and we could.
This shit's insane.
Find ourselves in second place.
Take a look at some highlights here. Space Station went, keep in mind, off to a very early lead. They were up 9-3, as you saw on your screen there. Then it was even 31-25. So things getting very close. In the end, this is really good communication you heard during the listen-in. They were able to take down the camo, but here's your final moment. It's 47-43 here. Look at the kills that SSG are able to get. They get their 48th, and just after that, they get the 49th, which are absolutely huge. In the end, it's only a 4-kill difference separating the two. Optic Gaming leading 3-2 in your best of 7.
This track's an absolute banger. I'm just saying.
Yeah, where did this song come from?
Stronghold Solitude is going to be our next game, though. And this is a very interesting game type and a map to have, right? Because this is one of the most unrelenting and punishing game types we have. We see the best teams in the world go up against each other. And yeah, we've had some changes. We don't have the S7 sniper now. We have the shock rifle. But we still see these 150, 200 point, even 250 to zeros sometimes run against between 2 of the best teams in the world. This is going to be a game which is, you cannot afford at any point to be the last alive and challenge for a kill. You have to survive. You have to make sure that at some point you're allowing your team to get back onto the map. Because otherwise, if you go 4 dead and you lose 2 strongholds, you lose 3 strongholds, you are going to be in for a rough few minutes.
You are. Both of these teams, of course, 1-0 in this game type here at Arlington. The one, though, that I'm looking at is SSG because of what we saw earlier. Let's not forget, they were down by 100 points earlier this weekend, and they mounted an unbelievable comeback to bring the game back up against Quadrant, I believe. They were down 246 to 110 or so, and they bring the game all the way back with 6 repeated 3 to 4 deads. Perfect Halo on display. They've done it once. The question is, can they do it again to force us to a game number 7?
We spoke to Bound, and he was saying that sometimes SSG play their best Halo when they know they have no more mistakes to make. We're not quite in that territory yet, but they will certainly be in a position where they're feeling the pressure a little bit more. Strongholds is going to be the game type. 250 points to win here.
all right, man.
Plaza
holds.
We're
Turn me up.
starting off with a man who dropped 17 kills to drag Space Station back into this series. It's the Frenchman. It's Legend.
Truly unbelievable. 17 kills in a game that they won by 4, keeping his team alive in this series. They desperately want to force this to a game number 7 and the opportunity to end the grand finals in just 1 series.
One thing you don't want to do is go 2 dead off the rip, because then you're going to have SSG flying at you. It should be a camo pickup here for Space Station Gaming, and it is. The last player alive is trapped in blue already.
And this is a worrying moment here for Optic at the start of this game. Even in the first few seconds, there might be a triple cap on the cards.
From Eco keeping his camo player alive at all costs. Really good help just in case Stellar might have been on the receiving end of additional shots. The Stellar versus Trippy battle continues. Time will also continue here for SSG on the BC hold, 25 points on the board.
The information that Stellar's just got as well. He's still got the camo, so he can avoid all the shots. And Optic are trying to bait a kill out here, and Formal will bait that kill out. It's Legend who maybe just goes a little bit quicker than his two teammates to try and force the fight on A, and that falls into the hands of Optic. They haven't played this so well.
Wow. Eco's your only player alive here.
Eco gets 3.
Pressure, but guess what? Eco answers back with a triple kill, maybe more.
Where?
Time will expire on that, but how about getting 3 dead for SSG?
6-0 start for
Eco.
Eco.
You think you've done the job and can push out of your base. Instead, Eco picks up a triple and ensures that his team now goes into a 60-point lead.
Eco has started this game 6-0, by the way. Might be able to pick up his first death now as he comes under pressure. Still has 1 shot left with that shock rifle as Optic try and convert B. Looks like he'll give this one up. Now the flank comes in as well. He's got the repulse. He's trying to turn attention away to help some other teammates.
Brother trying to multitask every fucking where.
There's an opportunity for Optic to start scoring here.
Brother looked away in the middle of a gunfight.
Someone flies out right away. That's big because they keep 2 dead for Optic Gaming. Lucid's weak on truck here, which means 3 dead. Last player's going to be at snipe. Big damage once again, just because Eco's able to stay alive.
SSG's going to flip B right back.
So Space Station only lose control of the scoring for a few moments. Former does stay alive for long enough to at least have some spawners around.
Ah, nice shots.
It's going to be clean to take down another Optic member. Look at Eco bottom middle as well, doing so much damage. It's a 2v2.
Good nade, what the fuck?
You're happy with those numbers.
How did that bounce like that?
On the map for both sides, and it's been what we've been saying now for what feels like about an hour and a half, just so back and forth between
Optic is
these two.
getting fucking blended right now.
Double kill with the camo. Let's see what he can do at yard. 3 dead.
Trippy left alive as well, and it's going to be a triple cap here for SSG. It's 95 points.
Triple cap cheese for SSG.
As the triple cap is stifling. Legend gets the kill without getting traded.
Look at this.
And now Stellar with a camo. He could have a field day.
Oh boy, this was what was dangerous because Stellar didn't even have to work hard with that camo to get the first few triple cap. A killing spree for him on screen. 3 dead again. They're going to get the A reset. And it's perfectly timed. I think everyone watching at home was worried when the trip cap came in without Stellar having to burn the camo or even really be involved in the battle. It was always going to spell disaster for Optic Gaming. And just like that, 156-3, the triple cap continues.
Optic are trying to break out through mid here. Stellar, boy,
bro, Optic is getting fucked up.
Just as if it's bad enough for Optic right now. It's going to be 3 dead again. It's 4 dead back to back. SSG.
Trippy's on a goose.
They have Optic in that blender.
3 wipes in a row, and Mark, you said it. We've seen 250 to zeros. This one is potentially going to be very close to that. The triple cap continues. No kills recorded just yet for Optic Gaming. It's 205-3.
Optic needs to
All right, Trippy got his. No goose.
2 dead, 1 3 dead. We're back in
But
the
this
game.
shit might be
But for
over.
Now, SSG are just not allowing
2
them
dead
to
for
breathe.
Optic.
They are hunting them down. And Optic.
I mean, this is over. This is over.
Stays alive for long enough for Legend to pick up another kill. This is domination from SSG.
Staggered spawns though. Look at this. They might be able to finish C. We'll have to see. It's
literally over.
Last player on drive.
GG.
That's gonna be the game.
It's gonna be a perfect game.
What
from
the
SSG,
fuck?
but
All right.
Absolute miracle.
What the fuck?
To 3 points.
What on earth did we just witness? Space
The
Station
first game,
outslays 31-12. And
it's
Eco
not
goes 11-2. In one of
super
the
tightly
fastest, if
contested.
not the fastest strongholds we have seen in a very
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
long time. Dominating does not begin to describe what
How
you
fast
just
was
saw.
that?
Do not adjust your
428.
television sets.
Trippy got
253
1
is your final
kill.
score.
Trippy drops 1 kill, and it's not even his fault, I think. It's just complete and
Yo,
utter map
shout out
control,
Trippy for
power
getting his
control,
1, bro.
Weapon control. It's a game type which is unrelenting. Even with the best
A finals
teams in
goose
the
would have been
world,
criminal.
You get full control. It's so difficult to do anything.
Oh my
And a
god.
few moments ago, we were talking about Optic.
What a
resetting
game. What the
bracket.
fuck? All right, what's game 7?
Now maybe we turn the conversation to
What's the map for
SSG
game
winning the
7?
event.
Is it Aqua?
I don't even know what to say. Ego nearly goes 6x positive. Stellar goes 4x positive in that game, and I think everyone was thinking the same thing. When the trip cap hit, and they keep Stellar alive on LR with Camo. With
It is Aqua? Oh, shit. Do we think SSG closes it here, gentlemen? Chat, what do we think?
They were in big trouble because it's already 120-3, and then you have Stellar picking up Camo after the trip cap hits.
Bro, if this goes to a second series, I don't know if I can fucking take it.
And they showed no signs of slowing in what might be one of the fastest strongholds we've seen maybe since year one. An unbelievable game from them.
Holy shit, man.
They're really the outlier in this entire series. It's been neck and neck. We've been relentless about how close these games have been. That one was not.
So here we are then, everybody. The grand final could be decided right here, right now, in a Game 7. We're either going to have
the two best words in sports,
in front of us, or we are going to have SSG walking
and the two best words in esports.
You can see on your screen right now, and lifting it above their
Game
heads. What
motherfucking 7.
From SSG in this series. You felt like they were out.
Game 7's Aqua,
really
Smooth Criminal. Sorry, I didn't realize I was blocking it. My bad.
Stay alive, and then they take that momentum, they carry that in a huge way into Solitude Strongholds to send us to a game number 7. Let's take a look at the map 7 record here. Slayer on Aquarius, Optic Gaming in Arlington, they are 2-0. And SSG is 0-1, yet to win this game type up against an undefeated.
Yeah, Optic pretty
7,
routinely
really
gets pissed on Plaza Hold, I think. I think that's pretty par for the course.
You just feel the emotion, not just in the room, but on the stage has changed.
But that was like a generational pissing on.
One map away from being the first champion of Season 3 of the Halo Championship Series, right here in Arlington, in front of the Optic crowd. Optic, though, still have the chance to reset the bracket here, to give us some more Halo, another series for them to come back.
All right, man.
And maybe lift that trophy
Game
themselves.
Motherfucking
Game 7 is going to be Aquarius. Slayer, first to 50 will win it.
Everything on the line between these two. One game to decide the series, potentially one game to decide the tournament. It's going to be Slayer on Aquarius for Game 7 between Space Station and Optic Gaming.
Well, it's a good start for Optic and a good start for Trippy. A little bit of a difficult game for him in the last one. And like I say, the game type sometimes doesn't allow you to do anything that you want.
Formal with OS.
He gets that first individual battle and he wins it. And off the back
H4F,
of it,
my glorious king.
Will have the overshield. Formal's picking it up.
Oh no.
3-3.
Oh no. Who pinched on SSG?
SSG
4 dead, what the?
An absolutely clean wipe. Formal gets a little bit aggressive, and he kind of goes car 1 to get angles into the
I think if Optic's going to push, they got to push for those kills.
Answers back. They actually send players car.
They push up halfway and then just sit still, and then SSG just swarms them.
Pink to just shut down that overshield.
They get a quick pinch off.
5-3 off of what felt like it was guaranteed to be an Optic Gaming early lead.
Optic Gaming are trapped in yellow here. This is bad news for them. You can see it should be
and now they're trapped.
For Stellar as well. He will get it.
4-kill lead for SSG early.
For Optic Gaming, Trippy is last alive, and Space Station have come out of the gates in this Game 7. It's 8-4 in their favor.
Big credit due there for the side of Space Station. As we said, it was first kills, the lead, and the overshield going to Optic Gaming. They immediately fly out of their base to shut that down, and they catch Optic Gaming off guard.
2 more kills for Space Station is 10-5, still doubling up on the score. Legend just holding down the pink tower, but now he's got 3 members of Optic Gaming in front of him on the pink, but this man has no fear. He challenges them all, buys enough time for the rest of SSG to come and try and clean up this damage. Go stays alive, tries to drop back down. Trippy will have to escape, but Bounce hunted him.
Trippy does win that one off the nade. It just banks up to the top jump. So 13-7 is your score, still a sizable lead for SSG.
Ooh.
What the?
Trippy
What
comes
the?
out somehow. Still alive. Not only alive, but getting that kill. The overshield's coming up as well. And little moments like that might be what changed things here.
Oh, beautiful quick flank by Legend.
Legend flies in. It might be a triple
Dives
kill.
to a nade shot, but that was such a good play. 3 dead for Optic.
Wow, just back
OS is still down. That's a 6-kill lead for SSG.
The overshield. He's not able to
OS is still down, I think.
Can he grab it? No, all the way at car 1.
Optic should get that.
An Optic Gaming overshield.
Finally, everyone runs out of grenades. It was just nade after nade after nade. It was just an absolute nuke fest down around that overshield. Trippy goes for the beatdown.
Oh my god.
It's 3 dead for Optic, and that play in a Game 7 can hurt a little bit more.
Second time in a row that the Optic Gaming overshield was absolutely nuked by Space Station, excuse me. 2 nades come in, and then Eco flies out of the connector to get the trade on the overshield as well. That means 22-16, and just when you thought Optic had control, they had 4 dead, they had the overshield. No, Space Station shuts down the overshield again.
Well, this is Optic's chance to get a bit of map control here. That was 2 dead, 3 dead. Eco last alive. And even though it's been a little bit of a shaky start for them, they've kept it close here, Optic. Only 3 kills between the 2 teams. Space Station trying to stay alive and not show for long enough for them to get multiple players back on the map. But look at Eco. He's been a sneaky little someone inside of that fridge and manages to get a back smack.
Pushing here on the fridge.
What did he just say?
Lucid needs to come in and clean this up as well. They will get the 2 dead that they needed. However, 2 kills traded out, but 25-21. Most importantly, Optic has kept this game close. Not out just yet, down by 5.
They just got another kill as well. That's 2 in a row for him.
Legend is somehow picking up cross maps.
A little bit more. Trippy gets that heat wave though. And
oh, here comes SSG fast. Oh shit!
From Optic, usually it's when Trippy gets that heat wave and is allowed to go to work, but immediately he gets shut down as Bound finds 2.
They are getting swarmed.
Third on Formal as well. Legend will clean it up. 30-22. SSG.
8 kill lead for SSG.
How about the timing? They get the
this should be an OS grab.
Popping now. Optic is trying to get immediate eyes on this overshield, but
Formal is 1 in 8.
Stellar does grab it immediately, and now 31-23.
SSG is just playing so much faster than Optic, bro. They are moving as a unit and just collapsing on their shit.
Right here, right now.
It shows you that the stats don't tell everything, right? We were saying coming into this game 7.
Optic cannot get their bearings.
Have a perfect record, and the SSG do not. Well.
Formal's gonna get caught out solo again. 1 in 9 for Formal. Trippy falls.
Walking towards Optic Gaming, and his name is
Dead Zone dies.
He is flying in. He's looking for another kill here. Lucid will get
there goes Lucid.
It's 2 dead again. It's 35-24.
Lucid manages to shut down the overshield, but at
11 kill lead for SSG. And you gotta think this is probably the tournament.
Space Station Gaming and Stellar's overshield felt like compared to other power-ups.
What a run from SSG.
It lasted forever. They stack up an 11 kill lead here with 7 minutes left.
Well, the Optic fans trying to get
still a lot of time left. Anything can happen.
To get back into this game. Eco's going to be behind 2 players here. The nade comes in and Trippy
big kill from Optic.
The flank has now been dealt with as Lucid will pick up yet another, but it needs to be some good Halo. They need an overshield.
Optic can't afford to trade here though.
Next overshield, if it goes the way of SSG, it might be curtains.
Big win by Lucid.
36 now to 27. Can Optic slow this game down enough to try to get back in it? It feels like an impossible task with the way the Space Station has been playing, not only in this game, but in the last 3 games since that game at number 5 win. 37-28. Optic Gaming needs a little bit of a miracle and some brilliant teamwork to get back into this game, number 7.
Legend keeps getting the first pick in these team engagements. And he gets yet another one here. Lucid, you can just see he looks a little bit unsure about where the Space Station Gaming members are. The comms seem to be falling apart a little bit here for Optic, and SSG are taking advantage. It's 8 kills, the advantage now for SSG. They are 10 away from becoming your champions.
You can tell they're even starting to trade here on the car side. They know that this gap is big enough here with an 8 kill lead that they can trade a lot
here
more
comes
than
OS
they
though.
Usually be able to at a stage like this in the game. 41-32. They crossed the 40-point mark, now only 8 kills away from closing it out.
Dead Zone gets OS. Formal dies again. Formal is 1 in 11. Oh my god!
But Space Station now within touching distance. They can smell it, they can taste another championship.
Down 3-1 in this series, forcing a game number 7, and off of Stellar's brilliant overshield play, the team wraps around that. They rally around those pushes, and still up by 9 here, 6 kills away from closing it out.
Stellar gets taken down. The damage should be enough to be cleared up. Formal's going to be last alive here. Respawns do come in, and that might help.
Hang on, Optic's only down 6. Wait a second.
Adjust your TVs here, everybody. Optic still have a chance.
Hang on.
The wall chant erupts versus a Let's Go Optic chant answers back.
Big kill by Legend.
Traded out 46-40. Still a 6-kill lead. Only 1 team wipe required for SSG to close out the game and the tournament.
Eco's going to get spotted out. Uses those frag grenades just to slow down the
push.
Trippy
gets back smacked.
Dead Zone trade. Great news is it's now just 3 kills for SSG to call themselves champions. It's Legend who gets another.
48-42.
And the man who's playing in his first ever Grand Finals, the first ever international player
should
to
be
get
it.
this far in the tournament. He wants to be the player to end it. It's 49 as Legend looks for the 50th.
This should be it.
Not just for SSG, but for all of international.
SSG wins.
Bound will get it.
Holy shit.
And SSG will be the first winners.
In probably one of the best displays of Halo we've ever seen.
And Legend makes his
SSG wins in Game 7. Legend becomes the first international player to ever win a championship.
Chills here for me in the casting booth in Arlington.
And SSG wins our opener.
History made as a European player wins the first ever major event in 2 decades of competitive play. 50-43 is your
And that is a
score
painful loss for Optic.
in the final game of the series. Down 3-1, they rally back.
And a 3-1 comeback in the finals for SSG as well.
In your grand finals.
Well, SSG are on the main stage right now.
And that's got to feel great for SSG, who I think blew a 3-1 in the finals twice last year, if I'm not mistaken. SSG gets their get back. Brilliant tournament out of Legend. Brilliant tournament out of Stellar, as always.
And it's the player who just hoisted the trophy at the first event
And of course,
of the season.
Eco and Bound.
Stellar, Legend, Eco, Bound, and Coach Elamite Space Station Gaming are your champions here in Arlington.
And you can pick a play from each of them, right? The back smack on Streets from Eco on the camo.
And I believe Formal had 2 in the last game.
He was hitting. Bound with the 50th kill in the finals.
But I mean, Formal had 2 in the last game. Trippy had 1 in game 6. Like, you just got to tip the cap to SSG, because SSG absolutely blended their shit. SSG put their foot on the throat of Optic and gave them absolutely no room to work with.
Esports Stadium, show some love to your champions of Major 1, Space Station.
Shouts out SSG, bro. Absolutely deserved. Incredible performance. And congrats to SSG. Congrats to Legend again.
How does this one, what does this one mean for you?
What a fucking tournament.
So
I mean, we put in a lot of work in this offseason. Ending up at Worlds was a heartbreaking defeat. You know, we held on to that all offseason long, and we're really looking forward to getting into this event with Legend, wanting to get a win for Legend as well. He deserves it. He's one of the best players in the game. This one is special for sure.
This one definitely is special. Is he right?
Well said by Elamite.
Let me slide on over here towards the middle, okay? Eco, you know, you guys made this roster chance for this moment right here to get this win, okay? You guys worked so hard, and that was a tough grand finals. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. I'm from Texas, so Texas is mine. Texas is mine.
Texas is his, he says. And with that win, it definitely proves it. Now, I've been waiting to talk to you all weekend long, and you've been avoiding me, but rightfully so, because you finally got that dub. You're a champion. How does it feel, Legend?
It means the world to me, because like I play this game 24/7, and finally the hard work pays off. So I'm actually so happy for this win. Shout out to my teammates. Like I will not do it without them. Shout out to Bond and his family. They made the transition really easy for me in the US. So, and thank you everyone for the support.
Show some love to Legend. Now let me slide down here, okay? Stellar, you know, we heard the caster say it. If you guys are gonna make a change for anyone, it was him, and you knew why, okay? This win proves it. How does this one feel for you?
It feels good. I'm really damn tired, but
yeah.
There was a lot of good Halo played today, so yeah, I'm happy and proud of my team, and more to come.
More to come, he says, more to come. I think, Bound, you guys definitely got a few more to come. The way that you played on this stage, you know, we hear a lot of love coming to you and your family from Legend. What has this experience been like, you know, since Salt Lake City and you guys getting back here again to win for you?
I mean, yeah, there's been a lot of heartbreak, especially last year, the way we went out at Worlds. We knew we had to make a change, and we did, and it's nice to be on the other side of it for once and, you know, have some ice for once, so yeah.
It definitely is nice to be on the other side of it, okay? Now, you guys have had so many awesome people stay to support you, a lot of yellow towels out there, a lot of people in the chat going SSG. What do you want to say to all these Space Station Gaming fans right now?
I mean, my first interview, I said to stay loud and get loud, and you guys brought it, so I appreciate the support, and I love it. Thank you so much.
You heard it here, guys. Everybody, one more time, show some love to your HCS Arlington Major 1 champions, Space Station Gaming!
Hats off to SSG, man. Congrats. Well deserved.
The roars from the stadium say it all. Space
And I think people might get caught up in those last couple games from Optic.
Wow, what a show they put on for all of their fans. And by the way,
But there was absolutely phenomenal Halo played between both SSG and Optic today in both series. Two of the most incredible series we've probably ever seen in Halo.
Your team got it done. They lift the
Incredibly
trophy.
hard fought.
And one thing on my mind right now, Clutch Tony, is that young man up there. He has made history.
Not him, not Eco. Legend.
EU to NA, the first pickup we have seen from a top team. That
He said, that young man has made history, and they zoomed in on Eco.
Create history in the first major of his season. That means everything to him and his team. What an incredible feat that they have accomplished. The first one ticked off the box, and they got many more to come.
It's unprecedented. This is one of the most amazing things in Halo history for their competitive side. I never thought we would see a European raise the trophy one day, but when you saw Legend playing last year with that quadrant roster, you knew he was a special talent. And the second that he was picked up on this SSG roster, you knew they were bound to lift a trophy. But it was the first trophy that these guys competed together and achieved. And what an unbelievable feat from all of these guys to battle through the transitions and all the hard times that they've had throughout Infinite and the second places that they keep running into. You heard Bound say it, I'm glad we had some ice for once.
Damn.
Well, they had more than ice. That was some of the best Halo I have ever seen played. That team can call themselves champions.
Yeah, I'm so happy we're giving
100%. Well said from Clutch right there.
You know, he wasn't just a role player. He wasn't just along for the ride. He was a star on this opener championship roster. He really was, and it was amazing to watch. I'm looking at the series, and this was a 3-1 lead at one point in favor of Optic. And with his 17 kill performance in that Slayer, that's really what ended up turning things around. And then they kind of ran with the.
All right, y'all. We finna call it there. I gotta get the fuck up out of here. My transition just broke. Thanks for streaming so long. Time to go eat some canes. Hey, I hear that, Smooth Criminal. That sounds like a fire move. Yeah, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. We finna go ahead and call it there. That was a long-ass day of watching some Halo. Again, fire tournament. A little bit bummed that I couldn't be there, and it's unfortunate we will not be at London, but you bet your ass we'll be watch partying that shit. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the year. If this is any indication for the quality of Halo that we're gonna get this season, then I think we're in for a really special year of Halo. But yeah. With all that said, shouts out to HCS and 343 for hooking us up and throwing the drops our way. Hope you guys enjoyed the show today. I appreciate every single one of you for hanging out with us. It was a long one, like I said. But yeah, I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys for chilling with me. We will be live again tomorrow for just a normal day of streaming now that I'm back from vacation. So back to business as usual. And yeah, I'm excited to keep working and keep grinding and keep making stuff. So yeah. GG's, much love once again. I hope y'all have a dope rest of your day, night, whatever you got going on. Much love, be safe, and I will catch y'all right back here tomorrow. Gang, gang. Good night, everybody. Love y'all.
Yeah!